tree.
Yeah. And
I've been an awfully good girl.
And
Feliz Navidad.
That's right.
All right.
And a happy
Viva
New Year.
Mexico. Bye.
Hey, it's Brady Quinn. Winter really tests your sleep. Staying asleep gets harder when your kids are moving around, looking for warmth on cold nights. Mattress Firm sleep experts can match you with a bed built for deeper rest, like a Tempur-Pedic, with a unique material that absorbs motion for undisturbed rest. Shop Mattress Firm's once-a-year sale and clearance and save up to $500 on select Tempur-Pedic mattresses with next-day delivery. Restrictions do apply. Next-day delivery available on select mattresses and subject to your location. See store for more details.
You know the rush when you reach that goal? When something you've worked for pays off? That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Getting more as a MyLowe's Pro Rewards member is easier than ever with the Lowe's app. Download it today and earn 500 points the first time you log in. Plus, your digital wallet helps you scan, save, earn, and access what you need to manage it all in one place. Download the Lowe's app and take advantage of your Pro benefits today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid 12/1/25 through 1/7/26. Offer valid for first login per organization only. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Additional restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
the road to Milan runs through St. Louis. Don't miss the 2026 Prevagen U.S. Figure Skating Championships, January 7th through 11th. Your chance to watch America's best take the ice before the Olympic Games. See Ilya Malinin, the world's most electrifying jumper, Elisa Liu, a world champion talent, and Amber Glenn, the reigning U.S. champion, compete for their place on Team USA. And on Sunday, witness the moment the 2026 Olympic figure skating team is officially named, live in the arena. Tickets at usfigureskating.org. Be there when the journey to gold begins.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 skills-based degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off. Because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Excuse me, can you tell me where...
I don't know. Those big box stores, they don't know. But Dolan's knows. For 60 years, Dolan's Lumber has been serving the Bay Area with the materials and the knowledge to make your next home improvement project stellar. Lumber, doors, windows, you name it. Dolan's knows exactly what you need. So skip the guessing. Go with the experts. Remember, Dolan's knows. Call now for a quote, 800-9-DOLANS, or visit dolanlumber.com.
This holiday season, Petelli Financial Partners is stepping up to support families who need it most. Their 6th annual Petelli Toy Drive is collecting toys, books, baby supplies, and gift cards to benefit St. Anthony's Church in Menlo Park. Last year, the drive supported more than 800 families, and the need this year has grown to more than double. Petelli is calling on the community to join them in bridging the gap and brightening the holidays for local families. Go to PetelliFP.com for more information.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
In 1848, James Marshall discovered gold at Sutter's Mill. And in 3 years, a multicultural migration grew a sleepy trading post of 800 to a city of over 250,000. These were the first dreamers, innovators, builders, and inventors that defined San Francisco. The San Francisco Historical Society exists to uncover, preserve, and present in engaging ways the colorful and diverse history of our city from its earliest days to the present. As a member, you'll receive The Argonaut, an award-winning publication that has provided in-depth historical accounts for over 30 years. And The Panorama, a quarterly newsletter covering ongoing activities and historical presentations. Go to sfhistory.org and discover the San Francisco Historical Society, giving our history a great future. Become a member today.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
McDonald's is putting value back on the menu. Whether you're craving a Big Mac, McNuggets, or sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddles, make it a meal and save. Your favorite is now your wallet's favorite, too. Extra value meals are back.
The extra value meal is on at McDonald's. Get a sausage McMuffin with egg, hash browns, and a small hot coffee for just $6. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Promotion pricing may be lower than meal pricing.
Dan Daly, the administrator of Lton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Reliable Legal Marketing.
Attention California residents. Non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, including chronic lymphocytic leukemia, a common subtype, is one of the most common cancers in the United States. If you or loved one was diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or chronic lymphocytic leukemia and were exposed to Roundup weed killer, you could be entitled to cash compensation. Bayer, the owner of Roundup, has agreed to pay more than $10 billion to cancer victims linked to the weed killer. Call our Weed Killer Cancer Hotline now to see if you're entitled to cash compensation. If you or someone you love has been diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or chronic lymphocytic leukemia and were exposed to Roundup, call now. Our attorneys have the experience and specialize in fighting for everyday people to get the compensation you deserve. If you or a loved one was diagnosed, even if a loved one has passed away, call 800-341-4933 now. But hurry, time is limited. Call 800-341-4933. 800-341-4933.
Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome. Will Trial Law, LLC, 1001 Bannock Street, Denver, Colorado, 80204.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry. When you own your own business, you own every decision.
Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
The chase starts here. To make moments you'll never forget.
Chase Center is rocking.
Historic ones.
For
1,000 for Stephen Curry.
Joyful ones.
My joy back, as some would say.
Winning ones. The moment needs you to manifest it, to chase it, and put the opponent to sleep.
All the way down the floor.
Chase the moment. Buy tickets at Warriors.com.
95.7 The Game is proud to be introducing the inaugural Bay Area Host Committee Impact Awards, presented by PNC Bank, celebrating those driving change in the Bay Area. We congratulate Fatima A., president and founder of the Women's Professional Basketball Association and winner of the Trailblazer Award.
I wanted to create an environment where I'd be able to help athletes all around the world, but mainly women in my community.
Stay tuned this month as 95.7 The Game celebrates all of these prestigious Bay Area Host Committee Impact Award winners.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties. They're systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody. Pure domination. That's Omar Habis, Tariq Habis, and the Habis Law team. When Habis Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to dust. Habis Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard if you've been injured and want to win. Visit HabisLaw.com. Habis Law, they fight to make it right.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
Can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
Bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
And we're out. Back in 60.
Hey, what are you eating?
Chimichurri filet mignon. It's a Factor meal.
Oh, nice. Wait, they let you eat like that in the pros?
Oh, they insist on it. A pro's work starts on the plate.
Oh, man, that does look good. Let me have a taste?
Get your own.
All right. Where do I find this? Is it factormeals.com?
Yep, and they've got a deal going on.
Oh, love a deal. I am so in.
Smart move. Pro move.
All right. Factor. Eat like a pro.
San Francisco high 58, possible showers throughout the day.
Brought to you by AmericanEagle.com.
At AmericanEagle.com, we believe technology can transform your business. As experts in web design, development, and digital marketing, we bring passion to every project. Achieve digital transformation at AmericanEagle.com.
Wake up! It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Ho, 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 ho! Hello there, and Merry Christmas to everyone out there on the roads. Good morning to everybody. No, it's not a Joe. Sam Lubman here, hosting the Morning Roast this morning. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, and it is a Warriors Wednesday, which is brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Good morning to everybody out there on this very wet Christmas Eve. Dreaming of a wet Christmas this year, just like the ones I used to know. And, of course, with every great show host, there needs a great, even greater co-host. And I am joined this morning by the one, the only. Usually he's pressing the buttons on this show. Today, he is the B chair. Carter, how you doing, bud?
God, it's so nice not to be pushing the buttons, Sammy. I'm happy to be in here with you.
Oh,
happy Merry Christmas Eve, I guess.
Yeah, happy Merry Christmas. Happy Christmas, Merry Christmas. We're Americans.
One of
we
the
say
two.
Merry Christmas. That's right. It's America Christmas.
Wow.
And that
All
is,
right.
I never actually put that together. So here we go. Starting off strong here on this Wednesday here, a Wednesday morning. Drive safe out on the roads there, people.
Please.
You know, when you're dashing through the rain and you're, one person driving car. Don't need to speed. Get to where you need to go, over the hill, through the woods. Get to grandma's house alive, all right? We don't crash your car. No one wants to fill out that kind of paperwork on Christmas Eve. That's just fun for nobody out
Couldn't
there.
give better advice myself, Sammy.
So anyway, again, we have a lot of fun I think we're going to do on this show today. I always like doing the Christmas Eve show. One, because they actually throw me that bone every year, which is nice. But two, it's a fun show. You can lay back a little bit, get a little loose here, and do some fun holiday-themed stuff. So we're going to try and do that at some point during the show. We're gonna put some.
We have plenty to talk about, Sam. This is we're in the hot period here of sports in general. I mean, college football playoffs. We got the Sharks last night getting killed. We've got the NBA, of course, in full swing. And, God, our 49ers. Look at them.
How about them Niners?
Look at them go.
That great win on Monday night. You mentioned the Sharks there. You know, Carter, last night we're planning the show out. We do our show call. And of course, we got Caddy Zach Green. He's going to be pressing the buttons. He's going to be Carter Chickering today.
Yep.
So big shoes to fill there, Zach. I mean that literally. The man wears size 16 shoes. He will be on the board pressing buttons today. The pride of the University of Indiana, the second most famous alumni from the university behind, of course, Fernando Mendoza. He has leaped Damon Bruce
Mark
on
Cuban.
those rankings. Sorry, Zach, you're the third most famous alumni now out of the University of Indiana. You're taking a backseat to the Cubes. And, of course, the one, the only, Steven Risotto, Pasta. He is going to be producing the show today. So if you want to talk to Steven Risotto before talking to us, 888-957-9570 is the number to call in. You can also text us on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. As I get all my reads here, I always tell Spadoni, do the reads right. So I really have no reason myself to flub the reads today. Otherwise,
you got it, Sammy.
I lose my moral high ground in that regard. Matt Lively, he'll be joining us today at 8:20. KPIX Channel 5 sports anchor. Does a lot of work covering the Niners. He's at the games, does the fifth quarter with Vern Glenn.
He's at a lot of practices, too.
He's at a lot of the practices, too, so we're going to find out what's going on there. Did he see Brandon Ayuk driving around at all? He's talking about driving safe this year. Don't do what Brandon Ayuk does, kids.
I told you, he has a lot of cars. I told you that.
I wonder do you think he was like testing which one goes the fastest?
Yeah, I told you. Every time I was there, he had a new car every day, it felt like. So
I mean, when you got that much money, I at some point you're going to start buying frivolous stuff you don't need, like your.
He sure seems to think that this is going to last a lifetime, this money. So we'll see. I mean, you're buying a new car every couple of weeks.
Well, you're not going to be. If you drive a different car every day, you're not going to be putting only so many miles on it. Like I have over 200,000 miles on my car. I've had obviously for the last 12 years, been driving it every day. If he's got one car for every day of the week,
he's just leasing them.
Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, so he's fine. He doesn't need to worry about long-term investments there. So we're going to talk to Matt Lively at 8:20 today, talk a little Niners, might get some of his Warriors and maybe even a Giants thought. I mean, the Giants need to do something in order to get a Giants thought in there. Maybe, they're dreaming of a very empty Christmas.
How disappointed are you, Sammy, so far?
Oh, gee, Adrian Hauser. Yeah. We're set. We got the best pickoff move, the third in big leagues right there. No, but I mean, that's just the Major League free agent market in general. It's dragging along. I know the Dodgers are buying up everything, Edwin Diaz, the whole island of Japan.
Another year. I mean,
it's whatever. Nothing matters anymore. They're ruining baseball. So we'll talk a little bit about that at some point as well. Draymond Green. Did you see that Draymond Green has been in the news this week, Carter?
Yeah, I think that
he had an animated discussion with Steve Kerr on Monday night. We thought that we would miss it because we were watching Monday Night Football. But as Steven Risotto so aptly pointed out this morning, if it weren't for social media, we might not have seen it. So there you go. Shout out social media actually doing something good for a change.
He always seems to find a new way of getting in trouble, doesn't he? I mean, I was listening to The Ringer yesterday, and they were talking about Bill Simmons was that he had never, he had Tim Legler on, said he had never seen anyone do this in the history of his basketball career. And Tim Legler obviously goes way, way back. Draymond is just always finding a new way to get in trouble.
This one, so I had that video sent to me. My first thought was, Draymond's done this before. What are we talking about? There's the famous OKC game, where Steph won it with the bang bang shot. One of the greatest nights in Warriors history, really. One of the most notable nights in Warriors history. You can do a whole 30 for 30, Doc, just off that game alone.
100%.
And of course, famously, Kerr and Draymond got into it at halftime, and security had to even be called. Things got so out of hand. But no, this one was a little different because the last time Draymond yelled at someone on the sideline, it was Kevin Durant. This time it was, his head coach, which, you're not supposed to do that. And so an interesting video came out yesterday that we're going to get into at some point. Some wise person out there went and did a little bit of lip reading and broke down what might have been said. So at some point in the show, we're going to play that and get into what was said there, because that sheds some light in terms of why Draymond Green and Steve Kerr were going at it, whether or not it's a big deal. And, of course, we're going to do it in a fun, kind of Christmassy way, because when I think Christmas, I think Draymond Green. But
Same.
Carter, as we were talking about the show last night, and I sent you a text. What if we talk about the Sharks tomorrow? get the Sharks a little love.
Yeah, sure.
And next thing you know, they're down 5-0 in that first period. Ooh, rough night for Yaroslav Askarov between the pipes.
I turned it off at 4-0. It's just, hockey is so hard to come back like that. Obviously, the Sharks did it this year, but
against Pittsburgh, yeah.
Yeah, but I just it seemed pretty ugly from the get-go.
Yeah.
So,
Sharks 3-game losing streak ever since the Macklin Celebrini Spinorama goal. They beat the Flames 6-3. They've lost their last 3. Granted, first one's Dallas, one of the better teams in the NHL. Against Seattle, though, that was an ugly defensive performance there, not helping out the goalie last night. Similar thing, too. Second goal going off of Alex Wenberg's skate. It's just sometimes the breaks just aren't going your way there. So,
well, Sam, I've always, you and I have talked about this behind the scenes, and I've been in the boat of let's lose this year out, too. Let's get one more pick, and then let's be the Oklahoma City Thunder. Now, I think now where the Sharks sit, that's probably the wrong opinion because it looks like this is a formidable team, right?
They're a couple games out of a playoff spot right now. They're in that second wild card spot. Again, there's a lot of season left to go here, so we'll see how they hold up. The defense right now, though, is just not playing that well. And they need some guys to start contributing. William Eklund's got 35 shots this month, 1 goal. Like, he's got to get off the schneid there. They miss Will Smith, too, I think, a little 100%. Bit as well.
I mean, he's part of the engine that goes, let's be honest. And I think that Macklin probably misses Will Smith out there. You know what I mean? It's affecting him, I would guess, to some degree. I haven't kept up in these last 3 games, but
you're basically hitting the nail on the head right there.
Yeah.
And again, you get some good contributions from Colin Graff, liking what we're seeing there. But, yeah, the Sharks defense, not super inspiring right now. You know who has been a bit of an inspiring defense? It's the defense of that San Francisco 49ers. And that's where we're going to really get started here today on this Christmas Eve edition of the Morning Roast. Again, Sam Lubman. Usually I'm producing the show. Today I am going to be your driver of the show. I am in for Joe Spadoni. Almost said Saboni there. Carter Chickering, that's the voice across from me. You can tell by the snort that he is filling in for Joe Shasky.
Exactly.
And yeah, the Niners, big win on Monday night, 48-27 over the Indianapolis Colts. And Carter, to me, Monday Night Football, there's a bit of a grander stage now. I know that Sunday Night Football has kind of become the premier game of the week.
Yeah.
In terms it is, it's the bigger primetime slot. Everyone's more at home. Everyone's been watching football all day. But the Monday night stage, that has always been just its own solo thing. And growing up, for me, Monday Night Football was an event. We'd always have people over to watch the Monday night game. Hank Williams Jr., are you ready for some football? Yeah, man, sucks that he got canceled. That was, I always remember like the helmets would rise out and crash into each other. There was so much spectacle of Monday Night Football. It mattered. And so when the Niners, what they did to the Colts on Monday night, I'm going to say there was a bit of a statement made. And I'm going to put it out to all the Niner fans out there. I might even put it out to the YouTube chat. I'm going to challenge the YouTube chat to actually contribute to the show today. If the Niners made a statement on Monday night, what was that statement that was made to the entire football watching world, who, again, Niners had the stage to themselves. And everyone was watching them. ESPN was talking about them all day. They're talking about them all morning yesterday. They had the spotlight on them. What did with the Niners in the spotlight, what did they show the rest of the football world? Carter, what kind of statement do you think the Niners made on Monday Night Football?
I think, to me, they definitely showed that their offense can hang with anyone. The Colts, I think, are a pretty mid-level defense. And I think when you are going up against a defense that doesn't have either of its cornerbacks, obviously, you got to tip your hat to them and kind of say, you're not full health. But this is the NFL. That's the way it works. And too bad. So we're going to roll you right now, and that's what's going to happen. And the 49ers went in. They put up 48 points, obviously 1 defensive touchdown. But I'll tell you what, that kid number 13, I don't hear many people calling anymore for Mac Jones. And if you look at the stats, Purdy's been fantastic. Let's call it the way it is. He's had three out of his 5 games that he's been back. He's had a quarterback rating of over 125, Sam. Some people don't buy into quarterback ratings. I do, because I think it takes full picture. That's incredible.
It's a way to quantify, the overall performance there. And again, it's all statistical. It's numbers. And again, numbers are numbers. It's kind of like war in baseball. It's a good kind of like apples to oranges tool to quantify overall performance. Is it perfect? No, but it does paint the picture there. Yeah, if there's a statement to be made on Monday night, it was just Brock Purdy is clicking on all cylinders right now.
Yeah, and you and I talked about Sam, too. It was such a downer that he threw that pick at the end.
Because you know how many people are like, oh, you see Brock Purdy is still not that good.
Yeah,
Mac Jones.
There's another pick, and it's just like, well, if you watch that play, he kind of had to throw it right there. Otherwise, it was going to be a turnover regardless. The linebacker was scooting over, and Kendrick Bourne, that was really the only place the ball could go.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, yeah, it was a little high, sure.
It was tipped off of Bourne's skillets,
It went through his skillets, though, and I'm just like, that's, you got to catch that, Kendrick. And I gave him that name Skillet Hands because his prior tenure with the Niners, the guy just looked like he was slapping two frying pans on the ball.
I mean, there's still been times this year where he's doing that. Again, we make fun of Kendrick Bourne. He has had a great year this year overall. Baldy said something very interesting about Kendrick that I might play in a few minutes as well. But the way Brock is running this offense, I'm going to say it's looking very 2023-ish right now. His numbers since he came back, in 5 games since he's came back, 106 for 51. It's about a 70% completion percentage right there. 1,151 yards, 1,151 yards for those who like numbers said that way. 13 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. Carter, you ever been cherry picking?
On the basketball court?
No, just anywhere. Actual cherry picking. Yeah, again, the cherry basket, get up, pick some cherries out of the trees. You ever done anything like that?
I've maybe seen a cherry tree once in my life, so no.
Okay, you didn't chop it down?
No.
Okay,
no.
Well, you're never going to be a president.
Black cherries, yeah.
Well, I've never done cherry picking either, but I'm going to do some cherry picking right now for Brock Purdy. And if you remove that awful first half he had against the Carolina Panthers, Brock's numbers are, again, he went 14 of 23, 114 yards, 1 touchdown, and, of course, those 3 interceptions in that first half against Carolina. You take that first half out of the picture, play the Thanos reality stone. Reality is wherever you want it to be. Brock's got a much nicer, 92 of 128 on passes and completions and attempts. Let's word that correctly. It's about a 72% completion percentage, 12 touchdowns, and, of course, the 1 interception off of Kendrick Bourne's hands on Monday night. A 12-to-1 ratio right there in the last 5 games if you wipe out, the one bad first half. That is what Brock Purdy has been doing in the 20 quarters since he has 25 quarters.
Mm-hmm.
How many quarters? 5 games, 4 quarters, right. 20 games. There you go. That's why I didn't major in math.
20, yeah.
20 quarters of football. You take away the 2 bad ones. It's been 18 pretty damn good quarters of football for one Brock Purdy.
Yeah, I mean, he has... the 49ers are right now 5th in air attack in the entire NFL in passing. I mean, this is
I thought Brock Purdy doesn't have a great arm.
Well, and I thought this was a running first team. I mean, that's just, let's be honest, guys, and call it what it is. Kyle Shanahan is not just all fit in a box coach. Like, anyone that wants to say that about him, you're not being fair at all. This guy will fit in the box of whatever's going to make the offense hum the most, I'm going to do. And right now, the offense is humming as well as it could be. I mean, it feels like they can't stay off 30 points, Sam.
And they've been getting it a lot of times. Again, Mac Jones, I think, only had the one. I think, did he? No, I don't think he had a 30-point. No, he had a 30-point game against the Giants.
Yeah.
But, of course, I mean, I'm pretty sure we can go out and find 9 people here in the station and go score 30 on the Giants right now. Looking at the YouTube chat right here, Jay LaFrey, we see him in there every day, bright and early. Defense are going to be getting harder from here on out. That's a true statement. It is. But the 49ers offense is still doing pretty well. And again, Colts are a decent enough team. I know they've kind of fallen apart since Daniel Jones went down and, turned to old man Rivers there. That was still a team that was putting belt to ass on teams earlier in the year. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to shake a stick at scoring 41 offensive points, 48 overall against a team like that on the road on Monday night. I'm not going to scoff at that kind of a performance.
No, and I think it's not scoffing at the performance, too. It's also taking into account what you did against Jonathan Taylor, right? This is a team that struggled on the defensive line. The front 7 has struggled. They did a great job. I mean, let's give them credit. They held the guy to, I think, 47 yards for the whole game. I mean, that's incredible. This is the guy who is potentially an MVP candidate. Not just Offensive Player of the Year. I mean, MVP candidate at the beginning of the year. And you held him to the second fewest yards he's been held to all season long. On top of that, you held him to the least yards per carry of any team by quite a bit, I think. Kyle took, Robert Saleh took the snake, the head off the snake, basically. And that was the end. And we saw this when the Colts played against Pittsburgh. They completely shut down Taylor, too. He had 46 yards in that game, I think. They lost. Mm-hmm. And so there's a formula to beat the Colts. The Niners figured it out, and the last 5 teams that have played the Colts have figured it out. But obviously,
without their best player, they're powerless.
Yeah, I mean, Danny Dimes was having quite a year, so you pity them a little bit for that. That's too bad that they lost him. But Niners lost Brock, right? So
Niners found a way. That's very true. This is the league. Sometimes you just got to figure it out that way. The game probably would have been different if Daniel Jones was under center and not Phillip Rivers.
No doubt.
Not gonna lie though. 44 years old, weighing 300 pounds, coaching high school football. Just got off the couch a couple weeks ago. Rivers was actually not that bad.
No, we'll get into on the other side too. What I think he did a really good job of.
Yeah, and I want to give we'll talk a little bit about Kendrick Bourne and with the year that he's had. Brock Purdy. Who's calling for Mac Jones now? That's what I want to get into.
No one, Sam.
That's what I get into later on the show. What's coming up? The game is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. That is Carter Chickering. I am Sam Lum, and we'll be with you all morning long here on the Morning Roast. Don't go anywhere.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson, paid for by Reliable Legal Marketing.
Attention California residents. Non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, including chronic lymphocytic leukemia, a common subtype, is one of the most common cancers in the United States. If you or a loved one was diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or chronic lymphocytic leukemia and were exposed to Roundup weed killer, you could be entitled to cash compensation. Bayer, the owner of Roundup, has agreed to pay more than $10 billion to cancer victims linked to the weed killer. Call our Weed Killer Cancer Hotline now to see if you're entitled to cash compensation. If you or someone you love has been diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or chronic lymphocytic leukemia and were exposed to Roundup, call now. Our attorneys have the experience and specialize in fighting for everyday people to get the compensation you deserve. If you or a loved one was diagnosed, even if a loved one has passed away, call 800-341-4933 now. But hurry, time is limited. Call 800-341-4933. 800-341-4933.
Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome. Will Trial Law, LLC, 1001 Bannock Street, Denver, Colorado, 80204.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Thermador provides a range of possibilities, from refrigeration to dishwashers or cooking with steam or convection. Come into Friedman's Appliance, and right now, you can receive up to 3 complimentary gifts with qualifying purchase. See all Thermador appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and at Friedman'sAppliance.com.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Thinking about selling your house but hesitant to move during the holidays? Imagine finalizing your sale now, enjoying the holidays, and move later. Call Wedgwood Homes to discuss your options. Do you want to downsize, relocate, or selling an inherited property? Does your house need repairs or updates? Wedgwood Homes buys homes as is. No repairs, no commissions, no hassle. Secure your future plans and move forward with a no-obligation, all-cash offer from Wedgwood Homes. Close in as little as 3 days. Or enjoy the holiday season and move after the new year. Skip the stress of a traditional listing that can be slow and unpredictable. Lock in your sale now with a firm offer from Wedgwood Homes with no last-minute price drops like other cash buyers. Call 415-888-9432 for your no-obligation all-cash offer. 415-888-9432. 415-888-9432 or wedgwoodhomes.com, the Bay Area's trusted home buyer.
Think you can't lose weight during the holidays? Think again. At Jumpstart MD, we make it possible with local experts, clinical support, and access to the lowest priced GLP-1 medications. Whether you visit one of our 13 Bay Area clinics or start online, you can save big this December. Start today for just $25 when you mention radio, because the best gift you can give yourself is your health. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to book now.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not.
Of course he did, right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part, you can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Nice. My side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
Draymond, you got the names wrong.
God, he sounds like he's in such a good mood when he does that.
He sounds very jolly.
Yeah.
Sam Lubman here along with Carter Chickering. It is the Morning Roast. This hour is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you. Here for good. Talk about that Niners win on Monday night, though. We are going to talk about Draymond Green later in the show. Draymond Green, is he the Grinch of Bay Area sports? I mean, they're both green. That's kind of where it stops.
That's not bad, Sam, I got to say.
There you go. Yeah. But no, again, we're talking about the statement that the Niners made to the NFL on Monday Night Football with their win over the Indianapolis Colts. Niners 11-4. Currently had the 5 seed in the NFC West standings, though. Carter, when you look at what the Niners are faced with right now, these next 5 games they could potentially play. They win all 5 of them. That's your Super Bowl right there. What's even better, this could be, Carter, if the Niners pull this off right, the Niners do their job, the greatest 5-game homestand in Bay Area sports history. I don't know how many 5-game homestands there are just in general, but all 5 of these next games the Niners play could be at the comfy confines of Levi's Stadium.
Yeah, I think you got to focus on the next 3 or the next one, really.
We don't want to. We're not trying to put the cart before the horse here.
You got to get this Bears win.
But let's just take a minute and really just appreciate and just really kind of marvel at the fact that, coming into this season, what we expected of the 49ers, there was a lot of, I think, no one was talking about a Super Bowl run coming into this year. I think it was just, if you could make the playoffs, that would be interesting. That would be a big thing. There's a lot of questions on this defense, a very young defense. A lot of draft picks were going to be getting a lot of playing time here. And you didn't know what you were going to get from Brock Purdy this year. You didn't know what you were going to get from Christian McCaffrey this year. You were in shambles at our Niners Summit because the news that just broke that McCaffrey was on the injury report just a few days before the Niners' first game in Seattle.
I want to clarify, I was in shambles not because of my fantasy football team, but because of the 49ers, not because of my fantasy football team.
Well, again, you had Christian McCaffrey as the centerpiece of your fantasy football team, and you were about to have the year that I had last year in our 95-7 league when I took McCaffrey number 1 overall. That was a massive mistake.
Yeah.
But it's all worked out for the Niners. Yeah. And now here they're in the freaking playoffs.
Yeah.
And they have a chance to not just be in the playoffs, but actually do damage in said playoffs here. And, it's impressive they're in this situation here. So again, we're talking about the statements that were made on Monday night. And I want to give a little bit of love again. We've been giving Kendrick Bourne a lot of grief this year. We started out by calling him the skillet hands. He's got 526 yards this year receiving, which is fourth most on the team for a guy who, we probably did not expect to even do anything for this team. Here's what Baldy had to say about Kendrick Bourne yesterday when he joined the Joes.
No, he's been excellent. I mean, and his blocking is really good. He's a really good blocker. I mean, that you just watch the big run that Christian had in the fourth quarter for 24 yards. Go watch Kendrick, blocking on that play. No, he's a big part of this offense. He's a trusted guy. I think he got the bonus last night. Happy for him. Always good to get Christmas bonuses this time of the year, that leads to a lot of nice gifts under the tree. So, yeah, he's so happy to be back here in this offense, after traveling through the league and different stops. Like he's at home back here right now.
Carter and Beyond, I think we owe a bit of a retraction to some of the grief we've given to Kendrick Bourne this year.
Yeah, sure.
I know Ray gave him grief for the skillet hands and stuff like that. He's going to have those moments. I'm sure every receiver does. But Baldy mentions the blocking there. That is not something that's talked about enough for receivers, how they block. One of the best attributes of Brandon Ayuk was his blocking, along with, his receiving. Something Ricky Pearsall I haven't seen a lot of, seen moments of, is his blocking. But, it's just been quite an impressive year out of nowhere for Kendrick Bourne.
Yeah, I think the Ricky thing, I think Kendrick's built more like a football player. Like, Ricky Pearsall is built like a track star to me. And I think that the way his body is not being able to hold up through these seasons is the reason. I just think that he's not built the way you need to be built necessarily to be successful in this league.
Talk about Ricky.
Yeah, Ricky. And KB's been great for them, yeah. I mean, he was a great pickup right when they needed him. They were completely out of wide receivers, Demarcus Robinson hadn't come back. And I think he's been great. Obviously, his production has gone down a little bit since Mac went out, since Kittle's come back. But yeah, you notice it in the blocking, there's no doubt. And that's something they need on the outside with, as you said, with the absence of Brandon Ayuk. I mean, I think that was Brandon Ayuk's best trait, potentially, you could argue, and this is a guy that was one of the nastiest route runners in the league, during that all-pro season he had. So Kendrick Bourne has really filled a void, that they need in the rushing game. I mean, particularly.
No, I mean, he was the lifeline for Mac Jones when Mac was under center. Because remember, Mac Jones played a lot of games without George Kittle as well. And they're also, again, the Niners are trying to, they're dumping this entire workload onto Christian McCaffrey. Kendrick Bourne, at the same time, I mean, he's kind of, during a point in the season, was kind of the only way to take weight off of Christian McCaffrey's shoulders here. And, we're always freaking out about, we're doing too much for CMCs. We're doing too much. We're giving him too much of a workload. And yet he's still running strong here. Part of that is, again, because of the contributions of Kendrick Bourne. And I do like that Brock is starting to get him worked into the offense a little bit more. His first 3 games back, his targets 0, 0, and 1. Sounds like binary code, actually. But in the last 2 games against Tennessee and Indy, he's gotten 3 targets and 5 targets. Yardage isn't quite there. It was a quick math, about 44 yards receiving total over the last 2 games. But again, a couple big catches on Monday night to keep things moving. And I am glad that he got his Christmas bonus too.
Yeah, I also think that one of the great attributes that we saw from Purdy on Monday night was that he's not looking at a single guy necessarily, right? Like, yeah, he's hitting Kittle a lot, sure, but Kittle's obviously far and away your best probably receiver out there. So he's probably also getting open more, and he feels more comfortable throwing to him. But that being said, I mean, if I were to tell you at the beginning of the year, this far through, that actually after the Rams game, let's say, Kendrick Bourne and Ricky Pearsall both would still not have a touchdown, and Demarcus Robinson would. I mean, you'd probably call me crazy.
I mean, maybe on the Ricky Pearsall one, that's actually kind of crazy that Ricky doesn't have a touchdown.
Doesn't have a touchdown this year. He had 3 last year.
I wonder if he's going to play against the Bears. Kyle said he was close to playing on Monday night, but not close enough.
I don't want to crush the kid, but you got to get out there, dude. You just got to get out there.
The best ability. It's availability.
Yeah, and I just look, you're really good when you're out there. It's just, we don't care if you're not out there. I just don't care. So until you're showing me that you can consistently play, like, I don't know, 14 games. I'm not even saying a full, 17. Like, you just got to get in the higher teens. And look, I get he was shot. I have sympathy for that. It's just, I need you on the field. And whatever that means, if that means you have to bubble wrap yourself, like, this is your job now. So, he can say he was hip drop tackled there. Like, they didn't call it, and I thought it was a pretty soft hip drop tackle, if you want to ask me. But, and I'm not crushing the kid. I love the kid. He's great on the field. It's just, I need you on the field is the problem.
And that thing. So that's why I'm kind of curious if Ricky does suit up on Sunday night against the Chicago Bears. I want to know how close he was. He was close enough to playing, but not close enough to make the trip out to Indy with the team. Ricky was not even in the building on Monday night for that game. They decided to keep him back here and let him rehab. So I don't know if that means that he was actually close, if he wasn't actually close. But again, I don't know if when it comes to the ability of being a wide receiver, I'm not willing to bury Ricky Pearsall just yet. When he is on the field, when he is healthy, he can contribute. I think he's great for opening things up for the rest of the field in this Kyle Shanahan offense. How many times have you seen him run a route that's meant to open things up for either Juwan Jennings or Kendrick Bourne or George Kittle or what have you there? So he has use. But I need it's not enough to justify a first-round pick, though, especially when, Ladd McConkey was sitting there right afterwards. I know Keon Coleman's kind of regressed a little bit this year. I liked him, though, coming out of Florida State that year. Xavier Legette, that's gone completely south. So you've probably gotten the second best receiver out of that quartet right there, but that's not really saying much.
I'll tell you a little issue I have with it, though, Sam, is I kind of had this image in my head that he would take on a Debo role a little bit. You know what I mean? And you're just not seeing him get those plays even really. He's just more of a
the jet sweep guy,
route runner. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think I would have justified the pick that high, right, if he was more of a Swiss Army knife like CMC and he was kind of that second plug and play. But he's really a standard receiver is what we've come to find out.
Yeah, I kind of viewed him as maybe not like a replacement for Brandon Ayuk, but potentially a complement to Brandon Ayuk.
He might be a hybrid between the two of them, actually. That might be a pretty good comp.
I don't think he has the size and strength to be the Debo role.
Right.
He definitely has the speed to do it, but, him and Ayuk and Pearsall opposite of each other, I liked that vision. I definitely could have seen how that worked out. Unfortunately, it just never really came together. I don't think Ricky got on the field before Brandon Ayuk's injury. So I don't think we ever actually saw them on the field together. So we will never know what that dream looks like. What dream we will know looks like, though, is the dream that the 49ers are having with Brock Purdy this year. Probably, do we need to take some things back some opinions back that we might have had about Brock Purdy during the Mac Jones era of this season? Let's get into that on the other side. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by the fabulous Inn at the Tides in Bodega Bay. Picture yourself in a cozy room by the fire enjoying breathtaking views of Bodega Bay. This time of year is magical, mystical even, at the Inn at the Tides. Special midweek rates start at just $199 per night. It's $199 per night. Book your escape now, theinnatthetides.com.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. We're open today on Christmas Eve. Our friendly jewelry consultants will show you the perfect gift to slip under the tree, no matter their style or your budget. We even have the ultimate gift for your special someone, a beautiful engagement ring to propose under the mistletoe. At Shane Company, we make perfect presents and proposals easy. Come see us. Our stores are open today on Christmas Eve until 5 p.m. because a friend wants you to be a holiday hero. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties. They're systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody. Pure domination. That's Omar Habis, Tariq Habis, and the Habis Law team. When Habis Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to dust. Habis Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard if you've been injured and want to win. Visit HabisLaw.com. Habis Law, they fight to make it right.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Left lanes are blocked.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
Now jammed.
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. The Happy Honda Days event is on with the best deals of the year on a powerful new CRV. Only at your NorCal Honda dealers.
Happy holidays! Now through December 25th, Safeway members can get a Signature Select Classic Ham, shank, half, or whole, bone in, 87 cents per pound. While supplies last, limit one. Check the weekly mailer or online ad and visit Safeway.com for more details.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
December deal drops at Lowe's are wrapping up, but there's still time to snag something worth bragging about. Get up to 40% off select major appliances, and members save an additional $100 on a new and exclusive Samsung French door refrigerator, now just $18.99. Need new tools? Select tools and accessories are up to 45% off this week. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 12/24. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. See Lowes.com/terms for details.
Are you like everybody else in the world who has no idea what to get everyone for the holidays? Well, you're in luck. We got you. Hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Because with hands-free Skechers slip-ins, you just step into them and they're on. There's no bending down, no touching, no fuss. Plus, Skechers slip-ins come in everyone's favorite styles and colors. And you can get slip-ins everywhere stylish footwear is sold, including a Skechers store. Or if you're too busy to shop in person, just get them online at Skechers.com, Amazon, and more.
At Straight Talk, we know the holidays are your time to say
yes.
So why put up with a wireless company that makes you say
out of data?
Or
no service here?
Switch to Straight Talk and say yes to real unlimited data on a reliable 5G network covered by Verizon. And with a free 5G phone when you activate select plans, someone else in your family can say yes! Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Based on RootMetrics State of 5G Report, United States 1H 2025. Experiences may vary. Not an endorsement of Verizon. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Frosty the Snowman was a merry, happy soul with a corncob pipe and a button nose and two eyes made out of coal. Carter, take it away.
Frosty the Snowman. I don't know the rest of the words, Sammy.
Well, yeah, so I pass it to you. I don't know the words at that point either.
Yeah, who does?
No one does. Frosty the Snowman,
It's a great comeback, though, Zach. Well done. I like this.
Yeah, Caddy Zach getting it done on the board today. Sam Lubman here in for Joe Spadoni. Carter Chickering in for Joe Shasky here on this Christmas Eve edition of the Morning Roast. And
Not going to lie, I've never really been enamored with the Frosty the Snowman story.
So I actually tried to watch the movie last night.
Oh, the original animated one?
Yeah, it's like 26. Made it about 4 minutes in.
26?
Yeah, the narrator
really
talking.
asking a lot there.
Yeah, I got through the end of the credits and was like, I'm over this.
I'm not going to lie, the whole happy birthday doesn't do anything for me.
Can't do it.
Like, dude, get the day right. Like, you're literally here for only Christmas. It's not your birthday.
No, I'm with you, Sam.
It's only one guy's birthday tomorrow, and that's Ricky Henderson. Happy birthday, Ricky, R.I.P., and Jesus. But no, we are talking some 49ers here on the Morning Roast, which is brought to you by Golden State Lumber. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. And we're talking again about that great win the 49ers had on Monday night against the Indianapolis Colts. What kind of a statement did the 49ers make to the football world on Monday night? Brian Baldinger joined the Morning Roast yesterday. Baldy, man, how about that Brock Purdy on Monday night?
It's not every Sunday or Monday night or whatever that you can throw 5 touchdown passes like that. I mean, that was clean. That was a very clean operation. At one point, I think he had 5 incompletions and 4 touchdowns in the third quarter to 4 different receivers, So everybody, it was like a Brock Purdy holiday party, honestly. And everybody was getting gifts. Everybody had stockings. Everybody got themselves some numbers. It was very clean, very clean. And the guys up front did a great job. So, like I said last week, guys, like this is a healthy offense. They're executing at a high level, and Kyle keeps just tweaking the innovation and some of the things he's doing, especially in the run game, where you go, and Troy bragged about it last night, but honestly, it's a very, very sharp operation. It's something that anybody that plays the 49ers in the postseason is going to have to contend with.
Anyone who plays the 49ers in the playoffs is going to have to deal with the offense that Shanahan and Brock are cooking up right now. And again, Carter said in the first segment, the way this offense is looking right now in these games with Brock Purdy back under center, they're hitting that 30-point mark now. This is the third time in 5 games that the Niners have scored 30 on their opponent since Purdy came back. This offense is absolutely clicking on all cylinders here. If you're thinking about what statement was made by the 49ers on Monday night, I honestly think is you do not want to have to be the team that has to game plan for this offense in a playoff game, especially if that playoff game is at Levi's Stadium, where we criticize Levi's for, rightfully so, it's a very bland, generic, kind of a Safeway brand stadium. There's nothing special about it. You could say it belongs to Taylor Swift as much as it does the 49ers even. But one thing about Levi's that I will give it credit for, I've been to a couple playoff games there. I've watched playoff games there. That crowd brings it. They absolutely do. Yeah. And having to deal with this offense when this in front of that crowd, I'd rather not have to do that if I am, one of the other NFC teams.
No, playoff games get to a different level there. There's no doubt. I mean, I've been to a ton of them. They are, as electric as it gets. The Lions last, in 2023 was, I think, the best game I've ever been to in my life.
One of the best football games I've been to as well.
Unbelievable. I was crying at the end of it because I just couldn't believe they won. And so, it's not a place you want to come play. There's no doubt. And, we've seen this in the past with Seattle is, that's a huge advantage for them up there. And I think that's fainted a little bit compared to, and ours has grown, right? I think it goes both ways. So, it's not a place you want to come play. And these next 2 games are obviously pivotal. If you can go, home, has a team ever, you guys in the back, has a team ever had home field advantage all the way through? Number 1, all the way through the Super Bowl? I'm not sure that's ever happened. So it'd be quite incredible if the 49ers could attain the 1 seed here and have that possibility.
First, the only 2 times that teams have obviously hosted the Super Bowl was the Bucs and Rams in back-to-back years, which that always kind of blew my mind. No teams ever hosted the Super Bowl. The closest we ever got was the 84 Super Bowl. The 15-1 Niners hosted the Dolphins at Stanford Stadium. Can you imagine? Well, the Niners playing in the South Bay. That's the closest that it ever gotten. I think the Rams played.
Well, the Rams might have been at home.
The Rams played in the Rose Bowl one year in a Super Bowl as well in the 80s. When they were still in L.A. So that is all. But, the Rams were in Orange County where the Rose Bowl is in Pasadena.
Well, when they went against the Bengals, we played them in the NFC Championship in L.A. So I don't know about the previous games to that if they were at home, but I would probably guess they would have been.
There's been some close calls as far as, it would have to be a team that had the 1 seed in a year in which they were hosting the Super Bowl. So
I know Tampa Bay didn't do it because they went into Green Bay, I remember.
Well, they were a wild card team that year. The Rams, they were the 4 seed the year that they hosted it. But yeah, no team had ever hosted the Super Bowl. Then we get it 2 years in a row. I always thought that was kind of crazy how that all worked out there. But no, the opportunity the Niners have before them, it is very much a unique one here. And so Brock Purdy, though, the way he's been running this offense since he came back, and think about just how bad he was in that Jacksonville game.
It was awful. I was there. It was one of his worst games.
Yeah, it was the floating of the passes, the turnovers. It was all of the bad Brock that worried us last year.
That was one of his worst turnovers of the year, frankly, in the game. Was 5 minutes left, you're driving to potentially tie or take the lead, I forget which one, and he throws a pick. I mean, and you were headed right into field goal range. You weren't quite there.
Yeah.
I mean, you were about 5 yards short, so couldn't have been worse at the time. Trevor Lawrence in that game was fantastic and has been down the stretch, right? But this is what I was getting at, Sam, is the 49ers schedule this year, this whole notion that the 49ers have had a weak schedule, it actually hasn't been a very weak schedule.
Mm-hmm.
You play the Seahawks and Rams twice. Those are the two best teams in the NFL, really. The AFC South has been a monster of a division. You had to play them this year. Houston, obviously the Titans stink, but the Houston Texans are amazing. The Jags are fantastic, obviously. They might be the first seed in the AFC. And on top of that, you have to play the Bears. So, this notion, and you have the Panthers, right, who I guess are a playoff team. People think they stink. I think they kind of stink, but they're in the playoffs, so you got to give them credit. So this notion that their schedule has been so easy is I think, false, basically.
No, it is. I mean, again, at the start of the year, you were right to say that based on what 100%. You saw the year before. But this is something I had brought up at the beginning of the year, is when you look at their schedule, a lot of the teams that made us say this was a weak schedule were all clustered towards the back of the schedule. I'm talking about, the Cardinals, which, they still stink, the Panthers, the Browns, the Colts. Those were all teams that coming into this year, you were looking down your nose at them.
Yeah.
And I said at the beginning of the year, for a lot of teams, they get better as the year goes along. The Panthers are a team that are going to get better. The Bears are a team that is going to get better. The Colts are a team that is, eventually going to progress and get better. So it was always a very high potential for a weak schedule to get better as the year went along. It got a lot better than I think any of us really anticipated. The AFC South has low-key become one of the toughest divisions.
They're the second best division in football. And anyone that wants to argue that, please call in. I'd love to argue that with you.
No, there is no argument there. It has been a sneaky tough division there where the Colts, if they had Daniel Jones, that would be a three-headed monster in that division.
Be the same as the NFC West, really.
Oh, poor Cam Ward. He deserves so much better.
Yeah, they're a really long ways, though. I'm sorry, a franchise, and we're not going to go down a Titans rabbit hole, but a franchise that fires Mike Vrabel, I'm sorry, deserves to keep losing.
I did not want him to go there. He would have looked great as a Raider, but he would still be in just as awful a position there. 888-957-9570 is the number. If the Niners made a statement on Monday night, what was that statement? And Carter, during the Mac Jones era of this season, you and I were pretty united behind the glass. Brock is the guy when Mac gets back. Mac did a very good job when he was running this team, but it was, I would say, just that, a good job. Not a great job, just a good job. He kept the train on the tracks. He did what you want a backup quarterback to do, which was don't let the season go off the rails. And there's some great wins in there. That win against the Rams, great win. Dominant run game against the Falcons. They cruised against a very bad New York Giants team. And, of course, again, there's the win in New Orleans against a bad New Orleans team, in his first start of the year. Mac Jones did a lot of good. Brock Purdy's been doing a lot of great, though, since he came back. And I wonder if there's a segment of 49er fans out there that are kind of wanting to retract some of their Mac Jones hype during that time. Because there were actual Niner fans out there.
Sam, I got a call. Probably every 4 calls, 3 of them were they need to start Mac Jones. Yeah. I'm not kidding you.
No, I took those same calls too.
It was insane.
The amount of times that had, someone from so-and-so, yeah, man, when Mac gets back, just keep him, man, send Brock out of here, just get rid of him. That's no specific caller in general. It's just a generic caller. But no, those are the calls I had to listen to. It was, Brock, Mac Jones, he's doing stuff that Brock Purdy can never do. He's got arm strength. He doesn't throw interception. Kyle Shanahan clear locks him more. It's just everything we've seen from these last 5 games, save those 2 bad quarters, has been everything why the Niners committed to Brock like they did.
Sam, I have an opinion of it's hard for me to think that it's all based on Brock's play. Because you know what I think it's based on? I think once this guy signed that contract, the criticism obviously skyrockets, right? Immediately. And I think you see Mac Jones go out there and you take what he makes and you say, oh, well, the difference isn't that vast. Like, that's not the way it works. You and I both know that. That's just not the way it works. You committed to the guy for a reason. It's because you liked what he did, right? You had no idea what Mac Jones was going to do coming in here. I mean, yeah, Kyle, sure. He might be a QB wizard. There's a possibility of that. But that being said, everyone clamoring for, Mac Jones has a bigger arm and he can throw outside the numbers. Anyone please call in and tell me how often in football you need a 60 or 50-yard pass. Please, I'd love to know. Because I saw that pass to Demarcus Robinson in the end zone during that Colts game. Looked like a pretty deep pass to me, and noodle arm that people call Brock by hit him right in between the numbers. So, this notion that Brock has a noodle arm. You tell me when you need an arm bigger than his. Honestly, at the end of quarters, who cares? Like at halftime, I just don't get it.
It's the fact he's still moving the offense, and honestly, he pushes the ball downfield a lot more than people want to give him credit for. Granted, a lot of that was when Brandon Ayuk was out there catching passes from him, which, again, that's what's incredible about this year is how much they've been able to accomplish, both quarterbacks, Mac and Brock, without having Brandon Ayuk. 2 other things I want to say in response to what you just said. After I tell you that you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1, San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Also, Carter, it is a Warriors Wednesday, which is brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Carter, football is a game, correct?
Correct, Sam.
You go out, you exercise, physical activity, you play it, you have fun. Playing football's fun. Did you play football in high school?
I did, yeah. I was a good player.
Yeah?
Yeah. I played tight end. I was a lot slimmer then, and I was a good player.
I would hate having to tackle you. That would be absolutely miserable.
I played 8-man too, so I was in the smaller school league because my school, Stewart Hall, only had like 100.
8-man football.
Yeah, it only had like 150 people. It was. My highlight tape's on YouTube if you want to check it out. Carter Chickering.
Is it actually?
Oh, yeah. It's all from one game. Every highlight is from that one game.
Let's tweet that out on the 95.7 The Game Twitter page. The Carter Chickering highlight montage there.
Yeah.
But football is a game. You know what also it is, Carter? It's a business. And you mentioned something there about committing to Brock Purdy with the contract that they gave him. The way this business works is when a guy takes control of your team like Brock did and leads it to the success that Brock did, you pay them. That's just how it works. If you provide value for the organization will provide value back in return. And this whole notion of, again, we can argue till we're blue in the face in terms of what the money should have looked like. A couple million there, a couple million there. Yes, it does add up. Yes, I do understand the whole concept of wanting to be able to add around your quarterback. But at the end of the day, Brock more than earned the contract that he got. Coming out of nowhere, leading the 49ers offense like he did, taking them to the Super Bowl, and honestly, playing well enough that they should have won that Super Bowl. I always say Brock Purdy was not the reason why the 49ers lost that Super Bowl. There are several reasons you can point to before you get to Brock Purdy's performance in that Super Bowl. He did his job as far as I'm concerned. Now, last year was tough. A lot of things weren't going right last year. And even still, he had a pretty solid year last year, even though, again, the entire world was collapsing around him. So there's that part there. You were committed to him, especially then when Jed York came out and said, we're giving him a reset the market deal. I'll be honest, I always thought that kind of, don't say that, Jed. Yeah, you kind of screwed yourself on that one.
And Sam, you kind of hit the nail right on the head there. Is like everyone who's upset about his contract, like mostly every quarterback contract that gets done resets the market. Brock Purdy's was the 8th highest when they signed it.
Yeah, and honestly,
that should tell you something.
I would not put Brock in the top 5 quarterbacks in the league, but
No.
I am putting him in that next tier of core. I put him on the same rung as Jordan Love. You know, I think they're in that same rung there. And I think he's, but I'm almost in the same rung as Trevor Lawrence, even.
I think Trevor Lawrence is above both of those guys right now.
Well, his stock is rising right now under Liam Cohen. But the other thing you mentioned, Carter, is, Shanahan is a QB wizard, and that is why you wanted to keep Mac Jones. And this notion that Shanahan, we're talking about next year, who's going to replace Mac Jones, because they're probably going to trade Mac Jones this offseason.
You think they should?
I think they should.
We had this whole, for all the audience, we had this huge argument on the Morning Roast about this, and I was in the boat of they should trade him. I think
agree.
you were too.
No, his value is never going to be higher than it is going to be this offseason. There's teams out there that are definitely going to need him. The Indianapolis Colts are one of them. I look in Las Vegas with the Raiders if they don't get Fernando Mendoza in the draft.
I think they're going to get Mendoza,
which is probably again. But again, there's going to be teams out there that are going to need
Jets.
The Jets. They always need a quarterback. I kind of thought the Vikings might be an option too, but it depends on what day how they feel about J.J. McCarthy on any given day.
9.
But so then the conversation goes to, well, then who do they bring in next year? Who's going to be Kyle Shanahan's next great project? I love this notion that Kyle Shanahan can take a quarterback off the scrap heap and turn him into a quarterback that I'm riding Mac Jones to the Super Bowl. Remember I said ride the hot hand? Just keep Mac in even if Brock's healthy. People actually said that.
Yeah.
This notion that Kyle Shanahan can take a scrub quarterback and, polish him up to turn him into a ride this guy to the Super Bowl kind of guy. But he can't do that with Brock Purdy, who he's done it with already better than any quarterback he's ever worked with. I have seen Kyle Shanahan with Brian Hoyer. I have seen him with C.J. Beathard. I have seen him with Nick Mullins. I have seen him with Jimmy Garoppolo. I have seen him with Mac Jones.
Yeah.
And I've seen him with Trey Lance. None of those quarterbacks consistently looked as good running this offense as Brock Purdy has looked just in these last 5 games, more or less just the overall body of work.
I'm not sure any of them looked as good as Mac Jones either.
No, Mac Jones is easily the second best quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe Jimmy. I mean, Jimmy had a great run as well. I think
I don't feel like Darnold did anything for the 49ers. Am I imagining
Well,
that?
you started that throwaway game against the Rams at the end of the 23 season when the 1 seed was all but locked up. And Darnold didn't play with CMC, didn't play with Kittle.
Yeah, you're right.
So Darnold, we never really got a chance to see what Darnold would have done in this offense.
He still got a job.
I think he probably would have done what Mac Jones has done, though.
Yeah.
Because that's, hey, remember, we had Mia O'Brien on, and she said it perfectly. Mac Jones does everything that, a quarterback that could succeed in Kyle Shanahan's offense can do.
Yeah.
And that's what he does. He executes the plays as they need to be. Brock, though, he can make a little something more out of him. There was a game against Tennessee, I think, where he scrambled around behind the line of scrimmage. He's got nowhere to throw the ball, and Mac Jones probably throws that ball away, runs out of bounds. Brock used his legs to figure out a way to get, again, just 2 yards, but it's moments like that where you're looking at it and it's just like, Mac doesn't do those kind of plays.
No, and we were talking about the noodle arm thing earlier. Like Darnold and Mac Jones have absolute slingers of arms, but you know what they don't do? They don't operate in the pocket as well as Brock Purdy, nearly. It's not close, frankly. And this is a guy who, if the pocket starts to collapse, can step out of it and figure it out. Where those other two are collapsing with the pocket, and their best bet is trying to throw away the ball over someone's head. I mean, really.
One of the reasons why I thought Kyle Shanahan went after Trey Lance is he wanted someone who could be more mobile in the pocket. Because, at the time, that was the in thing.
Right.
Who was the guy... I just burped a little bit. Who was the guy on who throughout the 2010s constantly was taking the Niners' lunch money and just throwing it around everywhere? Russell Wilson. Yeah. What does Russell Wilson do? Run around the pocket. Who was the guy who took Kyle Shanahan's lunch money in the Super Bowl? Patrick Mahomes. What can Mahomes do? He can sling it. He can also run around a little bit. We also remember how Kyle Shanahan was after the Bills game in 2020. He was in awe of what Josh Allen could do.
The Ravens, too. They lost the Ravens 17-20.
There were so many of these quarterbacks that weren't running quarterbacks, but good quarterbacks that could run. And I thought Kyle Shanahan and Trey Lance wanted to get his own quarterback that could sling it and run. Just didn't get it the way he thought he was going to get it. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to talk a little about Draymond Green on the other side. Also some college football thoughts, too. I want to get those out. Zach Green, Caddy Zach behind the glass, he's going to make the case as to why Alabama is going to lose to his Indiana Hoosiers on New Year's Day at the Rose Bowl.
Are you going to make the case for Miami?
No, I can only do so much, Carter. Maybe I will, actually. You've inspired me now.
Yeah, Louis Riddick, I saw here, gives Miami a really good shot to win.
Oh, we're screwed.
So,
you know what? As long as Taylor Lewan picked us last week, that actually had me more scared than anything. But, you know what? We got over the Taylor Lewan. Yeah, screw that guy. Miguel, San Antonio, what kind of a statement did the 49ers make on Monday Night Football? How you doing, Miguel? Merry Christmas to you.
Hey, Miguel.
Hey, good morning, Sam. Good morning, Carter. Merry Christmas, guys.
Merry Christmas.
Hey, thank you. The statement to me on Monday Night Football, primetime audience, was come and take it. We control our destiny. We control our path. We control the path to the Lombardi. It's got to go through Levi's. Come and take it. We're a prime time team, 4-0 in prime time. We got Sunday Night Football against the Bears, possibly Sunday against the Hawks. And then in the playoffs, you know, Brock has come out and done it for us in the playoffs. You know, a couple of championship games, all the way to the Super Bowl. All this talk about, you know, keep Mac in. I love Mac, but he's a backup. All this talk, like, you know, just a couple of weeks ago about, you know, Burrow this, Burrow that. Purdy came in 22, showed us who he was day one. Purdy for 30. That's the way he started. That's who he is. That's who Kyle and Mike, that's what they signed up for. That's who they have. We have consistency on this team. You know, we have to have consistency with our quarterback. Brock's a solid guy. You hear Trent talk about it. He's out there. He doesn't get rattled. He's calm. He can drive the offense. He knows what he's doing. And even people like Steve Young talk about he's got that Jedi sense. He can feel pressure. He can scramble. He can get out of the pocket. That's who we signed up for. That's who this franchise needs to roll with. And you keep the path, you're going to end up with good results. And, you know, that's just the way it's got to be. It's just got to be that way. Come and take it.
Love it there, Miguel.
Yeah,
thank you very much for the call. I love that. Come and take it. Niners have their own destiny. I totally did a horrible job organizing my soundboard this morning, but Brian Baldinger, we're going to get into this a little bit on the other side. He talked about the formula that the 49ers have. I might have accidentally had Zach delete it. We talked about the formula that the 49ers have, and I think you talk about the statement that the 49ers made on Monday night. Baldy talked about it yesterday. They have a formula to succeed in the playoffs. I want to get into that on the other side. Do the 49ers have that winning formula for the playoffs? How much are you believing in that formula? And how much does that formula, or how does that formula, stack up against the other teams in the NFC? Because, again, got to beat a couple teams in the NFC if you want to get to the Super Bowl, and then, you know, beat one of them AFC teams. AFC, wow. How crazy has that conference been this year? So we're going to get into that on the other side. Plus, later on in the show, Matt Lively, 8:20, we're going to talk to him about these Niners. What does Matt Lively think about the 49ers playoff winning formula? And then I think, you know what, Carter, around 8:50 or so, we're going to talk a little Draymond Green. You know, you ever see A Christmas Carol?
Yeah. I have.
So, had a thought last night. We're going to get into this around 8:50. What if the three ghosts of Christmas visited Draymond Green tonight?
Wow.
How does that go down? Ooh, how do they get to talk about that? Ooh, wow. Yeah, tune in at 8:50. You'll see how that goes. All of that is brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Make money predicting every bowl game legally nationwide with Kalshi. Today it's the Boca Raton Bowl and Frisco Bowl game. Will Toledo upset Louisville or will Ohio upset UNLV? Use code Odyssey for $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI.com. Trading involves risk. Kalshi.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. The holiday season is a time of giving, and for the 17th year in a row, Stevens Creek Subaru wants to give back. From now until January 2nd, get a great vehicle and support a great cause. Because with every new Subaru purchased or leased, Subaru and Stevens Creek Subaru are donating a minimum of $325 to charity during the 2025 Subaru Share the Love event, happening now at Stevens Creek Subaru. And if that's not enough, buy or lease any new Subaru from Stevens Creek Subaru until December 31st and receive 2 Sierra at Tahoe season passes from Stevens Creek Subaru. So you get a great deal on a new Subaru, get 2 free season passes to Sierra at Tahoe, and help some great charities at the same time. It's a win-win-win at Stevens Creek Subaru. Located on Stevens Creek Boulevard near Santana Row and Valley Fair, or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
McDonald's is putting value back on the menu. Whether you're craving a Big Mac, McNuggets, or sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddles, make it a meal and save. Your favorite is now your wallet's favorite, too. Extra value meals are back.
The extra value meal is on at McDonald's. Get a sausage McMuffin with egg, hash browns, and a small hot coffee for just $6. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Promotion pricing may be lower than meal pricing.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2025.
Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2025. Last chance! Donate now for a 2025 tax deduction.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down, before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those?
Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Presenting Again Fling's love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Hey, it's Brian Baldwin here. At the Home Depot, Makita tools are built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts, who know the job's only done when it's done right. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year, performance that pays off. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shafsky on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, thank you very much there, Tim. Sam Lemon,
really
Carter
good
Chickering.
Elvis.
Oh, I do a pretty good Elvis.
Wow, that's a good Elvis.
I appreciate that. You know, I actually went as Elvis for Halloween freshman year of high school.
How'd you do that hair?
Oh, it was a wig. Yeah, no, I'm not doing the wig.
Did you put the hair up in the wig, or your hair was shorter?
Oh, my hair was shorter in high school at the time. Yeah, freshman year of high school, I had the buzz cut going there.
Nice.
Anyway, it is the Christmas Eve show here on 95.7 The Game on The Morning Roast. Merry Christmas to everybody tuning in. Again, Sam Lumman alongside Carter Chickering here. Caddy Zag Green in the back, pressing all the buttons. Pasta, a.k.a. Steven Risotto, he is screening calls and basically doing the job that I do on a daily basis, but just, not as good of a job at it. No, I'm just kidding.
Hey.
There you go. There's the chime in there. That's how you know he's doing the job like me, just chiming in right whenever he wants. I've trained him well. It is Christmas Eve. Tomorrow's the big day where we unwrap stuff and spend all that wonderful time with our family before the Warrior game comes on. Warriors tip off at 2 o'clock tomorrow at Chase Center. Klay the Thompson and the Mavs in town. And, of course, hopefully Megan can be sitting courtside. You think she's next to Joe Lacob? She's going to be in the suite,
is she
going
to be there?
I would hope so, right?
Yeah, I guess she'll be there.
She's got to travel. What else is she doing right now?
It's sad that this is how we talk about Klay, is about his relationship now and not his on-court stuff.
I don't know. If people are talking about me and the only thing they're talking about is my relationship with Megan Thee Stallion,
You're
I think
fine
I'm doing
with that.
I think I'm doing pretty good in life.
I'm sure that's the way Klay feels.
Yeah, hopefully my girlfriend isn't listening. She might be calling in today. Well, I don't know. She might have actually had her phone stolen. I've been messaging her on Instagram this morning.
Did you see, by the way, what Cooper Flagg did last night?
What did Cooper Flagg do last night?
First of all, he hit the go-ahead shot with, under a minute left. Three-pointer, step back. He had 33, 9, and 9 last night.
Man.
This kid is balling.
He is going to be a very good Laker in a few years.
Oh, my gosh.
Can't wait for that. Again, it is Christmas Eve. You get all your Christmas shopping done, Carter?
Yeah, Sam. I don't know about you or the guys in the back. My family celebrates tonight, and then we just do nothing on Christmas Day.
Okay.
Except watch sports. It's great.
It's a pretty good setup there. Yeah, most of mine's done. Unfortunately, the U.S. Postal Service is kind of dropping the ball on me a little bit. I got two things for Kayla for Christmas, and it's something for her because she's a big Eagles fan. I know.
Yeah.
Just give her an eat break on that one.
No one's perfect.
And so I got her something to kind of enhance her game day experience a little bit. The first part came right away, so we're good there. The centerpiece of it, though. It was supposed to arrive on Monday, and now it's in a truck somewhere wheeling its way across the country. And unfortunately, I'm kind of big mad about this. I don't think it's going to get here in time.
Is it one of those fat eagle chains?
Oh, that would have been a good one, too. So I don't know. There's a part of me that kind of wants to, go over to Union Square right after the show here and maybe try and scrounge something together just to, this isn't your real gift. I'm just going to give it to you so you have something else to open besides the other thing I got you.
Yeah.
But then I'd have to do the horrific thing of going out into the world on Christmas Eve. And
good luck today.
Oh my God. We went Christmas shopping on Sunday. It's funny. Shasky sends that text. I'm going to talk about how awful shopping with women is. And I see that text. I'm like, oh, whatever. I'll let him do his thing.
Here we go.
And then I'm like, I go shopping with Kayla. We meet up with a couple friends of mine, my friend and his wife. And it actually does suck shopping.
Oh, 100%.
If I could do it all from my couch, on Amazon, sign me up, buddy. But
I mean, shopping with your mom sometimes is cool because then you're not paying for stuff, right?
Well, I'm just not paying attention. She's just dragging me all over the place.
Yes, that's the miserable part of it. But at least the money's not coming out of your pocket. You know what I mean? It's with your girlfriend or your significant other that it's painful.
Well, since there's stakes involved, your performance matters there. And so we go to the Macy's in Union Square over here. And Macy's, I'm throwing y'all under the bus right now. Y'all have those furnaces going at nuclear temperatures on Sunday. Good Lord, it's cold out, but it's not minus 60 out. Turn you could turn the heat down a little bit. I'm walking around the Macy's in Union Square, just sweat, just all over me. It was just the worst. That's what made the shopping experience worse.
Yeah, I've that can make anything worse. I was at a movie And I was like drenching sweat at the Formula One movie. And I was like, dude, I might not go back to the movies again. It's like 85 in there.
It's like you're in the Formula One car at that point.
It just immediately ruins any experience if it's too hot.
And of course, unfortunately, these department stores, they're all full of these, what they're called, people. And so when it gets really, really warm in these department stores, everyone starts sweating. When everyone starts sweating, everyone starts smelling. And so now you got this, stanky
around
Macy's.
The clothes too. Ugh.
Oh, let's just make a miserable experience even worse.
Yeah, but people should go shopping downtown.
It's great.
Bring it back.
Hey, I'm Sam Lubman. Let me tell you, Macy's, it's a great place to shop.
Bring it back. It's nice to see some some liveliness down here.
I'm gonna get on our salespeople. Give me a sponsorship with Macy's. I'll do
go.
that. It is again Christmas Eve, and there is sports to be played tonight.
Yeah,
Carter's a big one tonight.
We have a big one tonight.
Roll on, you Bears.
Let's go, boys.
JKS, Jaron Kiave, Sangapula heading home to take on the Hawaii Warriors in the Aloha Bowl, which I guess that's just a yearly home game for Hawaii now.
Got to shout out our guy Kyle Kelly, who works at Berkeley too, who we went to the game with.
I've met him at a Giants game a couple times.
Yeah, got to shout him out. He's a huge Cal fan, just like the rest of us here. So he's always in the YouTube chat. Shout out, Kyle.
Awesome. So I think who's our guy? Nick Rolovich. He's still coaching the Bears for the bowl game here.
Is he?
I believe so. Tosh Lupoy is a little busy. He's got his own game to get ready for. Bears will be taking on the Warriors tonight. So that'll probably be on the background of a lot of TVs, probably on mute as well as everyone does.
You would think, Sam, that JKS really wants to win this one tonight.
Oh, yeah. He's going to be balling out in front of all of his friends and family there. Hopefully they're all it's in Honolulu, which is on Oahu. So hopefully his entire family lives on Oahu. I don't know what island travel is like in Hawaii.
I don't want to make this up, but I believe he went to high school on Oahu as well.
Okay.
So I would guess that he's from Oahu, but I do know that there's two high schools that are known for football, and
one
they would
is
probably both be on Oahu.
St. Louis High, and then I'm not going to be able to, it's some Hawaiian name. I'm not going to try and butcher it. It has a name. I'm not trying to dismiss the name. It starts with a K or something like that. Can our friends in the back, maybe if you guys want to Google the high school that JKS went to and then just chime in at some point. Actually, Steven Risotto, I'm going to put you to work. I'm going to have you look that up because Zach Green, you're our Indiana Hoosiers insider here. You guys got a big one on New Year's Day at the Rose Bowl against Bama. Now, Zach, I'm sure if I went out into the streets right here in San Francisco and I asked 100 people in Union Square, hey, before you go and sweat in that Macy's, I need your prediction. Who wins, Indiana or Alabama? The few that actually would have an opinion would probably pick Bama. But I'm going to go to you here, Zach. I want you to make the case why the Indiana Hoosiers are going to absolutely roll over those toothless hillbillies from Tuscaloosa on New Year's Day.
Okay, I got a couple questions for you then, Sam and
It's a good
Carter.
Start. All right.
Can you guys guess what Indiana's third down percentage is on offense that they get a first down in the country?
Ooh, Carter, you look like you want to take this first.
65%?
So they're at 55-ish%, which is number one in the country.
Yeah.
And then can you guess what their defensive percentage is for third down?
It's 41, the lowest in the country.
41%.
So they're second in the country at about 60%.
So
That was close.
So they're really good. Wow, I was way off. So they're really good at converting third downs, and then they're really good at turning opponents' third downs into fourth downs.
Exactly.
Yeah, Sam.
And I mean,
Break it down.
I know it's Alabama, but just diving into the metrics and stats, Alabama's solid statistically, but Indiana's absolutely top tier. I mean, they score the most points, over 40 points, which is first in the country. And Alabama does not run the football well, and the Hoosiers are really good at stopping the run. And Alabama's also not good at stopping the run. They allow over 130-ish yards per game. And the Hoosiers have been pretty good running the ball. And I just think the way that we played against Ohio State I think they might have 3 first-round picks on their defense. I just don't see us losing this game at all. We come in as 7-point favorites, which is, I think if you asked, anyone 2 or 3 years ago that was the case, they'd probably say that you're smoking crack. So, and also, Ryan Williams of Alabama hasn't been great this year. He drops a lot of balls, and Bernard, their other wide receiver, has been a little bit more productive in the passing game. And they are getting LT Overton back, their top pass rusher on the outside, but our offensive line's really good too. Our left tackle, Carter Smith, hopefully Trent Williams' replacement, could be a day one or day two kind of guy.
Just because of his name, he's probably great.
Yeah, I mean, any questions you guys got for me about this game?
No, I mean, that's a good sell job there. I mean, I feel like it just comes down to can Mendoza just keep the magic going, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he just won the Heisman. I don't think... I do worry about a little bit of rust because it's been a 3-week layoff and every team who had a bye last year lost. But, I saw a video from... Or not a video, a photo from 2 days ago. They were having practice under the lights in Bloomington. So I think Cignetti's going to have this team ready.
Well, I'm certainly going to be rooting for you guys. I can't stand Bama.
Yeah, I give Indiana this game. They're going to win this game. I'm not a Kalen DeBoer guy. He was great at Washington, sure. I think it's too big of a jump from Washington to Alabama, and I think that, bottom line is you're stepping in behind Nick Saban there, right?
That's never a fun.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to do regardless, and I just don't think that he's just not rah-rah enough for me, or there's something just missing with him. That he doesn't fully fill the shoes.
I mean, at Bama, you're always going to be able to recruit talent. Yeah. I mean, just the name brand alone, that's always going to be able to be there. And
that might fade a little bit, though. You get enough years in a row of not, you know what I mean? That's what happens. It does in college football.
But I'll be honest, Carter, I didn't give him a chance against Oklahoma. And I think they got that running game going a little bit there. Ty Simpson's looking a lot better.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens there. Again, Indiana 6.5-point favorites there. Ole Miss, Georgia on New Year's.
But Sam, wait, one second. I have to stick up for Indiana in this aspect too. They have 2 wins this year that are just, to me, unbelievable wins, right? You go into Ohio State, beat them, okay? And the way they won that game was incredible. They basically were kind of losing at the first half there, and then they just totally turned the game on its head and say, look, we're going to control the tempo of this game. They slow it down completely. They take Ohio State out of their game, and they win. Then
Oregon or Ohio State?
The Ohio State game. Yeah. Then what I was getting at is they go into Eugene and win in Eugene, which, I mean, can you name a team that's ever gone to 2 top 4 programs, really probably in the country, and beaten both in their house? I can't. I mean, it's incredible what they've done. And on top of that, I think that their lines on both sides, and Zach, you can correct me here, the offensive line and the defensive line of Indiana is, I mean, elite caliber. And I think at this level of football, meaning the college level, that's going to win you a lot of games. And, when you have a quarterback in front of you who knows that they have a solid offensive line, they do things like win the Heisman. Guess what? Fernando Mendoza was in our own backyard here. Did anyone see this coming?
No, not at all.
Exactly.
I thought Mendoza was a good quarterback. I didn't think he was this high caliber of a quarterback. He has very much surprised me. That game-winning drive he had against what do they
call
Penn
State?
Yeah, against Ohio State in the Big Ten title game. I think that was for me he might actually be that dude there. So. Yeah, very excited to see what he can do. Ole Miss, Georgia, also going to be on New Year's Day at 5 o'clock. I'm not going to lie, that should have been the New Year's Eve game. They're sticking my Canes against Ohio State on New Year's Eve. And
you don't like that? You don't want to be on New Year's Eve?
No, I don't. I'm doing stuff on New Year's Eve.
Oh.
I'm going about.
It's a personal thing.
Exactly. It's just I'm lying in bed all morning and all day on New Year's Day. Like, that's when I want to watch it. So, stick Georgia Ole Miss in the New Year's Eve slot. But
yeah, I don't care much. That's the game I care the least about. I'm with you, because it just feels like Ole Miss has no shot in that game.
No, the only reason they're there is because they got past the powerhouse that is the Tulane Green Wave. But yeah, in Miami, Ohio State, they've been saying it in Miami. This one's personal. Because this is we are trying to exercise some demons with this one. I am, of course, talking about the infamous 2002 BCS title game. Miami has that one in overtime. All the time when the world passes, what's his nuts throws the flag there on the Phantom PI, and absolutely the rest is just we talk about it all goes back to the Tuck rule. It all goes back to that absolute nonsense flag against Ohio State at the Fiesta Bowl.
So this would bandage those wounds? You win this?
There would be some demon's exercise here because that loss, the Miami Hurricanes program was never the same after that loss.
Oh, you guys were broken for so many years.
This is like people always say, Miami's back. Relax. Not quite there yet.
Right.
But this is the closest Miami has been to being back since maybe they were 10-0 in 2017 after beating Notre Dame.
And this kind of goes into what we were talking about a second ago, Sam, with Alabama. It's like that image, right?
Mm-hmm.
If Miami couldn't hold that image after what they did in the early 2000s, it's hard for me to see how Alabama's going to be able to.
So I mean, sometimes it's a grand inflection point moment, like the nonsense flag. Sometimes it's just. What's the old saying, when a rich person loses their money, it's slowly at first and then all at once?
Yeah.
Would not be shocked if that is the future of Alabama.
Notre Dame's done it, right? They've done a good job maintaining.
Let's be real. Notre Dame has been relevant since 1988.
No, exactly.
When you hold switch on your side,
it's a good little.
Like I say, we talk about the biggest lies we believe in sports. The lie that Notre Dame is relevant.
Well, when you see them get to the finals, you're like, this sucks.
Yeah,
immediately,
no
in your
one
head,
cares.
You're like, this sucks because they're going to get blown out in the finals. Okay, but that being said, playing for Notre Dame football feels very prestigious, right? It
used to be.
Yeah, I think it sure holds some weight for sure.
Then Monte Teo played there.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you're right. There have been some duds that have gone through there. But Manti's not one of them.
To your point, when Notre Dame is good, it is better for college football. I'll admit they should have been in the playoff over James Madison or Tulane. I would have put them in over either one of them. And
I'm good without those schools going forward. Like, I'm good.
Yeah, we don't need to do group of five nonsense.
I don't need it anymore. I just don't. It's embarrassing to the school, I think. Like, I don't want to see it. It's crap television.
And it delegitimizes the playoff.
Yeah, 100%. And literally the other team covers every time. It feels like they almost cover every time. And I could be wrong on that, but it sure feels like it.
Yeah, it is. And again, that goes back to the whole, Boise State in the late 2000s when they kept thinking, we deserve to be in the national championship game. It's like, shut up. You're literally playing the whack.
Right.
Like,
I'm so with you.
If the toughest team on your schedule every year is Fresno State, like, get out of here.
Yeah.
Like, but no, we made a big fuss about that, made a big stink about that. TCU was in that conversation too. The only time was when Andy Dalton was at TCU. That 2010 team, they beat Wisconsin in the Rose Bowl. That was probably the only time where it's like, you know what, they probably could have won it all that year. Oregon and Auburn were the two best teams in the country that year, not TCU. It's this nonsensical belief that these group of five teams deserved a shot at the national championship when they never did.
No.
And so they created this 14 playoff as a way to create an illusion of giving teams more access to the national championship game, when in reality, all it did was elevate the SEC and the Big Ten and eliminate the Pac-12. And now you go to this 12-team playoff, and they throw in that little, make-a-wish spot there for the group of five teams to say that, we're giving you a chance. Like, it's... Yeah, we're wasting our time here.
100%, and I'm looking at James Madison's schedule right now. One of their very few losses on the season was to Louisville. They were at Louisville, and they lost.
Losing to Louisville really is not an eliminating factor, though.
Well, I know, but it's, Louisville, they're not a great team by any means. I mean, Cal beat them, so... 14-28. That should have been an indicator.
Well, that's Cal could beat them.
Yeah, I mean, Cal is 7-5.
Oh man, yeah. Imagine if you had like a quarterback that threw 4 picks against.
Yeah,
Louisville.
Come on, let's call this what it is. That's the hardest. Then they play Weber State, Liberty, Georgia Southern.
Hey man, it's Damian Lillard's school.
Yeah, it's true. I mean,
is it Weber State or Weber State?
What? Who cares?
Who cares?
Yeah, who cares?
And then, of course, the other game, Oregon against Texas Tech in the Orange Bowl. That'll be a sneaky good one, actually.
I think that's the game of the four. Like, that is going to be sick.
The fighting Grandies. You think Grandy's going to drive to that one?
Is Grandy even a real Oregon fan?
I think so.
Any guy who drives up there, he was driving this last weekend.
I give him props for that.
And he said,
I'm not driving to a game.
No, this was his comment to us, though, is he said, if James Madison wins, that'd be really cool, actually, because then I'd be there to see him. Yeah. I mean, what kind of a fan says that?
I am all for history being made, not against my team.
Yeah, thank you. I took his fan card away when I heard that. You're done.
Yeah, no, dang, Grandy.
Yeah, no, he fell out
Grandy,
of my book,
go set your fantasy lineup.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's our college football talk there for the day there. It's Christmas Eve.
So who you got, Sam? Football. You got to give me who you got for the 4 games.
All right, I think Oregon takes care of business against Tech.
Okay.
Zach had swung me on Indiana. I think Indiana wins a close one against Bama.
Omar Cooper is going to come back, too.
There we
go.
Okay.
The Hoosiers,
No
I
clue
think
who
the
that is.
past 7-8 years probably had like 6 or 7 draft picks. This draft, I think there could be 7 or 8 guys drafted.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Can't wait for 6-7 to turn into 7-8. 7-8. I think Georgia rolls over Ole Miss. That's that's going to be the evening game. I mean, for us, Carter, we have to do the show the next day. We can turn that game halfway off and go to bed.
I'll stay up for it, but
I want to believe. I really do. I want to believe it. Ohio State's just so
come on,
stupid
you got to pick
good.
them, Sam.
They're so stupid good. Julian
gotta pick
Sainz, the
Miami.
best quarterback no one talks about. Jeremiah Smith might be the best receiver in the country right now. He's not even draft eligible yet.
Some people might think he might be the number 1 overall pick.
I don't think he's draft eligible, though, is he? Jeremiah
Is
Smith?
he? I'm not
Zach,
sure.
is he? Yeah, he's not draft eligible yet.
So it would be next year.
Yeah,
that he'd be,
He's making a bag, though, now at Ohio
so there's
State.
no...
Him and Ryan Williams were two incredible out of Bama, that kid. But it's just, Ohio State's just so stacked. I thought they were going to repeat this year. A part of me still thinks they're going to repeat.
I think they lost at the right time.
Yes.
That is right when you want to lose, in
It
my
is
opinion.
hard, really hard to go undefeated in college football.
Yeah.
Now, Oregon learned that lesson the hard way last year. Listen, as long as Carson Beck doesn't have to do too much. Now, the win kind of was an issue against A&M on this past Saturday, but Beck's playing okay. Just pound the rock with Mark Fletcher. Let Malachi Tony make his plays.
Yeah, Tony's incredible.
I think they can keep it close, but in the end, if I'm being real here, it's hard to truly believe.
I think
I'm gonna talk myself into it, but
I think higher of Carson Beck than you do. So I think they do have a shot in this game. I think Ohio State losing like that does not help Miami. I think had they still been undefeated, you would be in much better shape.
I am curious how the off time impacts it here, because as Zach pointed out, all the teams that
100%.
got buys got losses last year.
Which, if that happens again this year, the committee's going to have to look at that. That's too long.
Well, I think
clearly.
part of the reason last year that happened was the top 4 seeds. It was the conference champions got automatic bids,
Right.
And I think that was the mistake there. Is that first off, Boise State, which was the Group of 5 representative. Boise was actually a good team last year. They actually think they could have been in the playoff last year. I had no bones about that. But they weren't really good. Other than Arizona State getting an automatic bid. I mean, again, the Cam Scadaboo show was a lot of fun to watch, but they should not have had a top 4 seed there. They tweaked it a little bit this year, so we'll see how that looks there. But the Miami defense plays like it did against A&M, then Miami's going to have a shot there. So, that's how we're looking at there.
Bringing up ASU like you just did you see what Kenny Dillingham said?
I did
the last
not know.
2 days? I think it was this last week. He had some really interesting comments. He's the head coach of Arizona State.
Yeah, I know what
he
he
said. He basically called on the alumni and said, look, you want to compete in football? Start sending me checks, basically. And he said, look, we're not going to be able to compete unless one of our hugely wealthy alumni steps up here. And then, you look around, though, he's right. I mean,
no, that
Texas
is what
Tech,
college football's
Indiana,
become. I mean,
Oregon, all of these schools have massive individual donors.
And that's what Cal's trying to do. Ron Rivera's job as general manager is to bring in some of these donors. And task number 1 was keep JKS here. And, there was times at the beginning, earlier in the year, where they're talking about, we need to get this guy some NIL deals out here. We need to get him some money out here to keep him from transferring. Because, the fact that he's not transferring after this year is incredible. That's the first huge win for Ron Rivera and Tosh Lupoy and their partnership, keeping JKS here. Part 2 is going to be building up that money. Stanford, you're starting to see it. They got a $50 million check written for them this year. They're going to start bringing in some money because, all those nerds down in Stanford, I like to give them grief, especially the band members. They do go on to very well-paying jobs, though. I got to give them credit. And so
I just want to be clear, though, about the $50 million thing with Stanford. $50 million in NIL is not going to go very far.
It's a good start, though, for a program like Stanford.
It is a very good start, but look at what Underwood makes for Michigan.
How much is he making?
He makes $12.5 million a year. So $50 million would basically pay him for 4 years.
That's, again, one player could do a little bit these days. I think Miami paid $4 million to bring in Carson Beck. They're going to be paying big money for a quarterback next year. You got to spend. You got to have money to spend.
Whoever gave that money to Stanford, though, better be ready to pull out his checkbook again.
Yeah, what do you got there, Zach?
I just thought we had a break. Sorry.
Oh, no, we don't break until 8:12. Sorry. But good. Hey, he's on top of it, though.
Yeah, he's on top of
it. He's making
Long
sure.
Long break, more talk.
Yep, we're good. Anyway, so that's our college football talk. Unless we got any other thoughts we want to get into, we can get back into the Niners
Let
here.
me give you my 4 here, Sam.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You got to get your 4 picks.
I'll give you my 4 very quickly. Texas Tech is going to beat Oregon.
Okay.
Indiana is going to beat Alabama. I got Georgia beating Ole Miss for sure, and I've got Ohio State beating Miami.
I know. It is what it is.
But I think Texas Tech, people are sleeping on. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw them in the championship.
I think, honestly, Georgia, Ohio State, they get in the Fiesta Bowl. That'll be an insane one here. I still think right now, I kind of feel like an Ohio State-Oregon final is in the cards.
Okay.
That could be an interesting one there. Rematch of the game last year in Eugene.
It was a good game. It just was.
Well, yeah, the guy slid a yard too short.
Yeah.
College football talk. Man, God, I love college football.
Same.
Hopefully the Bears win tonight, too. Need the Bears to finish with a win.
Yeah.
Even though it's the Hawaii Bowl or the Aloha Bowl, no one cares about it. It would be nice to see
Someone send the Bears a big check, please.
Oh, they need to get it going. Cal did pretty good on their ACC schedule last year.
Yeah, no,
granted, it helps that the ACC is absolute booty, but
yeah,
they're trying to get on the up and up. Just don't let Stanford get on the up and up ahead of you.
Yeah, I'm cool with let Clemson and Florida State get back on the up and up, but not Stanford.
Yeah, to Clemson maybe, but Florida State. They're an absolute lost cause right now.
Yeah, dumpster fire.
Absolutely love to see it. We got the injury report coming up in a little bit. Which 49er will be on it this time? 49ers making statements on Monday Night Football. We talked to Miguel in San Antonio before the break. He said basically the statement was come and get it. We had Brian Baldinger on the show yesterday. He talked about how the 49ers have a formula that could work in the playoffs. Here's what Baldy had to say when he was chatting with Joe and Joe.
I feel like McCaffrey, ball possession, the quarterback making good throws, dinking and dunking if you have to against an explosive team like the Rams. I feel like there's a formula out there. We got two really tough games coming up. There's a formula that the 49ers are playing to right now that can lead to playoff victories. And it's despite having big-time playmakers on defense like some of these other teams have in the postseason. It's up to Kyle to coach it, Saleh to coach it. Special teams have made some good decisions. Pinheiro has got to continue to be perfect. And you do enough of those things, you could beat good playoff teams at home or on the road.
So there is the 49ers playoff formula. Obviously, the offense is clicking. A lot of it, though, has to do with the success of the defense. And we talk about, being opportunistic on turnovers there. 49ers, the turnover game has been this year. I think they got 6 interceptions or something. Not very pretty like that. It's if you're
better than the sack game.
That's true. We've talked about this a lot on this show and what the 49ers did or more or less did not do at the trade deadline. By the way, I'm looking at their turnovers right now. 49ers, 6 interceptions, 10 fumble recoveries. So if you're looking for a game-changing interception like the one D. Winters had, well, that was a game-sealing interception. They're hurting in that department. Relying on opportunities like that on defense, there's a level of chance there that I don't know if that breaks the 49ers' way. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm not trying to sound too doom and gloom about that. 888-957-9570. What is the 49ers playoff formula, and do you believe in it right now? Baldy thinks they have a good formula in terms of how the offense and the defense are playing. Carter, when you look at how this Niners team's playing right now, do you feel like they have a situation that translates well to playoff football?
No.
Why is that?
I don't, Sam.
Please explain.
Look, I'm the biggest 49ers fan at this station. I'll take that title from Shasky any day. I'm sorry.
I think it's a low bar to clear.
I'd cut my left arm off for a preseason win, for God's sake, for this team. I just love them. I've always loved them as a child. That's why I got into this industry, frankly.
Love that.
I've never seen, and you can quote the 2011 Giants on this, but I've just never seen a defense that's this rocky do really, really well deep in the playoffs. And that's just the bottom line. And maybe you can tell me that this offense is good enough to carry them, and I could hear that. You could be right. But it's very hard for me to see how a defense that is again and again letting up 25-plus points is going to be able to compete down the stretch with some of these much, much better teams and higher-powered offenses. And frankly, we've noticed this year that the margins are much thinner. Like, the margin of error is much thinner. The penalties, everything. Like, they have to be really, really in tune every game to win them. And, down the stretch in the playoffs, can they maintain that is the question, really.
I think they could maintain. This could be a tough one against, obviously, these last 2 games, 2 very good offenses that they're going to be dealing with here. Maintaining it there, that's going to be tough. Big part of it is, obviously, I think the matchup's going to play a role in the playoffs, where they're seeded at as well. If they get that 5 seed, which is very possible, You're probably looking at going to your NFC South winner in that first round. Going on the road, not that fun. One thing I do think about this 49ers team, this 49ers defense, they could take this show on the road. I do believe they got. I mean, you can make the argument their 3 best wins this year, Carter, have been road wins. Talk about their opening week win in Seattle, which, say what you will about winning up in Seattle, the Niners have done it a lot lately. It's still a tough place to play, and that was a tough game, week 1, when a lot of things were kind of unsettled for the 49ers. They lost George Kittle in the early second quarter of that game.
Yeah, and Sam, before you even finish on the Seattle one, it's like, you know what pisses me off is when I hear, well, they were lucky to win that game. You know, this play goes the other way, and they lose that game. You know, if Tom just doesn't catch that, well, guess what? That's football. That's literally the sport. So if you're going to nitpick at individual plays on why they should have lost, yada, yada, clearly you have not been watching the sport very long. That's the way the NFL goes, is it's based on a couple plays that win or lose you a game.
Never mind.
And guess what? They executed.
They did. And well, I mean, again, the Niners left some points on the board thanks to one Jacob Moody, who obviously no longer with the team. That'll help the 49ers out in the playoffs. Again, I mentioned, those reasons why the 49ers didn't win the Super Bowl. Jake Moody is higher up on that list than Brock Purdy. Yeah, make the extra point there, bud.
Can you believe he and Debo are on the same team again?
It's so funny.
So funny.
Football
they
is
pan
funny.
to him, like looking over at Jake Moody, and
give him the stink eye,
and he just gives him stink eye, like they don't speak at all. It's pretty funny.
So I do believe, they have a road winning formula that translates there on the defensive side of the ball, so they can go on the road. But if they're hosting these games, that obviously makes things a lot easier. On the offensive side of the ball, one thing I love, you're seeing a lot more with Brock Purdy back again. I mean, you saw it with Mac too, but it's those long drives that Kyle Shanahan puts together. Those, 10-plus play drives that just eat up the clock. I mean, there's some 10-play drives that, in the 2-minute drills as well. But when it comes to those long drives, I did a little bit of a deep dive on that. Niners have 34 drives this year that went 10 plays or more. Brock has 17 of them. Mac had 17 of them, which I thought that was kind of impressive there. But
that's interesting.
Wearing the defenses down like that, and I think that's kind of be one of the things where the Niners' best defense will be a good offense.
Yes, I agree with you, Sam.
And the way the offense is clicking right now under Brock Purdy, that'll take pressure off of this defense, because that's going to be the rub of it, Carter, is that the defense, especially up the middle, there's some concerns there.
Right. Well, you just said it. It's like, wearing their defense down with long drives, right? 8-minute drives, 9-minute drives. If you can do that going down the stretch of the playoffs, that's going to contribute to your defense. Because you're going to be giving them a rest.
Keeping them fresh.
You're going to be completely deteriorating their defense, right? I think that, you nailed it. That is absolutely their recipe for winning. And it looked like they started the Colts game off that way. You know what I mean? Like really long drives.
Yep.
Then they get that turnover, and it's like, well, this game's wide open right now.
And of course, turnover happened on special teams. And that has sneakily become a massive strength for the 49ers. They get that again. The fumble. Who was it? The guy that knocked it out there, was it Farrell or Lton just knocked it out on that kick return on Monday night?
I'm not sure.
Whatever.
I thought it was Pinnock.
Whatever. They got, or maybe one of them recovered it.
57, I thought it was.
I got it written down somewhere. I'm not gonna go shuffling it. It's not that important.
Cares?
The fact is that it happened, and it gave the 49ers a short field. And again, another thing the 49ers have been doing is they're taking advantage of these short fields. That the special teams has been giving them. Brock's been been given a couple short fields since he came back. Obviously, it was the Sky Moore with the big kick return touchdown, or the kick return against the Cardinals. Brock only had to go like a yard or two on that first drive. And that is, I think, again, one of the differences of the Brock offense versus the Mac offense is the Brock offense, they're finishing these drives. And that goes back into just how well this offense is clicking with Brock Purdy, how much Shanahan is in sync with Brock Purdy. Too often, Mac Jones would have these drives that, we're ending in field goals, not touchdowns. There's a few of them against the Falcons. There's a few of them against the Bucs. There's a few of them against New Orleans where even if you're with a short field, you're not getting the full 6, points plus the extra point. You're settling for 3, and that's not going to work in the playoffs. And that's not what the Niners offense is right now. They are finishing these drives. You're still kicking field goals, obviously. I mean, Eddie Pinheiro is very reliable, and again, out to about 64 yards.
You're kicking field goals, but you're not punting.
No, yeah, Thomas Morstead's got the easiest job ever. He doesn't.
Best job.
He just doesn't shows up to work and then goes home. He doesn't have to do anything at work. So So overall, again, I think it's not the perfect formula, I would say, for the 49ers, but it's good enough to when you look around the NFC, I think it could work.
Yeah, I think it could work, Sam, but they have to get through this week. And I'm nervous for this week. I think the 49ers can absolutely win this game. I think that they should win this game. And I think right now the line is 2.5. Niners are favored.
So it's basically a pick 'em because when you're at home, you get 3 points.
Yeah, basically. But I think that they have some things that they can expose of the Bears. Obviously, there's one thing I am nervous of, and we brought it up earlier, which is Caleb Williams functions outside of the pocket. I mean, really, you know what I mean? That's where he's at his best, is getting outside of the pocket. So, as we were saying earlier, they struggle with mobile quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
And the new era of mobile quarterbacks, we'll say, is not necessarily let's get all these yards, myself on the ground. It's, let me scramble, make the defense move, and then hit a guy downfield and bang. There's 25 yards after I look like I could have been sacked there. Caleb Williams is as good as it gets at doing that. So are the Niners going to be able to bring him down in these pursuits or get him out of bounds without him getting these passes off is really the question here.
And that's where the pressure is. It's going to be in twofold there. Part of it's also going to be on the defensive backs there. And I feel, again, this is where the defense, it's almost like it's a game-to-game thing. Like, everyone was crushing the defense on Monday night. I thought the defense played pretty all right, all things considered. I mean, it wasn't a perfect game. You still allowed 27 points to a guy who literally has a grandchild, which, that's not a great look. But you did limit Jonathan Taylor. You kept him under 50 yards. You bottle up the offense and their offense, and you let your offense have the wherewithal or have the freedom to do what they needed to do to put the game away. Obviously, the secondary, a lot of pressure on them. I really love the game that Upton Stout had.
Fantastic.
On Monday night. Malik Mustafa had a great game as well. He was flying around, hitting guys. Diamador Lenore, there was a couple head-shaking plays. He had one play in the fourth quarter where I think he lost, was it Warren or Pierce? I forget.
Yeah.
Just got completely turned around.
The outside route.
Yeah.
Right.
Can't have things like that happen. And then there's also the defensive line. And again, we've had conversations a lot about what the Niners did at the trade deadline, and I guarantee you, Carter, if the Niners fall short in the playoffs, everyone's going to point to, you didn't do enough at the trade deadline to improve the pass rush. And I'm going to be honest, Carter, that's probably going to be correct.
Yeah, I think it will be correct. And listen, people have gotten on the Niners of the defensive line's bad, yada, yada, yada this year, and they're absolutely right. The pressure on the quarterback is not there, but actually the run defense has been pretty good. They're actually ranked 8th this year in the NFL in run defense, as far as yards per game goes, which is pretty incredible, honestly, considering what they've lost. And when you consider that Michael Williams was really drafted to be an outside run stopper, and they lost him too, I mean, it's pretty nuts what they've done, right?
Yeah.
So then when it comes to passing touchdowns allowed, basically, they're 5th worst. So they've let up the 5th most passing touchdowns in the NFL.
And
Guess
again,
who one of the teams behind them is, though?
Who's one of those teams behind
The
them?
Chicago Bears.
Oh, so you could throw on them too.
Yes, exactly. But this is a team that wants to run the ball, the Chicago Bears, right? So that's where I do think the 49ers are going to have an advantage. Like, they love doing what one of your stronger parts on defense is, which is stopping the run. So we just saw what they did to Jonathan Taylor. Can they do that to DeAndre Swift coming into Levi's Stadium? I think there's a good shot. Yeah. It's, you're going to put the pressure on Caleb. Can you beat us? And he's shown this year he can do it. But obviously, if you let the Chicago Bears just run all over you, you're not going to win that game. And this is an extremely good offensive line coming in here this weekend. So we'll see what happens. But, I think that the pedigree of Kyle Shanahan and this team is going to outdo Ben Johnson. I just do.
We got the injury report. You know what? Let's get to the injury report right now. Zach, if you want to pull that up, it is on the morning road. There it is.
It's time for the injury report.
It really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
George Kittle had that ankle injury on Monday night, and it was confirmed yesterday that it was a mid to low ankle sprain in the left ankle. This is much better than a high ankle sprain that could have cost Kittle this weekend's game against the Bears, maybe even more. As of now, though, his status is questionable for the Sunday night game against the Chicago Bears, but Kittle is saying that he is taking things one day at a time in terms of being ready to play. That was the injury report, which is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station on the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, it is a Warriors Wednesday, which is brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come and see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Carter, I think another part of the 49ers defensive formula, and again, I'm basing off of what we saw from the 49ers defense a little bit on Monday night. And again, I mentioned the great game that Upton Stout had, the great game that Malik Mustafa had. Keelan White's been having some good games. Alfred Collins, CJ West, I thought were very good up the middle. All this to say, I think a big part of the 49ers' success on defense is just you need guys who are just going to have good games. Like,
yeah, I'm with you, Sam.
No, I know, no, duh, you need to play well. But, like, some defenses are good enough where, like, you know they're going to show up and get the job done.
Yeah.
The Niners' defense without Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, it's a little bit of, you don't know which defense is going to show up.
Or who, right?
Exactly. Or who's even going to be healthy. Right. If you get a bad game from Diamador Lenore, who's supposed to be your number one cornerback, you're going to have a bad day.
Right.
And if Demo has a bad day against DJ Moore or Roma Dunze this Sunday night, or worse off, he has a bad game against, either, A.J. Brown in the NFC title game, or if he has a bad day against, the Panthers in the first round, if the Niners have to go on the road, that's not going to be ideal for the Niners. They need more consistency there. Upton Stout, again, I brought him up. I like Stout a lot, but there's times this year where it's just like, yeesh, dude.
Right.
You're a rookie, but yeesh. And then he has games like he had on Monday night where it's like, you see, that's why you're a baller. That's why I like you out there. What kind of push are we getting on the D-line? Are you waiting around for Keon White to burst through and get the one sack of the game?
Yeah.
I don't want to wait around all game for that.
Alfred Collins to do what he's done and have these miraculous fumbles, honestly, he's had two of the biggest plays of the year.
Exactly. But the thing is that these are all moments that they're just that. They're moments. It's not like a unit consistently performing week to week. The best defensive performances from the 49ers this year have come because certain guys are just on one that day. And that's where I do get concerned in the playoffs when the teams are obviously better. There's more focus being put in terms of how offenses are going to prepare to face that defense. And everyone knows what the Niners' weaknesses are on defense. You can go up the middle on them. You can burn them for 6, 7, 8 yards per carry up the middle there. And then you have to start bringing in the defensive secondary, and that's when you start taking things off the top. If you're relying on guys to just step up and have a great day, I have issues with that. Now, like I always say, like if your plan is hope that something just goes right or just hope that the other guy has a bad day, that's not much of a plan. That said, sometimes that's the only plan that you really have to work with. And that's when you look at Robert Saleh, the job he's done, putting guys in the right place on the defensive side of the ball. That gives me confidence that the Niners can get these random big days out of their guys on defense. D. Winters had a great game as well on Monday night. Can he keep that going? Because he had kind of a lull in the middle of the year. So that's kind of the formula I think could work for the Niners, but this is going to sound stupid. It'll work, but only if it does work.
Yeah, I know what you mean by that. You get a big game out of D. Winters this last weekend. You get Tatum Bethune back. Honestly, the linebackers were both fantastic if you watch the tape. They had a plan going into that game. Obviously, they were going to stop Jonathan Taylor, but what they did is they had both the linebackers watch him basically pre-snap the entire time, and they completely reacted to what Jonathan Taylor was going to do. So right when the ball was snapped, if Jonathan Taylor ran out on a route, they dropped into coverage immediately. Obviously, they were prepared then if he was going to run. So that's why you saw Phillip Rivers do so much dinking and dunking right over the middle, is because those guys were dropping then back farther into coverage, and that's what they were leaving open. That was kind of what you had to leave open if you were going to full out sell on Jonathan Taylor, which they did, and it worked. I mean, the game plan was
one of their
money.
Best. It was one of their best of the year.
Yeah.
Here's what Baldy had to say. Again, we're talking about being opportunistic, getting the turnovers. And Phil, Mike, I'm going to get to you in a second. Here's what Baldy had to say about the 49ers' ability to be opportunistic with some of these turnovers.
You've got to take some possessions, okay? So, Jair Brown on a kickoff last night gets the ball out of Amir Abdullah's hands, punches it out. Perfect punch. You could tell that they practice it, not just defenders, but special teams. You watch even offensive players I've seen now working on the peanut punch in case there's a turnover to punch the ball out. You could tell that they're working on it. So he punches the ball out, and Tongas gets on top of it. They got a takeaway. D got the pick six. Like, all those things are showing up, but I feel like there's going to be a formula.
Wow, whoever cut that did a pretty good job. It was me. I was the one that cut that. But again, that kind of goes into what Baldy said here about the formula.
I feel like McCaffrey, ball possession, the quarterback making good throws, dinking and dunking if you have to against an explosive team like the Rams. Like, I feel like there's a formula out there. We got two really tough games coming up. There's a formula that the 49ers are playing to right now that can lead to playoff victories. And it's despite having big-time playmakers on defense like some of these other teams have in the postseason. It's up to Kyle to coach it, Saleh to coach it. Special teams have made some good decisions. Pinheiro has got to continue to be perfect. And you do enough of those things, you could beat good playoff teams at home or on the road.
And there you go there. Philmo Mike, what do you got? Do you believe in the 49ers formula if it gets to the playoffs? What do you got for us today, Philmo?
Yes, sir. I believe in the formula. You guys sounded good, by the way.
Thank you.
Thanks, Philmo.
Early in the year, I predicted that we would get better gradually throughout the year, and the defense would get better gradually throughout the year. Because you guys hate on Upton Stout so much, I'm getting me an Upton Stout jersey. I think that kid is a baller. He's a rookie. Understand that? And he plays ball. Same with Ronaldo Green. People be picking on him as well.
Philmo?
He's pretty good. Yes,
Philmo,
sir.
Can I just put you on pause here? If I sound like I was crushing Upton Stout, that was not the goal. I have liked Upton Stout a lot this year. But to your point, yes, he is a rookie. He's going to have ups and downs throughout the year. Overall, though, guys like him, he's a motor guy. I'm always in for a high motor guy, and you're seeing the improvement throughout the year.
Yes, and that's the main thing I was talking about in the beginning of the year. Our team was going to gradually get better, and the schedule is going to help to that. So sometimes it's not just you're good. Sometimes you need like little stepping stones and points throughout the season. And they've kind of proved that, okay, man, we was getting slashed in the run. We're not getting slashed in the run no more. Man, Trent Williams, people talking about clowning Trent Williams. Steiny like to clown Trent Williams. Oh, is he old? Is he old? Nah, he don't look old no more. He's looking pretty good.
100%.
The team was going to gradually get better, and that's what they're doing. C.J. West, great pickup. Indiana, he got his first sack in his home state, or not his home state, but to play where he played college football at. Beautiful to see, man. So the team is growing. We're not relying on one player. And that's key. And those holes is opening up for McCaffrey, and that's great to see. Now, only knack is Shanahan, and I love Shanahan. He's an awesome coach. Get my guy out the game, bro. Bro, you got 14, 17 points, 21 points. Get McCaffrey ass out the game. What are you doing? Let Brian Robinson get high.
I'm totally with you, Philmo. Philmo, are you still there?
Yes.
Yo, you can't tell me Ronaldo Green's had a good year this year, though. There's just no way.
I like Ronaldo Green. I like Ronaldo Green. Don't get rid of him.
He's had a rough year, though.
I mean, I guess, okay, he has had a rough year, but I don't think you give up on a second-year player, man. That boy is a boy. He's a player to me. To me, I think he could ball. I mean, Diamano Lamore don't even get thrown to.
Yeah.
That's true. Thanks for the call there, Philmo. I'm not out on Ronaldo Green just yet. Again, it is year two. He's having a sophomore slump.
There are a lot of people that were out on Jair Brown, though. He had a really good game with the Colts.
He's had some solid moments, too. So it's just, and this is why I think, we look at the Niners this year. Again, I don't want to get too far ahead of things and look beyond this year, but I'm going to do a little, getting a little too far ahead of things and look beyond this year. When you look at the talent on this defense, the young talent on this defense, again, we don't know what Michael Williams is going to be. Right now, if you had to make a designation, he's probably more of a bust than a not. But I love Alfred Collins. I like C.J. West. I love Upton Stout and how he's gotten better. Malik Mustafa has been getting better. D. Winters has been a revelation for the defense this year. Tatum Bethune has stepped up, and you're going to put those guys on the field with Fred Warner next year. The 49ers defense, for whatever warts it might have this year, it's going to get better. And it's decent right now. I'll put it in the middle tier right now. But the way the defense has played overall, considering the people lost this year, and by lost, of course, again, Fred and Nick Bosa, it gets me kind of excited for what this defense can do next year and beyond.
I'm with you.
Assuming Robert Saleh is here. Like, I think there's a lot of trepidation in terms of like how we look at this season, how we view this season. Is this, the beginning of Kyle Shanahan 3.0, or is this just kind of, are they having a good year and then next year the axe will drop or something like that? I am this season's maybe very bullish on the future of the 49ers beyond this season because the deficiencies are correctable for the most part. Filmo, he shouted out, Christian McCaffrey there. He brought up the holes there. The offensive line has played phenomenal this year.
The offensive line has been the MVP of the second half of the season. They've been incredible.
Did you think about them at all on Monday night?
If you watch the game over, he had one of the cleanest pockets he's maybe had in his career on that game. Seriously. And I want to stick up for Michael Williams briefly before we move on. He did not play well when he was in there. No, he was not great.
Well, he missed a lot of training camp.
He missed a lot of training camp.
He missed
That's
all of training
one.
Camp, actually.
Yeah, he actually did. You're right. Because he got hurt in that preseason game. But I want to stick up with him. I believe the week he went out, his statistics were almost, identical to that of Abdul Carter, who was the number 2 pick in the draft. And maybe they both were not playing well, right? But if you were to tell us months prior, hey, you got a shot at Abdul Carter at 11, we all would have been like, are you kidding me? I don't care what his stats will look like year one. Like, give him to me, And you didn't have the off-field stuff that Abdul Carter had on top of that. So
Michael Williams young was like 20 years old.
Yeah, is he even 20? He might be 19.
I think he didn't drink yet.
Sake. So look, anyone who thought this guy was going to come in here and be a dominant pass rusher, they were pretty adamant. Like, that's not why we drafted him. He was here to be our outside run defense, really. And he did a decent job at that. It's just we're clamoring for pass rush. And so we're getting on him, but that's not what he's good at.
Well, it goes back into, again, this continued quest, not for 6, but to find someone to go across of Nick Bosa.
100%.
And you break out, you bring up the whole, anyone who wanted him to be great right off the bat argument. Sure, there's something to be said about that, but Nick Bosa was a baller from day one. And that creates an unrealistic expectation.
I think they found that in Bryce Huff. He is really, really good. But I think the last 4, ever since he went out with that hamstring injury, he clearly has lost a little speed off the edge.
Understandable.
And prior to that, I'm telling you, he was one of the fastest dudes off the edge you could watch. And when you're doing that, the quarterback has to step up in the pocket. Guess what the 49ers have a lot of right now? Good defensive tackles, So I think that the bones are there for this line to be really good next year, actually.
Oh, absolutely. I agree. Then again, it's going to start this year, and again, it starts right up there in the middle. Can the big boys, Jordan Elliott, Clea Davis, Alfred Collins, C.J. West, all those hogs in the middle, if they can gum up those running lanes there, that's where it comes down to. You shut down these running backs you're going to be seeing in the playoffs, whether it's Kenneth Walker, whether it's Saquon Barkley, whether it's the guy we're going to see this Sunday night, Kyle Monangai. You bottle these guys up, that's going to be a hard task, but again, it's you take away the run, you take away the pass, and that's the formula. If you get the shutdown effort that you saw the Niners do on Monday night, again, guys need to step up. It's not going to just happen. This defense is not good enough for them to just go out there and be good. You need to hope that these guys have good games. If these guys do show up and have good games, and again, Baldy mentions the coaching jobs by Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh, if all those things are clicking on the same page, then yeah, you're boiling up something nasty in that cauldron of greatness that is the 49ers formula right there. On the other side, we're going to talk to Matt Lively. What does he think about the 49ers formula? He's been seeing the formula put together all year long down there at Levi's. He's been at a lot of the practices, getting in there with the players, find out what's going on there. So we're going to get the what the heck is going on down at Levi's Stadium segment coming up next with Matt Lively. 8:50, talk a little bit about Draymond Green, the breakdown that surfaced last night. We got to get into the back and forth that Draymond Green had with Steve Kerr. Big deal, not a big deal. What if Draymond Green got the I almost called it a Nightmare Before Christmas. What if Draymond Green got the Christmas Carol treatment and got visited by three spirits tonight? How would that go over? All that and more is going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
McDonald's is putting value back on the menu. Whether you're craving a Big Mac, McNuggets, or sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddles, make it a meal and save. Your favorite is now your wallet's favorite, too. Extra value meals are back.
The extra value meal is on at McDonald's. Get a sausage McMuffin with egg, hash browns, and a small hot coffee for just $6. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Promotion pricing may be lower than meal pricing.
Toyota-thon is on, and you know what that means. Unbeatable deals on your favorite fuel-efficient Toyota models. Hurry in to get a low-cost lease on the 2026 Corolla or the 51 MPG all-hybrid 2026 Camry. Or choose the fully redesigned all-electric 2026 BZ and get 0% financing plus $3,500 finance cash. These are the deals you've been waiting for. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Cannot be combined with other offers. Finance cash must be applied to transaction. Ends 1/5/26.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties. They're systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody. Pure domination. That's Omar Habis, Tariq Habis, and the Habis Law team. When Habis Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to dust. Habis Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard if you've been injured and want to win. Visit HabisLaw.com. Habis Law, they fight to make it right.
The real estate market feels more uncertain than ever. Homes are sitting longer, prices are falling. Have you inherited a home and want to avoid the stress and hassle? Call Wedgwood Homes first to discuss your options. Inheriting a home can be overwhelming. Probate paperwork, multiple heirs, property taxes, repairs, and maybe even an existing mortgage. With Wedgwood Homes, there's no need to clean or clear out the house, and no repairs or updates. We buy as is and provide a reliable all-cash offer with no commissions, no hassle. The Wedgwood Homes team can guide you through the process with experts in probate, trusts, and shared inheritance. Wedgwood Homes offer is firm. No last-minute price drops like other cash buyers. Close in as little as 3 days or on your timeline. Let Wedgwood Homes ease the process so you can help your family move forward. Call 415-888-9432 today for your free, no-obligation cash offer. That's 415-888-9432. 415-888-9432 or WedgewoodHomes.com, the Bay Area's trusted home buyer.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Hurry, it's your last chance to donate your car to Cars for Kids for 2025. Any car running or not can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Act now for your maximum 2025 tax deduction and vacation voucher. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate. That's Cars with a K.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-269-3454. more. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-269-3454 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-269-3454 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-269-3454.
Back in 60.
Are you really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These Factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This here's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
Dab Nation, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, JK. Sam Lubman and Carter Chickering in, though, for the Joes, Spadoni and Shasky. On a wonderful Christmas Eve here as we await Matt Lively to join us. And, yeah, man, Jonathan Kuminga. What a year that he's had. But anyway, we're talking about the 49ers here. By the way, All I Want for Christmas, I think we overrate that song. Mariah Carey song.
I read yesterday she makes $3 million a year on it. Give me a break.
Oh, no, I was like, great job for her for getting the song, Get Your Bag. But, like, I feel like we did this thing, like, we like ironically hyped it up to the point where, like, now we just take it seriously. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm out on it. You know what I'm not out on, though, Sam? Steiny's significant other, Susan.
Oh, Mrs. Steiny?
Yeah. She brought us bacon, egg, and cheeses. Sausage, egg, and cheeses at the break here. I mean, that
Love
is
sausage in the morning.
Same. It's just incredible. Thank you so much. Steiny in a great mood with his sausage, egg, and cheese out there. It might surprise people.
Steiny's he's got the Christmas spirit, you know? It's the most wonderful time of year for him. He's in the building and, you know, no one else is. So he is just loving it up right now in the prep room / arena room / sales room / common area / everyone in the building uses that area at all times of the day, every day, part here of our office here. But we're talking about the 49ers, and we're going to talk a little bit about the Warriors about 8:50 as well. We're talking again the formula for the 49ers for success in the playoffs. How much are you believing in it? How much does it depend on who they're facing off too? In the playoffs as well. We'll get into all of that a little bit with Matt Lively, who is on the River Islands guest line right now. Matt Lively, KPIX Channel 5 sports anchor. Catch him on the fifth quarter with Vern Glenn, sometimes even joined by our guy, Lorenzo Neal. Matt, how you doing today, man? You get all your Christmas shopping done? I hear you got the entire family crammed into your apartment this weekend.
The whole family's in the apartment. I've been running around. I'm now feeling the pressures of what it's like to host a Christmas and actually have to make sure that everybody has a gift and you're not just the screw-up son. So, yeah, it's been stressful.
So you're basically the Clark Griswold this weekend. You got the whole family there arguing with each other.
I'm Clark. I'm looking outside my San Francisco apartment, just wondering which building I can tear down to build a pool.
There you go. I just hope you got your Christmas lights up. Anyway, Matt, bring you right into this here. First, let's talk about that game on Monday night. Obviously, you know, it's out in Indy, so I don't know if you got to travel to it or not. But the way that Brock Purdy played on Monday night, man, just what is possible for this Niners team going forward? Because I look at the schedule here. They got 2 more at home, and then if they take care of business, they win 5 games from here on out. All 5 of those games are going to be at home, and it'll end with a Lombardi trophy. If Brock keeps playing how far can the Niners go if Brock's playing like this?
I mean, it's pretty remarkable. I called it Brock's best game of his career. And Kendrick Bourne, took responsibility for the interception that he had late in that game. So you kind of wipe that one off of his resume as well. They can go far. I mean, I still think it's going to come down to the defense. Brock in this offense, I don't think you can expect them to score 40-plus points every single week. We haven't seen that consistently every single week, and you're still battling injury. We'll learn later today what George Kittle's injury is and the severity of that. I know a report came out yesterday that it could be a mild ankle sprain. George said after the game that he didn't believe it was a high ankle sprain, but you kind of have to rely on Brock Purdy in the offense to go out there and score that many points a game because the defense just isn't where you want it to be. And of course it's not. You don't have Fred and you don't have Nick, and this is a young defense that Robert Saleh inherited. So, I would like to say they can go deep, but it's going to come down to the offense scoring that many points a week, and I'm just not sure that's sustainable when you get into the postseason.
Matt, how's it going, man? We all want to know. Have you seen Brandon Ayuk down there at all? Is there any chatter of him? Is he even is he relevant at all down there at this point?
No, I think we're at that point. I think from the outsider's perspective, this has been such a big deal because we were all under this impression that Brandon Ayuk was there in the morning and working out and doing rehab. And you just sort of assume in those back rooms that you don't have access to, he's back there eating a meal with the guys and talking, because for so much of those first 4 or 5 weeks through September, we saw him running routes with the wide receivers. And you're thinking, okay, he's nearing a comeback. And the report every week was, week 7, week 10 is our target for him. And then it got murkier and murkier. So I think from the outside perspective, there was always this expectation we're going to see Brandon. I think on the inside, those guys have known what's been going on for much longer. He hasn't been a wide receiver on this team the entire year. It's not like, well, they're not getting Brandon Ayuk back now, these guys are going to have to step up. No, they have stepped up. This is what they've done all season long. I think it's kind of a non-factor for the guys in the locker room. Do they miss him? Sure. Are they bummed that their teammate has kind of given up on the team or whatever it's going to come out that happened? Yes, they are, but they're not focusing on that. That's not something that they're now having to think about daily because he just hasn't been there. It's not been as big of a deal for them. So it is kind of irrelevant. And I think the last guy I asked about it was Juwan Jennings, and he just said, hey, I hope he's healthy. That's my brother before football. And I think that kind of sums it up at this point.
Wow. It's a shame what's happened there. You brought up Kittle. I'm curious. Kittle obviously had a monster game against the Colts. Is that something that's in lieu of not having Ricky Pearsall on the field, or is Kyle Shanahan trying to get him more involved in the passing game going forward here?
I mean, George Kittle, I think, wants to be involved in the passing game every time he's out on the field like that. I think with George, you use him so much in run block, and that's been an emphasis of getting that going. I think it was just there. I mean, I think that's just a game that you want George Kittle to have a typical game like that. Not having Ricky Pearsall out there, he wasn't getting a ton of targets before the Indianapolis game. I know he was against Tennessee and he hurt himself, but before that, I mean, it's not like he was being highly targeted in the offense because they were trying to work him back. So I think that's just something that they wish could be a custom every single week with George.
Matt, I want to take a look at the defensive side of the ball here. First things, again, you've been watching this defense a lot this year. A lot of young guys on this defense. In your eyes, from week 1 through now, who's just taken the biggest leap on this defense in terms of just getting better on the field?
I mean, for me, it's Alfred Collins. I tweeted it out after the game. It's probably too early to tell. It's a rookie season, but if there's a guy that I feel like they hit on, it's Alfred, and the way that he can just be a monster up the middle and plug a hole, and the sizes are so much different. But I think when you draft a guy like that at the tackle, you're looking for your Vita Vea, who's going to be that guy that can anchor the defensive line for years to come, and is just a guy that the offensive line has to circle and go, we need 2 bodies on him. That's what they want Alfred Collins to become. And I mean, another game where he's a disruptor in Indianapolis. He's just been really impressive. Upton Stout is a guy that exposed might be the wrong word, but because of the position he's playing, you kind of point at a cornerback and you go, well, he let him get wide open. That's such a big gain. That's the hardest position in football outside of the quarterback. And Upton Stout's been doing a really good job as a rookie, just like Renardo Green did a year ago, to come in and basically give them a starting corner in year one. And so while there's more times on tape that you can go, well, he blew this coverage, he blew this assignment, there's a lot more times where he's giving really good coverage. And so I've been really impressed by Upton Stout.
And then again, we're talking about the defense as a whole here. We were talking last segment about, the 49ers defensive formula and how it'll work in the playoffs here. How does this defense kind of, I don't want to say carry, I don't think that's the right word, but how much does this defense get the 49ers through the playoffs? Or is it going to just be the offense going to have to be the best defense?
You know what I think it comes down to is, can this defense begin to create more turnovers? I kind of joke, if there was an almost interception stat in the NFL, I think the 49ers lead it by a wide margin. I've had DBs tell me they've started with jugs competitions in practice and catching the ball more, because it feels like every game there's 3, 4, maybe 5 opportunities where you're like, that looks like it could have been a pick. That's where the turnover margin is just way too far into the red for the 49ers. And if they want to actually compete, they're going to give up points. This defense is young. They're inexperienced. They're missing their stars. They are going to give up points. You are going to be able to score a little bit on this defense. But if they can take the ball away, then the Niners can compete with anybody, because their offense is proven that it can score at a high rate, but you have to be able to steal possessions away. And if they can do that and begin doing that consistently, then I think we're talking about a completely different team.
Matt, I think that the Niners got to have a real shot Sunday night here. Obviously, they're going against a really, really good team in the Bears, and a team that's beaten really good teams on top of that. What are you thinking about this game coming up?
I mean, to me, it's, I was nervous about Jonathan Taylor in the Indianapolis game. For whatever reason, the Colts didn't game plan to give it to him 40 times, which I would have done. I don't think the Bears will be the same. Ben Johnson is having a ton of success on offense in the last 5 games. They're averaging nearly 26 points a game. And you have DeAndre Swift and Kyle Monangai, who are 2 guys that can rip apart a defense. They've got to figure out how to keep those 2 in check. Caleb is getting better. I think you look at it week by week, Caleb's getting better, but the way that the Bears are going to beat you are with those 2 guys. And so if they can somehow keep them in check, I think that's a game the 49ers can win. They just got to score the points. I mean, that's what it's going to come down to, and the Bears don't have a very good defense. So all eyes on the Niners on Sunday Night Football, because if they can get a win, man, Week 18 is going to be a ton of fun at Levi's.
Oh, it's going to be absolutely lit, playing for the 1 seed against the Seahawks. Again, you mentioned again, Makita is going to be putting up a lot of points. That has to do with the quarterback. And again, you start off by saying this is one of Brock's best games here. With the offense overall, though, what has been the most noticeable differences with this offense with Brock under center these last 5 games versus the offense we saw with Mac Jones under center?
I mean, the biggest thing that you can circle is just the mobility of Brock Purdy. The way that he keeps plays alive is such an underrated trait of his game, and you saw it a lot on Monday night of just how he can scramble. And it's not even when he picks up the big gains. Like in Tennessee, he had the run for 26 yards, and you're thinking, okay, well, he can move, but it's just keeping a play alive. I actually thought the Jake Tonges incompletion in the end zone was a catch on Monday night. Jake Tonges' catch on the back end of that was impressive. Watch how Brock Purdy was able to get himself to the sideline to even have a chance to make that throw. To me, that's where Brock is so impressive. And you don't, I think from the outside, a lot of people don't think of Brock like that. But, man, he can extend a play, and he's smart with the football when he is extending those plays. That's the biggest difference. There's more creativity for Kyle Shanahan to go into the bag and use, because Brock can just do so much athletically that Mac might be more limited with.
Matt, obviously we had a situation this week with Draymond Green. It was pretty ugly there on the bench. What did you make of the whole thing? Is this nothing like some of the things in the past, or is this finally, are we seeing kind of the spiral of downward here?
Well, you really quick, you saw what happened there, right? Draymond and Steve getting animated on the sideline.
You know what's so funny is, like in TV, for sports, we're given a very specific amount of time every night in the news. Hey, you guys are getting 3 minutes tonight. It's a Niners Monday night. Huge game. We need all 3 minutes for the 49ers. The Warriors game is going on in the background. Things are cruising. All of a sudden, like, hold on, Draymond just gets sent to the locker room. Do we have to make time for this? Do we have to make room for this? So, yeah, I was aware of the situation. They did a nice job of downplaying it in the press conference afterwards. Draymond saying, tension spilled over or whatever, and they were having a basketball conversation. You got two guys like Draymond and Steve who have worked together for as long as they have. I'm sure that's going to happen. It does seem like we're getting to a point here where Steve's going to have to make some decisions about what his lineup's going to be and if Draymond is a part of that moving forward. And the real thing to look at here is how will he accept whichever role he is given? Because if it is a lesser role in a rotation, I don't think any of us know how he will go about that. I think he is a team guy that will accept whatever the great Steve Kerr hands down to him, and he's just that kind of player. But everybody has an ego, and I'm curious to see what Draymond's will be with it. But it's clear that they've got to figure out something different than what they've been doing for the last 2 months.
Matt, let's have a little fun with this one here. Who makes a move this winter first? The Warriors, whether it's with JK, Draymond, or anyone else? Or,
I know where this is going.
Or the Giants doing literally anything?
Well, I have a problem with you saying that because the Giants bought a really nice theater,
that is true.
which might be the most underrated move of all. God, I hope it's the Giants. Like, in all seriousness, when I show up for spring training in Arizona, I'm hoping that there's a couple new faces in the locker room, and I think there will be. I mean, if you look at the market as a whole, the stove is ice cold. There's just not been a lot going on in general. But God, if they don't get a bat this offseason, it's just going to be tough going into next year, and hopefully they make a move. And I trust in Buster Posey. I think what they've done and the moves they've already made have been nice. So over the last 2 seasons, so I'm hopeful that something is coming.
You and me both here, Matt. One more before we get you out of here and back to your Clark Griswold family Christmas. Remind me again, how long you've been in this market?
It's going to be 3 years in June.
Awesome. Well, that's terrific to hear. Just as you've been covering sports here, just in this past year, what's made this year, the 2025 year, such a great year in sports for the Bay Area?
I mean, it's obvious for me. We got to go with the brand new team in town, the Golden State Valkyries. It's been a ton of fun to follow their journey, to be able to travel with them and be a part of that inaugural season on the broadcast team was just a blast. And I mean, to add a sports team to a city is something that's really special in itself, but for them to have the success and the way that the community immediately adopted them was pretty unbelievable and sort of set the standard going forward for, I think, any new expansion team in any sport in any city. I think if you don't live up to how the fans embrace them and how the team played, I don't think it's going to be as successful as an expansion team as the Valkyries were. So, I mean, for me, when you think back on 2025 and the sports scene here in San Francisco, that's the first thing I point to.
That's a great call there, Matt.
Good answer.
Matt, you've been great to have on all year long. I always appreciate when we can get you on the Morning Roast. You've always given us so much great stuff. You've been our eyes and ears down at Levi Stadium this year. You said you're going to be at spring training next year, too?
Yeah, I get out there for at least a week into February.
Awesome. We'll have you on then to talk about all the new faces outside of Adrian Hauser that'll be there, man. And yeah, man, just appreciate you always come on the show. So we'll let you go. I know you got a lot more lights to put up around your place, so we'll let you get on to that.
That's right. Thanks, guys. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy New Year, and we'll talk to you next year.
You too, Matt.
Thanks,
Take
Matt.
care. That was Matt Lively there joining us on the River Islands guest line. Again, Channel 5 KPIX sports anchor, does everything over there at Channel 5. And yeah, he's our boots on the ground guy. So we love chatting with Matt Lively there. Yeah, obviously, Carter, if you're going to do a show with me, there's going to be some Giants talk at some point.
Of course.
We got a few minutes here. And yeah, when you look at the Giants offseason, is it, oh my God, you guys need to freaking do something? Or is it, you know what? The market is the market. So you can only kind of move as fast as that goes there.
Well, they got to get starting pitching, right? I mean, It's like eventually, you got to put some money into this thing. And look, you and I are in the same boat, Sam, as far as like, I'm so tired of acting like a small market team because we're not a small market team here. We have enough pockets, there's enough money to go around here that they can make this work. I mean, people are supporting them at the ballpark now as of last year. We saw the attendance numbers go up. There's no excuse. And to me, this whole real estate endeavor thing that they're doing, with buying the theater, and then they built all those buildings behind, the stadium. And it's just like, God, can we just focus some of this on the actual product on the field? I mean, it's exhausting, honestly.
It is. And again, I understand the logic of why they buy all these real estate ventures, because you think in theory that money matriculates itself back over to the team's bank accounts, and then that money then finds itself in, the baseball operations budget. In theory, it all sounds good.
I hear you. Here's my problem with it. They have given you no indication going forward
that they're going
to use that money toward the team. They've given you no indication that they aren't pocketing that. I mean, it's true.
Well, I think there's two things that are true with the Giants here. One is they're not spending money.
No,
let's be real. I mean, they locked up Logan Webb. My guess is in a couple years when his contract's up, they're going to lock him up again. The Giants have never shied away from locking in their homegrown stars. They did sign Willie Adames to a record contract. Granted, I think there's some nuance to that record and the fact that Adames is the 7th or 8th highest paid shortstop in baseball with that team record contract. And I would say, he's probably in the 7, 8, 9 range in terms of where he ranks among shortstops. And then they took on the $250 payday that Rafi Devers has in that contract. That's no small feat either, taking on all of that money. But even still, they're, I think, at $176 million on their payroll. They're the only, team in the top 10 of Forbes' evaluation, or sorry, the only team in the top 5 of Forbes' baseball valuations with a payroll under $200 million. They have more room to spend. They have more ability to spend, and they have needs to spend. This is a team that it's too good to be bad, but it's not. It's too good of a team to be a bad team, but they're not like a bad enough team where they can't be good.
Yeah. Here's my issue though: is like, sure, you want a pat on the back for spending for that much. Like, great. You know what? Guess who's in your division?
Exactly.
The San Diego Padres and the Dodgers. You know what the Dodgers are outspending you by?
Everything.
$100 million. I mean, that's embarrassing. It's embarrassing.
And this isn't to say that you have to buy wins, but you need to bring in players to upgrade, and you have a win now roster.
You don't have to buy wins, right? But you need to competitively spend, and you're not competitively spending. Even the San Diego Padres are at $210 million above you.
Yeah.
They're both in your division.
And if you're not going to spend, then you better have some damn good young players who are going to come up and be really good for cheap. Bryce Eldridge, you're putting a lot on his shoulders.
That's the only shoulders.
That's it, though. No one else in this farm system is stepping up. So, you can bring Eldridge up, have him platoon at DH first base with Rafi Devers. I like that. You need to upgrade at second base. Casey Schmidt, he's all right. I need something better there. You need to do something in the outfield because you got a lot of second and third outfielders out there. You need a number 1 outfielder out there. I'm not saying go get Kyle Tucker. Cody Bellinger? I don't see why not.
Yeah.
There's cheaper options you can definitely get. But this notion right now that they're just going to hover around like 83, 84 wins, maybe sneak in the back door of the playoffs, and then go on a 2014 style run to the World Series. No, that's not happening.
Right.
Like, you can't be banking on that. That's not that's sitting there hoping for something to just go right for you. That is not a successful winning formula. So, yeah, the Giants, Buster Posey, they need to wake up and start making some bold moves. I have been on the go trade for Adley Rutschman bandwagon for quite a while. Do something like that. This team they're close to really taking that next step and jumping into the next tier of teams.
They're finally at a stage where you want to watch, right? As far as they have stars.
Exactly.
And that
Rafi Devers is a star.
Yes. Oh my God. He's must-watch television. And I'm not the biggest baseball fan in the world. Like, I'm not. I keep up with it because I work here, and I watch every game because I work here. You know what I mean? And I'm just, honestly though, Rafi Devers to me is must-watch television when he's up to bat. And I just want to see them spend a little more. And maybe it sounds like, oh, well, they're finally spending yada yada yada. Well, they're not spending enough. Like, that's the bottom line.
It comes down to that. They're not doing enough to take winning seriously, and that is the bottom line for the Giants there. On the other side, we'll play a little game. All right.
I like games.
The game is called A Christmas Carol. It's based off the play called A Christmas Carol, which of course is based off the story called A Christmas Carol, written by Charles Dickens. The game is simple. Simply put, imagine if Draymond Green was visited by the three ghosts of Christmas, past, present, and future. What does that night look like for Draymond? The way I want to explore this, Carter, is I'm going to ask a few questions for each one. For the past, what made Draymond Green so lovable once upon a time? And was he ever your favorite player? For the present, what frustrates you most about him now? And does it impact how you view him in the past? And for the future, how is he going to be talked about in 10 years? I want to get other people involved in this too. 888-957-9570. Come in. I made this game up last night when I was riding on my exercise bike. Come play this Christmas Carol game with us. We're going to play Get Simple. For Draymond Green's past, what made him lovable? The present, what makes him so frustrating? The future, how will he be talked about? You see how this all comes together? I brought this up on the phone last night. You guys kind of were like giving me the blank stare, so I don't know if this is actually going to hit or not.
No, I think everyone will have a different opinion of this.
It's Christmas Eve. We're having some fun with it. If Draymond Green got visited by the three ghosts of Christmas, how would that go? We're going to have some fun with that on the other side. All that is going to be brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
My mom, my dad, works for Caltrans. On the freeway, right next to speeding cars. Please be careful. Flashing lights mean move over. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team. Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, any member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Hi, I'm Chris.
I'm David.
And I'm John Margevisi with Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Dude, what's with that voice?
Bro, it's my radio voice. People say I have a great voice for radio.
Bro, people say you have a great face for radio.
Oh, you have a radio
face.
Guys,
not again. We're here to talk about Jack's. Our mom taught us everything we know. Use the best ingredients. Cook everything homemade. Treat everyone like family. Don't forget the bar.
With amazing cocktails.
Of course. Full bar. Amazing cocktails. Let's stay focused. You're right. I'm sorry, bro.
I'm sorry, too.
That's better. Besides, you're twins. You have the same face for radio. Why, you little shit.
I love Jax.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait. Don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson. Your life is worth the fight.
Now that the new year is upon us, why not consider revitalizing your home's interior? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By upgrading crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room from our partners, Windsor One and Kelleher. Get inspired at GoldenStateLumber.com by clicking brands. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Looking for the perfect venue for your next meeting or special event? Discover History San Jose. With charming indoor spaces and beautiful outdoor settings, it's the ideal spot for meetings, weddings, corporate gatherings, or private celebrations. Nestled in the heart of History Park, you'll enjoy a unique blend of historic charm and modern amenities to make your event unforgettable. Plus, our spacious grounds offer the perfect backdrop for photos, dining, and more. Reserve your day today at History San Jose. Visit historysanjose.org or call now to book your one-of-a-kind experience.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry. Ready to make a powerful play with your audience? Score big with Odyssey Digital Services and advertise during streaming TV live sports. Whether it's a last-second buzzer beater or a game-winning touchdown, your brand can be right there in the moment, connecting with fans when their passion is at its peak. Don't just watch from the sidelines. Be a part of the action. Email sfdigital@odyssey.com to kick off your winning campaign today. Odyssey Digital Services. Game on.
Celebrating 40 years with extraordinary rewards. Since our humble beginnings, we've believed in setting the standard for luxury, entertainment, and hospitality. This year, we invite you to be part of a defining moment in our story. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence and experience the unparalleled luxury that has made us a legend. Indulge in the extraordinary. Be part of our legacy. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Just 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most, that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, and that keeps you gaming in the fast lane. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, what a great song here. Rudolph. Then one foggy Christmas Eve.
I noticed Zach keeps
Santa
doing Draymond rejoins too.
It's great.
Yeah, it's hysterical.
Man, imagine if Draymond's there that one foggy Christmas Eve.
Someone got hit.
Someone probably would have gotten hit. You know. Oh, there we go. That's the end of that.
Yeah.
Who's a better? Who'd you say is a better general manager, evaluator of talent, builder of teams? John Lynch or Santa Claus?
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough, Sam. Niners haven't done great in the draft, over the past. We ran this down on the morning roast. It's like, you look at the
I'm
draft.
gonna be honest with you. Santa Claus, horrible evaluator of talent. Horrible evaluator of talent. He's got Rudolph sitting there on the bench, literally with the blinking nose that can get you. When does Santa work? At night. It's pretty dark at night. You need lights.
He does a good job, though.
Rudolph's sitting right there, and Santa's like, oh, no, we don't need that nose.
Yeah, but knowing what presents to give people, you know what I mean? That's part of being a GM, being able to distribute,
I mean, he's got underlings who are basically piecing that list together.
Take pressure off of people. He's taking pressure off of parents,
He's outsourcing that. He's got a bunch of little Carters and Sams in the back going through that list there, checking everything off, checking it twice. Santa, I mean, his job is just pick the right deer and eat the cookies. Can't even pick the deer right.
It's a great job, honestly.
I'm
a big milk and cookies guy.
Oh, I mean, think of the indigestion he has the next day.
Oh.
How many Tums do you think he goes through?
Yeah, I mean, he's probably has a sponsorship.
Oh, that was smart. You think he's got like a NASCAR? He's got like the Tums thing across the silent. Here comes Santa coming down the stretch here with that Tums sleigh that he's rocking.
Yeah, Rudolph tattooed with it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, exactly. You can probably sponsor the reindeer too. Get deer antler spray for the reindeer.
Oh yeah.
But no, I always say just. You got Rudolph sitting there. You got this. Like, imagine if like John Lynch with Brock Purdy is just like. I guess it's kind of the same way. They both kind of came along at the same time. I guess they're kind of on par then when you really think about it.
I think that's a good comp, honestly.
Santa, like Brock Purdy is the Rudolph of the Niners.
It's a good comp. I think
Then
John Lynch to Santa's a good
Then
comp.
one cloudy Sunday afternoon, you know, when Jimmy broke his foot, you know, John Lynch came
Everything
to say,
changed.
"Oh, crap, Brock, we need you to get in there."
Yeah, everything changed.
And as they say, he went down in history.
Never looked back.
Never looked back. Yeah, it's still Santa. That's always going to be a dark mark on him. Just you had the answer right there, and it took an absolute crisis for you to figure it out. But then again, you know, I guess it was the same thing for Tom Brady too. So
yeah, it happens. I think in sports more than we want to admit.
Yeah.
You know.
But anyway, again, we bring up Rudolph. I got to shout out Steiny. You know, Mrs. Steiny brought us in some sandwiches this morning. Shout out Susan for that. Steiny, I think it was last year, uncorked a gem that only Matt Steinmetz could uncork in terms of a Christmas take. Where's Mario? Because I had to kind of help out on that show a little bit before I left after I did my show with Jake Hutchinson. And Steiny he starts out the show and he's, you know, so I throw the chair back. You know, Rudolph, when you really think about it, he's overrated. Is Rudolph really that great of a reindeer?
That's only Steinmetz can do, yeah.
He's kind of overrated. He just got the blinking nose. What does he really provide? What's he really doing? And just, in the way that only Matt Steinmetz could do.
Yeah.
Only Matt Steinmetz could successfully knock Rudolph off of his pedestal.
Well, now we get to talk about Matt Steinmetz's favorite topic, the Golden State Warriors.
Oh, Draymond Green especially. So on the previous side, you know, before the break, set up this game. We're calling it A Christmas Carol, based off the play, based off the book, written by Charles Dickens, the famous Victorian-era writer. I actually saw A Christmas Carol the other night in Walnut Creek at the Dean Lesher Center. Yeah, my sister Sylvia is part of the technical crew there, so she hooked me up. And so, so the whole concept, for those who don't know, because I took Kayla, she had never seen Christmas Carol, by the way. Never heard of it or anything like that. So this was all new for her. And the whole concept of A Christmas Carol is Ebenezer Scrooge, absolute miserable human being with a lot of money, has no Christmas spirit or whatever. He's making Tom Cratchit come into work for pennies on the dollar on Christmas Day. And he gets visited by the three ghosts of Christmas. Well, technically four ghosts. You got the Jacob Marley ghost, who warns him of the other three ghosts. And Ghost of Christmas Past shows Scrooge, you know, his past, what made him fun, when, you know, the good days of his life. Ghost of Christmas Present says, this is where you're at right now, dude. It ain't too pretty. And then the Ghost of Christmas Future, who's supposed to be silent, just is like, you know, pointing out, you're gonna die soon. So's Tiny Tim. And so Tiny Tim, again, one of the smaller characters, Tom Cratchit's kid. He's this little sickly kid with a crutch, and you're supposed to feel bad for him. And so the whole point is, these three ghosts, they take Scrooge on this journey of enlightenment overnight. And Scrooge wakes up on Christmas morning. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna be a good person now. And that is the story. Hope I didn't spoil it for anybody. Draymond Green, if he were to get that kind of a visit tonight, what would that kind of experience be like for him? And if we're talking about the past with Draymond Green, this is where I want to start off with the Ghost of Christmas Past aspect to it. And 888-957-9570 is the number to call in. You can also text. I should check the text line. I haven't looked at the text line once during this entire show. Brought to you by Broxer and Gerson, Work Injury Attorneys text line. What would that night look like for Draymond Green? And starting off with the past, Carter, and I want to start off with you. What made Draymond Green so lovable once upon a time?
Well, to use Christmas terms, I think it started off with an epiphany, right? Where you had a former star, really, in David Lee. And, you know, he goes out, Draymond comes in, and Draymond, you know, never left. And it was an epiphany by the Warriors that this team would function better with Draymond starting over David Lee. And, you know, David Lee more of a scoring forward than Draymond is, obviously, but Draymond was able to maximize the two young studs that the Warriors had at the time, Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. And then he brought that side of the ball that really, I mean, I can't speak for Klay on this, but Steph struggled in, which is the defensive side, and he could be the commander over there. So I would say it started off as a total epiphany for Steve Kerr.
You know what I think early on, for me, what made... I started following Draymond in his Michigan State days.
Yeah, same.
You know, there was his freshman year when he went against Tyler Hansbrough and the UNC Tar Heels. such a great game. Love watching that game. Had a lot of fun watching that game. I love Tyler Hansbrough in college, too. And I know two of my favorite players in college were Hansbrough and Draymond Green when he was at Michigan State.
And if you watched him in college, which I'm sure, as you said, Sam, you were probably stoked when they drafted him.
Absolutely.
I was too.
No, Michigan State basketball games were must-see for me because I love the way Draymond played.
Yeah.
He wasn't those flashy player, but he got in and he did all the things that Draymond Green does.
He was one of the best players in the country in college.
He was savage in college.
Yeah.
He really was. The fact that he fell to the second round is absolutely...
It was shocking, right?
It is, as Draymond Green would say, absolutely incredible. I love watching him at Michigan State because he played with just such a toughness and grit that I think really epitomized what a good Tom Izzo program, what the Tom Izzo program is all about.
Right.
And, we've had Tom Izzo on this station a few times. He raves about Draymond Green, understandably so. Draymond was so special at Michigan State. And
They've had a lot of special players, mind you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That is as a very... Jaren Jackson Jr., another one of them. That's the first one you name off the top of my head. When the Warriors did draft him, though, I was stoked because we got a baller of a player. I didn't think he would be this good, though. But what I think made Draymond so lovable early on was the fact that even though he wasn't the flashy player that Steph and Clay were, he was just so dominant at just being the guy that he was, the hard-nosed defender, a guy who could score within the paint, a guy who could really kind of do a little bit of everything, but nothing spectacularly. And there was a grit to his game that made him so endearing to this fan base. You had... obviously the fun of the Splash Brothers, but Draymond was, he was the enforcer. He was the tough guy that, I remember some of my friends in college, a lot of them were all Knicks fans, so they're all miserable. But, we would get into arguments. My one roommate, Taylor, he and we would get into arguments all the time about the Warriors. And he looked at me one time and was like, yeah, you guys just aren't a scrappy team. You guys just aren't that tough. You're too showy. You're too three-point dependent. Draymond Green was what pushed back at that narrative.
This is before they won, I assume.
No, this is like 2013, 2014.
Yeah,
this is when they were on the...
Yeah.
No, this was on the up and up. Again, there was a time, crazy enough, when people looked at the Warriors as a team that's just like, yeah, whatever. They're just a stepping.
Of course. And I think, after 2015 happened, right, that hatred of you guys are soft, trying to nitpick at a team that's really good, kind of subsides.
Charles Barkley would always say...
That was exactly what I was going to say.
You can't win with a three-point shooting team. That's more of a Shaq than a Chuck.
Right, and he still tries to stand on that to this day, and it's just like, dude, they've won 4 championships with it. There's not much to be said here.
But even now he says, you can't win with three-point shooters. Like, well, yeah, after 4 titles and they're all old, yeah, sure, Chuck, you're finally right.
It pisses me off beyond no ends.
But that was what made Draymond so lovable for me. And the moment that it really kind of hit for me was when my roommate Taylor texted me out of nowhere one day, Dan, dude, you were right about Draymond Green. He is a savage. And was I right? Sure. I was not this right. My most optimistic prediction for Draymond Green when the Warriors drafted him was nowhere close to what he ended up becoming in his career.
No, and look, great teams have that chippiness to them, right? And the Warriors without Draymond Green didn't have that. And in order to take that next step, which they did, of being a playoff team to a championship team, you need a guy like Draymond Green. And, we saw it with the Bulls. I mean, we've seen it with any team that's won multiple championships has had gritty guys on the floor, the Spurs did it kind of, with a bunch of people, Bruce Bowen and they had Kawhi. They just had a bunch of great defenders all over the floor. But Draymond kind of took that leadership role from the defensive side. But he also, I think, provided kind of a safety for fans. When they look at Steph Curry, obviously you look at the babyface assassin and looks like this nice guy and he's small out there and whatnot. Draymond gave you kind of this feeling of, well, now we have our protector of our savior here, Steph Curry, that'll lead the franchise to the glory land.
I like the protector of the protector of the franchise. And, Draymond, he was all in behind Steph early on. I'll never forget, I read this story. It was just like, I want to say 2016, I think, is when the story came out on ESPN. And, part of it was, there's part of the story where Draymond was watching the segment about Steph Curry and his rise, and he texted Steph just afterwards being like, man, I just saw this thing about you, man. I love you so much. I'm so happy that I get to play alongside you. He was really all in playing alongside Steph, as was Clay. And, it truly completed what that trio was in terms of a true legitimate big three.
With a few minutes into the second half, Draymond was frustrated.
We'll get to that in a second. But a good tease there, Zach. I like that. Was he ever your favorite player, Draymond?
Was he my favorite player?
Was he ever your player? Because for me, for the longest time, Draymond was my dude on the Warriors. Like, he was, you pick who your favorite player was, people like Steph, Clay. I was all in on the Draymond hype.
Yeah, there was definitely a time at which he was my favorite player for sure. And I'm trying to think of when that changed, obviously. But I think that he, everyone liked Steph, right? And so it was the cool thing to do to have Draymond be your favorite player.
There was some zigging while other people were zagging that I was doing there in that situation.
And I think he just offered something that we just haven't seen. I also think, growing up for me, I came in around the Antoine Jameson days in the early 2000s. And, that was when I was kind of old enough to understand what was going on. And, they just didn't have that grittiness that he brings. And, it was like, well, I'm glad we're in this game. And, it's like, it was more like orange slices and Capri Suns at halftime. You know what I mean? And it wasn't like, it's like we're really far from a championship, so who cares kind of thing. And I think Draymond brought that toughness, like, no, we can win this. And we can win a lot of games. And, I think that in a weird way, he was, kind of what Curry was saying to the team on offense, Draymond was saying to them on defense, basically. Is like, we're really good, and proving that.
Two things. First, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It is a Warriors Wednesday, which is brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come and see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. The other thing, you mentioned, when was the moment it started to kind of backslide for Draymond Green? What was the jump the shark moment? I feel like everybody more or less has the same first red flag. And I don't know, do we want to say it together?
So, Sam, one thing, though, that I want to add is that he, I don't know if you saw what Wemby did with the Spurs fans yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
He basically created a tradition, is what he said. He got on the mic after the game and said, I want to create this tradition with you all. Basically.
Oh, Wemby did this.
Wemby did this.
I see.
And he started doing this drum beating thing and it got faster and faster, and everyone's supposed to clap when he beats the drum. And so now they're creating that as a tradition going forward after every win.
Like Light the Beam, but like
yes, their idea of it. And that was Wemby's idea. He did it with the Jackal fans or whatever they're called. But I think that that's what Draymond brought too. It's just like a unifying sense of like, this is Golden State. Like, this is a brand now. You know what I mean? And I think that Wemby, yes, his value on the court is undeniable. And the size is undeniable and all that stuff. But
size does matter.
This kid's a leader. I mean, this kid is really an impressive leader. What he's doing, and mind you, he's 20.
And honestly, 20. Draymond was that leader too for the Warriors. He was the attitude. He was the lead man for a team that had Steph and Clay on it. Like Steph, this was the Steph show, but Draymond, they call him the heart of the team for a reason. He is the engine that made the Warriors go. So that brings us to the present. It goes to Christmas present, shows up, and it's a much more frustrating situation for Draymond Green. Again, we talk about when things started sliding backwards. The Kevin Durant situation, where he, yelled at him on the sideline at that Clippers game. Steph wasn't there that night. That was the first big red flag. You started to see things slide, chase Kevin Durant away. And then just kind of started, compounding on top of that. 2020, there's no Steph, no Clay. Draymond kind of took that year off. And in hindsight, the way he played that year, like, that was the year to start working on your shooting, and he didn't. He decided to just basically do what he always does when Steph isn't on the court and just, kind of do whatever. And then, of course, I mean, it's the moment for me where he stopped being in my good graces. I always say with Draymond Green, as long as the performance outweighs the nonsense, then we're good. When things went Hawaiian and he punched Jordan Poole, that was it for me. It really was. In that moment, I was like, Draymond Green might have just ended this dynasty. We call it the bonus championship. And again, it's Jordan Poole. It's his career has been kind of so-so at best since then. I got to imagine if that never happened, the Warriors are in just, I think, a far better place right now if that didn't happen. And that, I asked the question, for the president, what makes him so frustrating right now? It's the fact that this team can be in such a better position than it is. And it feels like all the reasons as to why lead back to Draymond. He was what built this dynasty up, and he is a big part of what is tearing it down.
Yeah, I know what you mean by that. I think mine would come earlier than that. I think I felt immense disappointment when he was suspended for that Game 5. I think that in the time after they lost in 2016, it felt like, are you serious, dude? You couldn't have just kept your mouth shut and we could go on and just win one of these games. And, we're up 3-1. We win one. We're the best team ever. I mean, there's no debating it, And I think that really hurt me as far as my relationship with him being the best player in my mind, right? My favorite player, not the best player. And then it just started compounding from there. That took him down a step for me, and then it went to the Kevin Durant situation. And that was really, to me, that was the end of it for me, because now you're getting in the way of us potentially doing this easily. I mean, think about it. They were like a minus 200 to Vegas to win the championship that year. You know what I mean? And it's like, so you're going to be...
For those who don't bet, like, how much of a favorite is that?
So, like, that's like if you bet $100, you're getting 50 back, and that's on a future. So future bets typically, like the lowest future bet for the favorite is typically like plus 250, meaning if I put 100 down, I get 250 back on futures. They obviously, it goes the whole better odds, right? And it's harder to predict at the beginning of the year. The Warriors were a minus 200. You got 50% of your money back, okay? The only thing that could get in their way that year was from within the building. Is someone screwing up the chemistry or injuries or something like that. And it just felt to me like, are you kidding me, dude? We're only in November and you can't keep your mouth shut, basically, about probably something that's minuscule. Like, just lose the Clippers game. Who cares? Just lose it. Have a talk backstage, and let's move on.
We'll get into the future on the other side. We got a couple minutes left here. Dave in Fremont, Kurt in Oakland, I see you. We'll get you guys involved on the other side as well as we keep diving into this Draymond Green kind of experience here and just kind of where things are at with him, where things are going. And some audio surface. I want to try and cram it in here before the break. Or not some audio surface, but someone did a breakdown on Twitter of the Draymond Green, Steve Kerr spat. I'm going to play it right here. I'm going to try and cram it in before the break, and we'll play it again on the other side. But someone did a John Boy type lip reading breakdown of the Draymond Green, Steve Kerr argument. Here is how it sounded like.
With a few minutes into the second half, Draymond was frustrated with the officiating. He thought the Warriors weren't getting any calls and turnovers started to pile up. Curry threw the ball out of bounds after Draymond didn't roll, and then Draymond passed it to the opposing team. A clear path foul was called and Draymond was pissed. He went directly to the officials and let them know. Kerr tried to get Draymond to move on, but he didn't listen. He shook his head in disappointment as the Magic scored another bucket in the paint. Kerr called a timeout and Draymond kept talking to the referees.
So that there was the setup. So all of this is what happened right before Draymond and Kerr got into it. Here's the breakdown of Draymond and Kerr now getting into it.
Pat Spencer tried to hold him back, but Draymond wasn't having it. During the timeout, Kerr called him out for his lack of effort. Draymond was already amped up, so he said Kerr knew where this was heading, so he stood up for himself. He said, "Hey Draymond, if you don't want me to talk to you, then go home." Moses Moody tried to cool Draymond off, saying, "Come on, man. Come on, Dre." He kept repeating the same thing as Kerr tried to talk to him one last time. He said, "How am I supposed to coach you, Dre? I told you." Draymond was trying to control himself, but once Kerr told him he wouldn't play again, he had enough. Draymond stood up and walked away from the huddle as Kerr said, "Okay, alright." Draymond went directly to the locker room and Kerr quickly took a sip of his water after all that yelling.
Yeah, I mean, when you're yelling a lot, it makes your voice hoarse. So
Who is that guy?
I have no idea who that guy is, but it's a very interesting breakdown. I want to get into it on the other side. I don't know how much credence we even want to give to it in terms of how but I'm watching it too. It's on Twitter. I'll retweet it online. It sounded legit. It looked legit. I kind of have to agree with the breakdown. Just because it sounds kind of rinky-dink doesn't mean that what is in there isn't kind of, worth getting into. So I want to get into that a little bit on the other side. We'll try and play a little bit more fun Christmas stuff before we get out of here. My guess is we probably won't have time for that. But, hey, sometimes things be like that. If you want, you can maybe, take a bet on whether or not we get to our fun Christmas game on the other side. And if you want to do that, it's What's Coming Up in the Game is brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Make money predicting every bowl game legally nationwide with Kalshi. Today it's the Boca Raton Bowl and Frisco Bowl game. Will Toledo upset Louisville or will Ohio upset UNLV? Use code Odyssey for $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI.com. Trading involves risk. Kalshi.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Happy holidays from Safeway. Enjoy 9 days of savings with weekly mailer deals from December 17th through December 25th. Signature Select Classic Ham Shank Half, like Dibbs' golf game, or whole, bone in, 87 cents per pound while supplies last. Limit 1. Also, green asparagus, just $1.99 per pound, limit 4 pounds. You know the green, that's what you're aiming at.
No doubt. Lucerne, shredded, sliced, or chunk cheese, 6 to 8 ounce sizes, or Philadelphia cream cheese, 8 ounce bricks, like your jumper. All just $1.99 each, limit 6 items. Wow. Land O'Lakes, 16-ounce butter, or Kerrygold butter, 7.5 to 8 ounce sizes, $3.99 each, limit 4 items.
All right, we're good here, 1 for 1. These and other great deals are available in the For You section on the Safeway app. You can clip the coupons from the weekly mailer and present them at checkout or download them to your For You account in the Safeway app. We will see you in the aisles.
McDonald's is putting value back on the menu. Whether you're craving a Big Mac, McNuggets, or sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddles, make it a meal and save. Your favorite is now your wallet's favorite, too. Extra value meals are back.
The extra value meal is on at McDonald's. Get a sausage McMuffin with egg, hash browns, and a small hot coffee for just $6. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Promotion pricing may be lower than meal pricing.
Thinking about selling your house but hesitant to move during the holidays? Imagine finalizing your sale now, enjoying the holidays, and move later. Call Wedgwood Homes to discuss your options. Do you want to downsize, relocate, or selling an inherited property? Does your house need repairs or updates? Wedgwood Homes buys homes as is. No repairs, no commissions, no hassle. Secure your future plans and move forward with a no-obligation, all-cash offer from Wedgwood Homes. Close in as little as 3 days. Or enjoy the holiday season and move after the new year. Skip the stress of a traditional listing that can be slow and unpredictable. Lock in your sale now with a firm offer from Wedgwood Homes with no last-minute price drops like other cash buyers. Call 415-888-9432 for your no-obligation all-cash offer. 415-888-9432. 415-888-9432 or wedgwoodhomes.com, the Bay Area's trusted home buyer.
In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, we save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2025. Last chance! Donate now for a 2025 tax deduction.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Back in 60.
Are you really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These Factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This year's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
Bay Area, it's Stephen Curry. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
You will get a sentimental feeling when you see voices. I think we're offbeat here on this one, actually.
You got to give us the lyrics next time so we don't have to have Sam sing them. You know?
I think
just a thought.
Sorry, I'm gonna do what some morning show hosts do and just blame the people in the back for my bad singing.
You like that? Yeah.
Let's do it like that there. It is Sam Lubman and Carter Chickering, not Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky here, but it is still the morning roast. It is Christmas Eve here, and we're in the holly jolly spirit and all that fun stuff here as we're talking about Draymond Green on the morning roast. We've been playing this game. It's called A Christmas Carol. It's based off the play called A Christmas Carol, which is based off the story called A Christmas Carol. You like that breakdown there?
That was good.
Yeah, shout out Charles Dickens, giving us some content here. Charles Dickens, he's writing this thing out, and he's like, man, it's going to be a banging segment on the morning roast someday.
Cultured man loves
And some lady's like, Charles, what are you talking about? And he's like, I don't know. That's the mead talking. That's what they assume they sounded like back then in the stovepipe hats. A lot of wool. Everyone wore wool back then.
Yeah.
So itchy.
So itchy.
I mean, it's warm, but just, so itchy. Imagine like you're walking around London, there's chamber pots being dumped everywhere. It's 1873 or whatever, and streets are mud, and you're just
itchy.
Blimey, it's so itchy out there.
Well, wool is what allowed people to get out of Alcatraz, you know. They'd wrap themselves in the wool blanket before they jumped in the water because wool was kind of wouldn't soak up as much water.
Did that work out for them?
Who knows?
Oh, well,
I think some people got away. Yeah, who knows?
Well, yeah, there's the one movie. Yeah,
producers, look it up.
Clint Eastwood, he was able to figure it out. But oh man, yeah, imagine you think like the underwear was wool. Of course, they all wore like the full like body jumpsuits or whatever back then with the butt flap and everything. It's just it's so great to be alive right now and not then.
Yeah,
is the overall takeaway that I'm getting at here.
Yeah,
like. People say like, oh, we live in the worst timeline. I mean, A, we do, but B, like, oh man, imagine if it was like 1970s Victorian era London right now.
Yeah, imagine if you were taking your horse and carriage down 101 to get to the Niners game instead of sitting on your couch.
It'd be awful. You get to the Niners game, they're all wearing their leather helmets, and then if someone sneezes on you, you're going to die of dysentery next week. Like, they didn't have medicine back then.
No.
You go to the doctor's like, Doc, I'm sick. Oh, here, let's put some leeches on you to get the ghosts out of your blood.
Yeah.
Why are people dying at age 43? This is weird. Anyway, man, we live in such a great time. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to Dave in Fremont. We were talking a little bit about Draymond Green here. Talk about the past, present, and future of Draymond Green, hence the Christmas Carol theme here. Dave, he doesn't understand why people are upset about this. I'm assuming that it's the Draymond Green thing. Dave, explain to me why you don't understand why people are upset about this.
Well, first things first, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to everybody there.
You as well.
Fantastic show. I'm actually up here in the PNW. So thankfully with Odyssey and YouTube, I get to listen to you guys and stay in it. Real quick, when it comes to the whole Draymond thing and like just being, I don't know why everybody is so surprised about this thing. I mean, ever since the punch, like Draymond immediately went out and talked about how he was going to, go and mature and take some time away and do all this type of stuff and come back. And it took all of 16 games for him to go right back to being Draymond of Draymond. So this is the guy that we have. This is the guy that we're gonna have for the rest of the time that he wants to essentially be a Golden State Warrior. No other team is going to put up with this. No other coach would put up with this. No other organization would put up with this, and no other fan base would put up with this. So this is the guy that we have, and this is the guy that we're going to get for the rest of the time being. He's almost become like a child who has gone his entire life without any type of discipline from his parents. And then all of a sudden he turns 18 and his parents go, hey, you know what? We're going to start taking an interest in your life and telling you that you can't do this and you can't do that. And now you see Steve Kerr telling him, how am I even supposed to coach you? It's behavior that has been enabled by the organization. And my moment for him going full circle on this whole thing was when the organization let him participate in the ring ceremony after the whole Jordan Poole incident.
Hey,
that moment to me, real quick, so that way I don't lose my train of thought. Sorry. That moment to me was Draymond Green talked so much about being the champion, having rings, and you had a moment as an organization to really show him, like, dude, what you just did is not cool, right? And you let him participate in that, and you basically showed not only the entire world but his teammates that this type of behavior, because it's Draymond Green, is accepted. So again, I don't know what everybody's upset about when it comes to him doing this type of stuff, because he's just going to continue to do it because the Warriors and the organization and us as a fan base have just allowed this type of stuff to go on. And now it's to the point where you can't just, oh, okay, well, let's make a move and let's put him in there. No, who's going to want him? You know what I mean? So
good point. Hey, Dave, Dave, I got a question for you. Keep him on the line, Dave. You're going to be the first person for this one. How do you think Draymond Green's going to be talked about in 10 years?
So at one point, when you guys were mentioning who, everybody's favorite Warrior was when we were going through our runs.
Yeah.
Hands down, everybody said that Draymond was the heartbeat of the team. I'll tell you this right now, when he retires, and if I was at a game that he came back to, I would stand up and give him a standing ovation. That's not what I'm saying. I believe that he has been at more than not, he has been a very, very good Warrior, and we do not have the championships and stuff without him. That's for sure. He will be remembered as a very, very good Warrior. We all know that. I mean, statuesque, really, if you think about it. But almost going to be kind of in that volatile, like Dennis Rodman type category. You know what I'm saying? Where he's like, yeah, Draymond Green was really, really good when he was really, really mentally checked in. But then, you have the years like Clay and Steph are hurt, and he's like, the regular season's boring. I don't even get out of bed till, March or May. And, all of this type of stuff makes you just kind of go like, yeah, Draymond was great, but, but at the end of the day, we were calling him, the heartbeat of the team for a couple of years, you know what I mean? But then just the incidents start piling up. And again, this is the guy that we got. He's not going to go out there and score 15, 20 points anymore. He's not going to go out there and work on his shot because he's had the last.
Oh, lost him there. Hey, thanks for the call there, Dave. Some good stuff there from Dave. I agree with a lot of what he said. And
I thought that was a really good call, Sam.
Yeah, we let him cook there. I like what he had to say. I think a lot of fans are going to be in Dave's boat where 10 years from now when he comes back for Draymond Green night, he will get a lot of love from this fan base. Well, actually, I mean, I get where he's coming from on that. I think that is going to be true. My prediction, though, and how we talk about Draymond in 10, 15, 20 years, At some point, there's going to be the big tell-all 30 for 30 style doc that comes out on Draymond on this Warriors run. I have a kind of a feeling that the stuff we learn about Draymond Green behind the scenes, it's going to sour some people on him. I think he'll still get love. He'll always be a champion in my eyes. He'll get the statue. But, you know, if everyone's opinion of Steph, Clay, and Dre is, let's say they're all at a 10, just to pick arbitrary numbers. They're all at a 10 right now. I think the opinion of Draymond might drop over the next few years. Never so much to the point where he's going to be like, don't come around here. But there's going to be some people who are like, wait a minute, that's what was going on? Wait a minute, he did that behind the scenes? Wait, he was saying this after the punch? Like, if of all the big three, I mean, Steph's the golden child. I'd be shocked if anything awful ever came out about him. Clay, I think there's probably going to be some distance between him and the Warriors for a time, but there's never going to be any love lost between this fan base and Klay Thompson.
I think Draymond needs to lash out against the Warriors and the fan base for there to be animosity down the line toward him. I think he needs to do a lot more. I don't think that animosity toward him is going to be a thing after he leaves here.
We're gonna hear a lot from him after he retires. Again, we're talking, Draymond Green's, Christmas Carol adventure. Talk about his past, his present. We're now getting into his future. What is going to be the feeling on Draymond Green 10 to 20 years from now? A lot of fans, I think, will still love him. I do think there's going to be a lot of fans that are going to get really tired of him. We're going to see a lot of Draymond Green because he's going to be in the media. Well, not just the podcast, but he's going to be on a panel for something, whether it's the ESPN, whether he's going to be on Amazon Prime dancing around on the stage with, Steve Nash and Taylor Rooks and Blake Griffin and doing all that kind of stuff. He is going to be in a position where he's going to be giving a lot of opinions, and he's going to be giving opinions on the next Warriors team. Maybe he says something offhand about those Warriors. I don't know. He's going to have ample opportunity to say something that's going to make someone look at him and be like, screw you then.
Yeah, I think that the way this is going to end, potentially, is I just don't see Warriors fans completely throwing him to the wayside and saying, screw you, unless he lashes out in a way toward the fans, toward Steph Curry. He just lashed out toward Kerr, right? But they've had mix-ups in the past that have been totally, I'm sure on Monday they're going to say, we've talked, we've gotten through this.
Yeah.
It's
Here's
over.
what Kerr had to say after the game about the argument with Draymond.
Yeah, we got into it, obviously, and I took the time out just because I thought we lost our focus there a little bit, and we had it out a little bit, and he made his decision to go back to the locker room to cool off, and that's all I'm going to say about it. It's everything is private. Yeah, I got nothing further to add.
And here's Draymond Green talk about, when you're with people for a while, sometimes this happens.
It's what we do. We play basketball. It's an emotional game. People lose their emotions. Sometimes it happens. It is what it is. We've been at this now for a long time. Sometimes you're with people for a long time. There's a level of comfort, and it happens. We move forward.
Sometimes, yeah, with people a lot, things happen. Things boil over. I mean, Carter, you've been on this show for about a year now. You've seen Shasky and I go at it at times. I get into it with Spadoni at times. You and Shasky get on arguments. It's when you're with people to a degree, it's like family. You're gonna argue and stuff. But I don't know, man. Walking off the bench is just that's beneath Draymond.
Yeah, I think though, as this is where I think the players are the ones who are suffering the most. As far as I don't really care about the back. This is what Steve Kerr gets paid to do, is deal with people. I mean, it really is. Yeah. As a coach, that's your job, is to handle people, right? So he needs to do his job and just, he hasn't had a great year, but this is extracurricular crap he doesn't need to deal with. My point is I was a basketball player, and if I would have ever walked off the bench with my team, in a game, they wouldn't have spoken to me.
No, you're done.
No, there's no way to me, and I would feel the same way. I'm not going to accept your apology at practice. You're done to me. That's it. You quit on us. And yeah, sure, you came back to sit back down. That helps, I guess. But, I'm going to have trouble looking at you. There's no doubt.
Do you think the Warriors looked at that moment all right, well, now we're definitely trading him?
I think there has to be some part of Steph Curry that's getting fed up with this.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we saw the tears in Orlando. What was that, 2 years ago? I mean, no one forgot that. Think about it. We all still remember that, and that was based on something. That was based on frustration mounting. I don't know. I think that there's no chance that Steph's not somewhat frustrated by this. I just won't believe it.
You and I are doing the show on Friday morning. I definitely want to get into this a little bit more. Again, we played that breakdown there, and there was some frustration last night, and I think it boiled over, Monday night, and it boiled over into that explosion with Draymond. I don't think Kerr meant to go at Draymond in that way. It's just kind of how things kind of came to fruition there. We'll get into that more again on Friday morning when you and I are doing the show the morning after Christmas. But right now, though, we got a good caller on the line. Adam in the city. What's going on, man? He's got a semi-special shout-out that he wants to give.
Hey, Wallace.
Merry Christmas, guys. Carter, you're killing it today. It's been really good to hear you and Sam go back and forth. I just wanted to give you props that you're doing a great job.
Thanks, Wally.
I wanted to ask before I got into my point, the Draymond Nurkic punch happened the year after Poole, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't in the same year.
The spinning swat or whatever?
Yeah, they got him suspended, and then, that's for, Shaskio's prime rib dinner or whatever it is, but...
we absolved him of that, but yeah.
So my point, though, is that this, when we've been done with Draymond, right? Like, I honestly, personally was done with him after the punch with Poole. You can feel however you want about Poole and his play, everything like that, but that guy was a 25-point per game scorer, a young gun that we drafted, developed, was a key part to why we won the championship, and then Draymond ruined everything. And I guess this is getting to my point here. We saw this in the Sacramento series where he stomped on Sabonis, got suspended. The offense looked better, right? When he had his little spout on the sidelines the other night, what did the Warriors go on, a 42-18 run? The Warriors have continued to show that once Draymond is not in the game, they play better. Offensively, they move better. They look faster. And I think it's just gotten to a point of I don't think this is worth all of the baggage, because it's you can't score. If you don't have your main guys out there, you're not going to try. He's having these spouts now. We've seen him have these spouts with Kerr in the past, but now having them again here when it's you're not as good as a player as when the last time you had this argument we're aware of. So,
yeah, no, it's a good point there, Adam. Thank you very much for the call. Let's go rat-tat these next 2 years. I want to finish up with a fun little thing that I planned out last night. Let's go to one of our favorites, Don in Concord. Don, how you doing today, man?
Hey, Merry Christmas. The weather outside is frightful. It sounds so delightful. And Draymond Green, he's a beast, man. He's going to be a commentator. He's all that. I love Draymond. Like the last caller said, 25 points a game, all that. You with me, Sam?
I'm with you, Don.
All right, baby. What about my 49ers? Mr. Purdy's going to go to the playoffs. He's going to shine. We don't care if he got on the the Pro Bowl or not. He's going to shine.
Pro Bowl's overrated there, Don. Hey, Don.
I'm going to say something about Mr. Sagapulatelli.
Oh, I was going to ask you right there. How you feeling about the Bears tonight, Don?
Oh, man, we're going to roll on him. He's at home. He's comfortable. I've been watching a lot of literature about it. The Cal will win. Sagapulatelli's going to be a star.
Love it. Thanks for the call there, Don. Let's head up to Benicia. Let's talk to our friend John. John, how you doing today, man? How are we feeling about Draymond Green?
Good morning, guys. Hey, you know what? I think that, let's take what I'm about to say with the off-court persona. Let's eliminate that. But I do think that we have our version of Dennis Rodman and the Bulls.
For sure.
And I mean, the crazy thing is wasn't Kerr on the team with him? So, I think he's just trying to be, Mr. Jackson here and see if he can just tolerate him enough to get the rings. But I think he'll end up being it's Christmas time. So Draymond will continue to get a Christmas card. He just won't be invited to dinner.
Ooh, I like that analogy there. That's a good one. And it is, and as John so eloquently put it, it is Christmas time. Santa Claus tonight is to be squeezing down the chimney to deliver, the good stuff for all the good people. And, Carter, growing up as a kid, You always had the belief if you're good, Santa's going to give you something a little bit good for Christmas. If you're bad, you're getting some coal.
Well,
good, clean coal.
Sam, you've seen the Dick's Sporting Goods commercial where Draymond's on the naughty list.
He is, and so we're going to play a little game. We played this a couple times here on Christmas Eve. It's a game I call Coal or Candy Cane. So if you got a little Christmas music you guys want to play there in the back, I gave some homework to Zach and Rizzo. They got to come up with a bunch of names of Bay Area sports people, and the game is simple. If they're good, they get a candy cane in their stocking. If they're bad, they're getting coal. So I'm going to turn over to Risotto. Steven, give us some names. You give us the name, Carter and I determining whether or not they're getting coal or candy cane in their stocking tomorrow night or tonight.
All right, guys. People might remember we did play this last year. Like Sam mentioned, Zach and I came up with a few names. So let's get started. We just talked about them, but coal or candy cane, Carter and Sam, Draymond Green.
Oh, Cole. Gotta give him some Cole.
It's not close.
Yeah, I think it's not been a very Draymond Greenish year for him. And if Dick's Sporting Goods has him on the naughty list, then we're going to put him on the naughty list too.
Off the court and on the court, Cole. Look, frankly, I was going to say this after Wallace's call, is he's redundant with Jimmy Butler. He's redundant. It's just Jimmy's doing all these things that Draymond does, handling the ball, passing the ball, running the offense through him, except Jimmy can actually score and is a threat. He's Cole. I mean, come on.
All right, who's next?
All right, the next one. We got to switch it up just a little bit here. We don't want everybody to get Cole, so I'd imagine what you guys would give this next person. It is the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers, one Kyle Shanahan.
I'll give him a bow tie of candy canes. A whole bow tie, 6 of them. I think the guy's been, just incredible. I'm honestly shocked. I realized the other day that Kyle's never won Coach of the Year. It's just crazy when you say that out loud. It's candy canes. Kevin Stefanski's won it twice in Kyle's tenure, but Kyle's never won it. Come on.
It's, he's absolutely getting a candy cane this year. Kyle Shanahan is going above and beyond in his job here. Listen, I've always been a Kyle Shanahan skeptic. That might not be the case anymore. Can he still win the Super Bowl? I feel like that's the last thing we're holding against him. Oh, he can't win the big game. He's going to get you there into that position, and at that point, we'll see what happens in the Super Bowl. But this year, maybe truly see the Christmas spirit, the Kyle Shanahan spirit, which is that as long as he's here, the Niners are in a good spot.
Sam, I'm curious. You're a Raiders fan. Is there a coach? How many coaches are over Kyle that you'd want to coach the Raiders?
Maybe Andy Reid. That's it.
McVay.
Sean McVay, I think, is up there as well.
That's about it.
That's the trifecta right there.
I think that sounds right. Yeah.
Who's next?
All right, next up, we're going to go to a different sport. You guys touched on Giants a little bit earlier, but it is the president of baseball operations of the Giants, Buster Posey, candy cane or Cole.
We give him a candy cane. And a big reason of that is, the Rafi Devers trade. That trade really injected a lot of life into this team, and you gave us a legitimate star to look forward to. No disrespect to Willie Adames. Really love what Willie brought to the team this year. Great addition there from Buster, but bringing in Devers, that elevated this team to a whole new level. And someone is a star, Carter, when you're just able to talk about them whenever. And doing the Orange and Black Weekend wrap this year, every Saturday, just the name Rafi Devers, you were always able to get at least a good half-hour conversation about him. That's what true star power is. And I do like the culture that Buster's setting here, and I like that Tony Vitello hire. So, Buster, you're getting a candy cane.
Yeah, candy cane for me, too. This is a team that struggled, it felt like, to bring bats into town, right? Or just even sign a high-end free agent, which I would put Adames as a pretty high-end free agent. So for him to go get Adames and then to take a massive swing and then go get Devers, which everyone's been clamoring for, a left-handed slugger, got to give you a candy cane. And it just feels like the culture's changed. Like,
it really has.
There was just such a, something sucking them down.
There was a staleness and just kind of a malaise in that clubhouse when Kapler and Farhan were there, and last year, I mean, they were bringing again when the Pasoy was in there, Alex Cobb bringing all the other toys and fun stuff in there.
But it was also just like this smirky, like, we know more than you, shut up.
But you didn't.
But you're not winning. So how do you know more than us if you just keep losing every year?
It's like they're trying to overcompensate and how good it was, but no, this year it felt like a real baseball clubhouse.
Couldn't stand that guy.
Yeah. Who do you got next?
All right, let's go back to the hardwood guys and talk about the brain behind this roster of the Golden State Warriors. It is Mike Dunleavy Jr., an interesting year for him. What about him?
Coal. Lots and lots of coal. All the coal. Put all under his tree. Put it in the stocking. Put it in his pillow. Just fill his house up with coal. He's going to be grilling so much this summer with all the coal that we're giving him. No, we all crush, Kerr for this roster. We get mad at Steph for allowing it. We get mad at Draymond Green. Mike Dunleavy's the one who put this roster together. Mike Dunleavy took this team that was already old, and it's like, you know what? You know what this team needs? Not DeAndre Ayton, not Mark Williams, guys who are young and fresh and full of life. Go get me Al Horford. Go get me a 39-year-old center that can't play back-to-backs. Yeah, that'll fix everything. We got an old team as it is. Let's add a 39-year-old on top of that. Oh, we're not old enough? Hey, 35-year-old Seth Curry. Come on down. We want to give you some minutes too. You gave us an old, small roster. You know what the average height of this Warriors team is, Carter? 6'5". You know what the average height is of like good NBA teams like the Spurs or the Rockets or the Timberwolves? 6'7". You know what the average height of for that first championship Warriors team was? 6'7". You are at least 2 inches shorter as a team than you need to be. And you're also old. Such an old team. But no, it's Steve Kerr's fault. You have 7 guys on this team who are 33 or older who need important minutes. We crush Kerr for the job he's doing this year, and Kerr said, we have all the answers on this team. That cap on that one. You can only cook with what the people provide you. Steve Kerr has very old, spoiled ingredients he has to work with. The only people on this team age 33 or higher who should be on this team are Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler. Yeah, there it is. That's the list of over 33, or I guess Draymond Green too, maybe if he can earn it. But you cannot be an old, small NBA team with no length and then get mad at the coach when they're not doing good. Mike Dunleavy, so much coal.
I am going to go the opposite direction of you, Sam. I'm going to go with not a full-size candy cane, but one of those tiny little mini candy canes in Mike's stocking. And the reason it's a mini one is because he executed that Jordan Poole trade, which was just awful. It's just like you attach a pick.
What's been his best move? What's been the best move that Mike Dunleavy's made?
Getting Jimmy Butler.
No, actually, I walked into that one.
Well, that's why I'm giving him the candy cane. It's very hard to acquire a star through a trade like that, and he was able to pull it off. And he acquired a star who, frankly, said out loud, I don't want to go there. And he still made him happy. They paid him. And if you can't look at that as a lifeline to throw to Steph, there's just not much more they could have done, right? On top of that, I hear you on the small player thing. I just have a problem with people clamoring for this because there are not teams around the league just clamoring to give away really good young talent. You know what I mean?
Well, you got to find the right disaster situation to take advantage of.
Which is so far and in between. Mm-hmm. I mean, think about it. People talk about Trey Murphy III as we need to go get him. Why would the Pelicans give him up? He's 27. He's scoring 20 points a game and producing on the rebounding and assist category. So it's just this notion that they got older. They should have gotten younger. Young players don't just grow on trees, people.
I mean, you had free agency. You had chances.
Players people want, they keep.
I would rather have, again, it's some symbols I would rather have a DeAndre Ayton on this team.
They couldn't afford DeAndre Ayton. They came out and said that. They could not afford him. So he was out of their price range. The Lakers got him because they were the ones that could afford him. So it's just I get it. The other thing about the height, I'm completely with you on the height. It's embarrassing.
And the age.
And I was the first one. Well, the age is a problem. There's no doubt. To me, there's two paths. You either trade Steph, go completely young and rebuild, or else you have to just kind of add on with Steph, right? As I said, people aren't just clamoring to give away good young players. So, the height, I think, is partially Steve Kerr's fault. So I can't just put that necessarily on Dunleavy. They've kind of done this for a while, where they've had hugely small teams and had guys basically playing out of position to make up for it. I mean, so I think that there was a disconnect there between what is right and what the coach and the GM want.
Couple more before we get to Fast Five. Rizzo, what do you got?
All right, let's do 2 more here. All right, let's throw in this one. Everybody's favorite here at the Morning Roast and honestly at 95.7 The Game. How about Janet Mountain View? What is she getting in her stocking?
Oh, she's getting all the candy canes. I love you throwing a collar in there.
Yeah, her stocking is overflowing with candy canes, falling on the floor. I mean, come on.
I'm calling this station 95.7 The Jan.
Yeah, come on, Riz.
95.7 The Jan. I love that. Jan always gives 100%. You know who also is always going over 100? It is Brandon Ayuk, rolling past Levi Stadium. What about Brandon Ayuk? Where does he stand? I think I know the answer to this, but I'm just curious. What do you guys think?
I'll give you mine first, Sam.
There you go.
Brandon Ayuk is not receiving coal or candy canes. He's receiving. I'm taking his stocking off of the mantle and putting it in the dumpster outside. Yeah, honestly, what are you doing?
Santa's not even putting his house on the list. He's flying right over it. He's getting a flyby.
You have this absolutely stunning air attack offense, and this is the way you're acting? I mean, come on, dude. This notion that he thinks he's going to go get paid elsewhere, this large amount of money, is so comical to me. This guy's going to see one-year deals for the rest of his career is my call. I'm calling that.
I mean, definitely next year. I mean, we'll see where he goes.
He'll have a 2-year at one point, and that's it.
We'll see where he goes next year. I mean, he's still young enough. He's still got enough time left. He can maybe get his career.
He'll never get a 4-year deal again. I will guarantee that now.
Who do you think has a better career after they leave the Bay Area? Brandon Ayuk or Jonathan Kuminga?
I think Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah,
that's a hot take, but I think Jonathan Kuminga. And just the reason being is I just don't think players who do this stuff in football and sit out and do all this crap, it just never turns out. And at least Kuminga's had a good attitude through it all. So
for the most part,
compared to Brandon Ayuk,
Ayuk, yes, and that's another one. When the tell-all doc comes out, man, if Jonathan Kuminga got the Christmas Carol treatment, or better yet, if Aaron Turner got the Christmas. Aaron Turner's getting cold, by the way.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, no, Brandon Ayuk, he's not even on the list.
He
of
doesn't
stops.
even deserve coal. I'm serious. What this guy has done is so beyond. It doesn't. I mean, it's when people are calling him crazy, you understand it, right? Because
it actually
what
checks
he's
out.
doing is so beyond what makes sense for a human to do. It's just, I don't care how unhappy you are. You know what? There's a way to get traded and still get your guarantees paid.
Yeah. One more for us, Rizzo.
All right, one more. By the way, Chris in Oakland said that he's getting a speeding ticket in his stocking, which might be more realistic. Anyways, we'll finish it off with somebody you guys just mentioned. I didn't even have this prepared. I should have. But Jonathan Kuminga is actually a really good candidate for this game, and I don't have a good answer. I'm wondering what you guys have.
Yeah, I do. It's Cole. You got Cole. Sorry.
I think,
this hasn't worked out.
Honestly, yeah, it's the way he handled he basically hijacked the entire Warriors offseason.
Yeah.
He really did. I would have been what he did in the playoffs, I was willing to maybe let him into the candy cane realm, but no, you put the entire Warriors offseason on hold. I mean, you talk about the Warriors couldn't afford to get a guy like a DeAndre Ayton. I don't even know what roster machinations the Warriors could have done over the offseason to clear stuff out and make room to sign a DeAndre Ayton.
You could have at least looked at other people, right?
You could have at least done something with your roster and gotten somewhat creative. That's the thing. Mike Dunleavy needed to get creative this offseason, because sometimes when you're a GM, you got to really, go into the lab and do some serious GMing. You had no chance to do that, and now you have a bupkis roster, and a big part of it is Jonathan Kuminga. So
who's not even playing now?
JK, you are getting Cole there, and that right there, folks, is Cole or candy cane, and we're going to fade that out. And with that being said, let's get into a little Fast Five.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
All right, let's go around the room here for Fast Five. Carter, what do you got?
I want to hear the producer's Fast Five first, actually.
Yeah, mine right now, I am a little bit of a betting man, is the first half unders in just college and NFL. I've been hitting like crazy. I don't know what it is. I think within the NFL specifically, just the weather, the time of year, defenses, really know what the offenses are doing, but they've been a lock. So first half unders.
All right, Rizzo, what do you got?
Yeah, I just want to say happy holidays, Merry Christmas to everybody out there celebrating with your family. And This is more of a what's bugging you. I don't know if you guys listen to the crossover, but one thing that's bugging me, and this is just an evergreen statement, the lines at stores this time of year is just absolutely insane. It's so not worth it. And also just, I've had it with people backing in the station, backing in the parking spaces this time of year in very crowded I'm so mad at this, I can't even speak. But just backing in the parking spaces during this time, busy parking lots, shopping, returning items that you haven't even gifted yet. Like, I just avoid shopping centers. So that's kind of what's bugging me, and that's my fast
Wait,
five.
you don't like people who back into their parking spaces?
No, they're entitled. It's not worth the trade-off. I don't care that it's easier to get out.
I'm with him.
I back into my parking spaces.
It's not an even trade-off.
Totally makes sense.
Well, sorry, you guys aren't good at driving and parking. Like, it's especially I do the thing. You put the hand on the back of the headrest so you can.
It's a whole look.
Oh, you know I'm gonna finesse it. I park in my apartment building in our little garage area. I back in. I drive past my parking spot and then I back in because when I leave at 4 whatever in the morning, I don't want to back out. I want to just drive away.
Yeah, this makes total sense. Well, my final thought is very simple. It's go Bears tonight. Come on. Let's get this tonight. Good season finally. I think when I started working here, Sam, I said to you they needed to fire Wilcox. And I was ridiculed for that here at this station. And I was right because...
Deep take.
Yeah, we're headed up here. It's finally, 10 years of mediocrity, it's felt like. And I think that they have something on the other side. So go Bears. Let's win tonight. Set the standard going into next year for JKS, and let's do this.
I like that. My final thought here is, first off, Merry Christmas, everyone. Don't do anything stupid tonight. It's something I think we can get into on Friday. The NBA is trying to combat tanking, Carter. And some of the proposals that they have put out there, kind of dumb. They want to limit pick protections to either top 4 or 14 and higher, which would eliminate the problematic mid-lottery protections. So, yeah, they want to put a cap on what kind of picks you can protect. They want to lock the lottery positions after March 1st, which I don't know how that's going to work out when there's still games to be played. What, you just do the lottery on the 29th and you can't or the 28th and you can't trade draft picks after that point? I don't know what that looks like. And the dumbest, I think, out of all these things is you can't pick in the top 4 2 years in a row, which I think is absolute lunacy, because there are teams out there that are actually bad, and you be screwing over those actually bad teams.
Is Adam Silver trying to figure out how he can screw up the NBA as much as possible?
It's just every little tanker job he does just makes it worse and worse. And listen, I'm not saying that there isn't a problem with tanking. We saw it last year, and the problem is it has shown to kind of work at times, but we're spinning ourselves in circles trying to fix this issue, and it's just making it worse every single time.
The NBA Cup, the dumbest thing ever. Did you see they're headed to Duke now to play at Duke instead of Las Vegas? I mean, come on, dude. What are we doing?
I'm sorry, when not even Las Vegas wants to put up with your nonsense.
Yeah, no one cares about it. I mean, it's just such a loser thing. Let's have another trophy in the middle of the year. It's so stupid.
Hey, I said my solution. Winner gets a playoff spot, but apparently that's not good enough.
I'd be down then, Sam. That would matter.
All right, Zach's telling us to go. So that was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity, introducing the 5-year price guarantee. Zach, you're supposed to be doing that, by the way. Good job. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years, guaranteed. Steiny and Evan are coming up next, and that is going to be brought to you by the Bayview Restaurant at the Inn at the Tides. Ring in 2026 in unforgettable style. Join the Inn at the Tides Bayview Restaurant for a New Year's celebration with guest of honor Kate McMurray. Ooh, wow, that's a big one. Enjoy a luxurious multi-course wine-paired dinner and a sparkling midnight toast. Reserve now at innofthetides.com. Steiny and Evan next. That's Carter. I'm Sam. Zach, Steven, great job, you guys. Steiny, he's already coming in. He can't wait to do the show. Merry Christmas, everybody.
I'm David.
I'm John. And I'm Chris. We're the 3 brothers that own Jack's Restaurant and Bar with 5 locations in the Bay Area.
We learned the restaurant bit.
Guys, that's my line.
That's my line. Pretty sure that was my line. Guys, we don't have time for this. Jack's serves delicious breakfast, lunch, and dinner 7 days a week.
Don't forget to say we have a full bar.
I won't. Don't forget to say it's a great place to watch all the games. I won't forget. Look, we're much better at cooking great food than making commercials. So come see us at Jack's in Pleasant Hill, San Mateo, San Bruno, Newark, and now San Jose.
You forgot to mention our website, ilovejacks.com.
I knew he would.
Excuse me, can you tell me where?
I don't know. Those big box stores, they don't know. But Dolan's knows. For 60 years, Dolan's Lumber has been serving the Bay Area with the materials and the knowledge to make your next home improvement project stellar. Lumber, doors, windows, you name it. Dolan's knows exactly what you need. So skip the guessing. Go with the experts. Remember, Dolan's knows. Call now for a quote. 800-9-DOLANS or visit dolanlumber.com.
Celebrating 40 years with extraordinary rewards. Since our humble beginnings, we've believed in setting the standard for luxury, entertainment, and hospitality. This year, we invite you to be part of a defining moment in our story. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence and experience the unparalleled luxury that has made us a legend. Indulge in the extraordinary. Be part of our legacy. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties. They're systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody. Pure domination. That's Omar Habis, Tariq Habis, and the Habis Law team. When Habis Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to dust. Habis Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard if you've been injured and want to win. Visit habislaw.com. Habis Law, they fight to make it right.
McDonald's is putting value back on the menu. Whether you're craving a Big Mac, McNuggets, or sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddles, make it a meal and save. Your favorite is now your wallet's favorite, too. Extra value meals are back.
The extra value meal is on at McDonald's. Get a sausage McMuffin with egg, hash browns, and a small hot coffee for just $6. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Promotion pricing may be lower than meal pricing.
Think you can't lose weight during the holidays? Think again. At Jumpstart MD, we make it possible with local experts, clinical support, and access to the lowest priced GLP-1 medications. Whether you visit one of our 13 Bay Area clinics or start online, you can save big this December. Start today for just $25 when you mention radio, because the best gift you can give yourself is your health. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to book now.
Ragnar the Terrible got a job at a big bank. Let's listen. So what's it like being a 5th century warlord?
Same as big bank. We conquer and extort gold from conquest.
Huh. We just lower our customers' deposit rates and raise their fees.
And if they argue, put on their floorboards and crush while dining.
So smart. Star One isn't like the big banks. We think banking should be pain-free, with lower loan rates, higher deposit rates, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first served. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable scent boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point.
Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
All righty. No Guru today, but we knew that. Evan Giddings in the house.
Well, why'd you say it like that?
Yours truly. We knew he was taking it.
But you said it like, I hope he's having a nice day off.
Oh, sure. Hey. What's going on, Evan? How you doing, man? Happy holidays to you. Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
Risotto in the house. We got Cam over there. Have a fun day today.
I learned a little something about you this morning. And it was, I think it was like a couple months ago. There was a week where, for people who don't know, Steiny typically brings a breakfast sandwich in the mornings, and that's his sustenance for the day. And there was like a week period, I want to say a couple months ago, where you didn't have your breakfast sandwich.
Mm-mm.
And I finally understand now this morning why you were so cranky that week, because you brought breakfast sandwiches in today. The lovely Susan made them. Thank you very much, Susan. And they were absolutely delicious. Those are some damn good breakfast sandwiches. And so I understand now why the one week you didn't have them, you were the Grinch.
Yeah, and, as good as they were, you guys got the brioche buns today. On a different day, you might have gotten the homemade bread. That she
homemade
makes.
bread?
Yeah.
That was pretty damn scrumptious.
On another level, for sure.
What's up, man?
Sure. Not much. Just, I'm in the spirit. I'm dressed in black for Christmas. No, I'm looking forward to tomorrow, stuff. Get home today.
You got everything all wrapped up?
No, I wrap tonight. That's what I do.
You and St. Nick?
Me and some other people. Hey, well, first of all, I'm going to tease. Apparently, you have a proclamation to make at some point about the San Francisco 49ers. So we have that on the agenda. But
I've just noticed that people are kind of afraid to say what they actually feel because they're afraid to get hurt, and that's fine. But I feel like now that the Niners are in the playoffs, we got a couple weeks left. It's finally it's time to talk about them like an actual football team as opposed to just a charity case.
I would agree. So, the one thing about time's a fleeting thing, Evan, and yet it's very important because time often can give you a little bit of perspective. You take a day or two and really get to process things. You come to maybe a slightly different conclusion than maybe you had a day or two prior. And
it's one of the two things you can control.
Yeah. And I cannot believe I'm saying this. But I'm looking at the Draymond situation a little differently today. And what he did, I have less of a problem with today than I did yesterday or the day before.
Did you get hit on the head on the way in?
No. So I'm like the Warriors have made a conscious decision that they're going to live with Draymond and all his transgressions. And over the years, we've seen some of his transgressions be extreme, obviously. The punch, Jordan Poole, Nurkic, Gobert, all that stuff. So they have decided they're going to live with it. Okay. Something comes up on Monday, where he gets into an altercation with the coach. He's clearly in a really precarious spot. He's got three choices. He can lose it, he can leave, or he could sit there and say, yes, sir. Yes, sir, Steve, you're right. And I just feel like they've made this concession to him, and he's been all over the spectrum with stuff that he's done. But the more I think about Monday, I think that wasn't that big of a deal. Because the way he handled it was the best way he could handle it at the time, which was leaving the situation. Now, there may be consequences for it, though I don't know. But the bottom line is he kind of avoided what could have been a much worse situation. And if he knows himself as well as he says he knows himself, he left. And then that's the decision he made. So he didn't get into an altercation, but he did something still that was wrong that he got penalized for, in essence, because he wasn't coming back in the game. Now we'll find out what happens tomorrow, if anything. And I don't really necessarily think anything's going to happen, but it's kind of like what they all signed up for. And he might have handled it the best way he could at that moment.
Is this your Mount Crumpet?
What does that mean?
That's where the Grinch lives. It's where he takes the presents up to the top. He's about to throw them off, and then he realizes that Christmas is about something actually bigger than just him and the presents and all these people down in Whoville when they start singing together. Because he realized that he can't. Are you growing up before us? What went through your mind that brought you to this place that yesterday? I mean, you guys were killing him yesterday. You guys were saying that he gave up on the team.
In fairness, Guru was much, much harsher on Draymond yesterday than I was.
Well, yeah, but you're still harsh on him.
I brought this up yesterday, and I just thinking about. Listen, every once in a while I can run hot,
and his heart grew 3 sizes that day.
Let me tell you something. I can run a little hot. I can get.
I know.
I can get triggered occasionally. And sometimes the best thing you can do in those situations is just you got to walk away, okay? Not the best thing to do, but not the worst thing to do either. That's all I'm saying.
Well, it's the lesser of two evils, but he still walked out on his team.
He did.
And
there should be a ramification if there's not. Maybe he apologized, and maybe they dealt with it and all that kind of thing.
But the fact of the matter is, if this also follows the same line of thinking of Draymond's past transgressions, he won't be punished. I mean, this might actually be the first time where we do see some sort of repercussion. And I think it's going to be more about basketball than it is about Draymond.
Exactly.
Green.
And that's what we're going to get.
It's not going to be because Draymond, walked off the floor and didn't want to come back in the game. It's not because he threw a tantrum. He's done all of that before. He's hit a teammate. He screamed at his coach. He yelled at Kevin Durant. Like, he's done all these things before, and there's never been a consequence for them. But to me, this might be the first time we actually see Steve Kerr do something about it because, oh, by the way, Draymond hasn't played very well this year.
Exactly. And those are the two things, obviously, that are going on. And Nick Friedel had a piece today in The Athletic that was really spot on, I thought. The problem was less that Draymond Green walked off the bench. The problem is he's not playing well. And it's over the last month, it has become obvious that at least this month, they're better without him. They just are. They're a better team without Draymond Green, and that's what's got to be dealt with, to my way of thinking, more so than what happened on Monday night. They've got to figure out a role for him at this point, because 30 minutes a night with Jimmy Butler, it's just not working. It's not working. And I know it's easy to say, well, he'll never do it. But I think he would do it. I mean, I think maybe what's happened this month is that he's coming to terms with the fact that he is winding down. He's not the player he was. He's been super frustrated. It culminated on Monday with him doing what he did. But I think maybe today or tomorrow or down the line, he's going to say, I think I got to try to do something different for the sake of the team. Like, I do think when everything calms down, he might be willing to say that.
Well, he's basketball smart enough to recognize at this point that he's on the back nine. He might be on hole 17. I mean, he's getting there.
Yeah.
And the other part of it, too, is Jimmy Butler's also getting there to where he's not really a 3 anymore. And so the question is, who's the better power forward for the Golden State Warriors? Is it Jimmy Butler or Draymond Green? And as of late, the answer has been pretty obvious. It's been Jimmy. So I just feel like Draymond's struggling with the realization that he's not the player that he used to be. Even last season, he's still great defensively, but just on the other end of the floor, it has been brutal to watch for the Warriors.
And we'll get into some of that, on the other side. There's also another issue, according to Mark Spears of Anscape. Draymond's got some more frustration that's not just about, his play. There's something more specific. We can get into that on the other side. But what's coming up on the game today is fun. Yeah, we're going to have fun today. I'm demanding it. Anyway.
In all black?
What's coming up?
Black.
I might take my shirt off. And have a T-shirt underneath, though. But it's lighter. Hey, Goo. Wishing nothing but the best for Goo. Fremont Bank is your sponsor, ladies and gentlemen. Here for you, here for good. And it is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And this segment was also sponsored by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Make money predicting every bowl game legally nationwide with Kalshi. Today it's the Boca Raton Bowl and Frisco Bowl game. Will Toledo upset Louisville or will Ohio upset UNLV? Use code Odyssey for $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI.com. Trading involves risk. Kalshi.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
After doing it all, Lazy Boy Furniture takes you from zero to surrounding you with the comfort you deserve. Come try it for yourself at any Lazy Boy Bay Area store during the holiday sale and save 30% on everything. But only for a limited time at your local Bay Area Lazy Boy store.
Thinking about selling your house but hesitant to move during the holidays? Imagine finalizing your sale now, enjoying the holidays, and move later. Call Wedgwood Homes to discuss your options. Do you want to downsize, relocate, or selling an inherited property? Does your house need repairs or updates? Wedgwood Homes buys homes as is. No repairs, no commissions, no hassle. Secure your future plans and move forward with a no-obligation, all-cash offer from Wedgwood Homes. Close in as little as 3 days. Or enjoy the holiday season and move after the new year. Skip the stress of a traditional listing that can be slow and unpredictable. Lock in your sale now with a firm offer from Wedgwood Homes with no last-minute price drops like other cash buyers. Call 415-888-9432 for your no-obligation all-cash offer. 415-888-9432. 415-888-9432 or wedgwoodhomes.com, the Bay Area's trusted home buyer.
Calling all basketball fans. Make your game day experience unforgettable with a stay at Hotel Via, just steps away from the action. Enjoy chic accommodations, stunning rooftop views, and the ultimate convenience for catching all the action. Skip the traffic and relax in style before and after the game. Whether you're celebrating a big win or just want a perfect night out in San Francisco, Hotel Via is your MVP choice. Book now at hotelviasf.com and make your game day a slam dunk at Hotel Via.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hurry, it's your last chance to donate your car to Cars for Kids for 2025. Any car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Act now for your maximum 2025 tax deduction and vacation voucher. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate. That's Cars with a K.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
No gift? No problem. With Target's last-minute gifts, the holidays are a breeze. You can score on the hottest toys, beauty must-haves, chocolatey stocking stuffers, and much more. And if you need it now, no worries. Swing by any Target store today and snag all the stocking stuffers and gifts for the most magical season yet. Step into the holidays, check off everything on your list, and save big on your last-minute gifts. Only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Don't miss comedian Dave Chappelle when he takes over Chase Center the week of the big game on February 7th. Buy your tickets on Ticketmaster.com before they sell out. And for your chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Dub Nation, this is Brandon Pajemski, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Goo today. Merry Christmas to everybody out there. Be safe if you're, be safe if you're out there, but there's not many people out there. A great commute, 17-minute drive into the city today for me.
Yeah, this is the best day to get presents.
No doubt. And I'll be getting a couple after work.
Yeah, if you don't have them already, like if you haven't ordered stuff, I would say a few days, prior to Christmas, you might as well just not do it until right before. Just start walking into every shop. There's a couple discounts. People are trying to get rid of things. Christmas Eve, you just see what inspires you, and hopefully, if you find something that somebody else likes.
Yeah, that's what I used to do. I used to take Christmas Eve off and just bang it out in the morning. But now I'm older and more mature, and I take my time. And
well, you just said you're going to get presents today.
Yeah, it's a favor for somebody.
Oh, okay.
Well, I guess I'll be in on the gift. But,
sure.
We're talking about Draymond Green, speaking of the holiday spirit.
Shut you talking to me.
Draymond.
I just want to go home.
I'm not going to say I'm not going to praise you for leaving the bench, but you know what? I'm not going to kill you either. I'm not. He had to do what he had to do. He left, and here we are. Anyway, he was talking about why he's so frustrated. This is Mark Spears from Anscape. He was on TV the other day. Listen to what he said about what's been going on with Draymond.
I'm hearing, too, that Draymond's a little frustrated with having to guard centers and having to guard guys that are 40, 50 pounds heavier than him.
Okay. That's the easiest solution to a problem that I've ever heard in my life. Don't play him at 5 then. If that's what's frustrating him, don't play him at 5 as much, if at all. At least right now.
I think
play him alongside Post.
I think that's part of the problem.
Yeah.
No, he is playing alongside Post. And he's still been terrible offensively. And it's because he has no place on that end of the floor unless he's the only big out there because he can't shoot. Okay, so he's frustrated, guarding centers. What else is he out there for? What is Draymond Green's best asset? What is he best at?
Defense.
And guarding players specifically that are bigger than him.
Yeah.
Anthony Davis is going to be in town tomorrow. Who's going to guard him?
It's got to be somebody else.
That's a problem.
Okay.
If that's what's annoying Draymond, that's what his biggest strength is to be able to neutralize the biggest players on other teams, or at least make them have to work. Quentin Post is going to do it. Al Horford, when he comes back from sciatica, he's got a bad back. He's going to do it. Jimmy Butler was guarding Banchero the other night, but is he going to guard AD? Is he going to guard centers? No. That's Draymond's job. So I hear Mark Spears, and that may be the case. If it is, to me, that's a problem.
So let me get this straight. What he still does best is frustrating him the most, and he's not as good as he has in the past. So we don't even have an answer then.
I don't think that's the biggest thing frustrating him.
It's the decline of his play, and he knows it?
Yeah, it's that he has no place on offense. He doesn't have a place right now because what he's best at is what did he say the other night? The offense was running through me.
Right, and I only had one turnover.
He was happy about that. Okay, well, the offense has been better when it's been running through Jimmy. That's kind of Draymond's role. And Jimmy Butler's better at doing that because he doesn't turn the ball over as much. I mean,
yeah.
Honestly, so this was the thing that really stood out to me from Friedell's piece in The Athletic. Over half of Draymond's shots this year have been from 3.
Almost 60%.
That cannot be the case. He's not a good 3-point shooter. Even when the ball is going down, Draymond Green cannot be taking 60% of his shots from beyond the arc. That tells me that he doesn't have a place on that end of the floor.
Because what else can he do?
Exactly.
And he doesn't do that great.
No, he's not passing the ball very efficiently. It's been one of the worst seasons of his career. I think he's leading the league in turnover rate right now.
Yeah.
Or it might have changed after the last game because he only had 1. But it's
in
like
8 minutes.
Exactly, though. It's
or 17, whatever. But I hear you.
Draymond Green's role is slowly diminishing. And I'm a little concerned about hearing that piece of sound because to me that's where he is going to help the Warriors. If the thing he is frustrated most by is guarding big guys, I don't know what we do about that.
Well, we play him 18 to 24 minutes a night, I think. I mean, the other thing Friedell brought up that's, to me, spot on is the only hope you're going to have is if Draymond is good. The only hope you have is if they make the playoffs and Draymond is healthy for the playoffs. So he was suggesting that as risky as it may be, you've got to kind of save him right now, and it's not a bad time to do it because he's not playing well. Just ask him to play in shorter stretches and see if he can give you a little more energy in those shorter stretches. And that's like, there's no way the Warriors there's no way it hasn't crossed the Warriors' mind that they might have to do something with Draymond in terms of limiting his minutes or having him come off the bench. And I think it's just a matter of how long they can kind of hold on this way before it becomes completely apparent, if it does, which I think it will.
Well, and if you can get to the postseason or the play-in or whatever place they find themselves, can you get to April with Draymond Green feeling semi-fresh. Right. It was clear last year that I thought he was impacted by having to play center the majority of the season, so they don't want to do that this year.
Yeah.
But that's kind of his best position on this team. Just because the Warriors, I don't think they really have a center. I mean, Post has been playing well, but I'm not sure I trust him against the biggest and the baddest big boys in the West. I mean, I don't know, Steiny. Like, what would you do about it at this point? And what do you think the Warriors are considering when it comes to Draymond?
Well, I mean, I think they have to be considering bringing him off the bench. But then the question becomes who's going to start. And initially I thought, well, you got to give Kuminga a crack at it. But now I'm puzzled about Kuminga because he said he was going to reward Kuminga, played him 10 minutes. Kuminga got sick, came back the next game and didn't play. And I kind of just thought that maybe he wasn't available. But if he was available, that means Kerr didn't go to him. So I don't, I'd still might give him the first crack at it. But I don't think that's, I just don't think it is a crazy idea to search for answers, to try to get this team to be better and asking what Draymond Green can do or what he can sacrifice to make this team better. That's what pros do. And particularly if they want to pride themselves on being a team player, then he's got to have an adjustment, I think.
Well, do you look at the backcourt? I mean, I would say start DeAnthony Melton, but he's on a minutes restriction, and he's not playing very well. Do you go back to starting Will Richard? I don't. He's playing well. Do you elevate Podziemski? Do you go to someone like? I don't think you play double bigs. Do you start Santos for a little bit? There's not really a clear answer to me.
You're right. Kuminga should be the answer,
but he isn't.
Right,
and that's kind of been his place the last 4 seasons.
Yeah,
he's been the idea.
Let's go to Chucky's in Oakland. Hey, Chucky, how you doing, man?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Good. Wishing you guys a Merry Christmas, man.
Same to you.
All you guys at the station, man.
Thank you.
And Evan, good call on Monday, bro.
Thanks.
We share alma maters, man. And I graduated in 1980, bro. I was all CL in basketball and team MVP.
Panther pride, Chucky. I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, what I wanted to speak on, man, is Steiner, you throwing me for a loop this morning, bro.
I know.
You hey, and you of all people, Steiner, you always speak on, how you don't like the prima donnas, the special treatment. You believe in team chemistry. I mean, I remember you spoke about that when you had your high school coach on a while back.
Oh, that's right.
You guys were sharing memories. But man, with Draymond, and yesterday you and Guru was talking about how he had a terrible past couple of months.
Yeah.
I'm saying the man had a terrible decade, man. Because this stuff, man, it started. He did it with Durant. He did it with Poole. He had a prior situation with Kerr. And I'm saying this to say that, I know I'm going to get some pushback from you, Sonny, but I'm putting this all on Steve Kerr, man, the coaching, man. And, it finally came to a head the last game when on the public stage. And so I'm just putting this all on Kerr, and I think the man should be some type of penalized for his behavior because, I mean, look, he got 100 million reasons to not get frustrated. From last year, he got 100 million reasons to not be frustrated. So I think he should be. They shouldn't be condoning his behavior no more, man. It's just all bad to me.
All right, Chucky. Hey, Merry Christmas to you. Happy holidays. And you're not wrong. I think that. I mean, I'm not going to win the argument. Well, I understand that.
Yeah, and that's not really what you're here for. And obviously, a lot of times you're not necessarily winning the argument, But so let me ask you this: what year was it when Kerr said, "I'm sick of Draymond's bleep"? They caught him on the sideline
5 years ago.
Yeah, I want to say it might have been Durant's last.
Yeah, 18 or 19.
It was a while back. This might be a bad question, but do you think he's finally just sick of Draymond's bleat? Like that at the podium the other night on Monday night, did that sound like a guy who's had it up to here?
Kind of not. And let me share with you why, if I can find it.
Because
will it linger?
To what you're saying, you don't think it'll linger?
No.
Well, he didn't exactly explain himself.
No, but he just, like, it's clear they're going to just move on, right? Like, the one thing the last caller, Chucky, said, he's right. He's like, you know, if the Warriors, and they're not going to, but if, like, they suspended him for tomorrow's game for leaving the bench, once again, I would not be like, they shouldn't have suspended him. Like, he made his decision. He walked away. There may be punishment. He's got to deal with it, though he won't. And, like, but they're going to move on and play Dallas, and that's just the way it is.
Well, I'm not saying you suspend him, but right. I think there's got to be some sort of reaction. It's like your team, what they were plus 24 or 26 without him. I mean, they went on a freaking run at the end of that game. And look, I realize the Magic were down 2 of their starters, and but they're not a bad team. And up until that point, that was a ball game. Draymond exits, and this team just takes off. And you went through the games of December yesterday. I thought it was a fair point. It's like they've been playing better without him on the floor lately.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that at the end of the season, Draymond won't have his place, and you can't forget what he did against Wembanyama on back-to-back games. But it's like maybe you got to start seeing if there's some other answers on this team because. And I thought Draymond had a good point after the game, too, which is if you're happy with being 500, you shouldn't be here. He's a big reason why they're 500.
Right.
And this team has to – if Kerr really believes that the answers are on this roster, at least until January 15th, then you got to experiment with some other things, not including Draymond Green.
I completely agree. Let's go to Big Smooth. Big Smoothie's in Oakland.
Yeah, so you agreed with the last caller when he said Draymond had a terrible decade?
Well, I didn't.
That's hilarious.
No, we laughed.
Yeah, we don't have 4 of anything if he's not. Listen, Draymond is the ultimate double-edged sword. It's a full experience. You got to get the bad. You're going to get all of that. Players blow up all the time on the bench. The only thing is they don't leave the bench. I'm sure, like you just said, Draymond is frustrated. He's not playing well, and they're 15-15. If he doesn't say anything, I think it's a good sign that he's frustrated. And I do believe if they can start showing signs of winning without him, that's the ultimate humbling experience. It'll make him humble to say, okay, let me fit in. He's either going to do one of two things. He's either going to fit in or he's going to think about it. If he blows up a couple more times, it's going to look really bad for him.
Yeah.
We need Draymond, of course, and I love the aspect of just kind of put him in a little bit on the shelf. Horford's going to come back. Horford is going to do something. He's not just going to be a stiff. I mean, I get the sciatica. I have a sciatica. He shouldn't be having one. But once he gets in and gets his feet wet in Milton, I do believe what Steve Kerr says. I believe everything is on this team. It just doesn't, you got to play it into form. I'm looking at I think Draymond would be the perfect one to guard Cooper Kupp. I believe Draymond will make Cooper Kupp have a bad game because Draymond is Cooper. I'm sorry, I always say get the Kupp flag. I believe Draymond will frustrate Flag because he's not the big lumbering guy who's going to try to guard him. He's a guy who can get under his skin a little bit. I think he's going to. And then you put Post on AD. AD if healthy is a problem. We know that, but I believe. I love the fact that we're letting Post get some growing pains. He's playing pretty good defensively, guys.
Yeah.
He's playing pretty good defensively. But I do believe Flag will be bothered by Draymond.
Interesting.
Draymond is still a good defensive player, guys. He's still a good – he's just – yeah, of course. Listen, Draymond, the perfect time to complain about guarding centers would have been last year because he was literally guarding – man, you see him battling with Joker and then turn around and battling – last year would have been the great time to complain about this. But Post is helping now. Everybody should be frustrated. I've gotten to the point, guys, with some games, in the last couple of games, I didn't even want to watch. I'm like, man, why? Why watch? They're not entertaining right now. So everybody's frustrated. The fan base, Draymond, Steve Kerr. And let me say one more point. How come we never hear, well, how come when Jordan punched Steve Kerr it wasn't a problem? But Draymond punching Poole is much more of a problem. I thought about that. How come that wasn't a problem for MJ? But for Draymond, we never hear the end of it. But anyway, you guys have a great day. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas to you and your family. Happy New Year. Love you guys.
Same
Bye.
to you, Smooth.
You too, Smoothie. Yeah, that's fair. I mean,
well, nobody saw that punch.
Well, we did.
No, the Jordan punching Kerr.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's.
And I'm not sure that came out right away.
But to Smooth's original point, the reason why is because he's worth the baggage. Jordan was worth the baggage. Draymond was worth the baggage. And we're finally getting to a point in 2025 where people are asking the question, is it worth it anymore? And so far this season, I don't know about you, but for me, it hasn't been worth it through 30 games.
Correct.
He hasn't played in all of them, but the ones that he's been a part of, he has not been worth the baggage. I think he can get back to the point where he's contributing and helping this team. There's a reason why they're third in defense, and that's a part of it. But I think for right now, clearly where he is at mentally, to be at a point where he would walk away from the team and not return by his own volition, he needs to take a step back. And I think that Steve Kerr has to help him do that.
I don't disagree with that. And you know, in a way, what I'm going to say next, I'm envisioning Guru sitting across from me, and he would just be like, you can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that. And my question is, why? And here's what I'm getting at. Over the course of the last month, Steve Kerr clearly is trying to find things. And during that month, what happened? Will Richard got put on the shelf for a couple days. Like, he's been putting 3 or 4 guys on the shelf so as to limit himself from playing more than 11. So Will Richard's gotten some DNPs in a row. Gary Payton was out of the rotation for a little bit. Buddy Hield right now is pretty much out of the rotation. Spencer was never in it. Then he jumped into the rotation. Who else we got here? Kuminga has been in and out. So you're telling me solely because of Draymond's status that we cannot even attempt something like that with him?
Well, you can. But you have. Draymond Green's come off the bench before.
Right.
And then they've eventually figured out that they're better with him in. Maybe this is a time where, actually, I think it was last year. Last year when things were going bad.
Well, he's only started 5 games. He's only not started 5 games in the last 2.5 years, if you include this year.
Yeah, and that was last season where I think he volunteered to go to the bench, and then Kuminga started, and eventually they figured out that they were better with Draymond. Maybe this time you figure out you're actually better with Draymond coming off the bench.
Exactly.
I'm not saying you are.
Right.
But you might find that out. And to me, there's no reason to not experiment because nothing else is really working. Yes, they've won a couple games. They're expected to win tomorrow. At least they're favored to win tomorrow. You can put together a winning streak and be above 500. But in order to really make some ground up in the West, which is completely loaded, I just think the Warriors have got to get more creative, especially until they figure out what they're doing at the trade deadline.
They're favored by 8.5 tomorrow? The Warriors are favored by 8.5 tomorrow over the Mavericks?
I think it's a little fishy.
That sounds fishy to me. The Mavericks, they're 7-4 over their last 11, so they're starting to play. I'm not counting the Mavericks out yet. Are you?
Well, maybe Vegas knows that Draymond's not starting tomorrow, and the Warriors are markedly better without him.
415, Draymond came off the bench during the 2022 playoffs?
He did, yeah.
So you've done it at the times when the stakes have been the highest. Why wouldn't you do it now when he's 4 years older and you're in December? To me, it would seem kind of logical. You think Dallas has any action? No?
Oh, save me, Steiny.
I don't. I mean, no, I do.
Wait, action as far as what?
Well, as it relates to the Warriors.
Jumping, like being better than the Warriors this year.
Like there's 2 teams that, like, are the Clippers done? And do the Mavericks, do the Clippers and Mavericks have enough to overtake the Warriors?
No. For different reasons.
Okay.
I don't think the Clippers are done. They're not going to be a factor in the West. But the only reason they're not done is because they don't have anything to tank for.
Yeah.
And I think when you strip a team of a first-round pick, it really puts into focus, all right, well, do we just want to be sorry this year? Because that's all we're going to be. Like, you don't get a reward for being bad. Your pick is actually going to go to the best team in basketball. Meanwhile, the Mavs, yeah, when they have Anthony Davis, maybe they have action. But I don't know about you, Steiny. Over the last few years, have you paid attention to how many games he's been unavailable for?
I looked it up about 2 or 3 weeks ago and was even a little surprised it was as many as it was.
Yeah, exactly. So how about we do this? I'll take the Warriors, and you can have the Mavericks. And which team finishes higher in the Western Conference this year?
14.5. Let me see how many games back they are right now. They're 3.5 back.
I bet the Warriors will finish above the Mavs. That's why I don't think they have action.
Okay.
Also, Kyrie is, like, by the time we get to the end of the season and the Mavs aren't right there, why would they even rush Kyrie back?
They'd have to be there.
Yeah, and I think, look, Cooper Flagg's amazing. I mean, he's awesome. But it ain't the year.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about the Mavericks game tomorrow. We're talking about Draymond Green. But I'll tell you what, one thing that caught my attention is while everybody was talking about Draymond Green, one of the greatest Warriors of all time, was pointing his finger at somebody else. We'll get to that on the other side. But that segment was sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Hey, Bay Area, heads up. The Ford Final Days year-end sales event is now on at Ceremony Ford. Get an extra $1,000 in bonus cash on new 2025 Fords plus 0% APR for 60 months on F-150s, Explorers, Escapes, Mach-E's, Lightnings, and Super Duty. 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days. It ends January 2nd. Ceremony Ford, right off 280 or online at ceremonyford.com.
Tune in for the Ghost Report on Fridays during the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Jasky. Brought to you by Ghostwood Kitchen, your neighborhood brew pub on Main Street in Redwood City, where we are talking about who's scaring the competition this week.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to atcopestcontrol.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community-focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Lton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California, with its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods. The good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Dreaming of the perfect kitchen? Make it a reality at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Explore Bosch appliances in live working vignettes and see the innovation in action. During the Buy More, Save More event, you can get up to $4,000 in rebates on qualifying Bosch kitchen packages. From refrigerators with the Farm Fresh system to keep your food fresher longer, to dishwashers with precision wash technology that wipes out 99.9% of bacteria. Own the kitchen like a Bosch. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com today.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties. They're systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody. Pure domination. That's Omar Habis, Tariq Habis, and the Habis Law team. When Habis Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to dust. Habis Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard if you've been injured and want to win. Visit HabisLaw.com. Habis Law, they fight to make it right.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, SAG Master, and now your host of Free Range. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not.
Of course he did, right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part? You can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed. With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
I think Draymond would be the perfect one to guard Cooper Kupp. He's gonna. I believe Draymond will make Cooper Kupp have a bad game because Draymond is Cooper. I'm sorry, I always say get the Kupp flag.
Now back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Cooper Kupp was a bad boy.
I don't think Draymond Green could guard Cooper Kupp.
I don't think he could
Love
either.
you, smooth.
Cooper Kupp might put him in the basket.
Here's one thing. I'm sure there's a small amount of listeners out there that'll be like, see, Smoothie doesn't even know what he's talking about. He doesn't even know Cooper Kupp. Of course he does. Of course he knows the difference between Cooper Kupp and Cooper Flag. Give the guy a break. I blame Risotto. Why would you do that to him?
He's one of our favorites.
Exactly.
And it's almost Christmas.
A good caller too. One of our better callers for sure. While Draymond Green was headed to the locker room on Monday, Steph Curry was in that huddle, obviously.
Oh, I saw him. He's kind of hanging out.
Yeah, and Tim Hardaway is one of the greatest Warriors of all time, going to the Hall of Fame. And listen to what Tim Hardaway said about what he thought of the entire situation and what he was thinking.
Steph should have been the one standing up in that huddle, not somebody else.
Steph should have been like, yo, Dre, man, yo, that's enough, man. Come on, man. Hey, let's get back into it, man. Let it go. Let it go. Leave it alone. That's what Steph, don't be sitting down there catching your breath, thinking, oh, here we go again. Here we go again. Here we go again. So, yeah, I mean, Steph isn't that type of person, but we don't know what he said in the back after the game.
All right, so Tim Hardaway saying that Steph should have been the one to calm Draymond down, not Moses Moody, although I was impressed with what Moses Moody did, and it says something about Moody's status on the team, I think, actually, that, you know, if he could do that and he's got enough respect that Draymond didn't kind of go at him, which can sometimes happen in the heat of the moment. But, I mean, this one I'm kind of on Curry's side. Like, Steph Curry has learned long ago that, and he's always been this way, he stays out of things that really aren't his business. And I know that's a fine line for a quote-unquote leader to walk, but after 15 years of Draymond Green, I think Steph's, all he's got left is, here we go again, and there's not a lot I can do about it.
But this is where I do agree with Hardaway, and you brought him up, because the reason why it's a bad look is because Moses Moody did it. If Steph had just been hanging out and there wasn't anybody in the huddle and it was just Draymond and Kerr yelling at each other and Draymond gets up and excuses himself and everyone goes on about their business, that's one thing. But you got a 23-year-old that's willing to play mediator, that's trying to play peacemaker, and you're the franchise. I mean, that's where I can see people looking at that situation like Tim Hardaway is and saying that's a bad look. Like, Moses Moody's the guy who's trying to help out Draymond and Kerr and diffuse the situation. And you could also argue that, hey, you know, Steph has seen it a million times, so he knows exactly what's going to happen. This isn't a big deal. We're going to go on about our business. But Moses has also seen a couple Draymond blow-ups.
Yeah.
And I think the fact that Moses Moody feels comfortable enough now in his fifth season to step in and try and do something about it, that tells me a lot about him. So it's not something where I'm looking at Curry and saying this is why you're not a leader, or this is, this takes away from who you are. But I think it absolutely, it gives me a lot of confidence in Moses that he's got a growing voice in that locker room. And I think that's pretty cool for a guy who's his age and someone that obviously a lot of people respect.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, because I think there probably could have been other players that if they tried to do what Moody did, Draymond might have been, get out of here. You know what I mean?
Like if
Pods.
Pajemski tried to step in.
Yeah, I was thinking Pods or somebody like that, or, you know, a lesser, well, Moody and he are the same, but Moody, obviously Draymond's got some kind of respect for Moody because he didn't refocus his attention to Moody when he was in the middle of it. The one thing it does, though, is it does play into the narrative that Draymond, like Steph's just kind of okay with everything that Draymond does or doesn't want to be a part of putting his foot into it. And, I mean, even after the game, he was asked about it. He said, it's not for me to talk about. Ask those other two guys. Well, which is a professional thing to say, for sure. But I think Draymond, we have talked a lot about Curry and Draymond's relationship on and off the court and how much they need each other and one means for the other and all that kind of stuff. I just think Steph, a long time ago, came to terms with he's not going to be the guy that can steer Draymond. He just can't. He's seen it all. And the way Curry is, he knows that Draymond is Draymond regardless of Steph's impact on him or not.
I'll take it a step further, though. Does that make you feel like all these decisions that are going to come up in a month about who to trade, who not, like, Draymond's not going anywhere. It's because of a reaction like Curry to that, which is, that's Draymond. That's who he is. He's a warrior, and he's going to be here because I'm completely fine with all of his actions, both good and bad.
I mean, I'll just tell you that, we've talked about this since 2020 or even before that, what kind of clout Steph has on the organization and specifically with Draymond. And I'm just telling you right now, if the Warriors somehow had a trade out there that they liked for Draymond Green, and the idea they wouldn't do it because of Steph, I think we're long past that. Like, I don't think that's the case anymore. I really don't. Like, I don't think Steph says to Mike Dunleavy, don't trade Draymond. I'll be unhappy. Like, I think Curry knows where they're at right now.
Yeah, but Curry, because of that reaction, I think it's the same reason why he's not a superstar that's going to pound the table and say, go get somebody.
Right.
Or go make a trade, get me help. This isn't working. You got to do better. Steph Curry he's a softer personality. It's one of the reasons that I think he's great is because anybody can play with him for that reason. Anybody, no matter what size ego you have, can play alongside Curry because he's the alpha without having to say it. And you can go mouth off to the coach. Hell, you could hit a teammate. You can do anything under the sun. And as long as you're able to help him win basketball games, he's cool with it. But I also understand where a lot of people might come down his road for that and say, you're just allowing this to happen. You know, you've allowed all of these transgressions to take place, and you've kind of just condoned the behavior for the better part of 15 years. You know, again, it's a two-edged sword. It's just like Draymond, without all the baggage, obviously. Right. But, yeah, Steph Curry's not the get-in-your-face, egotistical, GM type leader. That's just not who he is.
Yeah. Let's go to Al. Al's in San Francisco. What's up, Al? How you doing, man?
Yeah, Steph Curry's not the get-in-your-face, egotistical...
Turn your radio down, Al.
Yeah, I don't like hearing myself that much.
All right, let's go to Christian in Fairfield. Al, get in the game. Christian is in Fairfield. What's up, Christian?
Hey, fellas. Happy holidays.
Same to you.
Yo.
Evan, tic-tac-toe. I like that. I forgot who was when that passed, and you used the car. I listened on the radio. That was beautiful. You did a great job.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Christian.
And it was dope that Moody congratulated you on the post game. I think Moody's stepping up as a leader in this locker room after what we've seen, too.
Yeah, now we get to the real reason why I like him.
Wait, what did he do?
Yes, sir.
Well, go ahead, Christian. I'll get to it after.
I'll tell you later.
And so with the Draymond and the Steph, I think that moment was Steiny, you've been on point the last 2 days, but I think it's a little deeper. I think their curve figured out because if with the rotations he's been flipping, he's been sitting the turnover guys. Kuminga with 3 turnovers, Buddy turned the ball over, and usually he'll let you play through that. Like if Buddy was hitting threes, like he'll let Draymond play through it, like he let Steph play through it if they're playing well. And I think over the past couple of weeks, he's realized, all right, out of respect, I'm going to let Draymond try to figure it out, and he hasn't. And right there when he called the timeout, he was telling about himself, and I think it hit Draymond deeper than just, I'm losing it. I think Draymond's realizing that he's the problem, and Steph knows basketball. I think he realized he's the problem with what's going on the court. So I think Steph fell back so he can let Kerr and Draymond figure it out, and I think we're going to see more Moody at the power forward because last year when they were 23-8, that's where he was playing, and Post has been playing good on defense. Like Smoothie said, offense has been shaky, but his defense has been great. So I think that's what we're going to see, a lesser role in Draymond and fall back and let Kerr finish figuring this out. And the turnovers won't be a problem, and they're playing faster.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Hey, Christian, who would be the fifth guy for you if you move Moody to the 4?
Post. I'd go Post, Moody, Steph, Jimmy, and I'd switch it. It might be Richard. It might be Melton. I keep Pods on his role that he is because he's playing out of this earth. People are hating on him. He's shooting 40% from 3. All his numbers is up. I wouldn't start Pods. Let him come in and keep doing what he's doing. Don't change his role because he's comfortable right now.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It would be between Richard. It'd be one of the defensive guys at the 2.
I like it.
All right.
I like it. Yeah, I'm kind of with him. I think, you know, Richard he's not going to score 20 points every game like he did against Phoenix. He's his production is kind of dependent on the other guys on the floor, but you always get the same level of effort with him. And I think Melton he's not going to shoot 17% from three the whole season. He's got to be better than that, but I'm kind of with him. I think it's between one of those two guys, and then you just see if Draymond, maybe he helps kind of facilitate the second unit with Podziemski, and he plays a little bit with Butler on the back end of that first and third quarter rotation when Jimmy's in with the second unit. And maybe you just try and put the clamps on guys because Draymond can still absolutely defend at a high level.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk studios. Laughing Monk is righteously brewed in the city, by the way. The one thing that we talked about a little bit was the guy who I think, if I'm going to move Draymond to coming off the bench, the guy who ideally would start would be Kuminga, but I don't think Kerr's going there.
You got to give up on that.
I will. So here would be my number 2. I think I might start Santos with Santos and another big, because I was thinking about Santos starting in place of Draymond Green. What do you get and what do you lose those first 6 minutes of the game? Like, in a weird kind of way, they're both shooting about the same from three. I don't mind Santos taking a couple open ones. And defensively, he's not as good as Draymond Green, but what would you really lose? Here's the one thing you wouldn't lose: energy. You would be coming into a game with Santos's energy. And I get it, Santos is a role player, but so's Draymond right now. So that if it's not going to be Kuminga, I would actually think about Santos, knowing that, yes, he's a role player, but he might fit with that lineup with Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, to start the game. Well, so what, is he playing 20 minutes?
No.
Like he's still playing.
I almost feel like, when does Draymond get subbed out for?
Well,
I know.
It's been changing a lot lately.
Right.
I don't know. I think he usually plays the first like 6 or 7 minutes of the first. So what, you're giving Guy Santos a 6-minute stint?
5 to start, maybe 4 or 5.
I wouldn't hate it. I mean, you're definitely worse defensively, but maybe you get a couple of extra opportunities the other way because Santos has been that sort of player.
Like he's I guess Draymond would be considered a better passer, obviously, than Santos, but I think Santos knows what he's doing out there.
You're not going to GP2?
No. No, he's a specialist for me now.
Well, so is Draymond.
Well, that's a problem.
But, so what Chris was talking about, one of the reasons why I'm a massive Moses Moody fan right now is, after the game, there's a player that heads over to the scorer's table, they put the headset on, and usually Tim and Tom will talk to him, but I got to do the interview. I honestly completely forgot about it at the end of the game. So RC gets in my ear and says, just riff for, 2-3 minutes, and you'll see someone that's going to go right down there. And I see Moses walking over with Brett, who works in PR for the Warriors. And I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure Brett must have told Moses that it was the first basketball game, NBA game, that I was calling on the radio. Because one of the first things that Moses said was, "Congratulations, I hear this is your first game." And that completely caught me off guard. So I think Brett did tell him, but Moses obviously didn't have to say that, and that was very nice of him.
We get the sound on that?
We'll get it. I'll get it.
No, he was great, man. I
really like him.
He also had a good game.
Yeah, I really like Moody. He's a grown-up. He's a grown-up.
Part of me was thinking after all that, it was, because you don't know who you're going to get to interview. So one person goes to TV, the other goes to radio. And I was thinking, please don't give me Draymond Green tonight. Please don't give me Draymond.
I'm wondering, if Brett said to Moody, "Yeah, this guy is his first game ever doing basketball." Like, I wonder if Moody might have thought you were like, kind of like a Make-A-Wish kid.
He probably said, "Hey, this is his first game, so any of these dumb questions he asks you, just give him a pass."
Yeah. Anyway, well done the other night, by the way.
Thanks. Yeah. Want to know?
That's true. That's true. They got you got a higher winning percentage than the Warriors. So, open up the San Jose Mercury News. This is just a little sidebar. Open up the San Jose Mercury News today on the internet.
Mm-hmm. Where else?
And there was a story there. We know the Dallas Mavericks are coming in tomorrow.
Yeah, Christmas Day, 2:00.
I saw a headline that said the Warriors should bring back Klay Thompson.
What?
The Warriors should bring back Klay Thompson. Now, I didn't...
Well, he's going to be back at Chase Center tomorrow.
Right, but... And I didn't read the article, but apparently Dieter Kurtenbach is saying maybe the Warriors should bring Klay back. Did you read it?
I didn't have to.
Well, you read something about feeding the soul, right?
Oh, yeah, that was one of the... So, were you ever a columnist?
Nah, not really.
Like, how often did you get to opine in your paper?
Once in a while.
Okay, so I'm imagining that...
Back in the day, it used to be like you knew if it was a story or a column.
Yeah, so when you have a chance to say what you think,
right,
you try and dress it up a little bit and you try and have some clever lines. Like probably Marcus Thompson's the best at that. He's always... Like, I feel like sometimes I'm reading poetry when Marcus is writing his stories. But I guess the reasoning for trading for Klay in a month was this team isn't going anywhere, essentially, and you might as well just bring back the captain of a sinking ship and feed the soul. That was the argument, from what I could tell.
If Klay Thompson is acquired by the Warriors to be a functional player, not that he's not. I'm not saying that.
Well, he's not.
There's two situations. One is you go sign Klay Thompson when he's a free agent and he plays one more year here. But there's no substantive thing that you got to be kidding me, right? I mean, you got to be kidding me. If the Warriors acquired Klay Thompson,
are you serious?
For Buddy Hield, let's just say. I mean, I think they'd be kind of the laughingstock of the league. I mean, what would they be doing? They can't do, they can't do that. It would be such a blatant concession.
If Draymond goes to the bench, you need a starter. Sonny, do you know what he's averaging this season? Klay Thompson?
14.
11. He's shooting 37% from the floor, 35 from three, both of which would be...
45 from three?
No.
Oh.
35.
Okay.
Those would both be career lows. And he's only shooting 71% at the free throw line.
I'll bet he's taken 7 free throws this year. Come on. There's no way he's getting to the line. He never did.
But when he did,
if he's 7 for 10,
he made
cut him a break.
90% of them. I mean, what are we talking about?
How many has he taken?
Klay Thompson might retire at the end of this season.
Does he have one more year?
Yeah, which is why he won't retire. But after this contract, he's a vet min player. That's when the Warriors might go out and say,
exactly.
Hey, do you want to come back for a final season? Draymond, Curry, maybe they're still here. Maybe, I don't know at what point you'd go and get Klay. I think Draymond, after this contract, too, is probably moving into vet min territory. Do you want to come back with Draymond, have the big three back together for one last season? You'll play a little bit, but really it's just about getting you guys on the same page in a place that you deserve to be as 4-time champs. That, to me, is when you bring back Klay Thompson. 2025 or 2026, that's a joke. Like, seriously, I love Klay Thompson. He was my favorite Warrior when I was younger. He has no place on this team right now. And he's having fun in Dallas. He's got his Well, yeah, he's got his girlfriend, him and Meg the Stallion. They look like a wonderful couple. He named a boat after her. They probably got some, a bunch of stuff going on off the court. Like, just let him enjoy his life. Don't do that.
Yeah,
don't do that.
They won't.
They better not.
No, they won't. They won't. Risotto, you got that?
Moses Moody joining us now. Evan Giddings with you, Moses. And first of all, congratulations on the victory.
Well, I know that last week, of course, the 3 losses, not necessarily what you were looking for, but what do you think has been the difference now over these last 2, especially with the comfortable win for you tonight with Orlando?
Well, first off, congratulations to you too. I hear this you got the shot.
He didn't know a lot of details.
Well,
but he had the gist of it.
You got the shot.
I did get the shot. He was right about that.
Moody.
That's my guy.
So your favorite now?
Oh, yeah. See, but this is one thing that I was thinking about this too afterwards. So, in 5 or 10 years, I don't know what's going to happen, but Moses Moody's going to go on and have a successful career. He's going to play for a while, no matter whether it's in Golden State somewhere else. He's just going to play. And at some point, I hope that our paths cross again in 5 or 10 years so that I can thank him in person and then look forward to him not remembering at all what I'm talking about.
Of course not.
Because I'm going to remember forever, but for him, he's just like, yeah, I mean, we didn't actually talk face-to-face. We were over a headset. He doesn't even know where I'm standing.
It's so funny because over the years, a million times, like, we'll want to get a guest on or something. Or, hey, we got Matt Barnes on, or we got Larry Hughes, any old Warrior. And somebody would be like, well, Steiny, will they know you? And I'll be like, not really. Like, they forget so easy.
Well, even B. Diddy, you got him a birthday card.
But see, you know what's funny is if he heard my name, I don't think he would recognize it. But if I saw him, he'd be like, "Oh, that's the
Warriors
dude
guy
who covered us during We Believe."
I don't know. Some players remember. I mean, I think Jimmy Butler, like Nick Friedel, because he covered him in Chicago. He calls him Nicholas.
That's still going on though. Like I haven't.
That's true.
Talked to Larry Hughes in about. No, we saw him in Vegas about 4 years ago. Anyway. All right. I want to go. We're going to get into the Niners probably at 11:48 today. Evan's got a proclamation to make about the 49ers, and apparently you're not going to like it. I want to spend the next segment going back 2 years to something that somebody said and see how it's playing out right now, if we still believe it. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's Christmas Eve, everybody. We're in a good mood. If you want to call just to say hello. By the way, we're at 88 Kearney. If you want to drop off, you can just leave gifts here with our door person if you have something for us. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we'll break when I want to break on Christmas Eve. All right. I'll tell you what, let's do it now. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. This segment also sponsored by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrain.
In 2023, 1,355 people were killed in alcohol-related crashes throughout California. Driving under the influence of anything is dangerous, illegal, and has serious consequences. Don't be the I in DUI. Go safely, California.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties. They're systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody. Pure domination. That's Omar Habis, Tariq Habis, and the Habis Law team. When Habis Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to dust. Habis Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard if you've been injured and want to win. Visit HabisLaw.com. Habis Law, they fight to make it right.
Thinking about selling your house but hesitant to move during the holidays? Imagine finalizing your sale now, enjoying the holidays, and move later. Call Wedgwood Homes to discuss your options. Do you want to downsize, relocate, or selling an inherited property? Does your house need repairs or updates? Wedgwood Homes buys homes as is. No repairs, no commissions, no hassle. Secure your future plans and move forward with a no-obligation, all-cash offer from Wedgwood Homes. Close in as little as 3 days. Or enjoy the holiday season and move after the new year. Skip the stress of a traditional listing that can be slow and unpredictable. Lock in your sale now with a firm offer from Wedgwood Homes with no last-minute price drops like other cash buyers. Call 415-888-9432 for your no-obligation all-cash offer. 415-888-9432. 415-888-9432 or WedgwoodHomes.com, the Bay Area's trusted home buyer.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first served. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not.
Of course he did. Right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part? You can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed. With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier or cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first. Before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No!
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. And happy holidays. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, so you haven't seen this new thing they're doing in San Antonio? With
no.
The drum?
I just saw something, and I asked you about it. What's going on in the Alamo City?
Well, first of all, the Spurs apparently have the Thunder's number. I mean, Wemby is kryptonite for that team. But what they're doing now is Levick, after the wins, they have a drum. And so he'll start chanting or banging on the drum, doom, doom, and everybody sticks around and claps, 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 claps. And then it gets really loud. And then they all, celebrate. Hoo-ha.
So it's the beam. It's their version of the beam.
Kind of. I think it's cool.
What do the Warriors have?
Well, it's way cooler because Wembanyama is actually a part of it as opposed to, Keon Ellis or Ronnie.
Well, don't the Warriors have... Sometimes I get a good feeling. That one? Don't they play that after wins?
Yeah, they
I get a good feeling. Yeah, that's their thing.
They do play that.
Yeah.
Cam confirmed it.
Yes, sir.
I kind of subconsciously know all the songs. What's the song they play when they lose? You just kind of bob into it on the way out.
Well, I remember when Laker bought the team, they had they'd come out to Michael Bublé. God, what's that song called? A New Feeling, or it's a new. Come on, help me, listeners. Yes, that one. That one.
Have you seen Bublé, by the way?
No,
he's great.
Is he really?
Yeah,
Is he better than like Yanni?
Yanni,
piano player who used to be married to Linda Evans.
Oh, I thought you were confusing that for Yachty, like Lil Yachty, like
yacht, like yacht rock,
like Lil Boat. No, he is a rapper.
Well, so he raps.
He goes by Lil Yachty,
but he's
or Lil Boat.
Wait a minute, is he yacht rock or is he a rapper?
No, he's a rapper, but his name is Lil Yachty.
But that's a genre, yacht music now.
Is it?
Yacht genre. Yeah.
There are so many, I don't want to say silly, but just confusing subgenres of music now. And it's always incredible to me how many people know all of these genres and are super familiar with identifying a song or artist within the genre. Like I was talking to someone from KCBS yesterday, and because I went to see Fisher on Friday.
Oh, by the way, yes. Was it a zoo like everybody said?
There were so many children.
Now, was it indoors?
Yes. It was an 18 and up event.
How? But there's no
children.
There's an indoor space at Moscone that'll hold 15,000?
Yeah, it's where we're going to be probably for Radio Row for the Super Bowl. It was huge.
I figured it had to be outdoors.
No, it was great. They were able to do a lot of different light-centric themes with the ceiling, and they had these kind of rotating cameras that made it. Yeah, it was kind of trippy, but you could fit. Like, do you remember the convention center that we went to in Las Vegas for the Super Bowl?
Yeah, that was
It was
huge.
like that.
Okay.
It's massive, so it'll have enough room for all the TV sets. The Pat McAfee's, ESPN, CBS, NFL Network, all that stuff, and then we'll probably be, I don't know, somewhere around. But it's a really nice venue. That was the first concert that was hosted at the Moscone Center. And that's probably why it was so big. In fact, I know that it was so big because Jimmy Butler attended the Fisher concert on Saturday after the Warriors win against Phoenix. Apparently he was spotted somewhere. They had this elevated kind of, roped off section for VIPs or also they had a kind of a handicap spot. And apparently Jimmy Butler was just sitting in the...
What time did the concert start?
Fisher usually goes on around, I think he went on around 8:45 or 9, and he went till midnight.
Oh.
So after...
A regular Bruce Springsteen.
After the ball game. Well, Jimmy's not talking to the media nowadays, Tony. I don't know if you've noticed this.
Is that, are we officially there, or it's just...
It's been like 4 games.
He does talk in the locker room sometimes, but he does not go into the podium unless it's the postseason.
Why haven't I seen a quote?
Right, I haven't seen a quote from Butler in a week, at least.
And he's playing well, so I don't know what's going on there.
A lot of guys are like that. They play well, and then they don't. Like Chris Mullin, for example. Unfortunately, he was hurt for a large portion of his career. Not large, but he was hurt at different times. And when he was hurt, he was he was great with the media. And then once he started playing again, he kind of, kept everything close to the vest. And certain guys, they have their little superstitions.
Speaking of talking to the media, so he didn't win any points with you, Draymond, for talking after the whole fiasco on Monday?
Well, I think, no, he doesn't get any points for talking about it, but I do think it was probably smart just to, boom, get it out of the way. That, like, when they say move on, maybe that's what he's talking about. I'll just address it now and then it's over.
Yeah, but I think a lot of guys, after a situation where you were kind of the one at fault. I appreciate that he went up there and faced the music. Well, I guess he didn't answer it that way because he didn't really apologize, but at least he got out in front of it.
Well, like, for example, the one thing that's, I don't know if the NBA's got a rule on this or not, but like if a head coach gets ejected, I think they have the choice at that point whether they do the media or not. It can be the head coach can do it, or the guy who takes over for the head coach could do it. And what I'm getting at is, Finchie got run the other night.
Yeah, in the first 15 seconds of the game.
And he stuck around to do the press conference where he didn't have to. And he was
probably just to rip the officials.
It was. They foul all the time. This team foul. They're really hard to play against. They're really frustrating. They foul all the time.
Was that
every
Phoenix?
Possession. I think it was OKC.
He got tossed against. That's a game where they actually need their head coach.
They won.
Who, the Wolves?
Oh, no, they did.
They didn't beat OKC.
No, but they're playing well. They've won 3 in a row now.
Well, they played the Warriors.
20-10. By the way, listening to you two talk music is hilarious. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I mean, hell, today's free-for-all. I heard the morning show talking about college football.
Well, we got a big game
today.
today.
About anything.
We got a big game
We're talking
today,
college
Steiny.
football. It's all on the table.
We got the Hawaii Bowl today, man.
What time?
Now, that's a good question.
I'll tell you what time. It's going to be like midnight our time.
No, it's at 5 o'clock. Dude, prime time.
So
They're
it's
on
2
ESPN.
o'clock in Hawaii.
Yeah. Now and actually, that's when the Warriors play tomorrow. I think 2 o'clock is the perfect time for a sporting event.
Well, tomorrow we're going to get that, and I agree.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like later on, well, I guess if you're in Hawaii, it'd be at 2 o'clock. But if you're going to a game, you don't have to wake up too early, but you can roll up there around 10 or 11. You have a great tailgate up until the game. And especially, Aloha Stadium's in a really nice area. So you can kind of get around, enjoy some of the sunshine.
Yeah, the nice area is called Hawaii.
No, but specific to Oahu.
Oh, look at you. Can you name all the islands right now?
Oahu.
Is that the big island?
No, that's Hawaii.
Okay, so we got Hawaii.
Which is the big island.
We've got Oahu. We've got Lanai. We've got
Kauai,
the flower island. We've got
Maui,
Rodahana. I think we've got Molokai. Don't we have Molokai? And then we've got the one that we can't go to. What's the one that we cannot go to because it's natives only?
You know who would know this? And he's coming up at 2 o'clock,
Devone?
actually. Dan Devone.
Come on, Risotto. What's the island that they don't allow people like you and me on?
Oh, Howleys?
What's that?
They're called Howleys.
No.
We're
How? I can't.
Ni hao. Yeah, ni hao.
Ni hao.
Nihau. Ni hao.
I'm saying we're called Howleys.
Oh,
You and I.
yeah.
You and I.
Ni hao.
Yeah. Anyways,
You know
the whole
what?
point is,
I'd like to know who's trying to keep me out of ni hao. Seriously. It's not Tuscany. Why can't I go to ni hao?
I'm not leaving.
you don't want to know. But there actually is something about this game that I think is interesting because I personally believe, Steiny, the whole reason that you're not a big Cal fan right now is because they were able to do what Tulane could not, and that's keep their quarterback. So you guys had to let Darren Mensah fly for $7 million he left last year.
And he's gone back to Duke, by the way. He's not entering the port.
Yeah, so while we have a few minutes here, California, Berkeley, is paving a new path.
They're not.
In this NIL atmosphere. And you're jealous that Jaron Keave Sangapolutele chose to stick around instead of flee for a fee. And he's going to be in Berkeley for the next 3 seasons until he goes to the NFL.
Oh, heck yes.
Sorry, I just had to get that off my chest.
Hey, would Cal go this year? Like 7-5?
Yeah, bowl
they
eligible.
They beat Louisville, I saw.
Yeah, they did.
And Louisville beat Toledo yesterday. We can go college football all day
They
if
had
you
2
want.
top 25 wins. Thank you.
Tulane's in New Orleans.
My brother's saying Lanai. Did we already get that one?
Lanai, that's I believe Larry Ellison owns the island. He owns the entire island of Lanai.
Then I want to be careful
Ellison.
about what I say next.
Of course, Joe Lacob beat him to a pulp when they were bidding for the Warriors. Lacob's 1-0 against Larry Ellison.
You think Ellison is still mad about that?
No. No. He wasn't going to really. No, he was not mad about that.
He's now the richest man in the world.
I thought that
He is, right? Yeah. Ellison's the richest guy in the world.
In the world? I thought there was a...
He's up there.
Well, yeah, he is certainly one of them. But where do you think the Warriors are if Larry Ellison buys the team?
It is a great question because he, too, would have inherited Steph Curry. I don't know. Maybe he would have said, yeah, we would have won 6 because we wouldn't have thrown away a couple. I don't know.
I don't know. Do you think they have Chase Center?
Yes, they do have Chase Center. You want to hear something?
What?
That I'd heard about Larry Ellison and if he'd gotten the Warriors?
Oh, Zucky's got Ellison right now.
No, he doesn't.
Please.
They got to split the money because they're twins, right?
$30+ billion.
No, I'm thinking of the twins that they bought Facebook, that he bought Facebook from, right? Weren't there twins that got hosed?
From the movie? I think they were rowers. No, I'm talking about... Yeah, Zucky's doing all right. Weirdo.
All right, Hassan in Dublin. Hey, Hassan, how you doing? I'll tell you what Larry Ellison, I heard he was thinking about. Go ahead.
Thank you for taking my call. First of all, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to you and your families.
You too.
I have a question for you about a possible trade. I'm not saying it should happen. Why is there a possibility that Warriors can get Wiggins back? Can they put together a package where they can get Wiggins back? That's my question.
Probably. I mean, if they'd really want him.
You know what?
What's he make? Probably 25? He makes 25. He's still in that contract the Warriors gave him, right?
Trade him. Just go get him back. Yeah, thanks for... I
mean, yeah, if I could... You know what? Yes. Right now, I would trade Kuminga for Wiggins. Why not?
Well,
I don't think they would.
They might. They've lost 8 of 9.
If you're the Warriors, would you give up Kuminga and something protected
for Wiggins?
For Wiggins?
No.
You wouldn't.
Not a pick.
Protected. That's why I didn't say unprotected, because I think unprotected, everybody says no.
Maybe. All right. You want me to be honest? You know what they're saying about...
Ideally, you could move him for Draymond.
Yeah. I think I would try to look a little bit higher than Wiggins.
Okay.
But you know what they're saying about Wiggins right now in Miami?
I can only imagine.
They're saying the exact same thing about Andrew Wiggins as we said about Andrew Wiggins before the championship, which is this guy is just, what does Dibs call him? K-Wig?
Yeah.
He just floats.
He can.
That's one of the reasons I think the Warriors actually could get him, is I don't think he's very well liked in Miami. Now, he shows up every game, and he's healthy, and he starts, and he plays 30 minutes a night, but he's just a floater. I mean, the Miami Heat are 15-15.
God,
same place as the Warriors. Yeah, they got off to a good start this year.
They did.
But, look, you know what? Actually, I shouldn't say that, because right now the Warriors cannot dismiss any possibility when it comes to the trade market, because they have to be evaluating all options as far as how to improve. I don't think that Wiggins gets you to the next level, but heck, maybe if you're going to move Draymond Green to the bench, you bring in another forward, and that forward would be Andrew Wiggins.
I mean, that's not a terrible idea. The other thing about Kuminga now is it's almost irrelevant what his potential is, because he's been a net zero this year for the Warriors. So if they get a player back, even though the player might not be as good as Kuminga, he might have more of a role than Kuminga, because Kuminga doesn't have much of a role. Let's go to Bud in Oakland. Hey, Bud.
What's good, fellas? Happy holidays, man.
Yes, sir. Same to you.
So listen, right? You guys actually just came up with the perfect pun and headline for Miami Dolphins fans when you said 2 o'clock, because 2 is on the clock right now.
I like it.
That's good, Bud.
2 o'clock. Yeah. So listen, right? I just want to talk a little bit about the Draymond Green conundrum that's going on. If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, then it must be a duck. Draymond Green has been this since he's come into the league. Everyone knows that he's been this sporadic. I don't know why people act like it's something new to them now. What Draymond Green brings to the Warriors, he's the enforcer. You guys want that for the team. Now, I understand he may get out of control at times, arguing with the coach. He's fired up. He's upset. You should want somebody on the team that's fired up. Nobody else is. Draymond Green is the enforcer. What he brings to the team, nobody else brings that to the team. If you take Draymond out the equation, the Warriors are soft. You name somebody on the team who's going to get under the other guy's skin, who's going to get in somebody's face, who's going to make somebody else on the other team play out of character. Kevin Garnett did the same thing when he was with the Timberwolves. He was their guy. He was the one who got under people's skin. When Kevin Garnett left the Timberwolves, they were soft for years. And before we got Draymond, before Curry and Clay came to the Warriors were nobody. And we all remember those days, the dog days of Warriors, going to the games for $2 on Wednesdays and whatnot. The Warriors were soft. So you tell me who's going to bring that intensity for the Warriors game in and game out if you take Draymond out the equation. And we got to remember, man, you have to be careful what you wish for because one day you're going to get it. We all know Draymond, his days are numbered. And that's because he's on the other side of basketball age. So is Curry, and so is Clay, who we don't have anymore. So all I'm saying is if people need to appreciate what he brings to the Warriors because when he's gone, I can't name somebody who's going to do the things he does, whether it's, assist-wise, game-wise, or if he's just getting under people's skin. And I also think that the Warriors possibly could make a trade to get Anthony Davis and Klay Thompson back to the Warriors. Thanks for taking the call, fella.
Thank you, bud. Appreciate the call. I mean, the only thing I would challenge you on is what you said, what he brings game in and game out. Like, that's the problem right now. He's not doing it game in and game out. He's only showing flashes, and not as many as he has in the past. So I believe that Kerr's trying to figure this out, and I think that you can't tell me they haven't had internal dialogue about the idea of bringing Draymond off the bench. If for no other reason than they've had it before, clearly, because they made a decision to bring him off the bench in the past.
Well, the problem is, the caller's right. There is no one else on the team that can do what Draymond Green has brought to the Warriors. His skill set it's been so versatile. It's the reason why the Warriors, for the better part of a decade, they've been a dynasty. The issue is he's not doing those things anymore. He's right. There is no one else that can do those things, but neither can Draymond every single game. And I think that's why he's turning the ball over so much. I think that's why he got so frustrated the first game that he probably felt like he was playing well against Orlando, but Kerr challenged him and he was probably just like, damn, get off my ass. Like,
right.
I made one mistake and you're going to jump me. But that's the problem is I think he's, again, I brought this up with you and Goo a few weeks back. His body language, the way he's talking, and even kind of the way he's playing it reminds me a lot of Klay Thompson's last season, where it feels like he still has those nights where you say, damn, that's Draymond. But it's almost like he's trying to play that he's trying to prove through his play that he's still the old Draymond Green. And he's still talking like he's the old Draymond Green.
Right.
But the reality is he's an old Draymond Green. And that is not going to help the Warriors go to where they want to go.
Yeah, the other thing I took notice of on Monday after the game was, so I think, and this is just my speculation, Draymond turned it over and he called timeout after they got a bucket on the other end. I don't think there's any doubt Draymond took that personally and probably thought he was trying to call him out in some kind of way, humiliate or embarrass him. I did notice in the postgame, when Kerr was asked about it, he almost, I felt, made a point to say, yeah, I thought we lost our focus there. Like he made sure not to say, well, I was upset Draymond turned it over. So That was Steve Kerr's way of saying it wasn't just Draymond. It was all of us had lost our focus at that point. Yeah. So that they avoided at least that confrontation where Kerr can say, look, it wasn't because of you. It was because of where we were at in the particular game at that time.
Yeah, and I think he also is... Kerr's talking on eggshells about Draymond Green a lot more. And I think it's because he's in kind of a fragile spot, or at least fragile for him. I think he knows that he's lost a step. He still has it some nights, but it's funny also, Bud brought up Kevin Garnett, and Bud's absolutely right. Those last few seasons, or the last year really, that Kevin Garnett was in the league, he was the Minnesota Timberwolves enforcer. But that team was 29-53. I mean, my lasting image of Kevin Garnett, his final year with the Timberwolves, is him trying to fight Dwight Howard. It's not winning games. It's not scoring points. It's not blocking shots. It's not being a good teammate. It's trying to muck it up and start stuff, which, by the way, Draymond Green had a chance to do 2 games ago against Dylan Brooks, and he didn't do it. So if Draymond Green is really on the team to be this enforcer and be this physical presence, I'm not even seeing that from him.
Not on a consistent basis anymore. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steinmetz and Giddings in with you Christmas Eve. Hopefully everybody's doing great out there, spending time with the family, having a little fun listening to us. And on the other side, I'm going to finish up here with the Warriors, and then Evan's going to make a proclamation about the San Francisco 49ers. So we'll get to them around the noon hour.
Now, I think people should like what I'm going to say.
Oh.
But knowing Niners fans the way I do, I'm starting to think maybe they won't.
Oh.
Who's that?
I don't know.
Pasta.
One more time. That was the kid that called in the Willard and Dibs the other day.
One more time.
Oh.
Oh, that's cute. All right. Let's see. Warriors Wednesday. It is one, and it's brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Segment also brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Oh.
Make money predicting every bowl game legally nationwide with Kalshi. Today it's the Boca Raton Bowl and Frisco Bowl game. Will Toledo upset Louisville or will Ohio upset UNLV? Use code Odyssey for $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI.com. Trading involves risk. Kalshi.
All right, Bay Area, lock in because the clock is ticking on the Ford Final Days year-end sales event, and it's happening right now at Serramonte Ford. And trust me, you do not want to miss this. Right now, you get an extra $1,000 in bonus cash on top of all other offers on brand new 2025 Fords. That's real money, and it gets even better. How about 0% APR for 60 months on Serramonte Ford's most popular rides? We're talking F-150, Explorer, Escape, Mustang Mach-E, Lightning, Transit vans, and Super Duty trucks. 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days. Yeah, sit with that for a second. Every new 2025 Ford in stock qualifies, and there are more than 5 to choose from with that extra $1,000 open bonus cash. But don't wait. This deal ends January 2nd. And when it's over, it's over. Get to Serramonte Ford right off 280 in Colma, Daly City, or shop 24/7 at SerramonteFord.com. Final days, big trucks, bigger savings. Serramonte Ford, your Bay Area Ford store.
Hi, I'm John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. My brothers and I recorded our first commercial a while back. It got a little chaotic, so I'm here today.
What's going on here, bro? Are you recording a commercial without us?
Guys, no, I'm just trying
to what? Take all the credit for our half-pound all-natural burgers? Or the best fish and chips or around? 7 mac and cheeses and 14 sandwiches, including a French dip that will change your life? Or homemade meatloaf, pot roast, and next-level lamb chops? Or that people can order takeout and delivery by visiting ilovejacks.com?
Guys, no, I'm
just went behind our backs. I knew he would. Wait till we tell Mom.
Oh, please don't tell Mom.
Real family, great food, ilovejacks.com.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Reliable Legal Marketing.
Attention California residents. Non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, including chronic lymphocytic leukemia, a common subtype, is one of the most common cancers in the United States. If you or loved one was diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or chronic lymphocytic leukemia and were exposed to Roundup weed killer, you could be entitled to cash compensation. Bayer, the owner of Roundup, has agreed to pay more than $10 billion to cancer victims linked to the weed killer. Call our weed Weed Killer Cancer Hotline now to see if you're entitled to cash compensation. If you or someone you love has been diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or chronic lymphocytic leukemia and were exposed to Roundup, call now. Our attorneys have the experience and specialize in fighting for everyday people to get the compensation you deserve. If you or a loved one was diagnosed, even if a loved one has passed away, call 800-341-4933 now. But hurry, time is limited. Call 800-341-4933. 800-341-4933.
Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome. Will Trial Law, LLC, 1001 Bannock Street, Denver, Colorado, 80204.
Celebrating 40 years with extraordinary rewards. Since our humble beginnings, we've believed in setting the standard for luxury, entertainment, and hospitality. This year, we invite you to be part of a defining moment in our story. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence and experience the unparalleled luxury that has made us a legend. Indulge in the extraordinary. Be part of our legacy. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2025.
Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2025. Last chance! Donate now for a 2025 tax deduction.
Brought to you by Stevens Creek Subaru. Custom order your next Subaru at StevensCreekSubaru.com.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
San Jose high of 56, expect showers throughout the afternoon.
Brought to you by AmericanEagle.com.
At AmericanEagle.com, we believe technology can transform your business. As experts in web design, development, and digital marketing, we bring passion to every project. Achieve digital transformation at AmericanEagle.com.
Don't miss comedian Dave Chappelle when he takes over Chase Center the week of the big game on February 7th. Buy your tickets on Ticketmaster.com before they sell out. And for your chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson on a Christmas Eve. Hope everybody's doing well out there.
This is your song. Oh, sometimes I get a good feeling.
It is?
Yeah.
There it is. That's the way they start it, though. Let's listen.
The build?
It's going to be played tomorrow at about 4:30.
You hope.
Oh, sometimes.
Ha ha ha. You got to play this when you, like, you ever think about walk-up songs for real-life situations?
Yes, I do all the time.
For example, Christmas morning. When you're a kid, you wake up and, well, if you have steps, you run downstairs. Maybe you just run outside your door, and there's the tree, and there are the presents. What song are you running out to? It's the best morning of the... Yeah, well, maybe not when you're 8, but Yeah, a little Mariah Carey.
Well, I know exactly what you're talking about, and this is so random. Yes, I have thought about walk-up songs in real life. And you ever hear the song? It's part of a commercial now. It's a song by ELO called Showdown. Gonna be a showdown. It's like a beer commercial now. So I always envision I'm on the first tee. All right. I got some action on the round. And I stripe my drive on one right down the middle. And I pick up my bag, and I start walking to my ball, and they play Showdown. I'm not asking you to do it.
Well, he's not going to be able to find it. It's one of them.
He's working on it.
It's kind of
I'm trying.
Okay.
That's a strange song. I don't think I've heard that one.
Yeah, and then the second one would be, I can't remember. Oh, if let's say you're driving in the rain and you're in a panic, and you're speeding because you got to get somewhere in a hurry and you're troubled. If you play Johnny Be Good in the background, it really gives a moment like that texture. Really does.
Well, you always know what walk-up song the boss is thinking of. Have you ever heard him? So we have music stations here, and they'll play music sometimes between Sarah and Vinny in the mornings. And occasionally you can just hear the boss singing along to the songs.
Like you today.
Well, that's because I love The Grinch. And I love all the songs in The Grinch, but specifically, You're a Mean One, Mr. Grinch.
I mean, it is the great.
Come on.
Okay.
Come on.
Okay, so imagine this. Start it over.
Oh, this is yours.
Start it over. Picture this, Evan. All right, play on the number one tee, Matt Steinmetz. Thank you very much. Stripe it. 219. I hit a 219 right down to the middle. Imagine me. I pick up my bag, and I'm walking down the fairway to my ball. So I'm walking now. Each step is with the cadence of the music. I'm walking to my ball. I'm 50 yards in. And I'm just walking right now to my ball. Seriously. I got a little money on it, and I'm sitting with a 135-yard wedge shot, and I'm almost approaching the ball. Halfway there. All right. Put my bag down. I take a 9 here at 8. My adrenaline's going. What about a pitching wedge? You know what? I'm feeling good. Is there no lyrics? Where are the damn lyrics?
This is an instrumental, Steiny.
All right.
I do like that song. Wait, that's from what commercial? You saw
it's
that?
It's like a beer commercial now, I think. Bud Light or Bud.
So I know how I figure out songs when I hear them because I use Shazam. But you don't use Shazam. So how do you figure out a song when you...
It's right in the memory bank.
No, but you don't know the name of the song or the artist.
Showdown, ELO.
I know, but when you hear it for the first time and you're, I like that tune. You have no frame of reference outside of whatever weird genre you think it is.
Yeah, no, you got to get used to it and start figuring out what the song's all about, and then
So what is the song about, Steiny?
It's going to be a showdown between me and the guy I'm playing for $100.
You play for money out there?
No, well, it's not that much,
dude. I played
$5, $10, $10, $20.
I did play pool for the first time in a while for money on Sunday. There's a little adrenaline rush. I kind of like it. I think I got a problem. It was great.
Do you guys play for money?
We were playing for beers.
Keep the table.
Well, you always want to keep the table. I mean, that's a given. But there's a couple cats who walked up, and we're actually at Rec Room, one of the bars that Todd's affiliated with.
Sure.
And, running the tables, one does, and these two big people sort of saunter in, and guy just puts money on the table.
What do they do?
One guy was really...
What do they do?
Saunter?
Saunter?
Saunter.
That's what they do.
You were doing this to me yesterday at the bar or the cafeteria. It was really pissing me off. So just let me get through the story. So they saunter into the bar, and a guy he's clearly out of fear just drops money on the pool table. And I'm like, dude, buddy, I'm not playing you for that much money. I don't want to take your money. So he says, okay, fine. Well, let's just play for drinks. I was drinking for free the whole night.
Nice.
It was great.
Nice.
And now I kind of like that feeling.
That is a good feeling. There's nothing better than winning.
What?
Let's go to I got to tell you what I heard that Larry Ellison was going to do if he'd ever gotten the Warriors. Tom in Sonoma, though. I'll keep you on pins and needles. What's up, Tom? How you doing, man?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Evan. Happy holidays to you and everybody at 95.7, man.
Thank you. You too.
Appreciate it.
So I hear a lot of people calling up and protecting Draymond Green, and it's hard for me because I've been done for 2.5 years with this guy. He is a mess right now. He doesn't care about anything. He doesn't have humility at all. I don't know where that ever come from. I've never heard this guy be humble. I'm sorry. An enforcer, he's not an enforcer anymore. The only thing he's enforcing on the team is yelling at his play teammates, yelling at the coach, and yelling at the ref. That is not an enforcer. That is a guy that's out of control. Draymond Green is 2 steps slower. He can't score, and he's a turnover machine. He has the worst turnover ratio this year than anybody else on this team. Finally, Kerr sees the problem with him. He is not a team. He quit on the team, man. Father Time has caught up to this man, and he doesn't know how to deal with it. And that is his biggest problem. I got one more thing. Last 2 games he's played, we've won, and he hasn't been around, man. We need to play the younger players more. We need more players playing to get these guys, the older guys, rest and have athletic players out there. Thank you, guys. Happy holidays.
Appreciate it. I mean,
thanks, Tom.
One thing that you could just say is logical. Why would you reduce Draymond's minutes? Well, because it'll give us a better shot at getting better Draymond in the stretches where we do play him. And then if we need him at the end of the year for the playoffs, he might be in a better spot physically, which he's going to have to be. We're talking about Larry Ellison, owner of the island of Lanai. Joe Lacob schnookered him. Beat him in a business deal.
Thank God, by the way.
What's that?
Thank God. Everything I've heard,
he would have.
Everything I've heard about Larry Ellison, not sure he'd be as hands-on, and he would
be the opposite. Like, you would not hear from Ellison.
Yeah, and that's why I like Joe Lacob.
Like, he would name his Joe Lacob, and then he'd be no factor. He would just write the checks. Anyway, what I heard was that if he had gotten the Warriors, he was going to build a new arena. I don't know where it was going to be, but he had an idea where he felt like most of the revenue comes from the TV deals.
Mm-hmm.
So one of his ideas was he was going to build an arena that held like 12,000. And it was going to be like super intimate. Seriously. I'm just telling you what I heard. And it was going to be very intimate. And he was going to give up part of the gate, which he would, because it wasn't going to be an 18, 20,000 seat arena. He's going to go about it that way. Isn't that interesting? Like the old Portland Memorial Arena.
Like the Cow Palace.
Basically, yeah. I think Phoenix used to play in an arena with about 12.5, and I think Portland before the Rose Garden, they were playing in like 12.5, something like that.
Well, I like it the way it is because every single arena is pretty much the same attendance. I think there's a few spots that have a bit more, but you shouldn't have more or less than other places. I mean, I guess it builds a little more character. I know some NFL stadiums are larger than others, but every single night, I know 18,000, because it's a sellout for the Warriors, are going to be in attendance.
I mean, now what matters. It only works for baseball.
What do you mean?
Well, what I mean is pretty much every football and basketball arena are the same. Baseball's the one where it can be different. And like really have character and charm. Like you got to search long and hard for any character at a football stadium or a pro arena.
You ever been to SoFi?
No.
SoFi's pretty nice. I mean, there are definitely stadiums that appear to be the same as others that don't have, as much character as some of the old spots. But some of these new stadiums they're building, man, these multi-billion-dollar behemoths, they're pretty nice.
Yeah, I'm just talking about like the quirkiness. Like, for example, the Pacers, when they built Conseco Fieldhouse, that was the closest thing to an original arena that I'd seen in decades, because they had all these like old odes to, the history of Indiana basketball. Like you came into the lobby, it was really cool. You came into the lobby and it was like a train station. And you ever see the train board with all the things that flip the numbers and the times? That's what they had, like for all the scores around the league. There was also a place where you could actually look into the arena from outside, where you could kind of be on the street and look down, and it was really cool. Conseco Fieldhouse was really cool. The scoreboard, too, was not like digital. It was like the old red light bulbs, you know what I mean, that used to be in scoreboards.
My theory behind that is if you have an arena with a roof, it's kind of hard to, I think, fully grasp the character, because a lot of baseball stadiums, football stadiums, the ones with, I think, like represent their cities or their areas, are ones that are kind of dependent on the weather. Like you go to Lambeau, there's a lot of character in Lambeau, and especially when the weather turns from November into December because it starts to get cold. I'm imagining it's the same at Soldier Field in Chicago. I think that's why I love the fact that Buffalo is not building a dome in Buffalo.
I do too.
That is who they are. They're a tough, cold-weathered, snow-ridden city, and they deserve to be playing in that, at least for a couple months out of the year.
I mean, and if it's part of their home field advantage.
Yeah, and
just like
San Francisco or Santa Clara. It feels very much like Santa Clara.
Yeah, or just like a baseball team that kind of builds a team around a park's dimensions.
Do you guys want to guess real quick the lowest capacity for an NBA stadium?
Yes, I do.
I used to know this.
Hold on, I always like to do this.
You cannot look it up.
No, I'm looking up.
You're about to type something. You do this to Goo all the time. You accuse him of cheating.
You know what I'm doing right now? I'm getting the standings up so I can see all 30 teams. That's all.
No. There might be something that indicates.
Shut up, Evan. Okay, this way I can go through the teams. All right. Shut up, Evan. Yeah. Knicks.
I never noticed at the end of that drop, by the way. Can you play it one more time?
Shut up, Evan.
Yeah. Guru affirms it.
I think I know.
Guru says, yeah.
Wait, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, say it.
Shut up, Evan.
Yeah, Goo at the end. He gets on me, too. I
think I have my guess.
Okay.
The New Orleans Pelicans.
Damn it.
Smoothie King holds about 14, probably.
16,867. Now, what's the highest?
The highest is...
MSG?
No.
MSG is number 5.
I was waiting for the buzzer. The biggest one.
Hold on. Settle. Chicago. Thank you. Because
20,917.
They used to have a bigger arena. The old Chicago Stadium. It's supposed to be the loudest arena in sports.
Yeah, not lately.
Oh, they're struggling. Let's see.
They've actually won 4 in a row.
Who else has a big arena?
Now, is this from experience?
I mean, they're all about the same.
But New Orleans
is small. Well,
yeah, you wouldn't know it, though, because nobody's there. They have 4,000 people a game.
As you know, I'm very familiar with New Orleans. I mean, from the outside, it looks like a small arena. And then you get inside, and it's...
Now, where is Smoothie? Is it Smoothie King?
It's right next to the Superdome.
Well, yeah, it's going to look small next to the Superdome. That place is a monstrosity.
Yeah. But it is small for an NBA arena.
All right.
I'd like to know what the
where does Chase Center rank, if you don't mind me asking?
That's Chase Center right about in the middle.
Yeah, kind of in the middle of the pack. It's got 18,064, so that's kind of right in the middle.
What are the top five?
Top five, number 1 is United Center. Number 2, Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C.
Ew.
Number 3, Little Caesars Arena in Detroit.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Number 4, Xfinity Mobile Arena in Philly. And number 5 is MSG in New York.
Yeah, that's right. What was the second one? That's a big arena.
Capital One in D.C.
No, the third one then.
Little Caesars in Detroit.
Yeah, Detroit's always had a really big arena. And then when they had to go to the Palace, they could go to the Palace. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. I'm more interested in who's got the biggest college arena. It's got to be North Carolina.
Oh, for basketball?
Yeah.
UNC.
Got to be Carolina.
That place is pretty big.
I think that it might hold more than Chicago Stadium or Bulls Place. I thought the Dean. They still play in the Dean Dome, essentially.
My guess would be Allen Fieldhouse.
Dean Smith Center at UNC.
Yeah, no chance.
That place is pretty big.
No,
I thought they hold like 18,000.
It's the Dean Smith Center.
He literally just said it's not.
It's not. Dean Smith Center is number 4.
Okay, where's Kansas?
Okay, number 5 is Thompson Bowling Arena in Tennessee. Number 3.
Hold on. Is Kansas in the top 3?
It's not.
Yeah, those old barns, Evan. They tend to be a touch smaller.
It ain't a barn anymore.
Allen Fieldhouse?
Naismith doesn't coach there anymore.
No, but he built it, and it's still around.
Yeah, it's not made out of corn. They've been renovated multiple times.
I'll tell you one of the teams.
I know it ain't. What's it? I know it ain't Cal.
I almost want to say it's going to be an SEC school or two. One of those teams has a big arena.
Auburn? Pasta.
Texas.
That's right. They're in the SEC now.
Okay. It doesn't count. Okay. It doesn't count if Georgetown is using the MCI Center as their home.
It has to be an original.
Court. That's correct. It's got to be an original arena.
Original
arena.
What part of the country?
In the East.
Well, I was going to say,
wow,
St. John's.
No,
St. John's is up there. It's not number 1. It is.
What?
They
played MSG.
Number 7.
Where do they play?
They played MSG.
It's number 7.
But that shouldn't count.
Well, it's their arena.
They used to play at Alumni Hall, which held about 5,000.
What about don't they play in the Dome? Was it Syracuse?
Oh,
that's the bucket.
That's the one.
Evan Giddings.
They probably still what Carry Dome 30,000 for basketball?
34,616.
Man,
Carry Dome's incredible. You ever been to Carry Dome?
No, I've never been to Syracuse.
I've never been inside it, but from the outside, it's pretty cool.
Driven all through,
and it's the biggest by 10,000 seats.
I believe that. I believe that.
I mean, they also play their football games there, right?
And they have the biggest draw on the East Coast, the Dome Ranger.
Ain't a lot else to do there. I've never been to Syracuse. I've only been to Albany, but not a whole lot going on in the winter.
You like the Dome Ranger?
The Dome Ranger.
Yeah, it's Syracuse's mascot that runs around the inside of the Carry Dome with a flag at like full speed. It's their the Dome Ranger they call him.
Also, number 2 on that list. Number 2 on that list is Rupp Arena in Kentucky.
Oh yes,
Adolph.
That's like 23-ish, I think.
Yeah, that place is
on the dot.
That's a bucket list spot. I don't know about the Carrier Dome. That's too big. Almost too big to watch a college basketball game.
I would agree, but the Carrier Dome now's got history. I mean, it's been around for a while. But when I talk to pro scouts and ask them what's the best atmosphere for college basketball, Kansas is the one that usually comes up right near the top. Duke. Like, what's Cameron hold? Like 8?
I was going to say 7 or 8. It's not very big. That place I've actually been to.
That place looks so cool.
It is great.
Like, that would be a bucket list basketball event for me, a Duke basketball game.
The thing is, I don't know but like you wouldn't want to sit with the student section right on the floor, right?
Probably not.
The media area is kind of in the rafters. It's up above, like at SAP Center for a Sharks game.
Yeah,
you sit in that fourth floor. Yeah. It's similar to that, just in a smaller venue.
Then I'd rather be on the bleachers. I love arenas,
but you're not very far away.
I know, but I love arenas that have bleachers, then another level with seats. I don't know why. I just the quintessential example of that would be Martz Hall in Pottsville.
Oh, I thought you were going to say UCU Pavilion in Moraga.
Holds about 38. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking at, though.
Those are the arenas that I prefer. The small 3,000, 4,000 seat, and it just gets loud.
I know. St. Mary's atmosphere is really good.
And number 3 on that list, by the way, we didn't talk about it.
Cal?
Louisville.
Cal.
KFC Yumi Center in Louisville.
Wow.
Or KFC Yum Center in Louisville.
I want to say it got, I think it got renovated. They made it bigger. One of the Patino runs.
In Louisville.
Yeah, it was right before all the issues.
888-957-9570. It's best arenas ever that you've ever been to. Football, basketball, baseball.
Honestly, the San Francisco Giants got one of them. I'm being dead honest. I'm being dead honest.
Yes, it is.
It's one of them.
San Diego's incredible. The Padres.
Petco's really nice. The old T-Mobile now. It's T-Mobile now. It used to be called Safeco. That's one of the stadiums. It's similar to the Giants, where the Mariners ballpark was built 2000-ish, and it still holds up. It's still really, really nice, even though they haven't renovated it. You know what stadium I was really disappointed in?
Yankee Stadium.
Yep.
The brand new one.
And the second.
I thought the second one was incredible.
Really?
Yeah.
The place was a dump, dude.
Well, I was at original too. So original was a dump.
Yeah, it was just a nicer dump, the second one.
So, Evan, when you were at Yankee Stadium, not the new one, the middle one.
Yeah, Kevin Millar had 8 RBIs that day.
When you would walk, you don't remember at Yankee Stadium being in the, what's it called, the bowels or the tunnel, and then you walk out into the field, and the white at the top of Yankee Stadium, it is, when you come out and emerge onto Yankee Stadium, it is incredible. The one, before the new one.
Yeah, I set up.
The colors were just so bright.
Yeah, you can also barely breathe. You're so high. I set up in the bleachers where Bonds hit that one off of Ted Lilly, that curveball that landed in New Jersey.
Okay.
Yeah, that home run. That's where I sat.
Okay, those are good seats. They overhang.
I was losing coloration in my face. You're so high.
That's why.
You're also staring straight down. Sorry.
That's why there tends to be a lot of or more upper deck homers at Yankee Stadium because for example, the original Tiger Stadium, the second level basically came out to exactly where so you'd see a guy go back on a fly ball and it looked like he had a bead on it and it would be an upper deck homer. I didn't think of that.
Yeah, I'm also surprised you could see the outfielder from how high up you are in those bleachers. You got to use binoculars to watch baseball.
It was a different time, Evan. People were getting their eyes checked. People were healthy. They could see the field better.
Speaking of eyes, sorry.
Yeah, I'm getting ready.
We got to go.
I'm getting ready to do a read.
I'll get you a new pair of glasses.
I haven't read this quote that I wanted to run by you.
Okay.
All right, what's coming up? What's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Segment also sponsored by Safeway.
Happy holidays! Now through December 25th, Safeway members can get a Signature Select Classic Ham, shank, half, or whole, bone-in, 87 cents per pound. While supplies last, limit 1. Check the weekly mailer or online ad and visit Safeway.com for more details.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
He looked like Steph Curry always has, so he's still got it. I mean, I think the biggest thing when you're 37 is maintaining the level over the course of 82 games.
And he joins Willard and Dibbs every week during the NBA season.
We have a blueprint that everybody's feeling confident with.
Steve Kerr is presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
It's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Robert from Fresno. I had a good experience with Kim and Lauren when I scheduled the service. Plus, Marion explained the problem. He got it done in no time. Would recommend RNS Erection Tri-County Incorporated to everyone that has any problems with their roll-up doors.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors and they hooked
hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Petelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PetelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Petelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Petelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-269-3454. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-269-3454 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-269-3454 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-269-3454.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson on a Christmas Eve. Hope everybody's having a great day out there, spending some time with a family. We'll be here to bring it home till 2. And then Dan Devone popping in here at 2 o'clock.
Do you want to be on top?
See if he wants to do the crossover. If not, I can roll it too.
Yeah, I was going to say, we just need to make sure that Dan knows that the crossover starts at 1:50.
I already texted him.
Yeah, but
so is he a late?
That doesn't mean that he won't just show up at 1:55.
Is he a late arriver?
No. He shows up early, prepares hard.
Okay, that's good.
Every day.
Good news for Warrior fans. Well, I'm not going to start like that. Mike Dunleavy was on Warriors pregame live.
You were going to take a shot.
I was, and I thought, why? And he was asked specifically about the idea of a blockbuster, a big deal.
Give me good news.
So, first of all, to me, what a blockbuster is would have to be one of 3 players: Curry, Draymond Green, or Butler. If it's another move, I don't know that that would classify as a blockbuster. Kuminga's not going to be a blockbuster.
No. It's about the player that's coming in. I don't think it's about the player that's going out.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is, if they don't move one of those 3 guys, how can they make a blockbuster?
Well, you just stack up a bunch of contracts.
Okay. So, what about a blockbuster deal, Mike? This is Mike Dunleavy, general manager of the Warriors. We'll look to do stuff that makes our team better, but I would not bank on that type of move. To get a guy like Jimmy Butler to have the improvement that we did, that's going to be pretty unrealistic. We've got to start, he said the biggest improvement might come from the current roster. We've got to start taking care of the ball. We're doing some really good stuff defensively. People talk about our size, but between Post and Draymond, whether those guys are in the game, our rim protection is fantastic. So we really feel good there. And when Steph's off the court and Jimmy's on with the group, our offense is pretty good. So we're literally talking about a small thing that's a huge thing, and that's turnovers. They're 4th worst in the league in turnovers.
So no Giannis?
It doesn't sound like he thinks that's unrealistic. It sounds like.
No, I mean, that's basically what he's saying is the Jimmy Butler, and he kind of told us at the beginning of the season too, but when they made the Butler move, that was the move. And it had better be good enough. It was last year, at least to some extent, and this year it kind of hasn't been. I don't know. I mean, I still think they're going to make a trade. I just, at the very least, to ship out Kuminga. I just don't really see any point on having him on the team if he's not going to play.
I agree.
He's getting paid $20+ million to sit on the bench. That's not good for anybody. So I think they are going to use him, but I don't know. A blockbuster also, I don't really know if it makes sense because I don't think the Warriors are in a position where they would like to attach a ton of unprotected capital to bring in a big boy. Even if they could, I'm not sure that Mike Dunleavy Jr. wants to do that.
And I don't think Lacob does either. I mean, if they had their preference, I don't think they would want to do that. But I was fishing around today, and I saw this quote.
So was Ben Simmons
from Joe Lacob, and it's from 2024. So it's essentially 2 years ago because it was in early February. So this is Joe Lacob 2 years ago, and I don't know where I want to go with this, but I just want to bring it up and ask for some context. So this is what Joe Lacob told Baxter Holmes of ESPN almost 2 years ago. We're the Golden State Warriors. I believe in the culture. I believe that word gets out. I could go on, and I'm not trying to brag. I'm just saying that's who we are. We're never going to bottom out. I won't settle for that. We are not doing that.
You ever seen Taken?
Liam Neeson?
Yeah.
Parts of it.
There's a really iconic line where he just wishes the...
Is that where he goes, no, that's too far?
No. Well, that is Liam Neeson. But Liam Neeson's on the phone with the kidnapper who's taking his daughter. And he says, I will find you. I will kill you. And the man responds to him, good luck. That's what I would say to that. Not wanting to bottom out that's a great stance to take. Good luck. I just think at some point the Warriors are going to find their comeuppance. Like you have to eventually go through the bottom. Now, the question is how long that's going to be.
Right.
To me, if it's a year, like again, 2020, that was worth going through at the time the Warriors did it because you shut down Steph, Klay's not coming back, you got the second overall pick, and while it didn't work out, you had a chance to really do something special based on one down season. I think the Warriors should be open to another year like that if it helps them improve in the long run.
Next year.
No, just in the future. Like he's saying that, correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like the quote is saying that he never wants to bottom out.
Right. He's not going to do what OKC did. And that's an extreme example. That's what it feels like he's saying.
But Oklahoma City was also different. Their plan was to use their top players to go and acquire just a ton of picks. I don't think the Warriors are in a position where they can do that. I mean, let's say even if you wanted to trade your big boys, Curry's the only thing that's going to bring back anything worth, I think, a boatload. Draymond's not going to. I don't know if even Butler is at this stage of his career. So even if the Warriors wanted to do what OKC did, which they don't, I don't see how they would accomplish that.
No, not at this moment. And when I think of bottoming out, I think of what Philly tried. And I'm not a big fan of that either. But what I'm fascinated with by the Warriors here in this second half of the decade is they've had a dynasty, and whether you think they still have a sliver of it left or not, they are in a post-dynasty period. And since their last title, they've been a playoff team 2 out of 3 years, a play-in team 1 of those years. And here's the way I look at it, Evan, is that's not bad. We're still like in a spot where they haven't bottomed out. They have not. They've been a play-in team and a playoff team. So what I'm really interested in is where we've been the last 2 or 3 years. Is this like a quote-unquote rock bottom because they are at the bottom of the playoff picture? And from where they are now, can they begin to ascend, even if they have to stay in one place for a year or two in terms of not moving significantly up? Or does this thing run into a point where we're going to miss the playoffs for a couple years? That's just what's going to happen. That's, to me, what remains to be seen.
Well, that depends on how good Curry remains.
Okay.
I think, but it's like even the Lakers had to do this. And the Lakers are a team that can go out and say, hey, come to La La Land. They have a history of attracting free agents, and even they had a long period of time after, and even during Kobe Bryant's final years where they were just not a playoff team and weren't competitive. So it's you don't want to be that. I'm not saying the Warriors are just going to submit to it, but it's a possibility. I think as long as Curry's playing at this level, you're going to be in the conversation as far as you're not
going to bottom out, probably.
No, you're not going to be the last years of Kobe Bryant. You're not. Now you're probably not going to be competing for championships if Steph is all you have, and in fact you might not. I mean, I don't know. I think this year is going to be a pretty good. It's going to give us a clue as to what the last few years of Curry is going to be like, because if this team wins a first round series, maybe you say that's kind of what we're looking for. Maybe last year's got people thinking this team could go to the Western Conference Finals, but I have been rethinking that.
Yeah, I certainly have.
To me, it's like, can you get Steph in the dance? Can you have a couple big playoff games where you remember just how freaking good and glorious this guy is and obviously used to be? Is he going to be playing some meaningful games at the end of his career? That to me is and who knows? Maybe they fall into a trade. Maybe there's a free agent that says, I want to go to Golden State and play with Steph. Who knows? Maybe it's a couple years when Giannis is done with his contract. I don't know. And then maybe you make a run at it. But until then, you just got to stay relevant, and I think that's what they're trying to do.
Yeah, I do too, and I wonder. I'm looking at where they're at right now, and they're halfway through 25, 26. Curry's got one more year after this. I mean, can they hold on for the next year and a half? Then keep Steph, and a free agent comes in 27, 28.
Like Jokic?
Or anybody. Because if they could somehow pull that, let's say this year they somehow get into the playoffs, lose in the first round. Next year, they don't make the playoffs. But the following year, they sign Curry to a reasonable contract because he's going to be 38 or 39. And now you have money to go get a big guy. And if the big guy is really good, then maybe you won't ever bottom out. And I know some people think that this is bottoming out right now, but this is not the bottoming out that I think Joe Lacob was talking about.
No, I don't think the Warriors are headed to Utah's spot. I mean, Danny Ainge is a guy who's like, I don't really care how many years we suck.
Right.
It's all about stockpiling talent. But I don't think the Warriors want to do that. And 2 years after next season, pardon me, you got $80 million coming off the books. And I don't mean Curry. I mean Butler and Draymond.
Right.
You want to take a call?
Right. Sure. Let's go to who's been Makita in New York. Go back to New York, Steinmetz.
Hey, Mac.
From Pennsylvania. Hey, Makita.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Going well, thank you.
How's everybody's mental flow and emotional and spiritual doing?
It's top of the line here. I can't speak for my partner.
I love it. I just started watching you guys this past year, and it pretty much helps me get through work. So
sweet.
I'm actually super grateful. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, and we're thankful for you, man. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Mac.
Yes, sir. So I was in the chat earlier, and you guys were just having a few discussions. I was, just listening to it based on all the topics we've been talking about, Draymond, the coach. And I used to coach. I did it for 4 or 5 years. I didn't do like professional. Obviously, a coach is a coach regardless. And everybody knows, sometimes the players get into the coach or they get into the players or they get into the fans. Everybody just has tension, especially when you're not winning. It's tough. It's always tough.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, you're on. We got you, Makita.
And everybody keeps saying, oh, well, Draymond's this, yeah, he's won a lot of games. They've won a few games without him, but they keep forgetting that, yes, Draymond's not on the court, but maybe off the court he helps these rookies or these other players out. I mean, he might not be doing all the offensive stuff on court, but he might be setting up plays. I mean, he's a very intelligent guy. We've seen that within all the years. Yeah, he's done boneheaded plays and mishaps with the refs, but I mean, he is an enforcer and he is what makes the Warriors look more tougher. Without him, they are kind of like soft, defensively. The intensity is just not there, and that's just the common denominator. People are not accepting that Draymond is necessary for the Warriors, regardless of how people feel.
Hi, Makita. I appreciate the call, and I'll go this. Just asking to think about his role a little bit, think about his minutes a little bit. And see if there isn't a way we can kind of skin this cat with Draymond, and his minutes maybe can his minutes decrease, but his play gets better. For the life of me, I don't understand why people would just say no, that's impossible. Well, what do you mean? He's playing 28 minutes and he's not playing at a high level. Play him 23 minutes and see if he can squeeze more activity into less minutes.
Look, Draymond is, I think, still a damn good defensive player, but, and you brought it up early, some of the numbers from Nick Friedell's article in The Athletic today, it's the offense has plummeted to such a place where he might be a net negative, with what he doesn't give you on offense, which, honestly, like it's appalling how bad he's been on the floor on that end. He's literally the most inefficient starter in the NBA. So, How can we limit that? Well, it's keeping him in less situations. And maybe it's, I think Draymond is still going to close games for this team. You still want your best defensive player on the floor there, but throughout the course of a 48-minute game, how can you maximize his talents? I think that's just what we're asking. Is Draymond going to start tomorrow? He might. But should Draymond be playing 35 minutes a game? I don't think he should anymore. He's not that kind of player, at least right now. So another part of this, too, is if you want the best Draymond Green, the time you want him is in the postseason. The time you want him is in April and playing those meaningful games against the best teams. And also, it's like, is he declining because he can't shoot anymore, or maybe because maybe last season took a massive toll on his body from having to guard centers all season long, in which he was pretty healthy. I mean, he played 70 games last year, was banging down low with a bunch of 7-footers. Maybe that took a toll, and so now we have to preserve him. He's got to play less because we need him at his best when the games are the most important. So I think it's twofold of you're helping Draymond by limiting his minutes now, and you're helping the Warriors later because he is going to be a part of this team. But right now, he just has not played very well.
I mean, I'll take it a step further. You just said, the most important thing is if you make the playoffs, Draymond's, available and feeling good. I would take it a step further and say, yeah, and you know what? The most important part of the regular season to me is the last 4 minutes of a game. And yeah, again, we're talking about starting. We're not talking about finishing. We're talking about starting. And quite frankly, finishing, it's hard for me to imagine the Warriors finishing a game without Draymond. So I feel like he's going to finish the game. So all I'm asking is if he's going to play the last 4 minutes of a game, why wouldn't the last 4 minutes of this game be his 20th minute to his 24th minute rather than his 25th minute to his 29th minute? To me, it feels logical to try that. That's all. It seems logical to give that a shot.
No, and to your point, too, the last 4 minutes of the game is also when it's usually played in the half court. It's not as much in transition, which is where Draymond isn't as good anymore. He's older. He's not as fast. Doesn't have as much energy. And so maybe also shrinking his minutes, keeping him fresh for the Final Four. It's like, all right, that's also the style or that's kind of the pace that's when he's at his best. Kerr always brings this up, but it's like, what does he say? It's like 30 to 35% of the games played in transition.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
that.
just don't have him play when the game's in transition. I don't need Draymond running up the court and throwing it all over the place. I need him when the game matters the most.
It would be great for the Warriors if it were kind of like hockey. You could just sub out Draymond every offensive possession. he only gets to play defense.
As soon as the ball is going the other way, he runs to the court and TJD heads to the other side.
Exactly. You just keep a guy at the scorer's table all game long.
I mean, quietly, Kerr's been throwing out some hockey some hockey lines this year.
I have no idea.
City Boy, what's going on, my man?
City.
Hey, I had to call on Christmas Eve. Wish you guys a Merry Christmas. How you doing?
Thank you, buddy.
You too, man.
Yo, Evan, hey, great job the other night, and I hope you hit up Tim Roy and let him know, any other nights he needs off, you're ready and available,
I appreciate it. Thanks for the kind words.
You got it. Hey, listen, for the Warriors, man, it's crazy. There's just so much going on, and they're 500, not too crazy bad, right? I want to say, last time I talked to you guys, Matt, I don't know if you remember, I was a little bit frustrated with the team and kind of was maybe not as pragmatic and positive as usual. But I want to say, Dunleavy does kind of drive me crazy with his when he comes out and says this stuff about, don't expect anything, basically. It's like this resignation. And I think it's fair that if there's nothing to be done, he's not going to do it, right? But why come out and tell us that? He can just say, we're always open for business. We're always looking to make, of course we'd love to make a big deal. My phone's ringing. I'm always going to answer, and I'm listening to anything possible.
Yeah.
leave us some hope. I mean, I don't understand the resignation and kind of telling us like, hey, this is what it is, and you guys better either like it or whatever. I don't care. I mean, like, this team isn't that good, right? I mean, we all know that. I mean, they're not winning a chip with this roster, I don't think. I'd love to see it, but they're not, And so, whether it's packaging Kuminga and Buddy or something and trying to get, a player that can contribute, whether it would be a Wiggins type or we'd love to see Giannis, obviously, right? I mean, but whether we can put together, I mean, I'd give up, Jimmy and 5 first-round picks for Giannis, right? Or Kuminga and Buddy and Pods and 5 first-round picks, whatever. I think the picks are one of those things that I just don't care. And I just so often they don't pan out. And I mean, yes, you could miss out on a Steph Curry and, but what happened with OKC is so rare. I mean, to give up like an aged Paul George who doesn't play and get, the MVP of the league and like 5 first-round picks. I mean, that was
right.
That was just something that you're not going to duplicate. But anyway, whatever. Yeah. I would give it up. I would go get a Giannis if I could. But I just want Dunleavy to sound a little more enthused, a little more into it.
I hear you.
I think Lacob. I'd love for Lacob to maybe, override him and say we're doing something, get it done. Not publicly, obviously, but I don't know. I think,
yeah.
Hey, City, it's interesting, and thanks for the call. Merry Christmas to you and the fam. That's what drove fans crazy about Dunleavy as a player. Like he did tend to be very unemotional to the point that some people felt he was passionless the way he played the game. I will say this about Dunleavy. I'll never forget when Lacob took over the team, and he and Peter Guber, the very first day, Guber comes out and says, well, one of his mottos was under-promise and over-deliver. I mean, it just was, and that's what I think Dunleavy's taken a page out of that book. He also, of course, then said, "Yeah, we're not a cure. We're not a cure for cancer. We're a cure for Cohan." Remember that? Peter Guber said that, not Lacob. It's a bad impression.
When was that?
Day one. Look, we're not a cure for cancer. We're a cure for Cohan.
So that would have been
2010.
Yeah, I would have been in high school.
Remember Peter Guber was.
I'm not gonna lie, Stein. When I was 16 years old, I wasn't paying attention to the ownership press conferences.
Oh, okay.
I said, who's on the team, and why are the Warriors going to be better than they were last year? Just let me know when Game 1 starts, and I'll go watch Mikal Petrus and whoever else you're going to bring back. Brandon Wright.
Let
me know when Anthony Randolph pans out.
Boxer and Gerson, work injury attorneys, text line. Fairness, Lacob did say that he's working on it in the email.
Mostly.
So, all right. I see Javi, Antonio, and Trevor. I have not forgotten about the Niners proclamation, and we got Devone at some point. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Segment also sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Tired of the same old night out? Head to Ghostwood Kitchen, your neighborhood spot for an incredible time. They take pride in their huge selection of in-house craft beer, innovative craft cocktails made with fresh ingredients, and full menu of delicious scratch-made food. From their smash burgers to their unique appetizers. Don't miss their special entertainment nights, featuring Wednesday night trivia. On Friday and Saturday night, Ghost Hour is 50% off all drinks, 9 p.m. to close, and featuring a live DJ on Fridays. Find your vibe at Ghostwood Kitchen, 911 Main Street in Redwood City, and at ghostwood.com.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with full suite savings event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
It's the most wonderful time of the year because the season of Toyotathon is on with incredible deals you don't want to miss. For Toyotathon, get low 1.99% financing plus $1,000 finance cash on the 2025 Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% financing plus $1,000 finance cash on the 2026 Tundra. Hurry because Toyotathon ends January 5th. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Finance cash must be applied to transaction.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
Want your ad dollars to work harder? With Odyssey Digital Services, you get more than just reach. You get results you can measure. From streaming audio and podcasts to social and display, we target your ideal customers and show you exactly how your campaign performs. Imagine knowing when someone hears your ad, visits your website, and makes a purchase, or even walks into your store. With Odyssey Digital Services, it's not just advertising. It's proof your dollars are working. Ready to advertise smarter? Contact us at sfdigital@odyssey.com, where ads turn into action.
Hurry, it's your last chance to donate your car to Cars for Kids for 2025. Any car running or not can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Act now for your maximum 2025 tax deduction and vacation voucher. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate. That's Cars with a K.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. And
how you doing, Steiny?
How am I doing?
Yeah.
Hanging in there.
What's going on?
I just realized a guy named Pat Finn passed. Pat Finn.
Should I know him?
He's an actor.
I'm sorry.
He's an actor. Did a
Oh.
lot of different things, but of course, remembered for being Joe Mayo on Seinfeld. Joe Mayo. He was the guy who, when he had a party,
that's tough.
He always had a chore for somebody to do at the party. Yeah, he'd be like, Jerry, take the jackets. You got to take the jackets. Hey, George, make sure nobody puts any drinks on wood. Make sure the coasters are out.
Yeah, that's tough.
Elaine, she had a chore too. I can't remember. Anyway.
60, man.
I know. Just kind of makes you happy when you hear that.
Well, we haven't done a Festivus episode or show.
I don't have many gripes this year. It's all locking in for me.
Dude, you have a gripe every second of the
What are you
morning
talking
up
about?
until the show starts.
What are you talking about?
What were you mad about today?
Not. I was very forgiving toward Draymond Green. Perhaps too much.
Oh yeah, no, that's true. No, I'm not talking about sports. Like, what were you pissed at me about this morning? It was
Yeah, you're singing of the Grinch. You're worthless.
Yeah, I was trying to enjoy this holiday by getting
singing
into
the Grinch.
Yeah, it's a great song. You're a mean one.
It's not bad.
Mr. Grinch, you really are a heel. Come on, man. That doesn't get you in the mood?
Yes, it does. It does. It's a great
You're
movie.
as cuddly as a cactus.
It is the best holiday show, movie,
You're as
whatever.
charming
All right.
as an eel.
Oh, I'll tell you what. Happy holidays. Let's go to Javier in Vacaville.
Oh, hell yeah.
Hey, Javi, how you doing?
How you doing today, Mr. Simons? And shout out to my boy, as you're getting that call last night. I just wanted to say congratulations, got the win.
Thank you, Javi.
I want to make sure, shout out to my man on the phones, my brother Cameron. I won a 2013 Bay Valley Conference Championship with my brother, Lowe Junior College in Pittsburgh. I played 2 seasons with my brother, man. Love you, man. It's, that's a real one right there. You got answered the phone. That's the MVP you guys got in the back. You know what I'm saying? Real talk.
Sure, no doubt.
For sure. So I wanted to present what I said from June to August, and people at that station on the airwaves, even people possibly on the air right now, would off at this idea and, oh, that's ridiculous. And this is, we know best because we're the Golden State Warriors. And I said, Malik Monk and a protected first-round pick for Jonathan Kuminga was your best bet because when Stephen Curry is not going crazy, he's not giving you 30, 35. He's not going nuclear. He's not dropping 40. You guys have no consistent scoring punch. And you guys are, oh, no way. I don't want to have to get rid of Buddy Hield or Malik or Moses Moody to acquire Malik Monk, who averages 17, 4, and 5 on this was last season, obviously, with 43, 33, 87% shooting splits and went absolutely crazy against the Warriors in a 7-game series 2 seasons ago when – logistically speaking, Jonathan Kuminga, like I told you guys in August, like now 4 months later when you guys are like, dang, we really dropped the ball on that one because not only has his value got worse, nobody in the NBA says, guess who I want to trade for? Jonathan Kuminga. No one's saying, everyone's like, we're good. So now you're stuck with a disgruntled young talent when you could have had a guy that's 27 years old that averages 18, 4, and 5 that was not just on a somewhat formidable contract, but a contract if it like Dennis Schroeder, if it didn't work out, you could have flipped him at the deadline. And now you guys are stuck with trying to find scoring punch and trying to find a way to, Buddy Hield, we didn't want to get rid of Buddy. Well, Buddy doesn't even play, and Buddy's inconsistent. And Moses Moody is a guy that's just a jack, just another guy. And it's just a shame that now the Warriors, if they were to call the Kings, Scott Perry said, well, that first round pick's no longer at the table. It's no longer on the table. And it's just so a nutshell of what Mike Dunleavy's created organization of. We know more than everybody else. We know better. And we don't really know what we're doing, but we're going to say we do.
All right, let me ask you a couple questions. So seriously, are you you're a Kings fan, or you watch all the Kings games?
Yeah, I haven't watched them consistently this season because they become a cartoon character show.
Yeah, what's
going? But it feels like something's going on with Monk there. Like he clearly wants out, or he's not working out, right?
They're in a full rebuild, and it's only a matter of time. Malik Monk's one of the most tradable contracts they have currently on the roster. DeRozan, again, they're not trying to get rid of DeRozan and Russell Westbrook because they're trying to help them develop the younger players in the roster. But this is why Malik Monk was somebody they were trying to flip in the offseason because they wanted to get a 22, 23-year-old forward because the Kings lack forward depth in Kuminga. And you guys need a scoring punch off the bench and or as a potential starter at the two-guard position.
Yeah.
But Mike Dunleavy and the whole East Bay said, oh, Malik Monk is a nobody. Well, you guys are looking like a bunch of nobodies because you guys are fighting for the plane right now and have no scoring punch out of Stephen Curry, who's 36 years of age. And again, you made it out to be if we got Malik Monk and it didn't work out, like Dennis Schroeder, you act like you could have been flipped this time in 2 months.
Hey,
Javi coming in hot.
Javi, I mean, I do think if you ask Warrior fans now, would they rather have Monk and a protected first from the Kings? I think the answer is probably hell yes.
I saved the day.
Like, as far as how...
I mean, look, if Javi came on and said they should have made the Monk and a protected pick for Kuminga, how can you not say, yeah, they probably should have done that?
I think they have a couple more wins. You know, are they a team that... I don't think it necessarily changes the ceiling of the team because that's largely dependent on, you know, Steph Curry, Draymond. If you want to throw Horford in there, you can. It's kind of a Jenga tower of age, but I absolutely think that Monk, who plays pretty much every night for Sacramento, could have helped you win a couple of the games when Curry was out. I think the biggest issue for the Warriors with Monk is he's got a player option in 2027, 2028, and it sure feels like that's the year that they don't want to lock themselves into any contracts, even one that's kind of modest like that. Like, I think that's a fair contract for Monk, 18, 20, 22, something like that. Well, I understand that during this summer, the reasoning behind it was, well, Monk doesn't fit. And I think there was a report from Slater, maybe it was Amick, that the Warriors aren't that high on Malik Monk. And I get it. He doesn't play a ton of defense, and he's a good sixth man, but when he starts, leaves a little more. But the Warriors, to me, right now, at 15-15, aren't in a position to where January 15th shows up and you say, well, we can't even consider that. You know, to me, you have to be thinking outside of the box. And maybe Monk doesn't fall into that, but they cannot dismiss anybody at this point. Because the other part, too, is, all right, Monk doesn't fit. It's like, you got a lot of players in this team it feels like don't fit. And if you're not a good team, the idea of a role player also doesn't exist. You know, I think it was on Monday, you know Jeff Turner? He used to play for the Magic.
Went to Vanderbilt.
Yes, he did. So he does games.
Lefty.
He does games for the Magic now. He's their color analyst. And he was in the press conference, and he and Kerr were having some fun at each other's expense because Kerr was saying that Turner was the guy who told him there's no such thing as a role player on a bad team. Because nobody's got a role. Everyone's fighting for minutes. Everyone's fighting for playing time. And that's why if you're the Warriors at the deadline, it's like, oh, well, how's he going to fit as a role player? It's like right now no one's got roles. Draymond Green might be on the bench tomorrow. No one has a cemented role in this team, to me, outside of Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, that's a good point. By Jeff Turner. Antonio. Antonio's in Oakland. What's going on, Antonio? How you doing?
Merry Christmas Eve and doing solid. Yeah, man, like I don't think we should bottom out as long as we got Steph Curry, man. He's a nuclear weapon, no matter the age. Kind of like when the 49ers had Jerry Rice, T.O. I'm like, I don't want to just lose games. We got those nuclear weapons. Let's try to win. But anyway, yeah, I would love to do the Kuminga for like the protected, for unprotected first round pick or protected for Malik Monk. I would definitely do that because we need another guy who can create their own shot, and we can't just have Curry as that guy, So I'm definitely going to do that. And OKC did it a good way, their own way. But, the Warriors had a chance to kind of, have a high pick and get a future star in here, but they picked Wiseman. Like if they would have picked, let's say, Franz Wagner instead of Kuminga, Sengun instead of Moody, they would have had the best trio in basketball right there. But they didn't. So at the end of the day, let's just keep on trying to win, man. Big ups to the 49ers. We had a big game. We're going to get the number one seed, and thank you guys.
Tang you, Antonio. Have a great holiday.
Yeah,
one of our
lock
favorites.
it in.
One of the most optimistic, very optimistic guy, Antonio.
Lock in the one seed.
Met him a few years ago. Good young man. decent young man.
He looks younger than I think he actually is.
I bet he does, yeah. He's kind of got that B.J. Armstrong.
Yeah, he just
Steph Curry,
doesn't
face.
age. Well, Steph finally looks his age.
You think?
Yeah.
Well, Draymond does.
Well, he's got the salt and pepper. He's got the Bonte going.
By the way, I saw something funny. Did I see that Jaylen Brown, somebody asked him about the polish that he puts on his hair?
Someone asked him about it?
Yeah. And he said, great line. He goes, yeah, I was just wanted to leave them some championship residue.
That's pretty good. That's a good response by JB. Oh, you said that there was there's something that the NBA is trying to do to prevent tanking?
Yeah.
What?
Oh boy, they're trying to. They're
Force
talking
teams
about
to be sold relegation.
One thing I saw, and they're still talking about a lot of general things, but the one thing they talked about is you can't have a top 4 pick 2 years in a row. That seems pretty drastic to me. The other one would be these protected picks now, where a team can make a trade, include a protected pick, and then decide we're going to tank in order to keep our pick. They think there's too much incentive to tank to keep a lottery protected pick, so they're going to figure out a way, or try to figure out a way to not allow that to happen either below 4 or above 14, something like that. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
It'll never work. And this is not so much about what it would take to prevent tanking, a certain rule. It's a very simple thing. Humans quit. You cannot stop people from quitting. If you're a quitter, you will quit. When the going gets tough or whatever you want. Like Draymond Green on Monday night. You weren't going to stop him from quitting. He just decided to walk away because he quit on that game. Might be a little strong, but you see my point. Tanking is a byproduct of quitting, and that's something that to me is innate in some human beings. So you're not going to be able to take that away, whether it's from sports or basketball. I know you have the saying quitting gets a bad name, and it might, but everyone does it. And at some point across every sports season, for example, now in the NFL, you know who just quit? The Raiders. Because they shut down Brock Bowers for the rest of the season. They put him on season-ending IR. You have teams all across the league that are done with their season, and guys are just out there playing. They've quit. It's not about tanking. It's just, why should I try for something that is unattainable, which is winning and going to the playoffs and furthering my season? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I always question, lousy teams can't tank. They just stink. You know what I mean? And, there's teams, like the Washington Wizards, they're not tanking. They are not trying to lose. They're just not very good.
Well, but they're also not trying to win.
Well, I think they are trying to win, but they have no clue how to win because they're so young.
Yeah, and so eventually at some point during the game when it gets to be a 15-point game or, maybe in crunch time if it's a little close and they can't figure it out, they just unconsciously quit.
Let me tell you something. I'd be careful how you use that word quit because let me tell you what really kind of happens.
Is this good? Are you going to give me a lecture about, what was it? Because you don't like choking either.
No. This is just,
that?
No, this is just I actually don't think guys quit as much as they know they're pretty sure they're going to lose, so they kind of go for their numbers. You know what I mean? Selfishness and guys wanting to score is part of being a bad team and what happens when, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but
if you're going to go 10, if you're going to go 30 and 52, you may as well try to average 23.
Yeah, but if you're tanking, you're quitting. And now we're talking about a specific game. Yeah, sure, you're not going to say, all right, I give up and this guy's better than me, and so I'm going to take my ball and go home. But over the course of an 82-game schedule, there's going to come a time where your team, you know you have no chance.
Okay,
over the course of 6 months, you're not going to win more games than you lose. So the front office makes the choice to go and get a pick, and that's them quitting on the season because they see the future, and they want that to be brighter.
All right, I want you to put a classification on a situation that I'll describe that I remember to be true. Back in the day, Dave Cowens was the coach of the Golden State Warriors, and they were terrible. And they were terrible for a number of years. And it was kind of late in the season. And he said, obviously we're not in the playoff picture, and it feels like the games are, really low stakes, and we have draft position. He said, so I'm thinking this is a perfect time of year to, experiment with stuff. And he kind of had this smile, and I was like, and I think somebody else was there, but I won't say who. Anyway, he said, what do you think about point foil? And I was like,
O'Donnell?
I was like, what? He goes, what do you think of playing O'Donnell foil at the point? We all started laughing, and he said, you know what? I may try to run some of the offense through O'Donnell. Okay,
Sorry.
Is that tanking? O'Donnell Foyle's trying as hard as he can.
That's a great example.
Just saying.
I don't know what that is. Seriously. It's like saying, hey, we've been pretty bad as of late, Steiny. Kerr goes to the podium. Haven't been winning, haven't been finding success. I think we're going to have Quentin Post bring it up.
Exactly.
And initiate the offense.
Basketball doesn't work that way.
I actually wouldn't consider that quitting. I would consider that insanity.
We're going to an all big lineup. We're going Horford, Post, TJD, Santos, and Curry.
And who's the other Santa Cruz Warrior they're going to call up who's a 7-footer? Not tanking, it's experimenting. That's a good way to put it from the chat. But you're just throwing bleep at a wall and see if it'll stick.
Well, that's what Kerr's doing now. Kinda.
It is. Well, they've won 2 games, Steiny. By the way,
remember what he said last year? Moody's a power forward?
Well, maybe he is. This is also something we have to correct. I think Curry described at the podium on Monday night their back-to-back wins as being a winning streak. It's not. You have to win 3. That's a streak. You've simply won back-to-back games.
I want to fight you on it, but it's Christmas Eve. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that.
He's not wrong.
No. I do, and I'll bring this up with Fitz the next time I see him, but
I'm glad you feel that way.
We got to lose the baseball series. Come on.
What, a home and home?
Yeah, because you know how many 2-game series there are in baseball? Like 2% of series are 2-game series.
And also, if you want to be precise, it's a set.
See,
not a series.
Yeah, I don't.
It's a set.
That I don't use because that sounds like a word that
is like from tennis.
Yeah, or like Europe.
Well, it describes like a pair, 2, multiple, but not more than 2. A set.
Well, set is also a nice outfit. You can wear a fit is a nice.
I thought that was a piece.
A piece is a single.
I don't know why. You're the only person I've heard say this. I walk in with a jacket one day and you say, that's a nice piece.
My East Coast buddies use it.
So
like when I came in with that nice pink golf shirt,
weapon.
They were like, Steiny, that's a nice piece.
A set is a 3 of a kind.
I think a set can be like a pair of pajamas with a bottom and a top would be a set. That's a nice set. They kind of match.
Oh, well, now that you put it like that, it makes more sense. You got to lose piece. You got to lose piece. It sounds aggressive.
All right. Let's go to Trevor in Rohnert Park. He wants to try to forge together some kind of similarity between the Warriors dynasty and the Spurs. Hey, Trevor, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Happy Christmas Eve, I guess. And, I don't listen, I'm not trying to. I would like the Warriors to become more of a franchise like the Spurs, and that means that they're not going to bottom out like you were talking about maybe 20 or 30 minutes ago, 100%. Although the Spurs did, because they did get a first-round pick, but the way I look at this is that if you're going to commit to Curry and that's what you're doing, then you need to have veterans on that team that can be consistent. In order to do that, I wouldn't call it a full rebuild, but I would call it a retool, which means I do think that the Warriors aren't going to make moves, regardless of what Dunleavy or anybody else says in the media. They have to make some moves. You need at least one or two guys who can create their own shot under pressure, who can draw some defense away from Curry, because the fact of the matter is I don't think Curry's dropped off that much. I just think he's the only guy on the court that can score consistently, and so he's always being double covered. But bottom line is that this team has to retool. They have to make moves. Otherwise, you're wasting Curry, so what are you really trying to do? If Curry's only going to play 2 more years, which I actually don't believe, I think he's going to keep going. It's just a matter of does he do it with the Warriors or somewhere else. So I think right now the bottom line is that's kind of what the Spurs are doing. They're keeping quality players on their team, on the roster, so that when they do make that move for one guy or another guy or draft somebody like Wemby like they did, that they're in a position to jump up and make a run within a couple of years. And that's what I think the Warriors are kind of trying to do now. They just need to retool, because what they were expecting to happen this year didn't really work out. Pods is not playing great basketball like they expected. They expected Kuminga to be a little bit better, maybe happier after he signed that contract, and maybe be more productive. That didn't happen. Yeah, in the offseason, I think if they had a crystal ball and they could see what this team looks like now, they probably would have made some moves, but they didn't. So at this point, before the trade deadline, I think a retooling is going to happen. If it doesn't, I'd be a little disappointed. So I do think moves are going to be made, and I think the Spurs organization does that sometimes. So,
appreciate it, Trev. Appreciate it, Trevor. Have a happy holiday. I do think if and when they make a move, it's got to be like a 2-for-1. I would really try to lose 2 or 3 players for one, because that would probably help out 2 or 3 players who are already on the team who end up staying.
I mean, right now you're not playing Seth Curry, you're not playing Buddy Hield, you're not playing Jonathan Kuminga. You're not playing guys that have roster spots. The other part is too, and it's kind of a minute point, but if you want to keep Pat Spencer playing, you're going to have to find a spot for him on the roster. So it might be easier to just combine 2 or 3 to go get a player who actually can help you, and also pave a path for Planet Pat.
All right.
You heard him get an MVP chance on Monday, didn't you?
I heard that.
They were pretty loud. You could hear them through the radio.
Could you?
I know you were listening.
I was there.
In the bathroom.
I was there. All right. Okay. Evan will make a proclamation on the other side about the San Francisco 49ers. We're done with the Warriors. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Segment was also sponsored by Bay Area Fast Track.
On January 1st, tolls will go up on all bridges except the Golden Gate. These funds will be used to maintain and rehabilitate the Bay Area's 7 state-owned bridges. Learn more at bayareafasttrack.org.
All right, Bay Area, lock in, because the clock is ticking on the Ford Final Days year-end sales event, and it's happening right now at Serramonte Ford. And trust me, you do not want to miss this. Right now, you get an extra $1,000 in bonus cash, on top of all other offers on brand new 2025 Fords. That's real money, and it gets even better. How about 0% APR for 60 months on Serramonte Ford's most popular rides? We're talking F-150, Explorer, Escape, Mustang Mach-E, Lightning, Transit vans, and Super Duty trucks. 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days. Yeah, sit with that for a second. Every new 2025 Ford in stock qualifies, and there are more than 5 to choose from with that extra $1,000 open bonus cash. But don't wait, this deal ends January 2nd, and when it's over, it's over. Get to Serramonte Ford right off 280 in Colma, Daly City, or shop 24/7 at SerramonteFord.com. Final days, big trucks, bigger savings. Serramonte Ford, your Bay Area Ford store.
In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, we save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great clips. It's gonna be great.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties. They're systematic warriors. Disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody. Pure domination. That's Omar Habis, Tariq Habis, and the Habis Law team. When Habis Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to dust. Habis Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard if you've been injured and want to win. Visit HabisLaw.com. Habis Law, they fight to make it right.
The real estate market feels more uncertain than ever. Homes are sitting longer, prices are falling. Have you inherited a home and want to avoid the stress and hassle? Call Wedgwood Homes first to discuss your options. Inheriting a home can be overwhelming. Probate paperwork, multiple heirs, property taxes, repairs, and maybe even an existing mortgage. With Wedgwood Homes, there's no need to clean or clear out the house, and no repairs or updates. We buy as is and provide a reliable all-cash offer with no commissions, no hassle. The Wedgwood Homes team can guide you through the process with experts in probate, trusts, and shared inheritance. Wedgwood Homes offer is firm. No last-minute price drops like other cash buyers. Close in as little as 3 days or on your timeline. Let Wedgwood Homes ease the process so you can help your family move forward. Call 415-888-9432 today for your free, no-obligation cash offer. That's 415-888-9432. 415-888-9432 or WedgewoodHomes.com, the Bay Area's trusted home buyer.
The chase starts here to make moments you'll never forget.
Chase Center is rocking.
The moment needs you on Warriors Day. Chase the moment. Buy tickets at Warriors.com.
Lton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, under the medical direction of UCSF-affiliated physician Dr. Darby Clayson and Administrator Dan Daly, would like to congratulate Lynn Hamakawa as 2024's Caring for a Lifetime recipient. Lawton, located in San Francisco's Sunset District, is a 5-star facility and is also a U.S. News and World Report, as well as a Newsweek's top-rated nursing facility. If you are a loved one or in need of physical or occupational therapy, don't hesitate to call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit AtGoPestControl.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, ATCOPestControl.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
Every now and then I rinse it out, and I need Johnny Rinse tonight. And I need it more. I can't rest the bed and the smell never leaves. I don't know what to do. I'm always in the dark. The smoking dead short smells like a dog bar. And Johnny Rinse it tonight.
Downy Rinse fights stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
Rinse it out.
No gift? No problem. With Target's last-minute gifts, the holidays are a breeze. You can score on the hottest toys, beauty must-haves, chocolatey stocking stuffers, and much more. And if you need it now, no worries. Swing by any Target store today and snag all the stocking stuffers and gifts for the most magical season yet. Step into the holidays, check off everything on your list, and save big on your last-minute gifts. Only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Don't miss comedian Dave Chappelle when he takes over Chase Center the week of the big game on February 7th. Buy your tickets on Ticketmaster.com before they sell out. And for your chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for a Guru, and coming up in a half hour, it is not the crossover, it is the showdown. Dan Devone coming in, 150-ish.
Well, careful. We're going to have a crossover sponsor soon, so it's
nice.
Going to have to be the crossover.
Okay, here's what's going to happen. I'm taking one of our favorite callers, Horace from Texas. Then we're going to get to Evan's proclamation. But let's go to Horace in Texas, one of our favorites. Happy holidays, Horace, and I hope you're having a great holiday season.
I'm having a wonderful time. I'm on vacation, man. Hope you guys are having a good time.
Yes, sir. Are you on vacation? Is it a staycation, or are you out and about?
No, it's a staycation. I'm out and about. I'm in these streets right now, getting last-minute gifts and stuff.
Gotcha.
Just kind of chilling around town. I'm not going anywhere. Just having a good time, enjoying it.
Sounds good.
Love it.
Great. Okay, a couple things. I want to talk about two things. One of the things is you were talking about that tanking and everything. Well, I was under the impression that dumb play-in tournament was supposed to solve the tanking problem.
Yeah.
That's about the dumbest thing. That's the dumbest thing they ever come up with next to the in-season tournament.
I'm
Those
with
are
you.
the two dumbest things they ever came up with, and I'll tell you why if you want to know. But I also want to touch on that Draymond Green thing. I mean, I haven't been listening all day. You guys probably beat it to death already, but I'm going to beat it a little more. My thing is about Draymond Green is, when is enough, man? I mean, this guy, since 2016, what has he done? I mean, he's got thrown out of Game 5 in 2016, which helped us not win the championship that year. He helped run KD out of town. He punched Jordan Poole out, which basically punched his career out of line, out of socket. He stomped on Sabonis. He kicked Steven Adams in the groin. He slapped Zurich. He choked Gobert. He constantly goes after referees. He even went after Steve Kerr one earlier time in his career.
Yeah.
I mean, when is enough? And I everybody gives Bob Myers credit for being a great GM, and he was a pretty good GM, I think, but he never held Draymond Green accountable either. So that's one thing that I didn't like about him.
Yeah.
Nobody holds this guy accountable, and it's like, when is enough? It's like they're scared of this guy. All I keep hearing is, we can't win without Draymond. We can't win without Draymond. But all you're doing is not winning with Draymond. When is enough with this guy?
Horace, I hear you. Thanks for the call. Maybe at the end of next year.
I was going to say, I think, it never happens in the immediate, but that's the point we might be finding out. Maybe this season we find out that this is too much. In the past, it hasn't been the case, obviously, because they've never done anything about it. And, I mean, Horace went right down the rap sheet.
Yeah, he did. I mean, and it didn't. And he was driving. I don't think he had it written down.
No, he had his resume memorized.
You know what I was thinking is, I think the one thing that was big and it got attention, but maybe should have even gotten more, was when Draymond, threatened Kerr in Oklahoma City. And I was thinking about it. Okay, so he threatens Oklahoma City. In Oklahoma City, he, loses it. But that's a team that's, that's a title team. They're deep into the Western Conference Finals. And so they're in the he just went after Kerr, and it doesn't work anymore if you're 15-15. Like that's another thing that's going on is, Draymond's not the player he was. And when he does this stuff, it's not as tolerable anymore because he's not as good. All right, let's get to it.
Yeah.
Evan comes in today and he goes, I got a proclamation about the San Francisco 49ers. And I said,
good news, damn it.
I don't want to hear it.
I got you
until the show.
Oh, I'm here for you.
So, all right, here we go.
All right, give me the ball. Jimmy Butler, clear out. So I've just noticed that. Sorry, there's a little bit of a build. First, my bad, pasta. I've just noticed, Steiny, that there doesn't really seem to be a ton of juice around the Niners. And I'm not telling you how to fan or how you should feel about them. How you watch games is completely up to you. But all season, we've talked about the schedule, and it's the easiest one since Nam, and they're playing a bunch of bottom feeders. Mac Jones is just as good as Purdy, and Kyle Shanahan can turn a pumpkin into a carriage at quarterback, and so Brock is all this and that. I got to tell you, man, these last 5 games with Purdy at the helm, they got me feeling different, and specifically the last 2. I mean, they are just, this offense looks like it can make this team go. The amount of points they're putting up, and I know they're not playing great teams, but I think Chicago will be a good test. I think they could beat Seattle, though I would favor the Seahawks in that game. I don't know if the Niners can get the 1 seed, but when we talked last on the radio together, I said something along the lines of, I think that if the Niners get the 1 seed, they can win the Super Bowl. I'm feeling not that confident, but my proclamation would be the 49ers will play for the NFC Championship. They will get into the playoffs, whether it's as a 1, a 5, a 6. They will be playing in the NFC Championship game this year. And it will be because of the 2 people who are constantly maligned unfairly by media, by 49ers fans. It will be because of Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy. Those 2 together, what they do is win. Since Brock's been back, Steiny, he has been every bit as good as Matthew Stafford, who will win the Most Valuable Player award this season. He has thrown 13 touchdowns to 4 picks, 3 of which were in 1 game. He has a 110 quarterback rating, and he is undefeated. Identical as Stafford. Literally. Almost down to a T. So Brock Purdy's been playing his ass off. And all he does is just score points and help this offense along with McCaffrey. He's been incredible. Kittle, who might have a chance to play this weekend. Doesn't matter if Pearsall's out there. Doesn't matter if it's Kendrick Bourne, Demarcus Robinson. Heck, you could throw you out there, and I think Shanahan and Brock will be able to make it work. This team, I believe, and I didn't feel like this a month ago, this team can win games on the road in the playoffs, and it's because of their offense. So my proclamation would be they will be playing for the NFC Championship.
I mean, obviously, I'd have to make that bet. Not that it would be a 50-50 bet, but
we can make that bet. I got the Warriors being better than the Mavs. You didn't realize that.
No, I didn't. Well, they're already 3.5.
Well, you got roped into that.
I'd have to bet that the Niners will not make the NFC Championship game. We can do that. You want to do that?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. It's done. I think the 49ers are more likely to resemble the Minnesota Vikings of last year, who won 13 or 14 games and then just got beat in the postseason.
Ye of little faith. You know the biggest difference between the Niners and those Vikings? One position.
The 49ers don't have receivers as talented as Minnesota?
No, the Vikings had Sam Darnold. That's the difference.
When we rip a guy like Darnold or some quarterbacks that haven't had good playoffs, it's like...
No. Not just good playoffs.
No, I'm just saying,
he's been bad in big games his entire career.
How many big games he played in? Sam Darnold.
I'm talking about primetime games.
Oh, that doesn't count. Playoffs are different animal.
Well, you kind of have to win primetime games to get to a playoff game, in which he stunk last year.
Sometimes
they got beat 26 to 9.
Yeah. I do think that, you don't think Purdy could have a bad game and it costs you in the playoffs?
Brock Purdy's had bad quarters in the playoffs, but he's done enough when it counts to help you win more than he's lost in the postseason.
So they got
against Green Bay in the rain. He was not very good in the first half. He might have been bad for the first 3 quarters, but he still won you the game because he put it together when it counted. Sam Darnold does not do that, or has not shown me he can do that.
You want a hot take? I'll give you a hot take.
Yeah.
If they get the number 1 seed,
the Niners,
there's no chance they win the Super Bowl.
But there is a chance if they don't win the 1 seed?
Correct.
All right, you're going to have to explain this one to me.
It's rainy season here in the Bay.
Oh, my God.
So I guarantee you the 49ers, if they got 3 playoff games at Levi Stadium, one's going to be in the rain. Have you looked at the extended forecast of January?
Did you see what Brock Purdy did in Cleveland?
Oh, that's just wind.
40-mile-an-hour bursts.
It was dry as a bone in Cleveland.
Part of it is also, too, like, outside of the Rams, I'm sorry, the Seahawks are really good. But, again, just and I know they won, but the quarterback is really preventing me from going all in on the Seahawks. I just think
that's fair.
Darnold's going to turn into a pumpkin at some point in the postseason. And who knows, maybe it's week 18 against the Niners. But outside of the Rams, like, seriously, who do you trust more than the Niners?
I still trust the Eagles more than the Niners.
Why?
Because they've accomplished things the Niners haven't.
Fair, but what about this team that you've watched this season makes you think that they are last year's team that won the Super Bowl?
I think they're starting to play better.
Players.
I think they're starting to play better.
Okay, the Warriors had the same team as 2023 as they did in 2022.
It's called right. And
that team had problems.
So hold on. Every Warrior fan under the sun can talk about the Warriors and their championship pedigree, but I can't say that might be an advantage for the Eagles.
No, what I'm saying is you're smart enough to know that the year after the Warriors won the championship, they had no chance to win the title.
Well, I would say this.
Because they had other things going on not having to do with basketball.
Right, and I think that might have been what's happening to the Eagles, but I don't think it's too late to right the ship. They've been here before.
Wait, where? Well, I don't think they haven't had this many locker room issues.
Oh, 2 years ago they did, and the season fell apart.
Yeah, and they didn't win the Super Bowl.
Right, but they won it last year.
Yeah, which is when they didn't have problems. That's what I'm saying.
Right, but now this is the second time they've had issues.
Yeah, that's why I don't think they're going to win the Super Bowl.
It derailed their season 2 years ago, and now they're showing some resiliency. No. Championship resiliency.
Yeah, I wouldn't call 4 picks by Jalen Hurts on Monday Night Football resiliency.
When was that?
That was 3 weeks ago. Okay, fine. Yeah, you beat the Raiders and you beat the Commanders. Quit talking.
Okay, who do they play next?
The Bills.
Okay.
Yeah, go win that game in Buffalo.
Sure.
Then we'll talk.
Then who? Probably some fish from their division.
Yeah, Washington.
Yeah. Okay. So we're going 12-5.
Ain't nobody afraid of the Birds.
You know what? And people...
Shout out Point Rays.
And the same people that say nobody's afraid of the Eagles are the same people that say, oh, but if the Warriors get in, they're going to be really scared. What does that do for you? So what if nobody's afraid of them?
Yeah, you ain't talking to anybody. You're talking to me.
Please.
You're talking to me. Yeah, no, the Niners have every bit as much of a chance as the Philadelphia Eagles.
Well, I think that depends on where they end up in the seedings.
Well, apparently if they get the 1 seed, they're dead.
Not dead. It's just they better get good weather. I mean, the sun better be shining.
Well, Philly's probably not going to be great. Chicago ain't going to be good. Seattle?
Levi Stadium could be a home field disadvantage for the Niners in the postseason in the wintertime. You heard it here first. I'll tell you what. If Brock throws 3 interceptions in the rain and they lose in the first round, I'm going to be on a merry-go-round.
Steiny, you do know the last time Brock Purdy threw 3?
I don't want that to happen. I'm just saying.
The last time he threw 3 interceptions, they won going away.
Against who?
The Panthers.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to get the Panthers in the postseason.
They might if they get the 5.
What a joke.
We'll see.
Let's go to Carolina, where the Panthers have a negative 50 scoring differential.
If the 49ers play at Carolina, I'm not even watching that game.
Well, you will.
38-9 Niners.
Boss, don't say that.
Of course I'm going to watch the game, but I'll only watch the first half because it'll be 28-6.
Oh, Brock's going to throw 3 picks, and then they'll run away with them in the second half.
Nah, it's just going to be cold in Carolina. It won't be wet. Does it snow in Carolina?
No, it's more likely to be cold than snow. In Charlotte?
Yeah, I don't think does it snow in Charlotte?
I mean,
Evan? He's looking at me, but Evan's lived there.
I bet they get flurries.
I lived in Winston-Salem, which is slightly different, the climate. Yeah.
Basically, the 49ers
I'm sure it's gotten
will be
snow before, but it ain't snowing in Charlotte.
But if it's snow, the 49ers will be 7-point favorites. If it's rain, they're going to be 7-point dogs.
It's more likely to rain in Charlotte than snow.
Oh, somebody wants to. Oh, by the way,
what?
There was a segment about an hour ago. We had full lines, but
Yeah,
I
you
didn't
just
get.
completely ignored them.
And two of them they wanted to congratulate you on your call.
Oh,
And
that's
so
why you
those
ignored
two
them?
Now, John, on the other hand, wants to defend the Eagles.
Johnny.
Step right up, right onto our show. Hey, John, how you doing?
Hey, guys. Happy holidays. I'm
Thank
doing
you.
well, thanks.
You too.
Appreciate it. So I have Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown on my fantasy team, so I've just been tracking these guys. I don't know. You guys track it more than I do, but what I have observed in these games when I'm making sure that they're getting points for me is they manage the game super well, and they always play a little bit higher to the level of competition than who they're playing against. And if you remember that game with the Niners, it might have been 2 years ago when they were balling against the Ravens, and they were killing everybody in the league, but then they had like 5 interceptions or something like that, and then they lost, and it was kind of a fluke. Like, that's the way that I see a few of these Eagles losses recently. If you've actually just tracked them, their defense has gotten better and better and better, and Jalen always finds a way to win. So while I hate the Eagles, they definitely are a threat. It would be foolish to overlook them. But I do agree that beyond the Eagles, the Rams, and the Niners and Seattle to a degree, that's really it. There's nobody who's, it's not like the Chiefs 2 years ago, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I got one more thing I wanted to point out on the Niners defense, if that's okay. But
sure.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the other thing is yesterday, Steiny, man, you could not have made a worse take on Fred Warner. Not coming, if he comes back,
get him
against. If he comes back, they are going to be so much better off and so much more likely to win the Super Bowl.
Please, he's not even going to be wearing the mic. They're not even going to let him.
He is the
They've
mic.
changed the entire defense without him for the better. Thanks, John. And they're not going back.
Oh, now you hang up
If they, of course. Let me tell you, and I said it before, 49ers win the Super Bowl this year, they got to just waive Warner and Bosa. Just waive them.
See, I think it's funny because we were talking about this at the cafeteria that, the season hasn't felt super compelling, and a big part of that is because of those two dudes being out.
Right.
If they were healthy, people would be with me today.
God.
No,
I
people
think
would
you're
be
right.
with me. It's like the one thing that's what I don't really understand is, to me, what has driven this team since Brock Purdy's come back has been the offense. But, that doesn't matter to people. It doesn't matter for some reason that they're averaging 35 points a game over their last 5 and haven't been beaten and haven't been close to being beaten. They've just handled business for the last 5 weeks. No one's discussing that because Fred and Nick aren't on the field. And I understand that, and it could be the reason why eventually they get beat. But those two dudes, are the only reason why Niners fans are apprehensive about saying this team could win a Super Bowl. I guess I kind of understand, but I also don't. I mean, there are teams around the NFL that have a bunch of injuries. For example, the team that Lorenzo Neal used to play for, and the team that I enjoy, the Chargers, have been playing without both of their tackles the entire season. Their offensive line is horrific, and Justin Herbert's the most sacked quarterback in football. Might that be the reason they get beat? Yeah, but I think they could go into any building in the AFC and win multiple playoff games. It's like this year to me is up for grabs. The Chiefs, the big bad Kansas City Chiefs, who've had basically a monopoly on playoff football, they're done. They're out. So this year, why can't it be? It doesn't matter to me that the Niners aren't as good as they were in 2023 because this year, the playoff picture to me was not as competitive as it was 2 years ago. That's why they got a shot.
All right. I got to call Risotto in here, Steven
in.
Risotto, because he's got to explain something that's going on at Warriors practice today that I need him to do because I'm not aware of it.
Did Draymond do something?
No, so Steve Kerr just met with the media guys, and some of his reflections on the argument with Draymond Green from Monday night. He apologized. He said him and Draymond talked. And
who apologized?
Steve Kerr apologized to Draymond.
What?
Draymond apologized back. Oh. And Steve took full responsibility. He said it was his fault. And there's a follow-up question about the dynamic of the team. And this is kind of interesting. He said, quote, "Where we are as a team, as an organization, the most important thing for me is for guys to recognize that there's beauty in the struggle. There's beauty in what we're trying to accomplish right now. We are no longer the 17 Warriors dominating the league. We are a fading dynasty. We know that. Everyone knows that." How about that?
I get...
Floor is yours, Tiny.
I mean, do we need a breaking sounder for that? Okay.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
They are. They kind of are, and they have been. And they're trying to balance it. Why did Steve Kerr apologize?
Where'd you say that? Where'd you say you found this, Pasta?
This is practice. Danny Emmerman's tweeting about it. Monty Poole's tweeting about it, and basically, He said that they're both competitive people, and over the last 12 years, we've been together. This has happened occasionally. I'm not proud of it. We had a great chat. So they both talked to the team as well, and Steve said that, quote, "I let the emotions get the best of me. Not my finest hour."
Wow.
This ain't good for Steve.
What a saint.
No, he's lost his edge. It's a lack of grit. Dude. Come on, Steve. For once in your...
Well, first of all, if they're talking, I don't have a problem with Steve Kerr saying, "I'm sorry, too. I didn't handle it great."
No, but I mean, and as a head coach, you're supposed to fall on the sword for your player. I guess I just personally... That's what he's supposed to say. Don't get me wrong. But it doesn't mean I have to like it.
See,
whose fault was it? Who walked out on the team?
I agree.
Seriously.
I'm with you. Risotto, you know what I thought you meant? I thought that Kerr at practice today called the Warriors a fading dynasty.
He did.
Then apologized to Curry and Draymond for saying that.
No. He called them the fading dynasty after. And he also said that his goal right now is to get Draymond to finish his career with the Warriors.
Oh, boy.
That's what he said his long-term goal is with Draymond.
Well, Steve's only got about 6 months left on his deal. Sorry, 4.
And he said, "I'm very much at fault for what happened on Monday night."
Jesus. Good thing we got the showdown coming up here in a few minutes.
There's paragraphs of quotes here. I already told them out there. They're ready to go with that.
I got you. All right. Well, we got Dan Devone coming in for
Steve.
the crossover. It's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Segment also brought to you by Safeway.
Happy holidays! Now through December 25th, Safeway members can get a Signature Select Classic Ham, shank, half, or whole, bone-in, 87 cents per pound. While supplies last, limit 1. Check the weekly mailer or online ad and visit Safeway.com for more details.
This hour is brought to you by the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. Introducing the business card that gives back all you put in.
95.7 The Game is proud to be introducing the inaugural Bay Area Host Committee Impact Awards presented by PNC Bank, celebrating those driving change in the Bay Area. We congratulate Lindsay Kaufman, founder and coach of Girls Unite and winner of the Sports Business Champion Award.
That's really what I want, is to know that their story, their journey matters, and that they can, when they become a little older, carry the torch in different ways.
Stay tuned this month as 95.7 The Game celebrates all of these prestigious Bay Area Host Committee Impact Impact Award winners.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first serve. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's crossover time. So Evan Giddings is in for Goo today, and let's welcome in Dan Devone. He'll be taking you home from 2 to 6. What's up, Dan? How you doing, man?
What's going on, Steiny? How are things?
Things are good. Things are good. Got the shopping done. Going to get home and relax and I guess watch Cal.
Listen to the Devone show from 2 to 6.
I'll be in my car for a good
Dan
chunk
Devone
of it.
Show. Yeah, Melik Kalikimaka.
There you go. Good job, Hallie boy.
Appreciate
You're learning.
it. That means Merry Christmas, Tiny.
I know it does, and I was better at you than naming the 7 Hawaiian islands.
That's true.
You forgot Ni Hao.
Ah, well, that's easy to forget because it's inhabited, or there's nobody living on the island, right?
I think it's just Ni Haoans. Like regular people aren't
allowed.
Can't go there.
I thought that was Ellison's Island, the one that
that's Lanai.
The one that I know what it's called. I'm saying the one that nobody's allowed on.
Ni Hao's the one that nobody's allowed on.
Yeah.
And then there's also one that's
there's Molokai, which was the leopard colony at one point.
And I think they used it as a bombing site too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Good knowledge, man.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You're proud of yourself today,
Hey, explain
man.
what's going on with Draymond that's happened in the last 10 minutes in Kerr.
Can we talk about
do whatever you want. I don't give a rat's behind.
Can we talk about your son here, your surrogate kid? What the hell happened the other night?
Pretty special.
I mean, just walk me through because I haven't talked to him since then.
Yeah, I got a text from him because I think Pasta told on me. So
Pasta's hair was on fire. It's like, you know, he hit me up all caps. He's like, you won't believe what happened. And I just like, oh, Jesus, did Matt Nahagian suffer a heart attack? What's going on?
He might have.
Yeah. So walk me through this. So did you have any idea you were calling the game that night?
Yeah, he called me Sunday morning or midday-ish, long Saturday night. So I woke up a bit in a haze, and I think I told these guys, but it's like anytime you get a call from the boss on Sunday, you think you messed up. And so I was like, oh, what's going on? And he just goes, hey, what are you doing tomorrow night? I'm like, I don't know. I'm watching Phillip Rivers try to beat the Niners. I don't know. And he says, you want to call the Warriors Magic game? I'm like, oh, yeah, my God. Yeah. Lost for words. I probably was the most nervous the moment I found out, as opposed to, when tip-off happens or you get into the pregame show and commercial stuff like that. I was like, holy bleep.
So how did this perfect storm come about? So obviously Roy wasn't available, and I'm assuming Kevin Dana.
Yeah, so Roy, I think it's public. I can say his granddaughter had a child.
Okay.
His daughter had his grandchild. So he was there with her. Everything's great. Baby's awesome. And KD, Dana, was doing a G League showcase that he does every single year. So, and he actually called me last night, too, to see how it was. And then from there, I don't know. I could have been the third choice, 10th, 15th. To me, doesn't really matter. You asked me to do the game, I want to do it. So I get there. Well, first I asked for the day off because I had like 24 hours to prep. Never done an NBA game before. I know how to prep for a game.
You had to ask for it? Nahagian didn't give it to you?
Well, he asked if I wanted to come in on Monday and if I wanted to produce or if I wanted the day off. And I said I would like to have the day off. Just because, no disrespect, but I wouldn't have been thinking about the show. Like, I wouldn't have been thinking about the show whatsoever. So
I'll refrain from the one-liner.
Which one?
You wouldn't have been doing it anyway. Even when you're not doing Warriors games, you're not really engaged in the show.
What are you? Well, you actually would have you probably would have needed your hand held on Monday because there was no football game to react to, which then you spent talking about the Warriors game anyways, so you didn't even need a football game.
There's a lot going on with the Warriors these days.
Yeah, that's what they're telling me.
Okay, so go ahead.
So then I get to the
what was the moment where you're like, holy crap? So you're not on the floor, right? They don't put you guys on the floor.
No, I'm up in it's like right above the lower bowl. I think that's also where Fitz and Kalena, their booth is adjacent to the radio one. So, and I also found out I wouldn't have a color commentator. Like Tolbert had the day scheduled off, which actually didn't necessarily mind. Not because he's a bad guy,
I would think that's easier for basketball.
Basketball radio play-by-play is very fast, and having an extra voice, especially because I'd never done one before or worked with him, I think it would have been an extra variable. So.
What's good about Tolbert is that he gets in and out. He jabs.
He's great.
Kalena, you would have been screwed.
You got to be careful, man. Kalena was actually really nice.
No,
he came into the booth and said congratulations, all that. But I don't know. I think like the nervousness started to sort of wane, I would say about an hour before I even left. Like when I was driving to the arena, it was fine because you walk in, you go through the media spot, and then RC, the producer and engineer there, the director really, he just kind of took me through everything. A lot of different reads, a lot of papers, and if I got any questions, I just would ask him.
So the transition was pretty seamless. Did you have the replay monitor, which I'm assuming you didn't have?
Yeah, no. I mean, I could see the telecast. Yeah. So, but whatever was on there.
We were listening to you on Saturday. You went from women's St. Mary's basketball to the show, basically.
Yeah, and then I think my next men's broadcast for St. Mary's is a week or 8 days from now. So I have 2 more games: Seattle and then Portland on the 2nd and the 4th.
Did you have like a signature call, like a cheesy?
No, that's not. It's not really my style.
Well, although it sounds like you might have borrowed one.
What do you mean?
Did you say tic-tac-toe?
He did.
Yeah,
I heard tic-tac-toe.
Yeah, that's a Fitz. That's pretty much a Fitz original.
I don't know if you can give that to Fitz.
I'm
gonna be honest. Like I might have taken that from somebody unconsciously. I love Fitz, but I don't think.
Did you do anything like he made that one from Castro Valley?
No, I said he made a 28-footer because no one can see. It's radio.
Well, let me ask Devone this.
By the way, tic-tac-toe is it was a quick 1-2-3 pass. It's actually appropriate. It's not
I know what it is.
Yeah, well, apparently you don't because he gave it to Fitz.
I'm more interested in Devone here because Dan and I go way back. I think I've told this story before. It must have been in the I moved out here in '90. That's when we played basketball together.
Yeah.
And then I was covering the Warriors, but it was Key Arena up in Seattle. Peyton and Kemp, I think, were on the team. And I'm covering the Warriors one night. It must have been late 90s, or you're going to have to tell me.
So I wasn't there with Kemp, so it might have been early 2000s?
That would make sense.
Okay,
that would make sense. And so I cover a Warrior game. I'm sure they lost. They never beat the Sonics up there. And I go back to my room, and I put on the local news, like KTVU, and I see Devone doing sports. And I was like, I know that dude. I played ball with that dude like 5 years. It must have been 5 or 10 years ago. And so was that like your...
No, so I went Fresno.
Okay.
And that was... so I was in Fresno with Jerry Tarkanian and doing that whole thing. And then I was on my way to CNN, was really invested in sports at the time. And they flew me out to CNN. And I'll never forget, they put me up in the Omni, which is where CNN is located, right? And I had this suite which had this panoramic view, and everywhere I looked, I saw CNN shows. Like I saw Geraldo live, and I was like, it's so damn intimidating. And I was like, yeah, dude, this is it. I'm talking in front of the world. And so I had my agent. I'm like, just let's lock this up. He's like, well, just hold on. He's like, someone's interested in you, Seattle. Do me a favor, just take a flight out there. And this is like in December. I'm like, there's no way in hell I'm going out to Seattle and freezing my butt off. Just go get an offer from them and let me bump the offer up at CNN. So I go out to Seattle, and I'm there for 24 hours. It's the Apple Cup. It's Washington versus Washington State. That's Saturday for my interview, right? They happen to be playing. So I get there, and the news director, they had just blown the whole place up. So the news director was new, a young guy. We were all young. Everybody was coming there for the first time in terms of all the new hires, new weatherman, new producers, new sports, new anchors. I come down to the lobby because I just done this at CNN, and I know how this works, right? I'm in my power suit and tie. I'm ready to go and have this silly conversation and sell myself. So I meet the guy in the lobby of my hotel, and with my tie, and he's like, dude, you're way overdressed, man. He's like, go throw on something more comfortable. We go to a bar, FX McCrory's, and we sit there and watch the Apple Cup. And we're there for like 4 hours. And I don't talk job once. We're just throwing back pitchers. Literally, we're just getting smashed. And he drops me off at the hotel. The last thing he says is like, you seem like a good dude. And he's like, this is going to be a cool experience if you want to work here. And he just sped off. And he just like, we laughed about it afterwards. His name's Todd Mokhtar. He runs NBC down in Los Angeles now. He's like, yeah, my thinking at the time was like, I just wanted to work with good people. Like, I'd seen your tape, man. He's like, I just wanted to make sure that, you know, if we were going to hang, that we could go get cocktails after the show. Because that's what I did back in the day. Like, that's, you know, after a show, you're out and out and about. But yeah, so that's how I ended up in Seattle. So I told CNN, I was like, yeah, no, I think I'm going up to Seattle, man. Plus, I was doing one show. I was the guy. I was doing one show at 10 o'clock, and then I would just like have the whole day at CNN because it's global, right? Like
you would have had to be in a studio for 8 hours.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you're doing crazy like at 2 a.m. because you're the low man on the totem pole. So.
And then how long were you in Seattle?
14 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Through like 2020 or something like that?
No. So I was there through 15, 14, yeah.
Hey, Dan Devone, this is your life.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean,
man.
no, he's a man of mystery. He's got a lot
we
going
some
on.
of this the other night when you blew us off for a cocktail.
Yeah,
I had to leave early.
No, I mean, not that early. You literally could have waited 20 minutes, but
we'll make it happen.
And then the night could have taken you back to Balboa Cafe.
You went old school.
Oh, I had to drag him there, man.
Yeah.
I go stomping ground because I don't go out. I'm like, if I'm going out, I'm going to end up there. So
we're driving by and he goes, "Hey, you see that side street?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, I try and park down there and there's nothing every single time I come to the marina." He goes, "Yeah, that was where my first apartment was."
Yeah, Pixley. That's where
outside the Triangle.
Yeah,
right outside the cafe.
They still call it the Triangle?
I don't know. I've never heard it.
Well, it's because it's just the Balboa Cafe. I don't know what.
Is it just that corner?
Was the Golden Gate Grill still there?
No. Dude,
it was the other one.
You're like me. I went on Chestnut Street, and I was like, where's the Chestnut Street Bar and Grill?
Exactly.
Yeah, we're driving down through the marina, and Devone's just, what the hell is going on here?
How about the
about this?
What is it, Mauna Loa? Is that still there?
Mauna Loa is still there.
Mauna Loa,
Oh,
yeah. I like that one. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. You want to hear something interesting?
Yeah,
I got to believe this is right. I'm looking at Tim Kawakami of SF Standards Twitter, and he's retweeted Monty Poole, who works for NBC Sports Bay Area, so there was a lot going on in practice today. This is a quote from Steve Kerr on Draymond Green. Draymond told me, this year, I'll go to the bench if you need me to. I know what Draymond is about. He's about winning. That's not even a consideration for me right now because I'm really excited about this starting lineup. Steph, Draymond, Moses, Jimmy, and Quentin Post.
Well, there's two things. Number one, if you think that lineup's the best, go with it. But to not even consider a difference, I think that's we were talking about it during the commercial break. That along with, I think he also mentioned, to kind of paraphrase, I'm committed to making sure that Draymond retires a Warrior. That's what he's... Sounds to me like he's committed more to his relationship with Draymond Green than he is to the success of the team. If he thinks that Draymond really is the most important part, or one of them, then I get it. But lately, the numbers and the performance of your team would tell you something completely different.
Am I missing something here? Are we at a consensus where Draymond should be at the bench? Because I'm still with Kirk, because I know he's had a rough patch here, but your best lineup includes Draymond Green. I get it. He hasn't been playing well. But you can't tell me that basketball team is better without Draymond Green.
Well, not without, but...
I mean, less minutes are coming off the bench or in a limited role.
I mean, I don't think that's... I mean, what's he averaging? 28 minutes a night, something like that?
27.
27?
I don't think it's crazy to drop him down to 25.
22?
I think... So Kerr's saying that's their best lineup right now?
He's saying that's the starting lineup they're going with.
Well, okay,
yeah,
so is he qualifying that? Because if they're healthy, I got to think the best lineup includes Horford and DeAnthony Melton. Once they take him off off of restrictions in terms of his minutes, that he's at the number 2. And if Horford's good to go, he's got to be in the middle, right? Like if those guys are healthy and you're starting the postseason, I'm rolling those 5 out.
Yeah, I think that would be the plan to close with, certainly.
But he's also, I think, got a good out by thinking they are on minutes restrictions, which means Horford's not going to play back-to-backs, and maybe Melton's got some of his own, so he'll be like, see, I don't have to start them because then that's going to ensure that I'm going to have to change it all the time, the games that they don't play. So I think Melton and Horford are in the plans, but I could see neither of them starting at any point for a consistent amount of time because I don't know if they're going to be able to play consistently.
I mean, I also think this is consistent with what Kerr has basically felt about Draymond their entire relationship as head coach and player, which is he's worth it. He's worth all the extra stuff. He's worth walking off the bench at the 8:30 mark of the third quarter and basically taking himself out of the game because he was pissed off that Kerr had something to say to him in a timeout. He's fine with, the off-court crap that he's done in the past and will probably continue to do because he's Draymond Green.
How did you handle that, by the way?
What do you mean?
How did you handle his departure? What did someone have to give you did someone blow in your ear and say, by the way, Draymond's out of
man, Cedric, dude, I was a coward. I'm not going to lie. The thing about it is my first broadcast I'm filling in, I saw it, but you don't know what's happening. Right. I noticed Moses Moody was in the middle of the huddle, and then Draymond walked to the locker room. But I don't know if that was because he was injured. I don't know if that was because maybe you're going to the bathroom. I didn't know. So, all right, next break. God, I forget it. Gary Payton II is checked in for Draymond Green. All right, play. And then after, I would say, several more minutes going to the fourth quarter, I just kept reiterating that Draymond had not played since the 8:30 mark. And once I saw it on Twitter, I asked people in the booth if that's something we should talk about. But again, it's on Twitter and it's from a fan, so it's all speculatory. You don't have confirmation that they're actually in disagreement and that Draymond has been sent off or took himself out of the game. So I didn't really touch it.
Well, it was very inconspicuous.
That's usually Devon's role. He's got his phone on the whole show.
I mean, the bottom line is that, like, when he walked off the court, he was very composed. You know what I mean? So he might have been going to the bathroom. If you didn't see every detail in the huddle, you might have just said he was. Yeah, he'll be back.
I just said in the
guys go into the locker room here
in the fourth quarter. He's on the bench and he's still got his warm-ups on, which he did.
To me, it was really reminiscent of when it is that when he went after Kevin Durant, and it's obviously two entirely different scenarios. But when you're trying to figure out, all right, what the hell's going on, and you're just trying to read the tea leaves. Remember, it was Klay Thompson that got up.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, this is kind of weird, and he sat in between those two.
That's right.
And then there was DeMarcus Cousins, like, calmed down. So you knew something volatile was taking place. Obviously, we didn't know verbatim what was being said, but this was sort of similar to that because all of a sudden you're like, okay, why is Moses Moody calming down Draymond? This must be something. And then Jerry Stackhouse is like the coolest dude on the planet, man. Like when he's like, bro, chill, like, okay, something's up. Yeah, so you're reading all the peripheral pieces.
It reminded me more of Spoelstra, Jimmy Butler a couple years ago.
With Haslam?
Yeah, when, like, I guess Spoelstra was like, what are you going to do, fight me? You're going to beat me up or something like that? And Butler was, like, going back, and I want to say Butler got penalized for that.
Yeah, but that's the Miami Heat.
I know.
And no one's above. Well, what was the – oh, God, there was that quote. I forget if it was from Haslam or – maybe it was D. Wade was talking about his time in Miami, and he said Pat Riley literally came down and because it had to be Wade because the Heatles were just starting. Spoelstra was a young head coach, and everyone was wondering, are you going to make a move? Like this coach, he just doesn't have it. And I think it was in 2012 after they had lost in the finals, and Pat Riley basically came down to the locker room and said, I will trade any one of you before I fire Eric Spoelstra. And that's just how they do business. That's just how Pat Riley does things. It's like you will not question someone that I have put in a position of power as opposed to the Warriors, which is, well, basically Draymond can do whatever he wants.
You know, what's interesting, you mentioned Jimmy Butler. I'm kind of curious how he's digesting all of this.
Me too.
Because he's usually the eye of the storm, right?
He just came from Miami, where they have a czar as their president.
But he's like now taking a back seat to all this. I'm just curious his take of like, oh, this is what it looks like from the back seat when somebody else is getting into it with the coach and just how he's processing all of this.
Well, interestingly, with Butler, like he hasn't been quoted in 10 days at least.
Yeah.
So he hasn't talked to the media.
He hasn't spoke since he started shooting again.
That's
quote
right.
Unquote.
That's right. So I wonder what Butler thinks of Draymond.
Yeah, I'm really fascinated.
Yeah, I am too.
That.
And whether the Butler trying to reach out to Kuminga is Butler's way of saying, I'm okay if we move toward this guy rather than Draymond. I don't know. I do think it's one of those things where there's a lot going on, and we probably know about a third of it.
Yeah, I think Jimmy's the kind of guy who he's very straightforward. If you're winning, everything is fine. It's all good. But they haven't really been winning. They've been up and down, and he's been a part of it, in and out. I wonder if he lost his joy, reclaimed his joy when he got to the Warriors. Is his joy still there? He's one of the most stoic cats on the floor, though, He's not a guy who's getting into it. He's not chirping with refs.
He doesn't say much to refs at all.
With other players.
So there's got to be. He's in. I'd like to know with this guy how he's wired, because there must be something. There's obviously something there, but you would never know it if you just watched him on the floor. He's the antithesis of Steph and Draymond, and going back to the days of Iguodala, where there was this culture of all we do is sort of being moan, right? That's sort of the Warriors. And I'm not dogging the Warriors, but I'm just telling you from afar, the Warriors complain more than anybody. And he's never fit that mode in terms of star players.
No, he doesn't. I'll bet you he's gotten less than double-digit technical fouls in his career.
No, because it costs
1 or 2 a year.
It costs you a point.
One
like
or two
in his
a year,
mind, that's
maybe.
probably how he thinks.
I know.
I wonder though, because maybe it might have been Goose.
I do love his demeanor on the court. I really do, no doubt.
He's not demonstrative at all. He's also like that whenever he does media. He never makes a stink. He never will just publicly thrash or take a flamethrower to somebody. He just doesn't talk.
Well, that's
he's just silent.
Why he's so fascinating. So where does all the venom come from? There's something we're missing here. Like there's another shoe that's dropping that we're not privy to, right?
Well, you always find out in the aftermath. Like, still the fateful day in Minnesota where he takes the third-string players against Karl Anthony Towns, Andrew Wiggins, and the other starters and kicks their ass as he's MFing the GM the entire time of the practice, saying, why are you paying these guys? I should be the guy who you should pay. And of course he gets traded a few days later, but we found out about that practice after he got dealt, after it was all over. I think he's pretty good at keeping whatever is actually pissing him off, or maybe not pissing him off, but whatever he's thinking about or ruminating on, he keeps that pretty close to the vest.
JJ Redick tells a funny story. Remember they had their podcast and they used to play together in Philadelphia. And he's telling, because he's good friends with Jimmy Butler, he's like, man, remember when you hijacked that players-only meeting and you just went after everybody? And then you went after T.J. McConnell. It's like, dude, that wasn't cool, man. It's T.J. McConnell. Like, what's wrong with you?
All right. That's going to do it.
Now what the hell am I going to do for 4 hours?
Jeff Pearlman coming up?
I know, but only
I like him.
Yeah, he's the best.
Yeah, actually, what time is he coming up? Do you know?
2:30.
Oh, right off the bat. All right. Well,
no, wait, is it 2:30?
Yeah, 2:30. All right. Well, we got to go then.
Go for 2:30 and then a little replay at 5:30. All right. Happy holidays to everybody out there. Dan DeVoe next. All right. Take care.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, not today, it isn't. Hi again, everybody. This is Dan DeVoe along with you. Did Pasta leave us? Pastas. See him in the background. I got my man Jersey Ken. Ken, what's going on with you?
How we doing, Dan? Long time no see.
We're doing well. So there's a lot for us to get into. By the way, that's a hell of an intro. I do weekend shows, and usually it's just turn on the mic and, and just start howling at the moon and making stuff up for 3 hours. Now I don't even have Ev to do that. It's just me and that's it. And Ken, Jersey Ken. Ken, I don't even know your last name. Do you have one aside from Jersey Ken?
Luttrell.
Ken Luttrell. All right. Are you good with Jersey Ken?
Whatever you want.
All right. I'm sticking with Jersey Ken.
Sounds good.
So Jersey Ken, Dan Avone. We'll talk Draymond. We're going to tease our man, Jeff Pearlman. Listen, Pasta, my producer, he knows this. As a rule, Jersey Ken, I don't like guests for the most part.
I heard you don't like a lot of things, Dan, especially you don't like sound.
Don't like sound. And the reason being, you want to know why?
Tell me.
It takes away from me.
Oh, it's all about you.
Yeah, because I want to tell stories, and usually it's a guest, and I'm like, okay, yeah, tell me about, the curveball, and how's Uncle Charlie doing, or it's something that's nice. Unless every now and then there'll be somebody that'll come down the pipe, and I'm like, yeah, I want to talk to that guy. Like, I want to hear from this person. Not a gratuitous sort of guest I know that we typically have on the show that'll come on periodically, and they oftentimes will just say the same thing. But our guest, this is the tease, coming up at 2:30 is a guy by the name of Jeff Pearlman. And this guy he's written 10 books. The last one is detailing the life of Tupac Shakur. He is on the New York Times bestseller list 4 times. I'm hooked on his podcast, which I'm not a podcast kind of guy, but he does this podcast called the Press Box Chronicles. And I'm telling you, man, me and Pasta are like groupies. Seriously, he's going to get a restraining order on us.
I think I'm one of those too, because I haven't read every book of his, but he wrote the one on Barry Bonds. Am I correct? He wrote one on Barry Bonds?
What, was it a book?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. Oh, you're right.
I'm halfway reading that one. It's so far so good. But I also read the Bad Guys one.
Yes.
When he wrote about the New York Mets in the 1986 New York Mets. 1986. Amazing. Yeah. I was from the opening chapter. It was just like, oh man, he gets right into it.
Well, what he does is that he interviews everybody.
Yeah.
Right? And he just, he gets down to the source, and it's almost as if he's there. One of the most fascinating things about that 86 team, as was underlined by Jeff Pearlman, who, by the way, is going to join us coming up at 2:30, is that he talks about that flight home. I don't know if you heard about that.
Right. No, that's how he starts the book, right? It's after the NLCS when they win the pennant.
the Astros.
Yep.
And that thing went extra innings. And they to say they got drunk might be the understatement of the year. And
cake was involved?
Oh, my God.
Too much champagne.
And some of the wives who don't typically drink were throwing up on themselves. And somebody said, so they have the fan base that's waiting for them back out there in New York. You might have been one of them.
Wasn't alive yet.
They would fly commercial back then. And so they get off the flight, and everybody's like there, and they're all excited because the Mets are going to the World Series, and they get off the flight, and everybody's just like, the wives come off, and they're like barf-stained dresses, and they're like, oh, God, let me just get home. Everyone's like, what's going on here? And then, of course, he goes on to tell the story how they got a bill from whatever airline that was.
I think it was Delta.
Was it Delta?
If I stand correct, I think it's Delta.
For like $7,000.
Which is a lot back then.
Was sort of the rallying cry for Davey Johnson and the Mets.
Right.
Because he has a players-only meeting, and he's like, look, we caused damage on that flight, and I just got a bill for $7,000. And we did this after going to the World Series and beating the Houston Astros in extra innings. And he's like, you know what I'm going to do with this bill? And he tears it up and says, screw them, we ain't paying a dime. And everyone's like, ah! And they go on to the World Series. And, of course, the rest, as they like to say, is history, as they take care of the Boston Red Sox as the ball goes through the wickets of one Bill Buckner. But we're going to talk to Jeff Pearlman coming up today at 2:30, and we're going to get into everything. We'll try and provide a local angle and talk a little Barry Bonds. I want to get into a player by the name of Marcus Lattimore, for those of you 49er fans that remember him. Also want to talk about Brandon Ayuk and his apology and the reason why he was apologizing, and tie that in also to one of the chronicles that Jeff Pearlman was able to illustrate in his podcast. All that, as I mentioned, is in a matter of moments. But first things first, Draymond Green, as we try and update the latest involving Draymond, who essentially maybe quit on the Warriors is a bit dramatic, but got up and left, went to the locker room in the midst. And when he checked out of that game against Orlando, they were down 5. And I guess the bottom line, all of that, is that the Warriors are obviously in a place hovering around 500. They need every win. They need to. All of these wins are crucial for this team. And so one of your best players checks himself out when you're down 5 in a game at home, considering where the team has been reeling of late. It's sort of a big deal. There was a statement out of Jersey, Ken. I don't know if you have that prepared or want to get to it.
Yeah, I got it.
So we have the latest coming from the Golden State Warriors, who did have a practice today. Steve Kerr, in detail, was talking about the incident. But if you can give us sort of the crux of what it is that Steve Kerr had to say today.
So after practice, he was talking to the media, and again, Steve Kerr mentioned about what went on with him and Draymond. He said, "We talked today. We had a great chat. Frankly, Monday night was not my finest hour. That was a time where I needed to be calm and in the huddle, so I regret my actions in that exchange. I apologized to Dre. He apologized to me. We both apologized to the team. These things, they happen." And then he went a little even further, and he wasn't even asked about this. He just kind of offered it. He said, where we are as a team, as an organization, the most important thing for me is for guys to recognize that there's beauty in the struggle. There's beauty in what we're trying to accomplish right now. We are no longer the 17 Warriors dominating the league. We are a fading dynasty right now, and we know that. Everyone knows that. And, yeah, I mean.
The fading dynasty, I know, is going to get play.
A lot.
And I can already tell. I don't know if it's gone viral yet, but I'm assuming that'll be the one thing that people will take from it. And I wouldn't be surprised if you're on SportsCenter, you're watching network sports, that all you're going to hear is Steve Kerr admitting to the fact that they're a fading dynasty. I don't necessarily interpret what it is that I think is going to be sort of the overall consensus, that he's throwing in the proverbial towel. That's the end, that we're just sort of like playing this thing out. I think what he's trying to tell everybody is that we know we're not who we used to be. We know that Draymond, Steph, Clay is gone. All those characters not only are no longer with us, but our best players are now in the twilight years. Like they can see the age of 40. They're closer to 40 than they are 35. And so we're not a young basketball team anymore. And so what it is, and again, this is just my interpretation. Would love to hear what it is that you think of Steve Kerr today saying that the Warriors are a fading dynasty. Now, again, I'm just picking and choosing, and that's not using it in the proper context. But he did mention that this is a team that is no longer who they were back in 2017. None of us are. But it does not mean that you can't be competitive, and it does not mean that you still can't win. I think if I'm to read Steve Kerr correctly, I'll make this analogous to the 49ers. Hell, the 49ers could be the number 1 seed. We'll get into San Francisco.
I would have thought.
And the 49ers, they're slicing this thing a different way. San Francisco's defense, that's a defense without a star. And they were star-laden. And so if they go to the Super Bowl this year, it's going to be a completely different MO. There's no Deebo Samuel. There's no Brandon Ayuk. The offense is okay, and that defense is entirely refaced. I guess my point in all of this is it doesn't mean that simply because you're not who you once were, that you still can't make what it is the mission or the goal statements were at the beginning of the season. By calling or referring your team to being a fading dynasty does not necessarily mean that we should all interpret that as, well, even Steve Kerr recognizes that they're not very good and that we're just hopefully playing quote-unquote meaningful basketball games for Steph Curry. I don't think that's – now listen, I disagree with it, but I honestly believe Steve Kerr feels as though that there's enough in-house for him to make another run at it. And I think he believes that there's enough with Jimmy, Draymond, and Steph, and with some of these other pieces that I'm convinced that maybe they aren't going to make this blockbuster trade at the deadline. That it's this existing roster that they truly believe that they can make a run. It's just going to be very different if that's going to happen than the way they did it back in the day when they were the best team in basketball.
It's interesting the way you put it that way, because we've already had distractions before the season even started, Dan. Kuminga was the biggest distraction. They finally figured out that hurdle, right? They finally got through, okay, at least we know how long we're going to have him up until the trade deadline, coming up soon. But now you have another issue, and it's really not one you're supposed to have because Draymond's part of this big three. So, for them to make a run, I mean, they've got to really just figure it out and beyond of, what they're going to add. They need to be all in sync and have some chemistry,
Well, the idea of making a run is it's a little delusional to me.
I agree.
I think that, look, if you can get into the playoffs, which that's no guarantee, man. I'm telling you.
The play-in.
Well, that's what I mean. The play-in, the playoffs. Yeah, you're right. The play-in, because the bottom half, it's not, you can only laugh at and take advantage of the Portlands and those lesser, and Utah at some point, when you continue to get draft pick after draft pick, at some point, man, you get the hammer. I'm talking about those teams in their rearview mirror. That being the Portland Trail Blazers, a team that has beaten the Warriors, by the way, every time they played this year. And if you think the Dallas Mavericks are going to stay in that rearview mirror and not make noise, I don't know if anybody has seen Cooper Flagg, and obviously we're going to see him up close and personal tomorrow. This dude is for real. I mean, Cooper Flagg, much like that of Wembanyama, is exceeding expectations. And who would have thought that was possible? But Klay Thompson and, of course, the rest of the Dallas Mavericks on Christmas Day. And enjoy it, fans, because I don't know that we'll see going forward whether the Warriors, well, I guess if Steph is still upright, you're going to stick him on Christmas Day. But that's where they'll be tomorrow at home, taking on the Dallas Mavericks. And Draymond Green apparently will be back and will be in that starting lineup. We'll get into Draymond. I do have, as I always do when it comes to Draymond, I said this the other night about him going after Connor Gillespie. Come on, what are you doing here? So there was a lot that was sort of leading up to the prelude to the explosion between him and Steve Kerr. We're going to do that and much more, including, I'm telling you, man, just stick around for Jeff Pearlman. This guy will talk sports like nobody we've ever had as a guest. What's coming? Oh, go ahead. I was going to give you one of my 35 reads that you've given me.
You still got some time, Dan. I was going to say you're a little
well,
early.
It says 2:25 here on the show.
Oh, it does? Well, we got one more minute. Sorry. That's on me.
So now
I was just going to say real
quick.
Barry Bonds, Love Me, Hate Me. That's what Jeff Pearlman wrote. Yeah.
That's it. We can talk to him about that. All right. Should I read now?
Yes.
All right. Just tell me to bark like a dog, man. Just whatever. Just cue me, and I'll just read what's in front of me. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was sponsored by Frontier Ford on Stevens Creek Boulevard. Frontier Ford's year-end sales event is on with 0% APR for 60 months, 0 down, no payments for 90 days on all Ford's top models. Deals end January 5th. Visit Frontier Ford on Stevens Creek or shop anytime at frontierford.com. We continue. Jeff Pearlman. I'm telling you, you're going to want to hear this guy. He'll talk sports, he'll talk Tupac, and then we'll get back into, obviously, the Niners. Get you ready for, an NFC championship? Also, Draymond front and center, that and much more. Jeff Pearlman, Dan Avone, Jersey Ken, back with much more after this here on 95.7 The Game.
Look like. At Petelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PetinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Petelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Petinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Hi, I'm Chris. I'm David.
And I'm John Margevisi with Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Dude, what's with that voice?
Bro, it's my radio voice. People say I have a great voice for radio.
Bro, people say you have a great face for radio.
Oh, you have a radio
Guys,
face.
not again. We're here to talk about Jack's. Our mom taught us everything we know. Use the best ingredients. Cook everything homemade. Treat everyone like family.
Don't forget the bar. With amazing cocktails.
Of course. Full bar. Amazing cocktails. Let's stay focused.
You're right. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, too.
That's better. Besides, you're twins. You have the same face for radio.
Why, you little I love Jax.com.
Thinking about selling your house but hesitant to move during the holidays? Imagine finalizing your sale now, enjoying the holidays, and move later. Call Wedgwood Homes to discuss your options. Do you want to downsize, relocate, or selling an inherited property? Does your house need repairs or updates? Wedgwood Homes buys homes as is. No repairs, no commissions, no hassle. Secure your future plans and move forward with a no-obligation, all-cash offer from Wedgwood Homes. Close in as little as 3 days Or enjoy the holiday season and move after the new year. Skip the stress of a traditional listing that can be slow and unpredictable. Lock in your sale now with a firm offer from Wedgwood Homes with no last-minute price drops like other cash buyers. Call 415-888-9432 for your no-obligation all-cash offer. 415-888-9432. 415-888-9432 or wedgwoodhomes.com. The Bay Area's trusted home buyer.
Dan Daly, the administrator of Lton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
Straight Talk knows the best holiday gift is simply saying yes.
Yes, you can stay up late. Sure, more cookies. Of course we can watch that movie again.
That's why we give you real unlimited data, so you can say yes to all of your family's streaming, scrolling, and sharing. And now at Straight Talk, get another gift worth giving, a free 5G phone with select plans. Because yes is the best gift to give.
Yes!
And receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Back in 60.
Are you really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These Factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This year's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Hi again, everybody, and welcome in on this Christmas Eve. Tomorrow, don't forget, right here, 95.7 The Game is the Golden State Warriors. Klay Thompson is back. The Draymond Green drama unfolds as they take on the Dallas Mavericks, 2 o'clock tip here on 95.7 The Game. All right, as advertised, I'm just going to read this off. This is like a Wikipedia. Jeff Pearlman is an American sports writer. He has written 10 books, which are New York Times bestsellers, 4 about football, 3 on baseball, 2 about basketball, and a biography of rapper Tupac Shakur. Without further ado, let's bring him in. Jeff, how are you today?
I'm good, but I will say don't believe everything you read on Wikipedia.
Why is that?
A couple of things off. Well, so on the bright side, I've written 11 books, but it always says I have more bestsellers than I actually have. So I don't want to false advertise and make it sound. I don't have 10 bestsellers. I had 7, which is great, but I'm just saying I don't have 10. So I don't want to be one of those guys who lies about his his pedigree.
Oh, I would just go with it and blame it on Wikipedia. That's not on you.
What I mean is I have 200 bestsellers. That is actually what I mean to say.
Well, the one thing it does not mention here, and I'm hooked, man, is so I split my time between San Francisco and New York, and when I fly, it's when I throw up the laptop and I start, wherever, so this algorithm now takes me to, and I don't see this on your page here, but I go straight to the Press Box Chronicles, which is what it is that you do. And I'm telling you, man, we could start wherever, but that's a good place. You know why? Because I happened to see the Marcus Lattimore, and I listen. When I see the what is it, the thumbnail, I'm like, oh, Lattimore. I kind of know this story. Like, I've covered the 49ers, and I know he was a stud coming out of high school. Everybody wanted him. He trashed his knee at South Carolina. The Niners took a roller on him. Yeah, I know that. But then I'm thinking it's Pearlman that's doing this. There's got to be a twist here. And I am telling you, man, I did not see that coming. And I'm a dude who swims in the bay and meditates. That, to me, was just absolutely blew me away. And for 49er fans out there that know who Marcus Lattimore is, obviously, can you, and I don't need you don't have to necessarily rehash the story verbatim, but can you just sort of give us a snapshot of the story that you did to him on your podcast?
Yeah, first of all, I love that guy. I love that guy. He's one of my all-time favorite, not just athletes, but probably people I've ever dealt with. And like you said, Lattimore was a stud coming out of high school in South Carolina. He was a stud at the University of South Carolina. But his junior year, he suffered a absolutely devastating knee injury. Would have been a top 10 pick in the NFL draft. Devastating knee injury. Declares himself eligible for the draft after his junior year. 49ers take kind of a flyer on him in the 4th round. And he never winds up playing. And he can never get past the knee injury. And he returns to South Carolina. And he does that thing a lot of ex-athletes do, right? He attends banquets, and he tries coaching, and he speaks, and he gets this honor and that honor. And as it's all going on, he finds it less and less and less and less satisfying. And there's a moment when he gets inducted into the South Carolina Sports Hall of Fame where everyone's congratulating him and asking him to tell the story about this game and that game. And he's like, I don't want this to be my life. I don't want this. I don't want to be telling these stories 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now over and over again. And he and his wife leave the state of South Carolina where they figured they'd live forever, move to Oregon. He becomes a poet, like a professional poet. She opens a yoga studio. He's an amazing writer. But what I really dig about him is he kind of gets the ridiculousness of it all. He understood, he saw, I think what a lot of athletes get sucked into just because of the money and the fame is living off your fame forever, living off your notoriety forever, having people ask for your autographs. And he realized that the fade on that is really quick and the return on that mentally is very little. And he just wanted to escape it. Now he's this guy who's living in Oregon, smoking weed, writing poetry, doing yoga, eating a healthy diet. He's an amazing, amazing man. And it was a pleasure to do that episode.
Yeah, so talk to me a little bit more about, is it fair to call it a podcast? I guess it is, right?
It's kind of a YouTube series that also is a podcast. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, so I think, in all seriousness, that you're one of the greatest sports writers. I mean, I put you in the pantheon of Red Smith, Grantland Rice, Frank DeFord. You're right up there. But the one thing that those guys didn't have, and I don't know that they could do this, is that platform or that vehicle on YouTube. So the amazing thing about you, and this is not going to be a suck-up fest for the next half hour, I promise you, Jeff, but the one thing that you do is that when you tell your stories, when you chronicle your stories, I just feel like you're a dude I went to college with. It's so well told. And it's probably, especially when you're dropping the D-lines on a guy like Dave Kingman. But another guy, just to bring it back to the Bay Area so it's identifiable for the audience out there, talk to me about Barry Bonds. Obviously, you wrote the book on Barry Bonds and just sort of your overall thoughts on the former Slugger?
I mean, to be honest with you, I was always a guy. So I wrote a book on him, Love Me, Hate Me, Barry Bonds and the Making of an Anti-Hero, that sold at least 12 copies, maybe 13. And it actually came out 2 weeks, I think, after Game of Shadows, and that was kind of all she wrote for me. But I spent a lot of time covering him and writing about him. And I was always against him getting in the Hall. Like, for the longest time I was. Like, he obviously cheated. He knew he cheated. He lied about cheating, et cetera, et cetera. And then over the past, 5, 6, 7 years, the voters starting letting in guys we know used. They let Piazza in. They let Bagwell in. They let Pudge in. They let Big Papi in. And if you're going to deny people just because they were jerks, like, to me, the line, look, we're not letting in cheaters, I could go with that 100%. But when you start saying, no, we're going to let the cheaters in who are nice to us, that's when you lose me. So, like, Bonds was the least likable human being I've ever covered in my life. I mean, he went out of his way to make your job harder, your day a little bit more miserable. He was the guy who never said thank you to the person holding the door open for him, the guy who would gladly skip teammates who wanted something signed, like, not a good guy. But if you're going to let in people who used PED, you have to let him in. So I actually support him getting in very begrudgingly.
I don't know if you're familiar with, well, I'm assuming you are, but the recent apology by that of Brandon Ayuk. First of all, did you see that?
I don't know if I did. Wait, what happened?
Well, Jeff Pearlman. So Brandon Ayuk was speeding in his new car. And Brandon Ayuk, obviously the wide receiver for the 49ers, who has been in the eye of a storm. He quit on the team. He's just talking about whether he's going to be released or traded. Anyways, he was recently speeding in his car, going upwards to 100 miles an hour in a 25-mile-an-hour zone out in Santa Clara. And simply because I'm a press box groupie and a junkie, I immediately flashed to Henry Ruggs. Yep. And I don't know how many people are making that association today, because it wasn't that long ago. And so he made this public apology. I think it was either today or yesterday to Brandon Ayuk. Just talk, if you could, for a minute about the Henry Ruggs situation and also this cat, Tony Rodriguez.
Yeah. First of all, I just want to say, like, one of my favorite quotes, or most oft-repeated quotes, is George Santayana, and it's "Youth is wasted on the young." And I just think, like, so many of these guys, athletes in particular, who are young and at their physical peak and they're famous and they're wealthy, they just lose track of their mortality and that they die just as easily as you and I do. And I think that's really what you see a lot. And Henry Ruggs, several years ago, Raiders wide receiver. And I did a story for Sports Illustrated back when this happened. Raiders wide receiver, wealthy, young, living on top of the world, and he's driving way too fast, way too drunk down a strip in Las Vegas. And his car slams into the back of a very slow-moving car belonging to a woman named Tina Tinter, who was about 23 and had recently worked at Target. And Tina Tinter and her dog Max were in the car, and they were both killed on impact. And when that happened, I was just kind of, as a writer, I was sort of intrigued by this idea of two worlds coming together. And you have this rich, famous, young athlete who causes this awful accident and changes his life forever. And you have this young woman who just works at Target and nobody knows, and she and her dog are killed. And I went to Las Vegas and I couldn't get anyone to talk. Like, I spent days, it's a couple weeks after the accident, trying to get to Ruggs, no good. I'm trying to get to Tina Tinter's family, no good. And in one of the old articles I found a name, Tony Rodriguez. And Tony Rodriguez, just according to the article, was a witness to the crash. And I decided I needed to find Tony Rodriguez. This was kind of my last gasp on trying to write something. Very common name in Las Vegas. Called around, finally got his sister. And his sister said, "Oh, yeah, Tony, he was the one at the crash. I'll put you in touch with him." The next day, I meet at a Starbucks with Tony Rodriguez. And I didn't realize this. I didn't know this until literally the moment we met. He was a homeless heroin addict who happened, he would steal scrap metal in order to, and then sell it to pay for his heroin. And he happened to be returning from a metal haul when he sees this accident, and he's with another friend, and he jumps out of his car, and he runs to Tina Tinter's burning vehicle, and the vehicle is overcome by fire and smoke, and he reaches his hands in at one point, and he feels her arm. He can't see it, but he feels her arm. and he's trying to get her seatbelt undone, but he can't. And finally, the smoke and the heat overcome him, and he runs away. The car blows up. Tina Tinter, the dog, die. And this guy, again, this is Tony Rodriguez. He's a 48-year-old heroin addict, and he's driving away from the scene, and he looks down at his hands, and they're covered in her blood from her arm. And he stops at a hospital, and he washes his hands, and the blood coming off his hands are trickling into the... Anyway, I'm sitting there interviewing him for hours, and he's absolutely devastated. Like, his life has been hell. He went from being this promising athlete to a guy stealing scrap metal to pay for heroin, living homelessly. And now he's haunted by this woman's arm and the blood on his hands. And he starts sleeping by a makeshift roadside memorial for Tina Tinter. And he's just devastated. And I did this story about him and Henry Ruggs and Tina Tinter. Story comes out, it runs, and 40 days later I get an email or a text from Tony. Actually, he called me, a call. And he's like, "Hey, Jeff, I want to just let you know I've been sober for 40 days, and I'm so happy, and I just wanted you to know. I just thought you'd want to know." I was like, "Tony, that's amazing. That's amazing." And I said, "Keep me posted." I never heard from him again. I texted him several times. I recently did that episode on the Press Box Chronicles, and I wound up getting an email from a relative of his saying he died of a heart attack.
Powerful. We're talking to Jeff Pearlman, the American sports writer, has written 10 books, seven of which have been on the New York Times bestseller list. And, of course, as I mentioned, the host of the Press Box Chronicles. I'm just telling you, man, if you guys are out there and you got some time to burn, just check this out. It's the Press Box Chronicles. It's on YouTube. And every story is fascinating. And you think that, oh, okay, it's Bo Jackson. Dude, I've heard that story before. Not like Jeff Pearlman delivers this thing. You know, Jeff, really quick. So the guy that booked you is my producer, Steven Risotto. We call him Pasta. And Pasta is a sports writer. He doesn't usually the people that produce here or do whatever here at the station are ambitious to get in front of a mic or eventually want to host a show or do whatever, maybe be cross into television. He just wants to write, which I think is fascinating. I always tell him, like, do that. Do you, man. Don't get sidetracked and stay in your lane. Do you think sort of the profession where it's at right now, when you think about, again, even at ESPN now, if you're a writer, I guess you get an opportunity to do shows where you're on TV. When I was coming up in the industry, it was when I was in college, I remember I interned for the NBC affiliate, and I would go down and I'd get sound at Giants and A's games. And you could clearly see the room when you had to stake out Will Clark's locker room, that there was television people and the print guys. And the print guys hated television people. It's like, oh, you little pretty boys are going to come in for your 10-second soundbite. You're not real journalists. Can you just sort of talk about where sports writing and sports writers and just sort of that industry is at right now? Is it a bit of a dinosaur? Is there some hope? I mean, when you think about sort of modern technology and all the tools that are now available to sports writers, can you just sort of give some sort of an indicator of where that thing is headed these days?
I mean, I wish I could be super positive, but I mean, you probably see it in sports talk radio too. Like, in a way, newspapers, sports talk, like these mediums that I thought would just live forever are quickly being replaced. I mean, it's weird. My Tupac book came out a couple months ago. And in the past, how would you promote it? Well, you get excerpts in different newspapers. You'd hope for book reviews in different newspapers and magazines. And now I would take Taylor Swift doing a TikTok video or an Instagram post about my book over any of those. You know, like, I'm promoting my book primarily via TikTok. So you're actually using a medium that requires on basically 30-second videos to promote a 400-page book. It doesn't make sense. And more newspapers are declining. I think the role of gambling as an advertising source has really hurt sports media. I just think we are really damaged. And the other thing is I think all of us, I don't know, I don't want to speak for yourself, but even for me, like, I used to love sitting down, opening up Sports Illustrated, reading 3,000 words on Willie Stargell, right? Reading 6,000 words on Ricky Henderson. Like, I love that stuff. I don't know how many people now, I mean, no one's sitting down in front of a magazine or newspaper, but I don't find it as satisfying in doing it on my phone. So I feel like these mediums that were once very reliable and dependable and comforting, and you'd wait a week, you'd get the Sports Illustrated in the mail, you'd read about the Super Bowl, you'd read about the World Series. it's just kind of gone. And there's still great sports writing out there, but man, it is an industry in big trouble. It just is.
You just referenced your latest book detailing the life of Tupac Shakur. Again, local ties, grew up in Marin City. It's funny because you know about Marin City, obviously, right?
Mm-hmm. Very much.
Yeah, so people out in these parts, we know Marin City, but, I spend time in New York, and when you say Marin, they're like, yeah, that's like one of the most affluent places in the world. What's really funky about Marin City, it's like this little spot of this, this community that exists in really sort of this wealthy area here. And believe you me, there's a lot of them. But just why Tupac Shakur and what sort of was the origin of all of this?
Well, first I want to say I spent a lot of time in Marin City for the book. And Marin City, so it's public housing, and all the wealthy areas have tried knocking down the public housing because that's what rich people do. That's what rich people do. But it is historically protected. The buildings are historically protected because they were not designed by Frank Lloyd Wright, but they were inspired by Frank Lloyd Wright, and somehow they became historically protected. So it would take a small act of God to actually tear them down, and it's actually beautiful. And I met a lot of lovely, great people in Marin City. To answer your question, I wrote 10 books all about sports. I wanted to try something different. I said to my agent, I really would love to write a book about Tupac. I love hip-hop, fascinated by his mystique. And my agent, great guy, he's like, you're a white sports writer. Do you really think this is a match for you? And I was like, well, I've been waiting forever for someone to write the book about Tupac that I want to read, and I don't think anyone's going to do it. So I'm just going to do it. And it was a lot harder than any book I've written. I definitely was an outsider to hip-hop and hip-hop writing. But I took 3 years of my life to do it, interviewed 650 people, traveled everywhere. Again, a lot of time in Marin City, a lot of time in Oakland, a lot of time in Baltimore and New York. And I just, I don't know, it was awfully hard, but also very satisfying.
Can you just, without the expletive, just tell us the story about the first police officer who was on bike on the boulevard out in Las Vegas that arrives to the crime scene and the last words that Tupac had on planet Earth?
Yeah, well, this is when Tupac is shot at the corner of Flamingo and Colville. He's in Suge Knight's BMW in the front seat. And Orlando Anderson and Keefe Deep drive up, shoot him. And, Suge Knight doesn't really know what he's doing. He starts driving, and they wind up sort of getting, slamming into the side of the road, and it's an entourage of cars and from death row. And that night was the Mike Tyson-Bruce Seldon fight. Tupac and Suge had attended the Mike Tyson-Bruce Seldon fight at the MGM Grand. And Las Vegas police always hated Mike Tyson fights because they drew a ton of gangbangers from L.A. So they were always short-staffed because people would call in sick for Tyson fights. True story. And the closest police officer was on a bike. So imagine you're on a bike and you're a cop and you pull up to this scene where it's Suge Knight and Tupac slumped over in the front of a BMW. And this cop pulls out his gun, and he walks closely to the car, and Suge Knight sort of puts his hands up, and Tupac's door opens, and Tupac kind of slumps out. And the cop walks up to Tupac and says, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? And Tupac looks at him, and his last words are, F you. And those are the last words he ever spoke, were F you.
My producer, literally, his jaw just dropped. No joke. Wild stuff. Jeff Pearlman, what do you want to tease? The book or the podcast, or do you care about that crap?
No, I don't. You know what? Honestly, I just I'm happy to be here. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I mean, what I am a big supporter of is journalism in general. San Francisco Chronicle is still a great paper with a lot of great writers. The Athletic producing great stuff. There is still great writing and material out there. There's still great sports talk radio out there. We just need people to continue to support it.
Jeff, they're telling me we got to wrap, but I got to pitch you, and I know people probably do this to you all the time.
Go ahead. I'm here for it.
Okay, so I'm praying that you don't know about this, and so I'm assuming that maybe you have. So this is sort of on the heels of the New York Mets back in the day where they tried to do the rap song, and this is on the heels of We Are the Chicago Bears. Everybody were doing those sort of things back in the mid-'80s. All right, so God, I hope you don't know about this. So in San Francisco, the year's 1984, they're the worst team in baseball. They have a mascot. Stop me if you've heard this, but it's called the Crazy Crab.
I remember the Crazy Crab.
Is that not potential fodder for a chronic?
Maybe was the crab. The crab was hated, right? Is that fair to say?
So Jeff, check it out. So they lost 96 games. They were the worst. There was the stick. There was like 1,500 people. They decided to roll out what was called the anti-mascot. Like, it's candlestick. It's the middle of the summer. It's freezing. The team sucks. It's the antithesis of like the San Diego chicken, right? This is like a crab that would roll around and just piss people off. I remember when I was a kid, my buddy said, hey, my middle name's O'Brien. Hey, Obi, do you want to go to the Giants game? We can throw stuff at the crab. Like, that was the incentive, man. And so, really quick, Jeff.
No, I'm in no rush. It's all good. It's
in
all good.
84, that was the year that Michael Jackson breaks out at the, I think it was the Motown 25th anniversary. He does.
Yeah, when he does the moonwalk on stage.
Yes, he does Billie Jean. So everybody's trying to moonwalk, and we're like, oh, that's so cool. This dude can moonwalk. So the crazy crab, just to incite people, would moonwalk, but the worst moonwalk. And that would just like, you throw hot dogs at him. And just the backstory of the crazy crab and that one summer in San Francisco, I'm like, this is Pearlman. It's got his name written all over it.
All right, I want to say two things to you. Number one, I'm not kidding. I'm on it. Number two, 1984, I was 12 years old, and me and my family, we lived in New York. We never went anywhere. We go to Florida to see Grandma and Grandpa. That's about it. But 84, we took a trip to California, and I was the only sports fan in our family. My dad, my mom, my brother, nobody cared about sports. And they told me we could go to a Giants game, and we didn't know anything about anything. It was Giants, Mets, Dwight Gooden, Mike Krukow. It was a night game. It had to be 5 degrees in that stadium by the fifth inning. We were freezing our asses off. And I remember the highlight was there was nobody there. So you could go, even though Gooden was in the midst of this dominant rookie season, you could go down to the railing and get all these autographs. And I remember getting like Ron Darling and Ron Hodges. And George Foster came up to us, me and my brother, and he gave my brother, he didn't sign autographs because he was a jerk. He would just hand out cards. And the card is a picture of him, and it says, what you are is God's gift to you, and what you do with what you are is your gift to God. And I got that card, which is still in a scrapbook, at a Giants game in 1984, freezing my ass off, watching that stupid crab do his dance. And I am committing to you right now, I will push hard to do the crab story.
You saw the crab.
I saw the crab.
Oh, my God. Okay, they're waving me out, but really quick. So in that same year, if you stayed for an extra inning game, they would give you something called the Crowded Candlestick. And literally an usher, as you left, would say, thank you for your services. Meaning it was like, to your point, 12 degrees out. You saw one of the crappiest teams in baseball. Here's like a Purple Heart. Like that's how bad the PR was, and the Giants were at the time. We're like way over. But, Jeff, I love you, man.
Wait, I want to tell you one thing. I have to say one thing.
Don't tell me you have one.
On that 84 Giants team, Johnny LeMaster was a shortstop.
Yes.
And in that same season, he played for the Indians, the Pirates, and the Giants. 3 last-place teams in the same season. That is talent.
Okay, do you know what Johnny LeMaster, what he went on to when he was introduced and ran onto the field, what he wore on the back of his jersey one day?
Crab? I don't know.
No, the word boo. He removed LeMaster and replaced it with boo because that dude just would he was absolutely the object of everybody's ire when they were bad.
That's awesome.
And his brother was a linebacker with the Eagles. Remember Frank LeMaster for years? Hey, Jeff,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, for sure. Jeff, man, I feel like you're my best friend, man. I'm a groupie. I love you. All the best. Happy holidays, and hopefully we can do it again.
All right, take care.
Take care, Jeff. All right, we're over. We got to get out of here. We'll be back here on 95.7 The Game. We'll do much more after this. You want me to read? Oh, okay. Well, I wasn't sure we had to get to the break. That segment was sponsored by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans. We good?
My mom, my dad, works for Caltrans. On the freeway. Right next to speeding cars. Please be careful. Flashing lights mean move over. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
Join History San Jose for South Bay Flashback, Riffs, Rhythms, and Revolution. This new exhibit celebrates San Jose's forgotten music scene of the 1960s through over 200 show posters, artifacts, and stories. Whether you danced to these beats the first time around or you're discovering the roots of rock history, this free exhibit will take you back to this psychedelic moment. Now open select weekends at the Paseta House in History Park. Visit historysanjose.org or 408-287-2290 to plan your visit.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most. prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Hurry, it's your last chance to donate your car to Cars for Kids for 2025. Any car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Act now for your maximum 2025 tax deduction and vacation voucher. Call 877 Cars for Kids to donate. That's Cars with a K.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
95.7 The Game is proud to be introducing the inaugural Bay Area Host Committee Impact Awards, presented by PNC Bank, celebrating those driving change in the Bay Area. We congratulate 10,000 Degrees, winner of the Community Impact Award. 10,000 Degrees is represented by President and CEO Kim Mazuka.
Many of our alumni are serving on different nonprofit boards and school boards, and that's where the community impact really comes from.
Stay tuned this month as 95.7 The Game celebrates all of these prestigious Bay Area Host Committee Impact Award winners.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Thermador provides a range of possibilities, from refrigeration to dishwashers or cooking with steam or convection. Come into Friedman's Appliance, and right now, you can receive up to 3 complimentary gifts with qualifying purchase. See all Thermador appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and at Friedman'sAppliance.com.
Great news, Nick. Legacy boxes are still in stock. With Christmas just around the corner, there's still time to buy the best Christmas gift ever. Legacy Box.
That's right, Adam. Order today and Legacy Box ships immediately. It'll arrive ready to wrap and place under the tree.
Gather the family together this Christmas and collect all your old VHS and camcorder tapes, slides, pictures, and film reels. Then you can binge on the good old days.
From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your memories aren't protected unless they're on a digital format. Legacy Box helps you replay those great moments from the past, from Christmas morning to your wedding day.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
This Christmas is the time to digitize. Visit legacybox.com/value for exclusive holiday savings. That's legacybox.com/value for last-minute shopping. legacybox.com/value.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness, so you can smell unstoppable.
Back in 60.
Are you really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This year's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Jeff, how are you today?
I'm good, but I will say don't believe everything you read on Wikipedia.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
He's classic, man. I tell you, Jeff Pearlman, he may want to, get that restraining order and hand that exactly the papers that he handed to Pasta and duplicate those and give them to me as well, because that dude is just money. Pasta's literally driving to Barstow, California. He's going somewhere to hear him speak next week.
I was going to say, what's he going to do in Barstow?
I mean, he's going literally to hear Jeff Pearlman give some sort of talk. And
big fan.
And he's picking me up on the way.
No, good.
That ain't happening. All right, I want to get back into the Golden State Warriors. And thanks to Jeff Pearlman once again. Warriors tomorrow taking on the Dallas Mavericks. It's Christmas Day, 2 o'clock tip. You know the drill. It's all right here on 95.7 The Game. Draymond Green apparently going to be back in the starting lineup. Apparently everything is good. By the way, Jersey Ken, do you have, if you just want to once again bring back what it is that Steve Kerr said today, I'll give you an opportunity to sort of find that and just, if you can summarize his detailed press conference and just sort of get to the meat and potatoes.
Gotcha. He just reiterated where we are as a team, as an organization. The most important thing for me is for guys to recognize that there's beauty in the struggle. But we are no longer the 17 Warriors dominating the league. We are a fading dynasty. We know that. Everyone knows that.
Wow. All right, with that, let's bring in. You ever listen to Locked On Warriors? The host joins us now. His name is Charlie Walter. Chuck Walter, of course, formerly of 95.7 The Game, also of KPIX. That's right, he's a television pretty boy, probably the prettiest dude doing radio, man. What's going on there, Chuck?
Danny Devone, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. How we doing over there?
Yeah,
in the new studio in 95.7. You guys have moved since I left.
Is Merry Christmas still PC? I'd love to say Merry Christmas. Somebody was throwing out a Merry Christmas to me today, and I'm like, God, can we still say that?
I don't know. What are you going to do? Kick me off the air? I don't give a damn.
No, don't do that, man, because I'm sitting here alone for the next 3 hours. I'm going right down, the Rolodex, trying to find everybody to come on the show today. No, Chuck's a good friend, also covers the Warriors. Did you hear the latest? And I know it's going to get a lot of play, the fading dynasty by that of the head coach, Steve Kerr. Just sort of your interpretation of Draymond and what it is that Steve had to say today.
I mean, I respect the truth to some degree. I think he's setting up the fact that there are going to be a lot of trades coming here soon after January 15th, and this thing's going to look a lot different than it did prior. Question I have for you guys to kind of spin zone, what do we do here? That's the very confusing thing. You don't want to give up too many assets. You don't want Steph Curry to wither away on a team that, goes 8-1 in the first round, although Oklahoma City looks to be beatable at this point, at least if you're San Antonio. Transitive property, we're feeling good about that with the 2-game sweep over San Antonio. But no, it's like, what do you do here if you are the Warriors? My logic has always been find a way to bridge the gap and get a dude who's not only good now, but is going to be good for the next contract as well. And I've thrown out names of gamble guys like a Zion, and trust me, Dan, at this point,
you still on that guy?
No, I don't, but I'm saying if you strike gold with someone like that hasn't been healthy yet, that's how you're going to maximize this thing. Unfortunately, there's a reason why he may be on the market and other dudes, John Morant, et cetera, may be on the market, Trae Young may be on the market. I don't know if it's going to be that big name. I think you just got to find the right guy that's buried away in another system. You bring him in, and he just kind of pops with the Warriors. And that dude that I've been hearing is Trey Murphy because he's a nice player.
Really quick, do you mind me retelling the Zion Williamson story and your lovely wife, Kylan, who happens to be a sportscaster? So, Chuck, sportscaster, his lovely wife, Kylan, a very talented sportscaster. So when most young married couples get into a fight, they're arguing about the mortgage, they're not getting along with the in-laws. These two are slamming doors over Zion Williamson. I love it. That is a true story, right? Where you two are ready, listen, honey, Zion Williamson's the real deal. And she's like, you're drunk again, Chuck.
Well, it's the in-laws that started, and then the mortgage, and then we get into Zion Williamson, and now it's my main man that I've just been hyping up for the last 2 years, and that's Cade Cunningham having himself a season. I bought stock a long time ago, and I'm ready to coin this guy. He's a dude, man.
He's a real deal. So wait a minute. You think there's going to be a blockbuster trade coming up on January 15th? Because if you're to believe Mike Dunleavy and Steve Kerr, they're like, hey, it's all in-house. We're going to lean in on what it is that we have. So I could be a huge bluff, but you foresee I don't know, who we talking about? Moody, Pajemski, obviously Jonathan Kuminga's going to get shopped. Could you see a Draymond Green scenario? There's a lot of talk in these parts that it's going to be this current group that they're going to stick with, but that's not what it is that you're interpreting?
Well, blockbuster, I think, is a stretch for someone like Trey Murphy, although here's the thing. Warriors are in a position of desperation, and I think the entire league knows it with their waning timeline and this fading dynasty, as Steve Kerr says it. So the asking price is going to be ridiculous even for a dude like Trey Murphy. They're going to ask for, an unprotected pick in the future, and that's where I kind of draw the line. Although I will say that, Trey Murphy's young enough and good enough to where you could have him in the future. He kind of fits what you're trying to do. In terms of calling their bluff, yes, I'm going to call their bluff. Like, this team's going nowhere. It's not in-house. It's not incremental improvements. And maybe if you want to win a series, although if you want to win a series, you're going to have to probably go through the 1 seed because that's how it's lining up right now, or the 2 seed. That's how it's lining up right now. But I just don't think it's in-house, and I think they realize that. And, they said they weren't going to trade Jordan Poole, and look how it looked a week later.
Yeah, so the Warriors, of course, with the Draymond Green drama, the most recent Draymond Green drama, I'm curious as to sort of your take on what happened the other night and just sort of the relationship with those two. I'm talking about Steve Kerr and Draymond going forward. Again, if we're to believe Steve Kerr essentially apologized, moving on. We've been here before. What's funny is that I guess the rest of the country's like, God, can you believe what happened? This is like, it's kind of like, I got buddies out in Memphis, and, it's like when we hear about Ja Morant, we're like, oh, God, Ja Morant, man, he got into it with the coach. And my buddy in Memphis is like, that's nothing, dude. If he's not brandishing a gun and threatening to shoot somebody, this is like, we're good. Like, this isn't a big deal. But when you think about Draymond Green and the relationship going forward with the Warriors, obviously is the juice worth the squeeze? Obviously, everything that you're dealing with this man, and his talent has decreased over the years. Could you see a scenario where, he's on the block coming up in a month?
I could if there was a team that made sense. I just don't. Like, over the summer, I was all on board to finding a way to send him to Detroit and somehow bring back, like, Jalen Duren, and obviously that wasn't going to happen. It was probably way too ridiculous of a price tag anyways. But, like, the $27 million, I believe, is the exact price that he makes, and you're packaging him together with, let's say, Jonathan Kuminga to try to get to 50 for some blockbuster move, whatever it may be. I just don't see, even if you attach 2 unprotected picks, who would want to take on that contract at this point? It's a guy that has no offense. He is getting old at this point. You can see the gray in the beard. And not just that, the proof's kind of been in the pudding that the Warriors have been playing better without him the last few weeks. I still think you're a better team with Draymond Green potentially coming off the bench, being a defensive stopper. But when it comes to – sorry about the directions there. But when it comes to, him actually being a dude that teams want moving forward, I don't see it for that price tag. You'd have to really sweeten the deal with some lottery picks.
Can you ask the GPS agent her thoughts on the Golden State Warriors going forward? My man, Chuck. I appreciate
theory. Thoughts on the Golden State Warriors.
All right, happy holidays, my man. Let's you and I catch up soon, get a cocktail, and be well.
Yeah, for sure. Excited to see Cooper Flagg and the Mavericks, Klay Thompson, coming to town and see what the Warriors can do in terms of winning a third straight.
He is the host of Locked On Warriors. We got to get to a break. When we continue, I want to talk more about the Warriors, and I do want to give my take on one Draymond Green. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. This segment is sponsored by Bay Area Fast Track. When we continue, little Draymond. I got to sort of give you the backstory and where I think is the cause of this powder keg that erupted the other day. Dan Avone here on Christmas Eve. We'll continue on 95.7 The Game after this.
On January 1st, tolls will go up on all bridges except the Golden Gate. These funds will be used to maintain and rehabilitate the Bay Area's 7 state-owned bridges. Learn more at bayareafasttrack.org.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
All right, Bay Area, lock in because the clock is ticking on the Ford Final Days year-end sales event, and it's happening right now at Serramonte Ford. And trust me, you do not want to miss this. Right now, you get an extra $1,000 in bonus cash on top of all other offers on brand new 2025 Fords. That's real money, and it gets even better. How about 0% APR for 60 months on Serramonte Ford's most popular rides? We're talking F-150, Explorer, Escape, Mustang Mach-E, Lightning, Transit vans, and Super Duty trucks. 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days. Yeah, sit with that for a second. Every new 2025 Ford in stock qualifies, and there are more than 5 to choose from with that extra $1,000 open bonus cash. But don't wait, this deal ends January 2nd, and when it's over, it's over. Get to Serramonte Ford right off 280 in Colma, Daly City, or shop 24/7 at serramonteford.com. Final days, big trucks, bigger savings. Serramonte Ford, your Bay Area Ford store.
Thinking about selling your house but hesitant to move during the holidays? Imagine finalizing your sale now, enjoying the holidays, and move later. Call Wedgwood Homes to discuss your options. Do you want to downsize, relocate, or selling an inherited property? Does your house need repairs or updates? Wedgwood Homes buys homes as is. No repairs, no commissions, no hassle. Secure your future plans and move forward with a no-obligation, all-cash offer from Wedgwood Homes. Close in as little as 3 days. Or enjoy the holiday season and move after the new year. Skip the stress of a traditional listing that can be slow and unpredictable. Lock in your sale now with a firm offer from Wedgwood Homes with no last-minute price drops like other cash buyers. Call 415-888-9432 for your no-obligation all-cash offer. 415-888-9432. 415-888-9432 or wedgwoodhomes.com. The Bay Area's trusted home buyer.
Don't watch the game alone on your tiny screen. Ghostwood Kitchen is the ultimate destination for every major sporting event. They have huge screens, energetic atmosphere, and ice-cold craft beer. Their bar is ready to pour your favorite drink, and the menu is packed with delicious game day food perfect for sharing. Bring your team spirit, rally your friends, and catch every single moment with us at Ghostwood Kitchen, where the game is always on. And when the game is not on, we have the arcade to keep you going. Ghostwood Kitchen, 911 Main Street in Redwood City.
After doing it all, Lazy Boy Furniture takes you from zero to surrounding you with the comfort you deserve. Come try it for yourself at any Lazy Boy Bay Area store during the holiday sale and save 30% on everything, but only for a limited time at your local Bay Area Lazy Boy store.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back-end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide, our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
If I don't have a homeless person urinating on my front steps, if I don't hear that dog barking next door to me and I go outside and it's complete solitude, I freak the hell out.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, maybe I'm just a wannabe New Yorker. Speaking of which, Jersey Ken. Ken, tell me just sort of your origin and where it is that you're from. It's not as though you're from the sticks, my man.
Well, I don't know if you know this, but originally I'm from the South.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, so I was born in Fort Stewart, Georgia, and I grew up in Statesboro, where Georgia Southern is. And yeah, we moved around a bunch, but yeah, we went from Georgia to New Jersey, back down south to Tennessee for about a year and a half, and then midway through fourth grade, I went back to Jersey, and then I bounced around one town, different spots around Bayonne, New Jersey, and then I lived in New York for a little bit, where I met my wife, and now I'm out here.
What do you identify with?
New Jersey. Yeah. I got to there when I was like 9, so the accent. The southern accent that I did have, long gone.
So Bayonne, Jersey, which is Bayonne. You know what that's known for, right? Have we talked about this?
Well, there's another Bayonne in France. I'm
not mistaken. I guarantee you this dude is not from France. Chuck Wepner?
Oh, yeah, the original Rocky.
Yes.
There's actually Rocky Steps that we claim in Bayonne. It's in Hudson County Park.
You know his nickname?
The Bayonne Bleeder.
Bayonne Bleeder. Chuck Wepner. That's right. That's where they got the idea of Rocky.
I feel like many people don't know that, and they also don't know that Muhammad Ali was Apollo Creed.
Yeah, so Chuck Wepner apparently knocks Muhammad Ali down in that first round. Now, it's disputed by that of Muhammad Ali in his camp that he actually stepped on his laces or something happened that it wasn't necessarily a punch, but he was his 1,000,001 shot that shocked the champ, shocked the world.
Have you ever actually seen that fight?
I have not.
Oh, he gets demolished.
He gets crushed, right?
But he takes his lumps and he goes through the whole fight.
Yeah,
he lasts the guy.
This is before head injuries and CTE were a thing, when you had guys like him and Tex Cobb who would just literally get pounded for 15 rounds.
Right. It was 15 then, not 12 that it is now.
Bayonne, Jersey. All right. Well, back in these parts, it's all about the Golden State Warriors. And Draymond Green, the latest with Draymond and his blow-up with Steve Kerr. Kerr coming out in a statement today, essentially taking full blame. I guess it might be sort of the best way to interpret that.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, do you think he's covering?
No.
You don't?
I don't think Kerr at this stage of his career.
I'm not saying that he is. I just want to know if you think, because I mean,
what do you mean exactly by covering?
Well, he doesn't. What I'm saying is he doesn't want too much information out there. And I feel like, listen, if I just put it all on me, he can't, nothing, it'll take away the media's focus on Draymond.
No, I don't think Steve Kerr is really into the cat and mouse games at this point. I could be wrong. But I think Steve Kerr, and listen, Steve Kerr is not the choir boy. Wow. That a lot of people think he is. This goes back to his playing days as a coach. We've seen him break the clipboards. This guy's fiery, man. There's a reason why he got punched out by Michael Jordan. It wasn't as though Michael Jordan just simply said, "Oh, come here, little Steve Kerr, I'm going to knock you out." Steve Kerr's feisty. He gets in your face. It's just how he was. And so when he says, I take full blame, well, maybe not. Maybe he is taking a bullet for the team, but I do believe him at face value. I don't think that he's trying to cover up or trying to sort of deflect from that of Draymond, because I don't think he needs to do those sort of things at this stage. If there was a real issue, I don't think he would say anything, or he'd be somewhat evasive, or that, this is in-house. We've heard that before, that if he doesn't want to reveal anything, or if he still feels as though there's an after effect or a hangover, he would have said something to the effect that Draymond and I will deal with this, and we're moving on, and as a basketball team, we're fine. This isn't going to have a lingering effect. But when he's as adamant as he was today and making a point of, this is on me, I sort of believe him. I could be a bit naive, but I do think that he has the propensity to be that guy, not to the extent of Draymond Green. And certainly Draymond Green had something to do with it. Are you kidding me? And I think the perfect storm here is just to back it up a little bit and go back to what has been the week that was for Draymond Green. Let's not forget how this all started. The 8 turnovers in Portland. He's not playing well. The loss to Phoenix, in which it was one of his worst games as a professional. Forget about this year. The 5 turnovers. Afterwards, in the press conference, he was so short, and it was very atypical. You could see something was amiss. You're like, is that Draymond Green? And he leaves abruptly. And in that game, I pointed this out the other day, in that game against the Phoenix Suns, he had the 5 turnovers. You know who was responsible, I want to say, for at least 2 of them? Was little Connor Gillespie. Because that's what Gillespie does. And he picked them clean. And so I guarantee you, the same 2 teams met some 48 hours later, and Draymond Green, in his head, in his mind, had an asterisk next to Connor Gillespie. After the worst game of his career, he was saying to himself, Connor Gillespie is not doing that again. I am not playing like that again. Take a look at it. Roll back the tape, as they like to say, as Warner Wolf said once back in the day. Check the videotape. Let's go to the videotape. The opening quarter, opening moments, Draymond Green snares a rebound. And guess who picked him? Connor Gillespie. And Draymond Green had to be fuming. Another turnover. And once again, it's this little punk out of Villanova, this little overachiever. So what happens after that? There's a breakaway, and it's Connor Gillespie who's on a breakaway. And he's got a step on Draymond. Draymond Green does what Draymond Green does. And he blocks him, meets him at the rim. There's no body contact. It's one of the best defensive plays maybe of the year. Gets all ball and sends little Connor Gillespie sprawling. And it was payback. But Draymond Green, being Draymond Green, could not leave it at that. Stands over Gillespie. And if you're wondering, well, why are you going after Gillespie? Well, I'm telling you why. There was backstory. Connor Gillespie, that little punk, I think is the way that Draymond Green saw it, is the reason why he had that terrible game in Phoenix. And the guy just, once again, picked him clean in the opening moments of this game. And so he stood over him and he had words. And Connor Gillespie's like, what's your problem, dude? And so they traded words. And then, of course, he shoves him. He gets the technical, and I completely disagree with Steve Kerr. That was warranted. I do believe that Draymond Green, he's on borrowed time so often. He gets that first technical, which I think we would all agree, if you shove a guy like that and it's that deliberate, you're going to get teed up. And then if you continue to chirp at the referees when you have one technical and you want to get on that high wire act, there's a good chance, just by the letter of the law, that the ref is going to tee you up and you're out of here. And no ref wants to do it. I think the majority of the refs are like, I don't want to be the guy responsible for removing, Draymond Green from a game. And they try and walk away. And more often than not, Draymond is so aware of this, and he has such a long leash that after getting that first technical, I've never seen a player continue to yell at referees or continue to mock referees and just look over the edge of that cliff saying, I dare you to push me off. You know you won't. And more often they don't. But in this particular occasion, he's like, that's enough. You're out of here. That could happen so much more frequently. I don't agree with Steve Kerr. I think Kerr's conflating the two when he mentioned Dylan Brooks punching the likes of Steph Curry and saying that, those two are not equal and you kick out Draymond Green, but look what it is that Dylan Brooks did to our star player. Apples and bowling balls, Coach Kerr. But that's sort of the backstory. Now we fast forward to him getting kicked out. The last game he plays in, he's kicked out, right? And now we start this game against Orlando. And he starts well. He's got a couple of rebounds. He's scoring. But then there's a moment where he has a bad turnover. His body language on a couple of plays, it looks as though he's disgruntled with his players, his teammates, and then he starts to get into it with the referee. And Draymond Green is being Draymond Green. And it was at that moment when Steve Kerr calls a timeout. I'm telling you, this is all there on a video log if you guys want to verify what it is that I'm saying here. And it's at that point when Steve Kerr's like, that's enough, man. You're turning the ball over. You're not happy with your teammates. And you're once again yelling at referees. This is the perfect cocktail of what pisses me off about you. This is exactly what's plagued you and this team over the last week. And the buck has got to stop here. Now, obviously, this is just me. This is conjecture. I don't know this is fact. But that's when the timeout took place. And Jersey Ken, that's when I think he addressed, and address might be putting it mildly, but I think that's when he got in the face of Draymond and says, hey, that's enough, man. Stop it with the refs. And stop with your body language. And also, by the way, stop turning it over.
Well, the funny thing is that he only turned the ball over once. And I think it was just like Steve Kerr was trying to stop the snowball effect of his emotions getting to him. But it just fueled him. And it's like you made a great point. You said he's on borrowed time. Because offensively, he has been horrible. His plus minus, we've been doing stats all week on Draymond Green, are minus 60. That's the worst. Second to Gary Payton, the second, is second in that, in minus 20 rather. And it's just going to show because you put up with his antics year after year after year. I mean, Nick Friedel, who writes for The Athletic, who's been on the show many times, especially in the morning, he's talked about, how he even showed a clip. He shared a clip in one of his recent articles about Draymond Green where Kerr is on the sideline. I think it's like in 2018, I believe, where he says, I'm so sick of Draymond's bleep. And it's like you deal with that because Draymond's going to give you what Draymond can give you night in and night out. But now it's not working anymore. So now what do you do?
Well, that's just it. Have we reached the point where it's not worth it? Have we reached the point where, listen, you're still a good basketball player. You're still a remarkable defender. And we need you more often than not, but you're not that guy anymore. You're clearly not that guy. And is it worth all of the drama? Is it worth what it is that you do as far as the extracurricular activities and the team having to go through all this and players having to talk about this drama and, the carryover that this potentially could have? I don't know. I don't know whether we've reached a point now where Draymond Green is such a liability that Mike Dunleavy will pick up a phone and saying, look at New Orleans. Here's Draymond. Here's Podziemski. Here's Moses Moody. Obviously, Jonathan Kuminga. What do you got? Is Herb Jones available? Trey Murphy? Claxton out in Brooklyn? I mean, is that where we're at with him? I will tell you that I don't think so. I kind of believe, Steve Kerr, that, there's a sentimentality here that they're going to sort of lean towards when it comes to what is it that we do. And I think it gets down to relationships with Steve, that at the end of the day, yeah, we all want to win. But they're pointing to the phone line. We'll get to the block is hot in just a moment. They all want to win, but I do believe that maybe Steve Kerr's is getting old, because I'm one of those that I check sentimentality at the door. Like when it comes to whatever it is that makes my team better, I'm sorry, man, this is business, and it's big business. And that may sound crass, but I need to win. Doesn't mean I don't like you. We'll have a Draymond Green day. We'll bring you back when this is all said and done. But if I can improve my team, I got to move you. Sentimentality is how you get old together, but it's also how you get irrelevant and how you become a bad basketball team for years. You got to stay out in front of this thing. And I don't know that trading Draymond Green does that, but it's just got to be predicated on whether he makes you a better basketball team on what it is that he still does as far as defending guys, as far as being, quote unquote, that personality, the guy that's sort of the watchdog, the alpha male. If that still all makes sense, well, then keep him. But it should not be predicated on, well, he's been here for so long, and I don't want a repeat of what happened with Klay Thompson. We got to do right by him from a marketing standpoint. Marketing PR, that doesn't win games at the end of the day. So that's just me. Let's get to our man. I haven't talked to this gentleman in a while. The block is definitely hot. Antioch, the location. Shamari Block, my man, my former partner, my good friend. Shamari, what's going on? What say you on the Golden State Warriors these days?
Devon, my brother, man, it's good to talk to you, man. Everything is good. I mean, the Warriors, they're 500 right now, right? They are who they are, and I just don't know. And I felt this way. We got to rewind a little bit, because the reason the Warriors are in the situation you're talking about is because of the sentimentality you was talking about earlier. Is that they didn't look forward into the future and try to develop the likes of Jonathan Kuminga. And I know James Wiseman was a flop, but also they didn't put a lot of effort in developing him. And when you're at this high, and what the Spurs did and Pop did is that you have Duncan and Ginobili in them, and then, okay, you bring in a young Kawhi Leonard and a couple of other dudes, Patty Mills, and then you develop him, and then that extends life of the older players. And I remember when Wiseman was drafted, in particular, when Kuminga was drafted, Draymond Green went out on the record and said, you can't win just having a bunch of vets and a bunch of young dudes. And I'm like, no, that's exactly what you need. Exactly, because listen, let's say they get Kevin Durant right now. You get Kevin Durant in the building right now. Kevin Durant isn't Kevin Durant that won all those championships. He has it. He was with the Suns playing with Devin Booker. They didn't really do too much over there, right? You need that young blood, and they didn't plan for anyone to step up and be their Patty Mills and Kawhi Leonard, and that's why they're failing right now.
So do you foresee a huge trade coming up at the deadline? And if so, who's getting moved?
I don't know, because here's my thing with this, and I say this all the time, man. People play too much NBA 2K and Madden and whatnot, because the fact of the matter is that if you want to trade somebody, right, and you want to get something significant, you have to give something significant in return. So I believe in Kuminga's ability to be a mid-level, like, good fringe all-star dude on a team that sucked, right? And if he could have the ball all the time, he could do that. But I don't really think that what you would get in return for Kuminga or Draymond Green, or you name the person outside of Steph Curry, is going to be significant, where it's going to be an upgrade. You're probably going to downgrade, or you're going to trade. Now, if you could trade Kuminga for somebody of his caliber with a little bit more size, that might be good. But outside of that, I mean, what do you think? What do you get back in return that's realistic, that someone's going to want for either of those guys?
Well, if I'm picking up the phone and I'm talking to Dunleavy, I'm lowballing the hell out of you, because what leverage do you have at this point? He doesn't play.
Right.
We know he's a short-termer. We know you want to deal him. We know you got to deal him. We know that there's no future with the Golden State Warriors. So you sure as hell are not taking any of my coveted players. I'll give you, some guys at the end of my bench who are DNP'd. But even though you may find value in Jonathan Kuminga, if you're a team that actually sees that, he could fulfill a role, that at this point, whoever that team is, they have the leverage, don't they?
Yeah, and also, though, and I'm going to say this, and I love Steve Kerr. I love Steve Kerr. I love what he's done. I think he's a great coach, all-time great coach. But if I had to say he had a weakness, and I do think this is a weakness of his, is that he has a system, and people that don't fit in his system, like, he can't use them. And I think that's what Kuminga suffers from. He just doesn't fit the system. And I don't know what he'd do somewhere else in a different system, but I do feel like there have been other players and right now I'm drawing a blank on some of them, but you could think of them, right? What do you think about that, though? Like, Steve Kerr is not a system coach per se, but if you don't fit his system, then he can't use you, even if you are supremely talented.
I don't think it's the system so much is that he's a guy, and I'm talking about Steve Kerr, and I'm with you. I love Steve Kerr, but you got to have buy-in. You've got to have buy-in. There's a reason why Pat Spencer, guys like Pajemski, guys like this get run. It's because you've got to be able to know how to make the basketball plays. It's the little things. And I think it's not buy-in offensively because I think he realizes what it is that Jonathan Kuminga can do. And I know it's like you got to play off of Steph, and it's that there's not set plays, and so you've got to, it's sort of learning on the fly, and it's not that as much as it is that you cannot be somebody who's disengaged. You cannot be somebody, and this is why I felt Jordan Poole was on his way out, is because Jordan Poole was disinterested defensively. If there's any sense, sense of lethargy on the part of Steve Kerr, you don't fit into his system. It's not about the system. If the system means that, are you willing to take a charge? Are you willing to get on the floor? Are you bought in? Are you like that of a Draymond Green, to use him as the example we've been talking about all day? Can you be that sort of, I don't need you to be that talented defensively, but can you be that in tune, that locked in, have that sort of energy? And I'm just sorry, Jonathan Kuminga at the end of the day, beautiful player, tremendous athlete, he's just not wired that way. And I think that's been the difference, and that's been the sticking point with those two all along.
Definitely, but again, though, if you can't utilize a talent like Kuminga or Jordan Poole, and again, Wiseman's a flop because he's proven it multiple teams. I get that part. Mostly health, though. But if you can't utilize guys like that's how you get yourself over the top. And I think about how we go back to oh my God, what's my man's name? Center played like JaVale McGee, right? Early on, he utilized dudes like JaVale McGee, and he had roles for him, most fakes. They had a spot for these guys to come in and do their thing that really wasn't necessarily what a power forward or a center does in the offense. And then you go back and you have Bogut and you have Zaza, and they do the normal stuff. But I feel like he's lost that ability a little bit, really, because I definitely feel like it's system based, and people who don't fit it wind up on the periphery, man, and that's no way to go. Maybe it's, listen, I'm 45, man, okay, and I'm not as limber or don't move as well, and maybe as he's had success as a coach, right, he's become more locked in to that ideology, because now that I think about it, he did that early on when they were killing, when they were winning championships, when they were doing all the things, when they were dominant, he did that. You got a player, we're going to bring him in, he's going to come in here, he's going to revive his career like McGee did.
Shamar,
and now people come here to die.
We got to wrap you, man, but I love you. Good takes as always.
There you do.
Shamari Block, where's Mama? Where's your mom?
Yeah, she's not here yet, though.
All right.
Hey, what time you show up? We're going to call you after the show. Just
no doubt. I'm done at 6, but I got to roll. Say hi to Mom, and you and I will talk real soon. Have a happy holiday. Give a big hug to your mom and pops, and I'll get back at you.
Later, brother.
That's Shamari Block joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Do want to talk a little bit more about the Golden State Warriors, but first, this segment is sponsored by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans. All right, we'll get off of Draymond a little bit and sort of talk about the Golden State Warriors and get you ready for that big matchup on Christmas Day when they take on the Dallas Mavericks. Klay Thompson's coming to town. It's sort of an afterthought. Who would have thought, man?
Yeah, I'm not really that excited. Not as like last year was.
Well, yeah, because there's so much more like pressing news now that he's sort of like in the back seat. All right, we'll continue here on 95.7 The Game after this.
In 2023, 1,355 people were killed in alcohol-related crashes throughout California. Driving under the influence of anything is dangerous, illegal, and has serious consequences. Don't be the I in DUI. Go safely, California.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hi, I'm John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. My brothers and I recorded our first commercial a while back. Got a little chaotic, so I'm here today.
What's going on here, bro?
Are
you recording a commercial without us?
Guys, no, I'm just trying
to what? Take all the credit for our half-pound all-natural burgers? Or the best fish and chips or around? 7 mac and cheeses and 14 sandwiches, including a French dip that will change your life?
Or our homemade meatloaf, pot roast, and next-level lamb
or that
chops?
people can order takeout and delivery by visiting ilovejacks.com?
Guys, no, I'm
just went behind our backs.
I knew he would.
Wait till we tell Mom.
Oh, please don't tell Mom.
Real family, great food, ilovejacks.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Toyotathon is on, and you know what that means. Unbeatable deals on your favorite fuel-efficient Toyota models. Right now, for a limited time, get a low-cost lease on the dynamic 2025 RAV4. Or shop the industry's best lineup of hybrid and electrified vehicles with 19 models to choose from, including the 36 MPG Grand Highlander Hybrid. These are the deals you've been waiting for. Hurry, Toyotathon ends January 5th. Toyota, let's go places.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
I'm Kristen Press.
And I'm Tobin Heath.
We're World Cup winners, Olympians, and the hosts of The Recap Show.
Every week, we sit down with the icons, disruptors, and game changers on the field and beyond it to talk victories, heartbreaks, and everything in between.
We've built a space where athletes, change makers, and people creating the future of women's sports can show up and show off as their full, unapologetic selves.
Follow and listen to The Recap Show wherever you get your podcasts.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, live with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not.
Of course he did, right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part, you can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Nice. My side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier or cancel. Finance agreement, 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Dan Devone here on Christmas Eve. How do you spend tomorrow, Jersey Ken? What's going on in the household?
Oh, I'm going to be cooking tomorrow.
Anything that me and my man Cam Williams would get excited over?
Well, I got a 10-pound prime rib if you guys want to jump in on that.
Say no more.
Yeah, dude. I go big on Christmas dinner. How about you?
So how are you preparing that thing?
Well,
you're going to roast it, right?
Yeah, I'm going to roast it, and then I'm going to reverse sear it.
What does that mean?
So I've been looking online for a bunch of different recipes, and the New York Times has a good one, but apparently it when you're resting it kind of cooks too far past, because I want it like that nice medium rare color. And yeah, it cooks too far past. So I've seen this one where you take off the bones, like the rib bones, and you attach it to the fat cap of the prime rib roast, and you use that as kind of like a shell, like to kind of protect it, and then you roast it for a certain to get to like 100 or 125 internal, and then when you take it out, you separate that the rib bones from the actual roast, and you take the roast and you put some beef tallow in a pan and you roast it and you sear it to get that nice crispy crunch on the outside. And then when you slice it after it's set it for a while, the whole cap, including the inside, is that they coincide with the same color.
So you get that crust and then that tender sort of medium rare experience.
Right, because sometimes people overcook it, and the cap on the outside of like the prime rib slice, it'll overcook, and it'll be kind of like almost, I want to say grayish, but like a little too brown, a little too like overdone.
That's seriously involved, man. You know what's going on. Have you been down here in Van Ness, the House of Prime Rib?
I haven't, but I've been to Original Joe's, which makes a great prime rib, although I didn't have their prime rib. I need to try both of them.
So the House of Prime Rib, I actually had buddies whose father, I think, used to own that back in the day. And so it used to be like a spot. But then California became obviously California when it came to red meat, which is something that a lot of people just didn't do. And it was not trending. It was not fashionable to go to the House of Prime Rib. But it's been around forever. And then all of a sudden, I would say over the last maybe 3 to 5 years, it's made this remarkable comeback. Maybe longer than that. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like hard to get a reservation. I've tried to on like Resi or whatever, Open Table, something like that. It's like it's really hard to get to a reservation. I heard it's better to just walk in and then they kind of find you a table as opposed to you trying to, get one on the internet.
All right, so we have some more news about Steve Kerr. Not more news, but rather we're going to actually hear from Steve Kerr. We've been telling you what it is that he said today. In the latest involving him and Draymond Green, there was a practice, and afterwards he addressed the media. Jersey Ken, can we play a little sound from Steve Kerr today?
I talked to the team. Draymond also talked to the team. We both apologized for what transpired. It was not a good look. As I said, it was on me as the coach to recognize the circumstances, and I did not do that. I let my emotions get the best of me, and it was not like I said, not my finest hour. But I also know exactly who Draymond is and exactly who I am. We want the exact same thing. And that's a good thing. And I think we're going to be fine. We're going to move forward from here, and I'm excited about what's ahead.
Now that I hear him, I might be with you. I don't know if he's covering up, but I think he went high road.
It's very PR, sounding.
Yeah. It's funny because when I read the bite, it had sort of a different effect. Now that I hear him, I get the sense that, he doesn't want to pile on.
Right.
Like I think everybody sort of recognizes that it's been a rough week for Draymond. The last thing I need to do is, as the head coach and as sort of the adult in this relationship, is to add on and compound things and target Draymond, even though he was in the wrong here. So he didn't solely say it was my fault. I think he sort of said it was a joint, ugly display on the part of both of us, and we both apologize. It's not a good look. And it certainly isn't. As the head coach and as an adult, you should not, especially when people are dropping that, how much money you're spending to sit and watch a Warrior game these days. You don't want to see that, man. And I think he just went high road on this thing. But I don't know that he's necessarily absolving Draymond Green entirely.
Well, that's the thing, though, because who was the one who walked out? Draymond. Draymond walked out on his team. I mean, he came back eventually, but he wasn't even in uniform anymore. He was in warm-ups. So to me, it's like, they're both wrong, I guess, but Draymond walked out. So to me, he's the one that should be, everyone should be pointing the finger at a little bit more than Steve Kerr.
Yeah, I think Steve Kerr's emotions after the game were a little bit more real, a little bit more raw when he said...
Yeah, he was kind of like stone-faced, like, we got into it. And
he was asked whether there was... Would he consider, or did he consider putting Draymond back in the game? And he without hesitation, said no. No, he left. He left. It wasn't that sort of demeanor today. Obviously, people cooled down, cooler heads prevail. But I don't know. I guess there's two ways to interpret Draymond Green getting up and leaving. The obvious is, what are you doing? Even Scottie Pippen, when he refused to go into a game, didn't get up and go to the locker room. Like, players have refused to go into games. That's happened before. But getting up and leaving and going to a locker room, obviously that can be interpreted of a new low for Draymond Green, and or a different way to spin this is that a bit of maturity in the part of Draymond where he's walking away from a situation that could get only uglier?
Well, that's what they were trying to spin it that way, and I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, I guess because he could have gotten worse, like you said, but to me, I think about, what about the younger guys? What do they think when Draymond walks out on the team? Like, that, to me, that doesn't show leadership. And what does Jonathan Kuminga think? Because he's getting all these DNPs, and I don't know if Draymond's going to get a DNP.
I'm glad you mentioned, because we'll get into Draymond again, but the Jonathan Kuminga situation, that's just gotten weird now. So he does not play, and then he does play, but then he plays for 5 minutes or 9 minutes the other night against Phoenix. Then apparently he's hurt. And then he gets DNP'd against Orlando. He was healthy the other night. So I don't know how to read this any longer other than it's over. And I said this on Warriors This Week to Ev, and I was like, if he does get an opportunity to play again, which I'm assuming he will, right? If he does what it is that he's been doing, overthinking possessions, deferring to Steph Curry, making sure, as Shamari mentioned, that he works within the system because that's what he's got to do in order to stay on the floor. He's got to make sure that he gets other guys involved. If he does that again where he's thinking too much, shame on you, Jonathan Kuminga. You may as well, at this point, when and if you ever get run again, if you get some burn with the Golden State Warriors and you're back on that floor, shoot the damn ball, man. You may as well. I know he believes that he's the best player on the floor, and part of me believes that, he can deal on just about anybody, whether he plays defense and all the other things, basketball plays and the little things. Yeah, I don't know that I can necessarily go there. But I do believe that he has the athleticism. If you were to clear a side, he could take the majority of wing defenders to the rack, or he can back you down and get into that little turnaround from about 18 feet. I think he's got an arsenal he could throw at you, man, especially if he's confident. Be that guy. You may as well. Because what's Steve Kerr going to do? Pull you? DMP you? Trade you? Newsflash, that's happening already.
Do you think he's doing... Again, I'm speculating here, but that's kind of what I like to do sometimes. Do you think he's doing it on himself? You think he's giving him you think Kuminga is giving his own DMPs? Kerr's like, he could tell him, hey, Steve, I'm not playing tonight. Coach.
You know, there might be something to that because it's gotten to the point where...
Like he's showcasing here and there, and then when the trade deadline comes, you know, I'm still I don't risk injury.
I mean, that's a possibility, but what are the benefits that you're healthy? There's some plausibility to that because I think it's gotten to the point where it's just so absurd that maybe there's some internal workings here that we're not privy to. But I just don't know how that really benefits Jonathan Kuminga at the end of the day. And as a young player, you know, when you're in your early 20s, getting hurt is not something you really think about. It's something that LeBron James thinks about. It's something that Steph thinks about. As a young player, you just want to go. So I don't know what's going on there, but there's certainly something. And if it's Steve Kerr, we've reached the point of no return here. But it's the rock and the hard spot because if I'm Joe Lacob, you know, and I pick up the phone and I talk to Steve Kerr and I'm like, okay, even though I'm a Jonathan Kuminga fan and I'm a supporter of this player, if you do indeed want to move him, don't we have to showcase him a little bit? Don't we have to get him some runs so we can show that he can actually be that guy? Shouldn't we tease a little bit? Is Steve Kerr just so entrenched in, no, man, I can't risk losing games at the expense of just putting this guy out there as a fat turkey so that we can get, you know, somebody to come in and buy this thing. It's so bizarre now with Jonathan Kuminga when you think about going back to the off season where everybody was talking about him and the contract and getting traded. Not just here in the Bay Area. It was the story in the NBA. And then the beginning of the year, it's like, oh, my God, it's Jonathan Kuminga. The light went on. He's that guy. He's part of the system. He's playing well. Jonathan Kuminga is going to be the third scorer. The Golden State Warriors are going to be okay because Jonathan Kuminga is finally that guy. After 4 years, he got it here in year 5. And now we cut to today where we're in this situation where he just doesn't play. And it's not because he's hurt. It's simply because he's ineffective. And the Steve Kerr, Jonathan Kuminga song and dance continues. That guy has got to be traded. Jersey, Ken, you're with me that has to end?
Yeah, I think it needs to, in a sense, just so we can be done with it, because the narrative just keeps going on and on. You know who we should have asked to go and figure out this Kuminga conundrum is Jeff Pearlman.
Yeah.
He would have been all in there. And I'm sure he will. Maybe he will eventually.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get a book, 5 years down the road.
It's gotten that strange where Pearlman may find some nuggets in this thing.
If anybody could, I believe Jeff Pearlman can.
It's sad because I was such a big Jonathan Kuminga guy. But I really think that when it begins and ends with this guy on the defensive side of the ball, I don't think it's the system and knowing where to be and making sure you get other guys involved. I think there's two things that this team needs. They need to get bigger. They get 8 guards that play, and all of them are 6'4" and under. It's not like we're not talking guards like 6'7" Klay Thompson, not those kind of guards. We get small guards and they all get run. It's a small team and it's an unathletic basketball team.
The only one I like, honestly, out of all of them is Moody. I just every time I watch that guy play, especially because he can play defensively.
Well, but Moody, a lot like that of Podziemski, is just sort of inconsistent. Yeah. And I think that there needs to be more consistency from that of Moses Moody.
But I think that Kerr needs to figure out the rotation first, and then let's see what you got.
Well, that's just it, man. We're at the 1/3 into the season. Usually at this point, it's you sort of, okay, I know the personality of this team. It's almost like sort of an extended tryouts. Like, okay, I know my personnel, and I know what it is that I can go with, and I can sort of reduce my roster, my rotation. And most teams are doing that. They're paring it down. They know the identity of their basketball team. They know their starting five. They know exactly who their sixth man is. They know the rotation in terms of 7 through 9. The Warriors are still going they played 13 guys the other night. They're still playing 13 dudes. And so, I don't know at what point, it's easier said than done where Steve Kerr's like, okay, this is my rotation. How much longer are we? GP2 still seeing run. What more does he need to see? And GP2's playing well. So what does that mean at the end of the day? You can't play this many guys and quote unquote be good. It's not the way things are done. It just doesn't happen. And so at some point, Steve Kerr has got to make that decision as to these are my guys and stop with this playing everybody. But again, if you're playing that many guys, it's kind of like playing 2 or 3 quarterbacks in the NFL. If you got 2, you got none. So if I'm playing this many guys, it just means that nobody has stepped up and reared their head and taken a position. We thought maybe Pat Spencer did there for a little while. Speaking of Pat Spencer, I'm a Pat Spencer guy.
Love Pat Spencer.
You kind of look like him a little bit.
Yeah. We have the same facial hair, apparently.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. You know what? I know that Pajemski's been playing well, but he, a lot like Moody, to me, is sort of inconsistent. I just need to see this over an extended period of time before I'm about to say Pajemski's that guy. And I know Pajemski is everything that I said Jonathan Kuminga is not. He's a guy that just isolate on this guy for like a stretch of 5 minutes throughout the course of a game. He is perpetual movement defensively. He is rotating. He's helping out. He doesn't quit on anything. If there's a loose ball, he's on it, man. He takes more charges than anybody. I can understand if I'm a coach why he plays, because it's the little things that people don't recognize or care about. He wants to impact every single play, especially defensively. So I get it. But the reason why I like Pat Spencer is because, first of all, Spencer hasn't been very good of late. When we talk about turnovers, and I heard Dunleavy the other day underlying saying turnovers, that's the main culprit. And as a result, Pat Spencer wasn't very good, especially in that brief time he played against Orlando. I think he had 2 turnovers, and that's not good when you only played a couple of minutes. But that's just a matter of getting him in the rotation, just saying we're going to go with you. Because I do believe long term, I buy Pat Spencer, and if it comes down between him and Pajemski, I like Spencer better than Pajemski. And the reason why I say that, I think he's more of a fluid basketball player. Maybe it's Pajemski in those black shoes. I have an issue with that, man.
I haven't even noticed that.
He just looks clunky, and just when he gets into his offensive set, it's awkward to me. And I just think that Pat Spencer is a guy that he immediately knows how to balance the floor. He knows where to go with the basketball. And I do think if this guy gets late in the clock and he's ISO, something tells me he can back you down, and kind of like his brother Cam, he's got some weapons there. Pajemski is just sort of this, it's all kneecaps and elbows and up and unders and these weird, maybe it's a left-handed thing. Maybe I have got sort of this bias against left-handed people where it's just sort of weird, man. He's not Chris Mullins smooth, who is probably the smoothest left-hander I've ever seen play basketball. Pajemski's the polar opposite, man. It's all kneecaps and elbows and that red floppy hair and those black shoes, and then he's got knee highs. It's just, I know that has nothing to do with anything at the end of the day. It's just a bad look.
It's the aesthetics that you have trouble with at this time?
I do. And I also think the game, I just don't think he's nearly as fluid as Spencer.
But I don't want to take away what you're saying because I kind of agree. But you also talked about the size factor. Pat Spencer's smaller than Podziemski.
Well, I mean, yeah,
but not by much. But I'm just saying, like,
neither one of them is a big guy. So at the end of the day, we're talking what 6'1" as opposed 6'2" as opposed to 6'1.5".
But do you think that Podziemski can give you more intangibles than Pat Spencer, especially when it comes to the hustle play?
He can, but if it continues to be inconsistent, I'm looking at Spencer because I don't think, for whatever reason, and I don't have anything to base this on, because he's playing extended minutes for the first time in his career, I have more confidence in Pat Spencer being more of a consistent player if they go to him or if he gets into the rotation and he has consistent minutes. I think he can be more of a consistent basketball player. And the Podziemski experiment, which spans over a year now, it just seems like there's what it is that we've seen over the last couple of games, and then he just goes away, or he's just not very good. But I think the problem in all of this, my man Jersey Ken, is that we're talking about Pat Spencer and Brandon Podziemski as being impact players. I mean, how good can you really be as a basketball team?
Right, and I think that's one of the biggest issues, too. And you said there's so many guards. Like, we didn't even mention DeAnthony Melton, who finally just got back from injury, and he's been having an impact.
I think DeAnthony Melton is just, you can see it. You can see the rust coming off of him. Like, DeAnthony Melton is just, it's not very good right now. It's just simply because he hasn't played. But once he gets the reps, once he gets his win, you can see it. You can see it, man. You can see the wingspan. Like, that's an ideal number 2 on this team. I think he's an ideal 2 number anywhere. But I do think that once he gets to a point, and I said this earlier in the crossover, that the ideal lineup to me, when everyone's healthy, is DeAnthony Melton's your number 2. And I know you're a Moses Moody guy, but DeAnthony Melton's got to be your 2. Kerr, obviously, the 1. Draymond, a front court of Draymond Green, Al Horford, and Jimmy Butler.
I think
this is when everybody's healthy.
I think Al Horford, by the way, is going to be returning soon, so we might see him.
And the sciatica is okay. Sciatica. That just seems like
it's not a great feeling. Have you ever had it?
No, but that just seems like next stage is a walker.
It's like lightning in your legs.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I got a friend who's passing a gold stone, or a what do they call the
kidney stone?
Kidney stone.
Oh, those are rough.
Yeah,
those are rough. And I think it gets worse when you get older, obviously, like sciatica, because like Draymond, LeBron James had it, and he was sidelined for like, a month, pretty much.
If you're getting sciatica, that should tell you something about the roster constructor, that of the Golden State Warriors.
You should be talking to your marketing rep. Maybe you can get some advertising, do some advertising for sciatica.
I mean, usually lower extremity injuries, you got something's wrong with the glute. You pulled the hammy, ACL's acting up, something's going on with the hamstring. Sciatica? Come on, man. What's next?
It's going around, Dan. People get sciatica.
Gout? Somebody on that Warrior team going to get gout next?
Listen, I've had gout. It's not fun, dude.
Could you fit into your shoe?
Oh, yeah. It's not like that. Apparently, if you drink too much whiskey or eat too much like shellfish, like shrimp, get gout. And I was doing too much.
And what happens?
It feels like you can't, like, it's like...
It concentrates on your foot, right?
Yeah, it's like, it feels like a bad bruise, and even like it hurts to the touch. Like, you can't even walk.
And that's it. That's because
gout is a really old
too
people
much
thing,
whiskey.
Though. I'm telling on myself. Yeah, apparently there's something in whiskey and something in shellfish, and then they correspond with each other.
One day you and I have to drink Japanese whiskey, which is something
I'm down. I love Japanese whiskey.
Really?
I love it. Yeah.
So there's something called Kira. It's got to be Kira barreled, which I've had, and it's pretty awesome, man.
Yeah, I'm totally down.
Yeah, so... Because obviously, we've all had some sake. Do we got to get to a break? Are we being sponsored by anybody that's any sake companies out there? You give me the sake, and I will pimp your brand right here. What's coming up on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. That segment was sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Bay Area heads up. The Ford Final Day Day's year-end sales event is on now at Ceremony Ford. Get an extra $1,000 in bonus cash on new 2025 Fords, plus 0% APR for 60 months on F-150 Explorer Escapes, Mach-E, Lightning, and Super Duty. 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days. Ends January 2nd. Ceremony Ford, right off 280 or online at ceremonyford.com. Up next here on 95.7 The Game, put on your helmets. That's right. We're talking 49ers. We're talking, what, NFC Championship game? Are you kidding me? Super Bowl? Is this team never going to travel again? How did this happen? We'll try and explain it. Dan Avone here on 95.7 The Game next.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Happy holidays from Safeway. Enjoy 9 days of savings with weekly mailer deals from December 17th through December 25th. Signature Select Classic Ham Shank Half, like Dibbs' golf game, or whole, bone in, 87 cents per pound while supplies last. Limit 1. Also, green asparagus, just $1.99 per pound, limit 4 pounds. You know the green, that's what you're aiming at.
No doubt. Lucerne, shredded, sliced, or chunk cheese, 6 to 8 ounce sizes, or Philadelphia cream cheese, 8 ounce bricks, like your jumper. All just $1.99 each. Limit 6 items. Wow. Land O'Lakes, 16-ounce butter, or Kerrygold butter, 7.5 to 8 ounce sizes, $3.99 each. Limit 4 items.
All right, we're good here. 1 for 1. These and other great deals are available in the For You section on the Safeway app. You can clip the coupons from the weekly mailer and present them at checkout, or download them to your For You account in the Safeway app. We will see you in the aisles.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with a toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team. Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Looking for the perfect venue for your next meeting or special event? Discover History San Jose. With charming indoor spaces and beautiful outdoor settings, it's the ideal spot for meetings, weddings, corporate gatherings, or private celebrations. Nestled in the heart of History Park, you'll enjoy a unique blend of historic charm and modern amenities to make your event unforgettable. Plus, our spacious grounds offer the perfect backdrop for photos, dining, and more. Reserve your day today at History San Jose. Visit historysanjose.org or call now to book your one-of-a-kind experience. The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2025. Last chance! Donate now for a 2025 tax deduction.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down, before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo. Touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those?
Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, it's Brian Baldwin here. Makita knows that pros never settle. Get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. When you shop Makita at the Home Depot, these tools don't just meet expectations, they redefine them. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly designed to deliver precision job after job. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
San Francisco will be rainy and windy heading into Christmas with a low of 53.
Brought to you by AmericanEagle.com.
At AmericanEagle.com, we believe technology can transform your business. As experts in web design, development, and digital marketing, we bring passion to every project. Achieve digital transformation at AmericanEagle.com.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Going to get into a little 49er talk, but I see the phone line and callers want to talk about the Golden State Warriors. So we'll wrap that up before we get into Brock Purdy and the San Francisco 49ers and this improbable run to a potential number one seed. And if I said that like a month ago, you would have locked me up and just said, Devon, no, you're sober, but you're not making any sense, and put me away. You know, I was talking about Japanese whiskey, right? So what's your go-to?
So I like the Balvenie. It's the Scotch whiskey, and to me, they just have so many different types that they use. They'll use like Caribbean rum barrel. They'll use, like there's just the different types of oak that they'll use, like a lot of vanilla caramel, tasting. I was actually just in Scotland this year, so that was a real fun trip. Tasting different types of whiskeys there, but.
So have you ever taken the trip to Kentucky?
No, I've always wanted to. Yeah. It's like where like a lot of bourbon is, right?
Well, it's where all the bourbon is, yeah, in these parts. So, because they obviously don't do Scotch here in the United States. I mean, locally.
Yeah.
So, the reason why I mentioned this, so I bartered with this buddy of mine. His name's Peter. He's from the Netherlands, and he's a fisherman, right? Well, he's not a fisherman. He's this renowned painter here in town.
Does he know Ben Simmons?
Does not know Ben Simmons. Wait, I'm trying to make the connection.
Oh, because he didn't see that he's trying to get into pro fishing.
Is he really?
Yeah. Well, he figures out his NBA career. I'm not knocking him. I think it's fun.
Oh, knock him.
Good for him.
Wow, that dude is just. He made his money. He was never bought in, and now he's fishing.
Hey, live your life, man.
Wow, I'm envious.
Sorry, keep going.
Yeah, so this guy, he fishes, and literally he will do this, and he goes down to San Diego, and he gets I just hit him up last night. We do this exchange where I get him some Japanese whiskey, and he gives me those amazing, yellowtail, just salmon.
That's a great trade.
Bluefin, amazing stuff. But I felt as though, because it was late, I scored on some really expensive sake, but he's like, nah, I don't want any more sake. Get me some Japanese whiskey. And well, the sake was good, but I felt like I shortchanged him because I went Suntory with him. But go ahead.
Real quick, do you drink it warm or cold?
Both.
Okay. I was going to say, I like it warm, but yeah.
You like what warm?
Sake. I feel like it just, I don't know. It just has a better flavor to me. Cold tastes weird.
Yeah, I mean, they warm it up usually. Are you talking about when you're eating with sushi or just when you're...
I think at a dinner, and that's the first time I had it, so I was like, "Oh, it's warm, cool." And I loved it, and then I had it cold, and I was like, this doesn't feel right. So my first time having it warm, it's got to be that way.
So people that drink sake will drink it cold, like people that really know, they'll drink it cold. It's sort of like have you ever had tequila with people who drink tequila? Because typically I'm either chasing it or I'm shooting it. It's the end of the night. But people that drink tequila will drink it as their drink. They'll sip it. And you sort of, when you do that, you begin to get exposed and recognized to a lot of the nuance of the drink as opposed to just getting, the fast track to happiness.
Yeah. I think tequila is again, it's up there with whiskey, I'd say.
Oh, so you know
'cause
your
you could
tequila.
sip it. Like, really good tequila, you could sip. I don't know if you ever had Cascaween, but that's like a big, Mexican, like, tequila is pretty good.
Blanco?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's or añejo.
All right, let's get back to the Golden State Warriors. My man Gene's hanging out in Oakland talking about the Warriors, and they apparently need some help. Gene, what's on your mind, man?
Hey, guys. Once again, I find myself pretty much aligned with all your takes, including whiskey. Scotch whiskey is my favorite, always has been. But as far as the Warriors go, you just came up with a lineup that I predicted or wished we would have early in the season. Basically, Curry, DeAnthony Melton once he came back and was integrated into the system, Horford, Draymond, and Butler. So DeAnthony's definitely a number 2. I like Moody, but I see him as coming off the bench as being much more effective. The only question I have right now is regarding Horford, because he has been a disappointment up to now. My question is it because of his injury problems, or do you think he's coming close to the end? Because what I really would like to see more is more post. I really like what I'm seeing from him. I think he's really coming around, and I think he can be and should be a solid, traditional center at some point. Still learning, but I want to see more from him, and I want to see him getting more leeway in the future. Your thoughts?
Gene, we'll see you on Saturday. Well, actually, there's no Warriors this week, but thanks for calling in, buddy. I'll give you my thoughts on post, and I'll talk about Horford. And I think those are 2 indictments of where the Warriors are at right now. When you're 2 starting centers, and the guys that you're going to lean on are Horford and Quentin Post, it not only speaks volumes of how you're lagging when it comes to being competitive in the NBA, in today's NBA, but also specifically in the West. And also, when you're reliant on playing 8 small guards, and your centers are Al Horford and Quentin Post, it also tells me that the NBA is headed in another direction where the big has returned in a lot of ways, especially when you look at the landscape of the top of the West. And the Golden State Warriors are rolling out Quentin Post and Al Horford, and then 8 guards who see time, and 8 small guards. You're playing 8 small guards and Quentin Post and Al Horford. That to me it jumps out at me that your roster construction here, it's a little bit outdated. You might be a little bit behind the times here. Because when you look at the West right now and you think about bigs, they're loaded, and every team has one. Yeah, Quentin Post has been good, and I know a lot of people are getting in line behind Quentin Post and are buying what it is that he's selling these days. He's just very limited. He's just limited because he's not an athlete. And I don't mean an athlete like that of Jonathan Kuminga. You're not going to draw up plays for Quentin Post, have him clear a side and let him, take somebody off the dribble. No, that's not what I mean. I mean an athlete like being able to move your feet laterally, to be able to stay in front of a guy defensively. And I know a lot of people think he's improved defensively. To me, he's still a big, clunky, oversized dude who can shoot threes occasionally. That's not hating on him. It's just I can only invest so much in a guy like that at Quentin Post. And what I should be investing in him and a good team is that he's a role player, that he can come in and occasionally stretch the floor. I can't have him be my starting center. I can't have him get as much run or be as significant of a contributor as he has been. That just means that I'm deficient in that area. And as far as Al Horford is concerned, look, this always happens to players when they get to 39 or 40. At some point, I know we want to romanticize and they were invested and all in on Al Horford because he's smart. He plays the Warriors way. And he won a title. He's got the pedigree. But I always say this, that older players sometimes they're ready for the pumpkin patch. that it just hits him, it's over. And it's just time, put me out on the pumpkin patch. And he might be there. I don't know that. I mean, hopefully it's just a sciatica, and I shouldn't say just, but maybe it's just an injury. But sometimes it's time to go to the pumpkin patch. There's nothing more to rinse out of you. And that's on the Warriors of all the big men that were available, there's Miles Turner or Mark Williams or whomever. I know some of it just don't fit financially, but for you to be all in on Al Horford for a team that already, quote unquote, was old, that never made sense to me. And hopefully he can come back. Hopefully he can be the guy he was with Boston just over the last 2 years, or last year where he was a good player. But sometimes, the patch comes calling and nobody sees it. And you're a pumpkin and it's done. And that's the risk you take on when you're investing in guys of this age. So the center position on a league that's getting bigger, the Warriors are clearly inferior. God, you look at the top of the West now. OKC. Remember OKC? You know who the number 2 seed is, Ken?
San Antonio.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Here they come, man.
Yeah, they look so good in that tournament, that cup tournament, especially against OKC.
That was a fun game.
I was like, this is playoffs.
Well, you know what? I think that might be, we could be looking at that matchup hopefully for like the next decade, right?
And then you throw in the Mavericks, Cooper Flag in that mix? Dude,
but I mean,
West is tough.
The Chet Holmgren, Wembanyama, all those young players, they could be looking at each other and vying
Was it
for
Vassell,
Vassell,
Castle.
Vassell,
yeah, man. They're going to be household names.
Dylan Harper.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Nasty.
Not to mention that, Fox, still a very good basketball player. Harrison Barnes gives you the veteran leadership. We thought that they were 2-3 years away. Could be this year.
I think that's the fun part, too, because it looked like OKC was just going to keep running the West. No one can touch them.
People think they were going to win 74 this year.
Yeah. But I'm glad someone's, can compete at least with them.
And you're right. I'm glad. One thing we'll see tomorrow, and obviously there's going to be the pomp and circumstance first with Draymond. How's that going to be? How awkward is that going to be? We'll get over that. And then I think Cooper Flag is the guy that everybody's going to be focusing on tomorrow because you should. Cooper Flag is 19 years of age, but he is, and I was not a Cooper Flag guy at Duke because I just don't like Duke, but Cooper Flag is a hell of a player, man. They're going to him in crunch time. Like, he's the guy, not Anthony Davis. It's like, let's draw up a play. The game's tied. There's 10 seconds left. All right, let's give it to Cooper. Because Cooper Flag is absolutely for real on that basketball team. And now that AD, they're playing much better. So watch out for Dallas. It's going to be a fun game tomorrow. All right, let's get out to Leo, hanging out in San Francisco, wants to talk a little bit more about the Warriors. What's up, Leo?
Hey, how you doing? Happy holidays.
You as well.
All right. Hey, just a quick thing about Draymond. Let me preface this by saying I'm not a big Draymond Green fan. I respect him in terms of as a ball player, but that's about the extent of it. But I will give him props for the other day, and maybe he learned this lesson during therapy after the 20-plus game. He extricated himself from that situation. He realized he was out of control. And, he moved himself away from it, and I think that was probably the best course at that point in time. So I'll give him props for that. So the bashing of this situation, that he gave up on his team, quit on his team, let's stop that nonsense. I think the bottom line was he realized he was out of control and he needed to remove himself from the situation. So, move forward with that. But the other thing I want to say is, I've been saying this for a couple of years, there's really two decisions to be made this at the trade deadline. One is to go all in again and try to get some pieces, to go for that fifth ring. I think people who believe that are delusional. First of all, they don't have enough in terms of young players and draft choices to get that done. To get anybody that would, like Giannis, that's not going to happen, number one. And secondly, I think at some point, 4 championships in 10 years, I think the realization is, hey, not all teams can go on forever. And I think at some point in time, the Warriors have to decide, Lakers has to decide, hey, maybe it's time to say at the deadline, maybe we trade Draymond, maybe we trade Butler, whatever we can get, and move on. And if Steph wants to move on, unfortunately, that's his right. He's earned that right. If he's still, gunning for that 5th championship, he wants to go someplace else. But at some point in time, they got to retool, and they keep putting it off and putting it off. They had done this a couple years ago, maybe right after that last championship, and you miss that next season and didn't get anything done. Maybe it's time to just say it's time to rebuild. And I think the fans have to give the organization some grace and allow them the opportunity to do that and then try to rebuild this thing.
Yeah, I'm with you, Leo. Thanks for the call, man. You got to stay in front of that thing. You got to stay in front of it. It's hard to do. It's hard to do. And Steve Kerr said today, what's the line again, Ken, from Steve today about the dynasties?
They're a dying dynasty.
They're a dying dynasty. That's not the only thing.
Not dead yet, though.
Yeah. We want to contextualize it. That's not all he said. You have to put it in its proper context. But he did say that, and he's not saying that it's over, and he's not saying that they can't win an NBA championship. He's just recognizing that this is a very different version of the Warriors than, say, 2016, or I think he mentioned 2017. And clearly that's the case. It doesn't mean that you can't win. But
sorry, it was a fading dynasty. I just want to make sure people know that. A
fading dynasty. Yeah. And it is. But it's these things, look, I know I'm reiterating the obvious that they never end well. Yeah, that's true. The only way that you're able to move forward is that, like that of San Antonio, is that you got to infuse it with some new blood. You got to find a Kawhi Leonard. And I always hearken back to the opportunity that presented itself, and it was really sort of strange because they still had this core, and this core was still very much in their prime, early 30s. We're talking about Steph and Clay and Draymond, and for whatever reason, they got an opportunity to pick in the lottery, man, twice. And they whiffed both times. And I really think that when you talk about timelines, the opportunity to sort of, pass this thing down, that was your chance. And now, now it's tough. Now it gets really difficult. Now you're talking about trading one of those lottery picks and Jonathan Kuminga. But it's not impossible, man. Like, it's just, the idea that you got to get into this rebuild for the next 10 years, or once the dynasty's over, well, then let's all just sort of like be like that of Utah, or be like that of Washington or Charlotte, and just be irrelevant and try and build through the draft. That's not the only course. Look at the Boston Celtics. Now, granted, the Boston Celtics may have been in a little bit more of a better position, but that was a team after they lost their best player. They reface that team. They get rid of Porzingis. They get rid of Horford. They get rid of everybody, and they're basically saying, okay, that window closed, and now we're going to get into a rebuild. They're the number 3 or 4 seed in the East.
And I wouldn't even say rebuild. I'd say retool maybe, because they still have guys, and who knows if Tatum can come back in April.
And so I guess my point is that, and Phoenix was another team that we were like, my God, there is nowhere to go last year. You got these bloated salaries. We got Bradley Beal. What a mistake that was. Oh, Kevin Durant, Booker, even DeAndre Ayton, who we got rid of the year before. All these huge names and contracts. We thought we were going to win titles, and we made that one run, and it's just a mess. This is going to be a 5-year rebuild. Team's over 500, man. It's just a few pieces, and you make a trade here, and you sort of change the energy, and things. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be, not in our lifetime that we're going to see the Warriors playing good basketball again, should this iteration of the Golden State Warriors come to an end. But in the here and now, it's all about how is this going to end when it comes to Draymond and Steph and Jimmy Butler. The trade deadline, I think, is going to be very, very. If you were to ask me a couple of weeks ago, I would have told you, and this is when Spencer was doing his thing, that Podziemski could be on his way out, Jonathan Kuminga for sure, Moses Moody. Like, there was going to be a lot of players and a huge shakeup. And I don't know that that's necessarily the case unless, I'm being sold a bill of goods by that of Dunleavy and company that they're going to stay in-house.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't think Warrior fans would. Do you think? I mean, maybe they will, but if they lost a guy like Brandon Podziemski or DeAnthony Melton or Moody, any of these guards we've been mentioning, you think they'd really like mourn their loss? You know, it'd be like, okay, good. Let's see what we got.
Yeah, you got to do something here. The one thing I will say about the Warriors, though, is when you lose this is when you know it's over. When you become the Clippers, who are an old basketball team, but when you look at the team, it's still, I mean, they still got Kawhi. Kawhi's still balling to a certain degree. Harden's still Harden. I mean, they still got players on that roster, but you know what they don't have?
Wins.
Well, they don't have any youth, and they have no energy. And so when you watch the Clippers play, it's the first thing that jumps out at you is like, God, this is so stale. Like, what's missing here? Well, I'll tell you what's missing is you don't have any young legs, man. That always if you have an older team, that's one thing. But there has to be the balance of these young players that you infuse in that older team. Like, that's almost a prerequisite. It's like, okay, you find yourself in this rock and a hard place. You're not going to move Draymond. Jimmy Butler is what it is. And, of course, Steph is going to stay. You can get the most out of these guys. There's going to be, obviously, load management. We got to watch their minutes. There's going to be games where they don't play. Al Horford's not going back-to-back. That means that there's even more of a need of young players and young players with promise to bridge that gap. The Clippers don't have anything. The Warriors have something. They got a Will Richard. Podziemski's young. Moses Moody's young. But the question becomes, are they any good? Like, are they collectively just sort of meh? Or are we still hanging on to, no, they're going to take a step. No, they're still young. No, Podziemski's only 22, 23. You got to let this thing breathe. They're going to take that next step. Is that step ever going to come?
I mean, I think with a 13-man rotation, how will we ever know that? You know, like I think Steiny was saying, it's like hockey. You kind of wish it's like these guys are just getting put in and put out like a hockey line. Like, who's third line? You know, for the Warriors right now, you don't know. You don't know who the first line is because it's ever changing, and I think that's the issue right now.
All right, we're going to get into the San Francisco 49ers when we get to a break here, because I want to go 49ers, unless, of course, somebody wants to chime in on the Warriors, and we'll get you ready for tomorrow's huge contest. You want to talk a little bit more about Draymond, we'll do that. But the 49ers, here we're going full 49ers here for a little bit. And Jersey, I'll just to sort of tease this getting into the break. Are you surprised, first of all, that this team is playing for an NFC championship? And are you buying this version of the 49ers? Or is this, as we have a tendency to do, not just here in San Francisco, but every 49er fan or every football fan that has ever lived, are we just overreacting and living in the moment of a very good victory over the Indianapolis Colts?
See, I'm buying it now, but I don't know if I'm going to buy it in week 18 when they have to actually, or even this Sunday, Sunday, when they have to play the Bears, who are an actual good team, because clearly, you know, they can beat the bad teams. And not saying the Colts are a bad team. They're kind of mid-level, especially at this point, going with 44-year-old Phillip Rivers, but I just don't think they've been battle-tested enough, and that's not their fault. They've had a soft schedule, you know, this year, but I'm buying in now, but I don't think I will once they get into the playoffs.
Yeah, that Phillip Rivers was hilarious. I shouldn't say it was hilarious because he was so damn good.
He done a lot better than I would have expected.
When you see that, you feel as though you were living one of those 30 for 30 moments. Like, I'm actually witnessing a documentary in real time.
I'm sure there'll be one.
Like, how is this happening?
Yeah, it was fantastic. I mean, but also at the same time, you look at the other side and you're like, well, the Niners secondary must be really bad then if a 44-year-old guy is just throwing darts in the end zone.
Yeah, it's secondary, but it's that defensive line, man.
The whole defense, right?
I don't mean to squash the Niners' Super Bowl hopes. And I hope I'm wrong, because I'm just saying this off the top of my head. I'll give you an opportunity to call in, 888-957-9570, 888-957-9570. When's the last time a team, I don't know, went to an NFC championship, went to a Super Bowl, won a Super Bowl, without somebody coming off the edge, without at least having somebody who's a threat to sack a quarterback? You know, I looked this up. The worst defensive rated team to win a Super Bowl was that wild card Eli Manning-led New York Giant team the first time. But that was Strahan and those boys. When's the last time we had a team that does not have an edge rusher that is a threat in terms of being somebody that's going to get to the quarterback? Has there ever been a team that's won a Super Bowl without one of those? The answer to that, hopefully you guys will provide it here on 95.7 The Game. We're talking Niners, and we'll be back right after this.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties. They're systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody. Pure domination. That's Omar Habis, Tariq Habis, and the Habis Law team. When Habis Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to dust. Habis Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard if you've been injured and want to win. Visit HabisLaw.com. Habis Law, they fight to make it right.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. The holiday season is a time of giving, and for the 17th year in a row, Stevens Creek Subaru wants to give back. From now until January 2nd, get a great vehicle and support a great cause. Because with every new Subaru purchased or leased, Subaru and Stevens Creek Subaru are donating a minimum of $325 to charity during the 2025 Subaru Share the Love event, happening now at Stevens Creek Subaru. And if that's not enough, buy or lease any new Subaru from Stevens Creek Subaru until December 31st and receive 2 Sierra at Tahoe season passes from Stevens Creek Subaru. So you get a great deal on a new Subaru, get 2 free season passes to Sierra at Tahoe, and help some great charities at the same time. It's a win-win-win at Stevens Creek Subaru. Located on Stevens Creek Boulevard near Santana Row and Valley Fair, or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
What would you say was the biggest factor in getting that win tonight?
I mean, you said it. I think that was it for me. Factor. I was feeling strong. Had plenty in the tank for overtime.
Wait, Factor, like the meals?
Yeah, Factor meals. I've been getting Factor high-protein meals delivered all month. I get all the power I need. They taste great, and they're ready to eat in 2 minutes.
Okay, I need to get on that.
For real. Go to factormeals.com. It's the easiest way to eat like a pro.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Happy Christmas Eve to everyone. Cam, my man, happy holidays to you. It's obviously we are on the eve of the big day coming up tomorrow. And then I'll be back at it on Friday. Jersey Ken's got his debut on Friday. Jersey Ken is moving from behind the glass, coming front and center.
Yeah, people could see my Pat Spencer look-alike facial hair.
Well, Pat Spencer has more of the emphasis on the mustache. You got like more full beard. Are you?
I do a little bit more emphasis on the. It's just I got to get it cut.
Is that a thing where you get the beard, but you're sort of like growing the mustache more than that of the other facial hair?
You emphasize the mustache a little bit. Yeah, you kind of fade the beard a little bit, and then kind of highlight the.
Is there a name for that? Is there some sort of...
I have no idea. I just like the look.
Yeah, no, it looks good on you. What do you look like clean shaven?
Oh, you don't want to know.
Who do you look like clean shaven?
I've never been told like who I look like. I don't have like a celebrity look-alike, but I don't like the clean shave look. I did it once and my wife freaked out. She hated it.
That's funny because facial hair when I was growing up, man, was not a thing. Everybody was just like...
You guys had mustaches back then.
Dude, how old do you think I am? Mustaches, what was that, like this? Mustaches? No. My brother has a mustache. My brother's been rocking a mustache.
You never had any facial hair?
Nah, I've never gone there.
But see, you're not that guy then.
No, I'm just not.
But it doesn't mean like your generation wasn't.
Because I'm a wimp, man. I can't even change my own tire. I'm not a guy who's like living off the land. You know, I'm not one of those.
Do you have to be one of the, like, do surfers not have facial hair?
No, a lot of them do, I guess. I'm just not I'm not one of those. I can't pull it off. If I did, it would be an affectation. You know what that is? It's like you're trying to be somebody. It's like, if somebody walks around with a monocle and a cane and they don't need it. It's like, bro, what are you doing?
Mr. Peanut?
Exactly. It's like, I'd be so obvious. For someone like you, it's just like, you look like somebody who's going to roast their own, whatever it is that you're doing tomorrow, whatever the hell it is you're doing to that poor calf.
Prime rib.
You look like that guy, man.
I guess
Not me.
I think you would look great with a mustache.
I'm about room service. I pay people for that stuff. I can't. I'm willing to admit it.
You're a pampered guy.
I'm not somebody that's like, come on, honey, let's go camping. I'll pitch a tent. I'll go catch something down by the stream. We'll be okay for 3 days. No, man, it's 5-star room service, and there's the pool. Check your bags here. I can't wake up and, maybe I could survive, but I can't provide for two of us.
Well, at least you know who you are, and that's what's important.
You know what's scary is that I've heard that's where we're sort of headed when it comes to AI. This guy told me, gave me the most cryptic outlook. He's like, look at Dan, buy land. Because it's going to come down to not us trying to fight and survive against the robots or AI, but rather it's us against everyone else. Like it's going to be, you are going to own a parcel of land and other people are going to try and take your water and your energy. It sounded like this horrible, horrible sci-fi movie.
Like dystopian future?
It's imminent. That's what's happening. And his imminent was like, it's going to be in the next 5 years. I don't know if that's necessarily true. Hopefully not. But AI scares the hell out of me, man.
Yeah, it's not great. By the way, I don't know if you've been watching any TV recently, but Apple has a great show called Pluribus, and it's kind of like a metaphor on AI. I think it's Matt Gillian from, he did Breaking Bad and also Better Call Saul, and the main character is from Better Call Saul, but this is
Apple TV you're talking about.
Yeah, Apple TV, and it's one of the best shows I think I've seen so far this year.
And what's sort of the premise there?
So it's kind of like an AI sort of a thing where it's like a hive mind takeover from an alien like virus that hits Earth, and basically everybody is, again, hive mind. They all think and know the same things and can communicate with each other from miles away. So they're all on the same network. So you and me and Cam in here, we could be a surgeon, we could be a radio host, we could be I don't know if we could be football players, because like you'd have to have the natural gift, but yeah, everything that everybody knows on planet Earth. It's wild. And there's a few people who aren't infected, and it's like kind of driving them nuts.
So I was reading this article where AI still thinks, at least right now in this stage, there's sort of this maternal instinct or interpretation of the part of AI where they still feel as though they're reliant on us. Like they need the electricity, essentially. They need the energy source. And so they know we created them. And there's still sort of this maternal of like, we're dependent on you and we'll do whatever it takes so that you keep us around and plug us in, essentially. But that's changing rapidly. And when I see guys like Elon Musk talk about, because Elon Musk, you would think is the last guy in the world to worry about these sort of things, but forewarning everybody to sort of stop with the exponential growth, and forewarns him about super intelligence. Like he says, and it's not only him, but there's a lot of people that believe that once we get to super intelligence, however that's defined, that's it. Then there's no point of return. And we're sort of close. We're clearly on that trajectory. But once AI becomes super intelligent and has feelings and emotion or can interpret that, then we become disposable. And there's no longer that sort of umbilical cord or the maternal sort of relationship. They take over. And what happens to us? I'm getting that plot of land, man.
Well, I've seen like stories where even Elon Musk is like in trouble for like pollution, especially like in parts of like Memphis, Tennessee. Have you heard about this?
No.
Where his like AI turbines or whatever are like infecting like or harming the area around, like the residents around the area. It's like taking up all their energy pretty much.
Wow.
So like you said, food, water, we're going to be fighting for that.
Well,
put a damper on the whole conversation.
So live in the here and now. And in the here and now, it's them San Francisco 49ers. Because this 49er team, let's just lay it out. They control their own destiny. You win 2 in a row. You beat Chicago. You beat Seattle. And guess what? You are the number 1 seed in the NFC. As ridiculous as that might have sounded a month ago, certainly at the beginning of the season with all those injuries, but it's a flawed NFC this year, I think we'd all admit.
I think it's a flawed league. I was just telling Cam in here before, and I want to ask you, Dan, like, do you think this has been a good football season?
Well, it depends on how you define good. I mean, any football season's good, but in terms of parity, there's probably more parity than ever before.
I mean, we're not going to have Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs, which a lot of people are happy about. But again, you kind of want, the league's best out there. Lamar Jackson's not going to be out there. I'm trying to think of, Cowboy fans are going to have to wait another year. He's even having a good year is Dak Prescott. He's not going to be out there. But again, we're talking about how the Niners could be the number 1 seed And nobody thought that would have been possible, 8 weeks ago.
It is pretty crazy, and it is very improbable, but here we are. One thing that before we go forward, and we're going to talk Brock Purdy, and we should, because do you think that was his best football game? I do.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the only one who's done it on
Right?
Monday Night Football as a Niner. 5 touchdowns. Are you kidding?
Incredible. 4 different receivers, and he was amazing, man. And Brock Purdy is back, man. Brock Purdy is definitely back.
What are you doing over there?
The phone's ringing, and I couldn't find the off button, so Ev always laughs at me. I just throw it across the room.
You should.
But I think Brock Purdy I think he's at full strength. I think the offensive line has turned a corner. I think the offense this is the best it's comparable to 2 years ago when they went to a Super Bowl.
I think this is one of the better offenses, and what's weird is that it's completely flip-flopped. I mean, it's not their fault because Fred Warner and Nick Bosa go down and they have had multiple defensive injuries, but you're more reliant on the offense than you are the defense, which is so odd to me.
One thing, though, as I talk about Brock Purdy, and we're going to sing his praises, and rightfully so, but you're not here without Mac Jones. You're just not. And not that I should feel sorry for Mac Jones, but Mac Jones deserves a shout-out. And we're going to talk Brock Purdy, but Mac Jones is, I think, the reason why you're talking NFC Championship. The 2 biggest wins to me this year were the Los Angeles Rams at LA. How the hell they won that game, I have no idea. I said repeatedly, I did a show after that game, I thought Mac Jones was dead on 2 different occasions. Forget about a torn ACL. Forget about hyperextending a knee. I thought he was gone. Like, I looked at him and he's not getting up. How the hell that dude got to his feet, stood in that pocket, threw a football down the field, and would get drilled time and time again by what I think everybody should agree at this point is the best defensive front in football. It happened repeatedly, and somehow that's gut and guile. That guy got the Niners through that game and provided a victory. It was the biggest gut check. It was the hardest fought football game I think I've seen. It reminded me back in the day, you watch video of guys like Billy Kilmer. These guys are just Y.A. Tittle crawling off the field. It was a remarkable performance, and I'm sorry, I don't think Brock Purdy wins you that game. I know that's blasphemous because we're living in the Brock Purdy moment. I don't think Brock Purdy, if he's playing that game, I don't think you beat the Rams. And also, the other game was that affair against Atlanta. The nationally tough. Was that a Thursday night game or a Sunday night or a Monday night? But they beat Atlanta. And both of those games, the 2 most significant wins, I think the most significant, significant in that you didn't think they were going to win. In both of those games, you're just like, yeah, Atlanta and Bijan Robinson, they're just too good right now. And Mac Jones was able to guide you to those 2 wins. So I want to make this about the current 49ers, but I don't think you can talk about where they're at right now without throwing some love towards one Mac 10.
But you know what he did too? He built his resume because now he's going to be coveted when he's a free agent in the offseason. I mean, in next offseason, I should say. And I think that's a lot of credit to Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch to bring him in and sign him for not just 1, but 2 years because you never know with Brock Purdy.
And the thing about it is that when he did it, and this is why if I'm Mac Jones, I'm not going to say this publicly because I saw him. He was doing and saying the right thing. First guy to greet Brock Purdy coming to the sidelines after throwing one of his 5 touchdowns. He was just, rejoicing with everybody else. But he's got to go home. If I know anything about this cat, he's got to go home and say, you kidding me? Like Brock Purdy's got an offensive line that's healthy and is actually pretty good. Right now, they have turned the corner. That offensive line is in sync. That offensive line is playing its best football, and you could see it. They're providing opportunities for McCaffrey to get to the second level, and now they're giving a quarterback time. That was not the offensive line that Mac Jones had. This version of Trent Williams was not the guy that was holding down his blind spot, a month and a half ago. And he was throwing to the likes, Kendrick Bourne was his go-to guy. He was throwing to Sky Moore. He was throwing to this kid Davis. He was throwing to anybody that, was on the practice squad or that they just found off, the junk heap. And that defense. So they beat Atlanta the week after Fred Warner goes down with an injury. This is after Bosa already went down with an injury. I mean, he beats the Rams with absolutely nobody in terms of weapons. So, okay, enough of Mac Jones. I just want to throw some, put this in its proper perspective that, yes, Brock Purdy's been amazing. The 49ers, let's get into it. But let's just remember how we got here. And I think it has a lot to do with the guy who had to fill in when this team was dog barf. And it was Mac Jones. But let's talk about this team right now. Again, I'll put it out there, 888-957-9570. Are you buying this, or was that just, are we living in the moment? Are we overreacting to one win? Always call him hang in there, Mitch. But we'll go to him a little early. Let's get to the bullpen. My man Mitch is in New Jersey. Mitch, what's going on, buddy?
How you doing, Dan?
Where are you tonight?
To you and your family? I'm just relaxing, about to turn the Cal game. I think they have a good quarterback. Hopefully they can keep him for 3 years. Unlike the Heisman
3 years
when they let go to Indiana. Yes, Petelli. I believe I say his name.
No, Mitch, you weren't even close, man. A guy from Jersey trying to say his name. It's bad enough that people out in this part of the world can't say it. Call him Saga. Just settle with Saga.
Saga Petelli. Come on, I wasn't close.
You're going from bad to worse. Wait, Mitch. Mitch.
I got worse. It got worse.
Yeah, I don't know what. He's Polynesian. He's not. I don't know what the hell that was. But listen, Mitch, what are you doing for New Year's for Christmas Eve? Where are you? Where's the dog? Where are the grandkids?
He's sleeping supposedly. He's my girl. I'm getting ready for the 26th Friday morning. It's a big day. My grandson number 2. Can't be late. Gotta get up early. I'll be driving.
Right.
We had a good roast beef, rice, potatoes. Rice. I don't eat the rice. And a good salad. It's been a good day. It's been a good week. Everything's going smooth so far.
Why no rice? Carbs?
49ers. What's that?
Too many carbs with the rice?
No, just the rice. You can't have rice and potatoes. Too much.
Too much starch. Oh, okay. All right.
Has no value for you.
You want to take one more shot at the starting quarterback's name for the University of California?
I probably mess up.
Go ahead. It can't get any worse.
Clemson quarterback.
Go ahead.
Saga Petelli. So bad.
Yeah. I mean, you should excuse yourself out there. It sounds like some sort of like you just released gas. I don't know what that was. But go ahead. What's on your mind, Mitch?
I want to hear you then. Can you tell me before?
Saga Petelli.
How do you say his name?
Saga Petelli.
Saga Petelli. Okay. Yeah. It's a great name.
Yeah,
it looks like the Clemson quarterback, DJ Wingale. I messed up.
Yeah. You're speaking Yiddish.
Yeah. Reminds me of my father. 49ers, they could possibly get home field advantage, playing a little bit of house money, and I cannot believe how good of a year Chris McCaffrey is having. 150 more yards of passing, he'll have 1,000 yards rushing and passing. I know it's 17 games, but he's doing everything for this team, and Purdy looked good last weekend. Somehow we're getting keeping the team in with defense, with all the injuries, no pass rush, no Bosa, Mr. Hall of Fame. This is going to be a very interesting year. Playoffs are going to be exciting. I think all 3 teams in the NFC West are going to be in the playoffs.
Happy holidays, Mitch. I love you, brother.
You too. Merry Christmas.
All right, buddy. We'll talk to you soon. Yeah, it is pretty amazing. I don't know. I just don't know how this happened. Again, I think it's an indictment of just to your point, Ken. It's a weak year, an off year, but who the hell cares? I mean,
I don't think the Niners care at all. By the way, I really wanted you to get Mitch to say Tua Tagovailoa.
Tua Tagovailoa.
That would have been fun.
That I think he might be able to handle.
That's way harder than Saga Petelli.
Yeah, but people know Tua Tagovailoa is. By the way, we're not referencing the Cal game because it's going off at the same time as yours truly is doing this thing. And I used to cover that game out there in that part of the world, out there in Honolulu. It was one of the first things I ever did in terms of my sportscasting career. Yeah. It's weird because when they play these bowl games, it's like, it's 2 o'clock on the islands. And what's weird about Hawaii is that if you're a football fan, right, like it's weird from people out on the East Coast. In New York, everybody thinks that's where the world begins and ends, right? It centers around us. So in New York, games go off at 8 o'clock, which is the 5 o'clock start for the late starts. Afternoon games, right, are like the 1 o'clock start out on the East Coast is at 10 a.m. out on the West Coast.
Yeah.
Well, if you're in Hawaii, you're getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning to watch football at 7 a.m.
I loved watching sports when I was out there. I went out to Hawaii this year, too.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Fun stuff.
All right, let's continue with the 49er talk. Open up the phone lines at 888-957-9570. Michael's hanging out in Berkeley. Hey, Michael, welcome to the show.
Yo, what's up? I got a question and a statement. First question is, how much eggnog has Mitch been drinking? And the statement is, this is not an overreaction. The team is 11-4. I mean, the resume speaks for itself. I think they're a quality football team. And, the chance of them running the table the last 2 games, I think, is actually very high.
Thanks, Michael. Yeah, I'm with you. You got a hell of a shot. You got a shot. And you're right. Who the hell cares how you got to 11-4? 11-4 is 11-4. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed, right here in San Francisco. Yeah, 11-4 is 11-4 at the end of the day. Has the schedule been weak? Yes, it has. But every one of these teams has issues. Can they beat the Chicago Bears? You're damn right they can. They're going to be favored in this contest. Chicago has been maybe the luckiest team in the NFL this year. That is a team that you talk about where the stars are aligned and the ball's bouncing your way. That is Chicago this year. And all the unfortuitous things that has happened to their opponents late in games, they've been the benefactors of. And so is Cam Williams for real? Cam Williams has been amazing, man. The Iceman is what they call him. All these comebacks, they're legit. But he's one of those guys like, he can hit a 3 in the corner with 2 guys draped all over him, and he's fading out of bounds, and he'll hit nothing but net, but he misses layups. That's kind of Caleb right now. Some of the easy throws, some of the fundamental things, Caleb Williams is still not very good at. Is he still hanging on to the ball a little bit too long? Yeah, he is. Is that defense as good as it has been in the years past? No. There's holes in that Chicago defense. They've definitely got warts. But, there's some momentum there. There's buy-in. And when you talk about Chicago, man, that's a real football city. And there's pressure, there's excitement, and they've been good. But a lot of it is just, it's not to undermine what it is that they've been able to do. I'm just pointing out the fact that a lot of their wins have come on last possessions, coming from behind, a lot of fluky things happening at the end of games. Maybe lucky isn't fair, but I bet you Chicago Bear fans will tell you that they've been a lucky football team. So, there's definitely holes in the Chicago Bears. Can you beat them? Yeah, you're at home. Of course you can beat them. Seattle's a different story. The Seattle Seahawks if you beat Seattle, Ken, you deserve the NFC's number 1 spot. Like, you beat Seattle and you beat them at home. I don't want to hear about the schedule. I don't want to hear about you backing in. I don't want to hear about this being in a weak year or an off year in the NFC. You beat Seattle, who I think is legitimate in just about every phase of the game, then you're also legitimate.
Well, I think that's also why the NFC is even looking like has some shining, aspects of it, is because of the NFC West. Because if you win the NFC West, to me, clearly you win the NFC. Because, a lot of moving parts have to happen. Because I think only the way it's drawn up, it looks like either the Seahawks, the Rams, or the Niners are going to win the NFC. The Bears, I think, have a chance, but it's really going to be an NFC West team, in my opinion. But yeah, and you deserve it because you're 5-1 too in the division. They only lost once to the Rams, and it also goes to show how huge that Week 1 win against Seattle in Seattle was. Because if you don't have that, then you really got something. But yeah, you definitely deserve it because I think Seattle's playing at an all-time high right now.
Yeah, and I think that Week 1 win was Brock Purdy, if you really think about it. Although Brock Purdy did put him in a hole with some weird interceptions. They weren't weird. They were just bad throws. But he also did throw you that game winner. But that's a different Seattle team, man.
They're way – I mean, they have been – Sam Darnold, you don't know what to expect because he's not too careful with the ball, but they get the run game going. They got a really good defense.
Yeah, I think Sam Darnold's pretty good.
Yeah.
I think he's the one thing that he's just got to check off, and I know a lot of people, especially in Seattle and Minnesota, are saying, well, playoff game. None of this means anything until you do it in the postseason. And he did not. He did not. The Rams were in his face. He threw those interceptions. He got sacked. He just looked completely off kilter. But a lot of that is because the Rams and that defense were so good. But he's going to get another opportunity here. I think he's legitimate. I know he threw some interceptions against the Rams, but he had 2 bad throws. And he was very good the rest of the game. Very good. And he's been very good for the last 2 years as a starter who's played in just about every game. And that's a pretty good, measurable body of work for one Sam Darnold. And for those that are still, and there's a huge contingent. You might be one of them that are like, he's still seeing ghosts. He's still like, I saw too much of him with the Jets. I remember what he did in Carolina. If you're still living in that world where he's a bust at number 3 overall, the pick coming out of USC, that you're just not buying what it is that he's trying to sell you these days. I know that there's a lot of those people, and I'm telling you, man, that guy does not live there anymore.
Yeah, I don't think when he went to Seattle, a lot of people were like, oh, Seattle's going to stink. I'm like, are you kidding? Did we not see what? And now listen, they had a great year in Minnesota the year before, and they faltered in the playoffs. But honestly, I think that environment in Seattle has just kind of changed who he was from now who he is, because to me, he's lights out, especially because he's got the top 3 wide receiver in Jackson Smith and Njigba. Like, he's been phenomenal. I think he needs to get the ball earlier, though, because these second half games, while they're great, he's not getting the ball in the first half in some of these games, and that's why they're kind of falling behind early in the game. So maybe the Niners can figure that out and how they contain somebody like that.
And I just think that the 49ers, when you handicap this team right now, you're like, okay, why are they playing so well? I'm a big offensive line guy. And I just think that that's where it all begins and ends. If you're a quarterback and you have time, it's the difference between being a Hall of Famer and just another guy. Like, time is everything, man. Like, it's when you're rushed as opposed to being able to go through your progression, just that extra second or two, it's the difference between a completion and when you have to rush your throws. It's, and as far as a running game, it's that offensive line. And offensive lines are really weird because the beginning of the season, when you looked at the 49ers, you could just see that they were out of sync. And offensive line it's sort of like a chorus line in Vegas. Just everybody has to be kicking at the same time. Everybody's got to be pulling from the same rope. Everybody's got to be in sync. It's all got to be choreographed. And in order for an offensive line to get there, sometimes it takes a while because you're not just blocking the guy in front of you, but you're working, again, collectively as a group. And that offensive line now is in a rhythm where they haven't been the entire season. And that's the first thing that jumps out at me is Purdy has time to throw the football. McCaffrey now has a gap. He has an avenue, at least for a game. Again, that's why I'm a little hesitant, because was that a one-off? Or are we buying that's the new offense? Like, are we buying that running game is now here to stay? That Brock Purdy now and George Kittle can find and sit down in those zones, and that he has time now for, all of these guys to get into their route trees? Or was that just Indianapolis with the banged up defensive front, a obviously undermanned secondary? Like, is this offense what it is that I saw putting up 48 against Indy on the road? Is this legitimate going forward?
I mean, you could say so. And honestly, you talked about, Mac Jones giving him his flowers, but Christian McCaffrey's a big part of why this offense has continued to produce, game in, game out, because the guy's leading in every category not just because he has to, but just because that's how good he is. I mean, do you think that as long as you got Christian McCaffrey, you could probably win every single game that you got going forward?
Well, it's Christian McCaffrey and it's that offensive line, though.
I agree.
Like, they got to give him somewhere to go for him to do what it is that he does.
Yeah, for sure.
The thing about Christian McCaffrey, as good as he's been this year, you can clearly see that he's lost, I would say, a full step. His longest run from scrimmage is now 24 yards. And he did that in this last game. Whereas before, remember, he would get, once he would get past that first level of defense, it was like, oh, is he going to pop it? Is he going to go? Is he going to the house? 60, 65 yards? Is this a 50-yarder? Now it's like he's really efficient in that 8 to 10 to 12 or 15 yards. He'll break tackles, put his head down. He can swivel, but that's it. There's like a ceiling. Like, he is not that threat anymore. He's not taking the ceiling out. Like, he's not popping it for, McCaffrey used to take a swing pass, and he would avoid 4 different tacklers and he's gone. That dude does not live there anymore. He's a different sort of running back, but he's still effective as all hell.
I was going to say, because even still, like, I don't think you need to have a home run. Like, you don't need an 80-yard breakout every a game from a guy like that. So do you think with his play and with Purdy's play, they need to be kind of splitting the bill here when it comes to success? Because, again, the offense is going to be the major factor for this team to win.
So you telling me they've have to? Okay, so are you? Because it seems to be this is also a consensus that they have to outscore their opponents.
That's what people. I agree with that, because it's like, or at least score first, and then maybe get one turnover, and kind of like at least get up like 7-10 points, and kind of take that lead going late into games, because clearly that's the way they've been winning, and if that's how it's going to be. I'm a little nervous when it comes to that, because with Seattle, with Chicago, even, Philadelphia, can you do it against those type of teams? Can you do it against the Rams? I'm not too sure.
At some point, Ken, and everybody else out there, and what it is that I'm saying has validity, you have to pressure a quarterback. I just think that as good as the offense is, as good as Pinero and the special teams have been, as excited as we are, I don't mean to throw water on this, but if you can't pressure the quarterback, you can't win a Super Bowl, can you?
Yeah, well, what is it, 16 sacks in 14 games?
I don't know. Has it ever been done?
Yeah.
Please, somebody
I've never
hit me up and show me where. And I hope I'm disproved, because I don't know. I don't have the stats in front of me. I don't know. Has it
with
ever?
A bad defense and win the Super Bowl? I've never seen that.
There's been bad secondaries, I want to say. There's been marginal linebacker play. But a bad defensive front that doesn't put pressure on a quarterback, or at least have one guy where you're like, that's the guy who sets the edge. Like, to not have one of those and talk NFC championships or Super Bowls, they got to be the first. Who is it? Who's their guy right now? Huff, C.J. West, Alfred Collins.
These are all. Huff's not, but those other guys you just mentioned, like, they're all young. Like, they're inexperienced. They haven't played. Have they played in a playoff atmosphere? I don't think so.
And I got to be honest with you, but if it's anybody other than a middle-aged man who should have a whistle around his neck, telling guys that they just jumped off sides, or teaching PE, if it's anybody other than Phillip Rivers, they don't get those 2 sacks. Phillip Rivers was just. It was like me out there. I think any other quarterback is evading those two sacks.
And also Robert Saleh's kind of been really the biggest acquisition that the Niners have had.
Huge.
Because he's scheming things, and you just basically have to fool the offense into thinking you're doing something you're actually not. But, yeah, I think when it comes down to the nitty-gritty, they're going to be battle-tested when it comes to playing the better teams.
And there's talk about Robert Saleh once again being courted as a head coach in the NFL. And I think that's a mistake, man. If I'm an owner, it's like sometimes guys are just good at being coordinators.
And that's totally fine.
Yeah. He like Ben Johnson, he looks like a head coach. He just has the twinkle in the eye, and he just checks all the boxes. Like that's a head coach. It's the way you should handle themselves. It's the way you should talk to your team. That's a head coach. It never worked, I don't think, with Robert Saleh. It just was sort of weird.
I also think he got a bad deal over there. Like the Jets organization is just not something I'd be wanting to be a part of.
Well, I saw the Hard Knocks,
Yeah.
and then I was like, yeah, that's kind of weird. Robert Saleh just was sort of, he didn't sell me as a head coach, but as a D coordinator, yeah, all the optics work, not to mention what's happening between the lines where his teams are really, really good. But if I'm somebody that's thinking of, I just think that he's better off as a defensive coordinator. Plus, D coordinators transitioning to that of being a head football coach, it's so offensive-minded these days that, you got to be a Shanahan, right? You got to be a Sean McVay. You got to be O'Connell. You got to be a quarterback whisperer. That's where it's at. You can't be a D coordinator and be a successful head coach, I don't think. I mean, I know Belichick was, but it's not the same NFL right now.
He also had Tom Brady, so that kind of helped a little bit, right?
They just got Bobby Petrino as their offensive coordinator.
I saw that. That means he's staying, so he's not going anywhere. Great.
What better way to build character on a football team than let's go get Bobby Petrino. Oh, and by the way, bring your hog. Bring your motorcycle. And some 20-something-year-old floozy that you want to have an affair with. Yeah, that's what we need on our team. That just shows you that Belichick is still about wins. He's not building any character over there.
I've read that NFL is still like intrigued. Some NFL teams are intrigued to bring him back in. I'm like, well, where's he going to go?
I mean, who? The Jets, maybe, because the
Jets always want Bill Belichick.
My favorite moment, just to stay with Phillip Rivers for a second. By the way, that interception he threw to D. Winter, just like, were you not like me? Like, it's coming. It's coming. You could see that it was fading a little bit. The magic he lost in that first half. You're like, he's throwing a pick here. This pick is inevitable. And sure enough, he throws it right into the midsection of D. Winter. And then D. Winter just has nothing but a pasture in front of him. But for a fleeting moment, the 44-year-old Phillip Rivers is like, I got an angle on him. And he took like a step and a half, and then he threw his hands up in the air. Like, oh, yeah, no. That was back in 1992 that maybe I could have like stayed within 10 yards of him.
I will say he did give him his flowers. He gave him his credit too after the game. He said Phillip Rivers went up to D. Winters after the game and said something like, "Oh, did you read that like from an earlier play that I did?" He's like, "Yeah." He goes, "Oh, golly, man, good on you."
You know what's great about Phillip Rivers is that he's 44 and he looks 54 or he looks 44. Like he is not training, does not have the same dietitian like that of a LeBron James. Or he does not look like a 44-year-old Tom Brady. He looks like a 44-year-old football coach who's now got a boiler and a dude that's just, he's proud of his gut. He's got jowls, and he's still getting off the couch and saying, I still want to sling a football at the highest level.
He's also got 11 kids, too, so that takes a lot out of you, man.
I love that suite. There was like no room in that suite. It looked like, it was crowded. Every seat was taken in his suite. Every time they took a shot of Phillip Rivers' suite, there's like 35 kids, and there's nowhere to go. It's packed. No, I've always been a Phillip Rivers fan, man. How can you not? There's a part of you that, like, you don't want him to lose to the Colts. Well, actually, I'm not a homer here, so and I don't have real skin in the game. Life is easier when the Niners win, but if you're asking me, do I want the 49ers to win? Does my life depend on it? Am I a 49er fan? Nah, not really. Not really. And there's a part of me, and I'm sure part of you out there as well, that didn't mind seeing Phillip Rivers do well. It's good that they didn't win the game, but even if they did, that's a hell of a story, man. And what he was doing in that first half, one of the first plays, he tries, was it Pierce that was running like a go route? And he winds up, and he tries to throw that thing as far as he can, and it went like 30 yards. It's like...
But that's never been his thing, though,
No,
right? He's
I know.
never had a big arm like that, so I don't even know what he was trying there.
And he always has an awkward release, and everybody feels...
It's like three-quarter kind of,
Well,
right?
and people think that, like Jim Plunkett had an awkward release. There's certain, Bernie Kosar had an awkward release, and I think those guys, it was attributed to shoulder surgeries, and a lot of people feel as though that Phillip Rivers suffered an injury early on in his career. No, he learned early on to throw like that because for whatever reason he felt he had more accuracy or like he could get more command on it, but that's just his natural way of throwing a football. But watching him now, although it's always been odd, now when I watch him throw a football, it's like he looks like a shot putter. It's just like it takes everything from his toes to like get that ball out, even just in the flat, throwing like a 10-yard out. It's just like, ugh, everything. Like I feel as though he's going to have 2 sports hernias when he throws a pass.
How do you feel if you're the backup for the Colts? You know, if you're the backup quarterback for the Colts.
Who is their third guy?
I don't even know. Can
we look that up?
But what I'm saying is like, you're like, damn, you're really going to him instead of me? I'm that bad? I felt bad for that guy when I heard that happen.
Yeah,
I'm like, come on, man.
Yeah, I was number 2 in the depth chart, but instead of me getting this opportunity, you went and woke up a 44-year-old man who hasn't played in the league in 5 years and is a high school football coach in Alabama. Maybe I ought to rethink what it is that I'm doing for a living.
It's Riley Leonard from Notre Dame.
Leonard's hurt. That was their number 2.
It's not him?
Well,
Okay.
that's the reason why Phillip Rivers got an opportunity, because I want to say Riley Leonard tore an ACL. No, Riley Leonard is the kid out of Notre Dame. He's not great, but he's a legitimate backup. You're not going to wake up or dust out Phillip Rivers if Riley Leonard's...
It says he's active.
Really?
Yeah. I think it was him.
Did they
You're thinking of Anthony Richardson.
No, I thought
No?
Riley... God, I thought... He's not hurt?
I don't know I don't know the Colts that well, but yeah, as far as I know, reading this, it says that he's active. But
wow,
he was a 6th-round pick, last year.
Wow.
So 6'4", 230, and he's only 23 years old.
Yeah, he took him to the national championship game last year. Wow. All right. Yeah, that's Riley. You might want to think about it, man. But I'm with you. That is something else. But just getting back to the San Francisco 49ers, the offense is amazing. But I don't know that it's that good, that it can put up 48 or even 35 or even 30. Hopefully Brock Purdy is, he's healthy and he's good, but
I think the word is sustainable, right?
Sustainable.
How sustainable is that,
And you don't even have, there's no Ricky Pearsall. I mean, where are we at with Pearsall? Is Pearsall one of those guys?
Has he even been a factor this year in my mind? Like, in anyone's mind? Has Ricky Pearsall been a factor?
I tell this story.
I feel like... Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I'm repeating stories here at this point, so...
I think Jawan Jennings, they nailed it. Like, he has been... Even though he's gotten hurt, he's been doing everything he's supposed to be doing.
Yeah, he has.
He's
Tough
been
as nails.
fantastic.
Yeah, he
And
has.
the fact they got George Kittle back again, really into that offense, they're just gelling at the right time.
Yeah.
So
you could still use what do they call them? The Y and X. You need a one receiver though. You're doing all of this without obviously Brandon Ayuk's gone, Deebo Samuel's gone, and you're doing this without a go-to, man. Unless you want to call Jawan Jennings your number 1, but that's not right. So somebody once said this to me when I was swimming down at the Dolphin Club, swimming in the bay. I swim with this dude, man. He's like Family Guy. What's the Family Guy's name?
which one? Peter Griffin?
Peter Griffin.
Oh.
He's just a big, barrel-chested guy. Played a little football out of UCLA, and he's from Boston. He's so Beantown, man. He is absolutely Boston with a strong accent. He's big. He's just big, barely guy. And so we go swimming, and I don't charge that hard anymore. He likes to go, let's go swim a mile. Let's go.
What do you mean charge?
I mean, he goes hard.
Oh, you're in the water like pushing.
Swimming. But I'm saying he likes to swim miles. And I just I like to go to the buoy and back. I don't like to charge that hard, meaning like temp fade or like let's do 2 miles in 45-degree weather. Like that ain't me anymore. No. So he likes to do a mile, and I usually when we're going to the water because we swim together, I always sort of like, you know what? I had a bad meal. Like, let's just do a flag. Let's do a half mile. And they go, okay. Going to the water the next day. Let's do what do you say we do a cove today? I'm like, you know, my shoulder's acting up. He's like, okay.
So you're just finding excuses for him?
And so one day we're going into the water, and I happened to be telling him a story about when I went to Peru. And I said I went to Machu Picchu, and I landed in Cusco, and I got an altitude headache. They always forewarn you, watch out for altitude headaches. So when you get off the plane, I don't do any activities. Just go to your hotel, lie down, take a nap. Watch out, you're very susceptible because you haven't acclimated to this altitude of a severe, severe pain that's called an altitude headache. And me at the time, I think that I saw a couple of local Peruvians, Peruanas, throwing around a football. I'm like, go deep, man. I'm like running around playing catch. And I got that altitude headache. And I was telling him the story. I was like, I got this altitude headache. And so he's like compiling things in his head, all the times I came up with these fake injuries or what have you. And he looked at me and he said, Danny, you're a delicate little flower, aren't you? And I went that distance to tell you that story because I think we're at that point when it comes to Ricky Pearsall. Maybe he's just a delicate little flower.
I mean, that's the problem, though, because you can't be a delicate little flower if you're the number 1 pick, or first-round pick for them, for the 49ers. That's the issue. I mean, now what do you do if that's the case?
Calling the dude a delicate little flower, and he took a shot in the rib cage. Who am I? Or in the shoulder?
That's true.
I'll walk that one back. Nothing delicate about that, dude. But they could use him because it's really it's beyond sort of comprehension that they are where they are right now. But, hey, man, it doesn't matter how you got there or the fact that you've had a cupcake schedule. I always say this, man, it's who's playing their best football this time of the year. And clearly offensively, it's the San Francisco 49ers. And that offense, I want to say, is it the best in the NFL right now? I mean, Buffalo's looking good. Chargers, there's your usual suspects. But San Francisco they're hitting your stride at the most important part of the campaign, except how do you sugar that defense? If I'm trying to sell you on the 49ers winning the Super Bowl, at some point, we got to be real. And I've listened to it. I've listened to the podcast. I've heard Sports Talk Radio, and people are getting excited about the defense. But come on, really, at the end of the day, just to lay it out for you, when's the last time a team won a Super Bowl with nobody on that defensive front that's a threat to sack the opposing quarterback? When has that ever happened? So, unless this is going to be the first, and maybe in retrospect, they should have pulled the trigger for that guy, that they should have made that trade and given up on a draft pick. Because remember, they were contemplating that a month ago, and they didn't pull the trigger on it.
Oh, you're talking about, was it Trey Hendrickson?
Hendrickson. There was somebody else.
Williams from the Jets who went to the Cowboys. He was another one.
Yeah, there was somebody else that
Williams.
There was somebody else that they were like, nah, let's not mess with our future assets.
I think that do you think that they didn't do that because they didn't want to get into who was the guy they traded for a couple years ago that was a stud, and then he went to the Saints, I believe. They did a couple of trades, I think it was last year, that just did not work out. And they were like, well, we don't want to fall into that again. We don't want to give up any draft picks. Maybe the price was too high for them.
Well, I think they also, at the time, if you think about it, they'll never admit this publicly, but what is it that we're going to trade assets for a team that's not going anywhere? Really, are we going to give up a second or a third round for this team? I don't know that. I think that they were already thinking maybe about next year and the future, that they're just let's write this off to the fact that we're hurt again. Brock Purdy's not upright. Kittle's not here. Pearsall's hurt. For crying out loud, I don't even have Jawan Jennings. Defense, we know the injuries. Did you find the guy?
Yeah, it's Chase Young. I forgot about it. But yeah,
Chase Young.
It just never panned out. And I feel like,
Well, he didn't do well after they did. Has he done well since then? Because he wasn't good with the Niners.
Yeah, he was just really good with Washington. And I think he went to the Saints after that. But yeah, they probably just didn't want to take the risk. I mean, maybe they're holding out for Fred Warner. Who knows? Maybe that's like, hey, you can get us to the second round at least. Maybe Fred Warner can get into the mix. But do you risk that? Because it's like, are we going to throw all our chips in even though the guy's got,
But even Fred Warner is not pressuring the quarterback. He can't.
Right.
But that's a key part, obviously. But I'm just trying to think, when in the history of football have we ever seen a team do serious damage in the postseason that did not have a pass rushing threat? I don't know that it's ever happened. And that's really sort of what this boils down to. And it's not about the offense, but it's about the fact that defensively, this 49er team might be hopefully a year away. And even the secondary, wow. I mean, that first half, I know there's some things to get excited about it, but at the end of the day, and we'll see how this all plays out, but that was Phillip Rivers. It's Phillip Rivers that's doing this to you. And that's just not right. So,
by the way, I just thought of it. The no-name defense, Miami Dolphins. But then again, guys like Manny Fernandez will have to argue with you there.
Yeah, you might be right. I mean,
you're calling them the no-name defense, and then...
Yeah. Was it for that reason? Because they didn't have...
Well, no, not many people knew who they were. I guess they weren't like Pro Bowlers or, all pros at the time.
Was that the team that went...
I think it was 72 year. Actually, it was a time because it was an era from 1970 to 1974. But yeah, it was during the time they went undefeated and went back.
Well, maybe you got to go all the way back to the 1970s. Who was their? Can you find out who was their sack leader, or who was the guy that was it? Manny Fernandez?
I'm not sure. I know he was like the leading pass rusher, so it probably was him.
Well, at least they had a guy,
But nobody knew his name.
Meanwhile, the 49ers, it's nobody. It's hard, man. It's just never been done. But I don't know. This could, man, stranger. One thing is just if you live long enough, man, anything can happen. Maybe you're the first to do it. So 11-4 is 11-4. Win 2 games and you're in. All of this in front of him is real. And if you're the 49ers, who the hell cares about what it is that I'm talking about? That's the focus. Beat the Bears, beat the Seahawks, and you're never traveling again for the rest of this year. And there's a good chance you're going to the Super Bowl. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. That segment was sponsored by Serramonte Ford. Man, we're at the home stretch there, Jersey Ken. Bay Area, heads up. The Ford Final Days, our year-end sales event is on now at Serramonte Ford. Get an extra $1,000 in bonus cash on new 2025 Fords, plus 0% APR for 60 months on F-150, Explorers, Escape, Mach-E, Lightning, and Super Duty Zero Down. 0 payments for 90 days, ends January 2nd. Serramonte Ford, right off 280, or online at serramonteford.com.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first served. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry.
The holiday rush continues at your California Ford dealers. The Ford year-end sell-a-thon is on. Now through January 2nd, get our best offers across the most popular Ford trucks and SUVs. From America's best-selling Ford F-Series trucks for 48 years, the legendary F-150 and Super Duty, to the Bronco family of SUVs for those who don't wait for adventure to begin. Plus, all-electric standouts like the Mustang Mach-E and F-150 Lightning. And Explorer and Escape, the perfect balance of comfort, capability, and everyday versatility. Get ready to power through whatever the season brings in a Ford. But don't wait. These year-end sell-a-thon savings won't last. The clock's ticking. The lots are moving. And these are the season's biggest savings on an incredible selection of Ford vehicles. Rush in before the sell-a-thon and the savings are over January 2nd. Get to your California Ford dealers today. Claim based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year industry reported total.
Think you can't lose weight during the holidays? Think again. At Jumpstart MD, we make it possible with local experts, clinical support, and access to the lowest priced GLP-1 medications. Whether you visit one of our 13 Bay Area clinics or start online, you can save big this December. Start today for just $25 when you mention radio, because the best gift you can give yourself is your health. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to book now.
Ragnar the Terrible is interviewing at a big bank. Let's listen.
Everyone, this is 5th century warlord Ragnar the Terrible. He killed it in his first interview. Not literally, but close. Ragnar, what would you do if a customer complained about high loan rates?
I make video presentation.
Star One is nothing like the big banks. We have better rates, minimal fees, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
Hi, I'm Chris.
I'm David.
And I'm John Margevisi with Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Dude, what's with that voice?
Bro, it's my radio voice. People say I have a great voice for radio.
Bro, people say you have a great face for radio.
Oh, you have a radio face.
Guys,
not again. We're here to talk about Jack's. Our mom taught us everything we know. Use the best ingredients. Cook everything homemade. Treat everyone like family.
Don't forget the bar.
With amazing cocktails. Of course. Full bar. Amazing cocktails. Let's stay focused.
You're right. I'm sorry, bro.
I'm sorry, too. That's better. Besides, you're twins. You have the same face for radio.
Why, you little
I love Jax.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Nugget Bells, Nuggets all the way.
Hi, I'm Kylie.
I'm John.
And I'm Garrison.
And a little thing we love about the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets
is sharing them when we cut down the Christmas tree.
We will pack the car with gifts. And of course, we go and pick up our family's favorite nuggets.
Every nugget is tasty times quadrillion.
And we get all the sides.
Yeah, the ooey gooey mac and cheese is a big hit.
Share the nuggets, share the joy. Order the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Every now and then I rinse it out, and I need Downy Rinse tonight. And I need it more. My kid was the bed and the smell never leaves. I don't know what to do. I'm always in the dark. The smoking deck sure smells like a dog park. Downy Rinse it tonight.
Downy Rinse fights stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
Rinse it out.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we have reached the witching hour. We are closing out the show here. You can see the finish line. This is it. We're about to say goodbye for Christmas Eve 2025? Do you make resolutions? Are you a New Year's resolution kind of guy?
You know, I did one last year and it didn't turn out the greatest. I was like, I got to read more. I mean, I did read, but not enough as much as I wanted to.
I've kind of given up on that, man. I need to read a lot more. There's an app now where you can, instead of like when you scroll through, when you're on Instagram and you're on your feed, there's something now it's an app where you can literally it's like 5 minute, or you can set it to whatever time. They'll give you 5 or 10 minute excerpts of some of the most interesting or best books that are either historically sort of, noteworthy or trending, and I felt as though I should invest in something like that so I can be more well-rounded.
And I actually got a bunch of Ernest Hemingway books. I haven't read any of them. Old Man in the Sea, not for me.
What about Mark Twain?
I don't think I've ever read a Mark Twain book.
The Jumping Frog of Calaveras County?
Never heard of it. Bad news.
Mark Twain has local ties, right? So Mark Twain, you've heard this, right?
I know the quote, yeah.
The coldest summer ever, or the coldest winter ever spent was the summer in San Francisco. Yeah, you know what you're talking about. You know who reads more than anybody?
Pasta
and Evan.
Yeah, Evan reads a lot too.
But I want to say Ev reads, I think Pasta is exclusively sports, where I think Ev has more of a sort of a broader reach. But I'm with you, man.
We should ask Jeff Pearlman for his book on Tupac.
That was fun.
He was
I could have talked to Pearlman. When I say talk to him all day, I mean literally talk to that guy for hours.
The YouTube chat was enthralled with him because he was describing that crash, about that guy who,
you got to see that.
He was like painting the picture for you, and I'm like, man.
So when Pearlman does that YouTube show, and he talks about this guy, Tony Rodriguez, I believe, Pearlman gets choked up because he said the guy called him and said, hey, man, I've been sober for 40 days. And Pearlman at that point, I think, gets personally invested and then tries to reach him again and can't. And is assuming that he's relapsed or he's no longer with us. And it's just, they're all like that, man. They're all just gut-wrenching.
I mean, I read his Bonds one. I haven't gotten fully through it, but he talked about Bobby Bonds, Barry's dad.
Yeah.
I'm like, dang, he just went through it when he was, when he was no longer with the Giants and he was with the Yankees and he had troubles with his alcoholism, and it was really tough.
Yeah.
Tough read.
I told you this Barry Bonds story, and I'll share it because what the hell, man? We got 10 minutes left in the show, and it's Christmas Eve. I'm sure everybody has a Christmas tradition right now, the gathering around the tree, holding hands and listening to Dan Devone on Sports Talk Radio. But Barry Bonds, this is at the time, the height of Barry Bonds, and I'm in Fresno, right? I'm a young sportscaster, just out of college, and I'm like,